Chapter 208. The war was finally over. With the fall of Vortigern and Crimson Moon, the final counterattack from the distant past, victory was ultimately secured by humanity. From then on, the glory of the Age of Gods had completely dissipated, and the spark of human order began to gradually ignite. But things were far from over. Gobta's goal was not merely to elevate humans to the apex of creation. He wanted Britain to endure and thrive. The past war had concluded, and the next step was to consider how to forge a path to the future. After the war, Gobta didn't expel the remaining Anglo-Saxons. The prolonged conflict had left Britain sparsely populated. With vast lands, it seemed wasteful to let them go unused. He imprisoned the Anglo-Saxons, conscripting the strong into the army and relegating the rest to slavery. He then dispersed them across different regions, ensuring their basic needs and promising that, upon completing a set period of productive labor, they could regain their freedom and become ordinary citizens. This prospect thrilled the Anglo-Saxons. They had thought they would be lowly slaves for life, but the noble chosen king was willing to give these sinners a chance to integrate into the local society. Even as slaves, the king did not mistreat them. Though their lifestyle was modest, their basic needs were met. Compared to the period under Vortigern, their living standards had even improved. This admiration and respect for Gobta grew among them, and the resentments they harbored dissipated. As Gobta had predicted, with the death of the final god, the remnants of Britain's Age of Gods finally vanished completely. Apart from phantasmal species like the wyvern, the land's production plummeted drastically. Crop yields were pitiful compared to previous years. Fortunately, Gobta had prepared for this. He immediately summoned Karl to initiate a second round of agricultural reforms. The first round focused on implementing various farm tools. The second round now emphasized the dissemination of agricultural production techniques, such as three-field rotation and drip irrigation. These were valuable skills that humans had gradually developed over thousands of years, a true testament to human wisdom. These techniques would aid the people of Britain in quickly recovering their production capabilities. Of course, such changes wouldn't happen overnight. Before success, they would endure a prolonged period of hardship. However, thanks to the remnants of the Age of Gods and the dividends from the first round of agricultural reforms, Gobta had amassed a considerable fund to sustain Camelot and beyond. However, other kings in different kingdoms lacked such foresight. This sudden upheaval felt like a heavy blow to their heads, leaving them baffled. In just a month and a half, outside of Camelot, unrest of varying degrees erupted in every kingdom in Britain. Some even teetered on the brink of rebellion. Forced to act, the kings had no choice but to seek help from Gobta. "I can provide you with food, even teach you how to boost your crop yields, but the catch is, you need to give up your whole kingdom and become a territory of Camelot." The kings resisted. This was a nation their ancestors had painstakingly built. How could they just hand it over so easily? Gobta remained unfazed. The ball was in his court now. All he had to do was sit tight and wait. He had no intention of conquering the kingdoms by force. The reasoning was the same as before. Present-day Britain couldn't withstand the turmoil of war. 2 more months passed, and the food crisis worsened. Their kingdom was on the verge of collapse, and every king was utterly helpless. They had considered raiding other kingdoms for food, but the crisis had engulfed all of Britain. Except for Camelot, no one had surplus food, so raiding would be useless. As for attacking Camelot, even if they had 20 times the courage, they wouldn't dare attempt it. With Camelot's current power, even if they bound all the kings together, it probably wouldn't be enough for Camelot to break a sweat. Some had become so fearful that they didn't dare utter a single bad word about Camelot and its king in their hearts. Unable to persist, the kings turned to Gobta again. After 3 days and nights of haggling, no matter what they said, he refused to budge. In resignation, they had no choice but to agree to his terms. "Your wealth and status will be preserved, but from now on, you can't meddle in local politics, military, or economy. All authority will be under Camelot's control." Every king nodded in agreement. With control firmly in his hands, Gobta began to internally restructure. Just like he did with those kings, he also stripped all the nobles of their authority, leaving them completely powerless. However, the nobles accepted this outcome fairly calmly. One reason was that Gobta had previously used Jizo Mitama and Feng Huangdown to sow the seeds of corruption in their hearts, making it difficult for them to harbor ill will towards him. Another reason was that they knew this day would come, so they had prepared themselves mentally. Next, Gobta set his sights on Ireland. The kings in Ireland had already heard of Camelot's exploits, and with the Queen of the Land of Shadows on Camelot's side, they hardly resisted his demands, willingly surrendering their authority. Thus, Gobta completed the unification of the entire British Isles, ending centuries of chaos and fragmentation and establishing a vast kingdom spanning over 300,000 square kilometers. Originally, the plan was to launch an assault on the European mainland, creating a truly immortal dynasty. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. Since Vortigern's death, he felt the world's rejection incessantly, the natural order cleansing the last remnants of the age of gods. However, on this day, an unexpected guest descended into this fantastical place. Toot! A loud whistle echoed in this frozen space as a massive black vortex appeared. Soon, a train, entirely black and filled with technological precision, emerged, traversing this fantastical space. Is this the crevice between worlds? It's my first time here. Inside the cab, Gupta surveyed outside the train through transparent windows, his gaze passing over the unmoving orbs. A familiar feeling, it's the breath of life, so, these are the so-called parallel worlds. He murmured softly, attempting to project his consciousness into the orbs, only to encounter an incredibly sturdy barrier. Indeed, the world's barriers are not easy to penetrate, without cosmic juggernaut, I can't enter those worlds. Gupta shakes his head regretfully while staring at the countless orbs. But which worlds are facing crises? Only by resolving crises that affected the world could he develop the concept of savior. Yet, with so many worlds before him, how did he know which ones were in danger? He couldn't just drive cosmic juggernaut and check them one by one. Right, maybe I can try this. He sank his consciousness into his body, mobilizing the concept of savior. Soon, he felt an unexplainable connection, like threads linking from those orbs to him. The savior only appeared when the world was in crisis. If the world was peaceful, the savior had no purpose. The savior and crisis were like a key and a lock, naturally complementing each other. Using this, Gupta quickly identified the worlds that needed salvation. But, how should I put it? Truly worthy of Nasuverse, so many worlds are facing destruction, I guess it's probably the same over at Hunkaverse. Watching those countless threads, Gupta sighed. Does it mean you can't survive nowadays without some dark and serious stuff? Really, why can't everyone be a bit more peaceful and friendly? Initially, Gupta was worried that if there were too few worlds to save, Savior wouldn't upgrade to EX. But now, after witnessing this scene, he completely dispelled that concern. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Forget it, now's not the time to be pondering over this stuff. Gupta shook his head, dismissing the jumbled thoughts. Time to get down to business. Closing his eyes, he followed that mystical connection, elevating his consciousness to an infinite height, linking to the throne of heroes that existed beyond the constraints of time and space. The moment he departed from his world, proper human history automatically etched a record belonging to the chosen king, delivering it to the throne of heroes for safekeeping. But since he was still alive, this record was just a meaningless shell, unsummonable and unusable. Unless Gupta died, that record wouldn't manifest in any form. However, now, detached from the world, Gupta could be considered, to some extent, as dead. So, with his consciousness, he connected to his own record in the throne of heroes. It was a loophole in the throne of heroes, an abnormality that also allowed figures like Merlin and Scathach to leave their marks in the throne of heroes for the same reason. Though both were very much alive, one residing in Avalon and the other in the land of shadows, both were realms independent of the world, granting them the possibility of being summoned as heroic spirits. In the hall of the throne of heroes, the chosen king seated high on the throne gradually opened his eyes, lowered his head, and scrutinized the body created based on the record of proper human history. This body's a bit stronger than I imagined, Gupta remarked, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth as he observed the record before him. Arthur Pendragon, the chosen king. Parameters. Strength, B. Endurance, B. Agility, A. Mana, A. Luck, A. NP, X. Personal skills. Eternal Arms Mastery, A. Primordial Rune. Writing, EX. Godslayer, A. Born to Die, A. The Chosen King, A. Savior, E. Noble Phantasms. Night Proof. Rank, A. Type, Anti-Army. Maximum number of targets, 100. Description. A trial selected by the chosen king, filled with cliffs, waterfalls, and various dangers, including wyverns. Successfully crossing it allows one to comprehend the true essence of a knight. Within the coverage area, all units deemed allies by the chosen king experience a boost in all parameters, with the highest being A. Black Dragon Body. Rank, AA. Type, Anti-Unit. Maximum number of targets, 1. Description. Activates the power from Nidhogg within, significantly enhancing all personal parameters. Each attack carries a death attribute, shifts alignment to evil, reduces luck by 2 ranks, and disables Savior. Master of the Dragon of Despair. Rank, EX. Type, anti-unit, anti-army, anti-divine. Maximum number of targets. Description. Summons Nidhogg. The Dragon of Despair who devours the world. An apocalypse dragon born from the world rules. Possesses formidable power of death. Even casually spewed black flames turn the earth into a barren wasteland for a century. After consuming the roots of Yggdrasil, Nidhogg possesses recovery capabilities rivaling the concept of immortality. Nidhogg serves as the catalyst for Ragnarok, with a massive bonus against gods. Within the concept of dragon species, Nidhogg stands at the absolute peak, with all parameters comparable to top-tier gods. Nidhogg possesses self-awareness and an ability equivalent to B-rank independent action. Godslayer Knights. Rank, A. Type, anti-army, anti-divine. Maximum number of targets, 500. Description. Summons a knight order personally formed by the chosen king. All are heroic spirits, lacking class and related skills but possessing individual noble phantasms, equipped with specialized attacks against gods. Divine Keys. Rank, EX. Type. Maximum number of targets. Description. Mysterious armaments from another dimension, a power that transcends even the throne of heroes' understanding. Only capable of constructing an imitation similar to it, unable to match the original strength. Chapter 2:14. That was a heroic spirit version of Gobta constructed based on his records of proper human history, derived from a variant record stemming from King Arthur's records. The essence of heroic spirits was pure imagination, creations born from the collective faith of humanity in heroes after their death. Even if they never truly existed, they could come to life through the power of belief. Therefore, the abilities of heroic spirits fundamentally stemmed from their legends. From the great deeds and accomplishments they forged when they were alive. The more profound the mark they left in history, the stronger their abilities became upon transformation into a heroic spirit after death. From this record, it seemed that proper human history acknowledged the series of achievements made by Gobta. Although the unique nature of the divine key prevented its power from reaching the level of the original, overall, the strength of his heroic spirit version was quite powerful. After getting a bit familiar with the body of heroic spirit Arthur Pendragon the Chosen King, Gobta started connecting with the ritual, heroic spirit summon. He sifted through those he specifically marked worlds on the brink of apocalypse. His idea was to use the peculiar nature of the ritual, heroic spirit summon, and send his heroic spirit avatars to these worlds first. By doing this, he aimed to understand the origin of these crises, their causes, and the extent of their danger before deciding on a course of action. A world-threatening crisis might sound frightening, but it depends on the circumstances. For instance, a highly skilled and antisocial hacker group infiltrated the nuclear arsenal of a powerful nation, launching all the nukes to cleanse humanity. This could also be considered a world-threatening crisis. But faced with this situation, Gobta only needed to use runes to find their hideout and just solve them without breaking a sweat. But if it was a world-threatening crisis caused by a powerful entity or some peculiar phenomenon, he had first to assess the situation. If the enemy's strength was too overwhelming, he would decisively return from his heroic spirit avatar to his original body and ride cosmic juggernaut straight in. Heroic spirits could be separated into different aspects according to the summoning needs, and these aspects could exist simultaneously. With this circumstance, he could maximize the efficiency of saving various worlds. After all, there were so many worlds facing crises, and he had only 50 years. If he had to go through them one by one, who knew how long it would take? After a moment, Gobta successfully identified the marked worlds. However, many of them had already established gateways to the throne of heroes, and all of them were occupied. This was a normal occurrence, as the original purpose of ritual, heroic spirit summon, was to address disasters that could threaten the world. Gobta was not the only one walking this path. Abandoning the worlds that could no longer be reached, Gobta sat on the throne, concentrating on the remaining worlds. As long as these worlds were connected to the throne of heroes, he would immediately send his avatars down. At the clock tower, Kenneth El-Meloy Archibald was a name known to all. He was one of the 12 lords of the clock tower, the Lord of El-Meloy, head of the prestigious Archibald family, and the Lord of the Department of Mineralogy. In addition to these illustrious titles, Kenneth himself possessed a rare talent that matched his status: the youngest lecturer in the history of the Department of Spiritual Evocation, an expert in evocation, summoning, and alchemy. Gifted and sharp-witted, born into a prestigious lineage, he inherited the magic crest of El-Meloy passed down through generations. His incredible capabilities were akin to those of Hiraga Janai and Chow Chow. For Kenneth, who had displayed prodigious talents like a child prodigy during his student days, the title of genius was well-deserved. No one doubted his title, and there was no presence threatening enough to make him proud or arrogant. He simply enjoyed the title of genius as a matter of course. Life should be fulfilling, and for Kenneth, both the past and the future were bound to be so. This was a sacred and inviolable pact in his life. Therefore, nearing the end of his path on the culture and education achievements, he began contemplating how to add battle achievements worthy of his experiences. The intelligence division soon brought him news that in Japan, someone was planning a ritual called the Holy Grail War. Information on the Holy Grail War quickly appeared on his desk. Without delay, he skimmed through it, and his face immediately displayed a scornful smile. Holy Grail? How can anyone believe in such a thing? Have those people fallen so far that they seek redemption through these unreachable fantasies? Well then, let me personally shatter their delusions. Intelligence gathering, resource replenishment, and all preparations soon proceeded methodically. Kenneth was a proud and arrogant individual. But that didn't mean he was blindly arrogant. As a genius, planning before action was the guiding principle he adhered to throughout. He remained the calm and reliable lord as long as it didn't involve his fiancée. Even when lions hunt rabbits, they still give their all. Even though the opponents were just a bunch of inexperienced Japanese, Kenneth was not careless. He almost used all the resources of the Archibald family, arming himself from head to toe. Following that, he went to great lengths and acquired the catalyst used to summon his servant. Everything was ready, just awaiting the right moment. Kenneth stood by the large French window, gazing towards the east. His mind was filled with visions of his triumphant victory and the embrace of his fiancée. A beauty paired with a hero, it had always been so. Thud thud. The sudden knocking door sound interrupted the smile that had just formed on Kenneth's face. His expression immediately darkened, adding a sinister touch to his already somewhat sharp features. He opened the door to find a member of the Department of Policy standing outside. This branch, directly under the Bartholomew family, was well known as the watchdogs of the clock tower. However, being just an ordinary member of the Department of Policies, he didn't dare to be disrespectful in front of a lord. "What's the matter?" Kenneth asked nonchalantly. "Your Excellency, your catalyst has been stolen." Chapter 215. Clock Tower, Combat Training Room. Swish. 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 Silvery liquid condensed into razor-sharp whips, ruthlessly slicing through a puppet in front. Its body, made of special alloy, crumbled like fragile paper, revealing countless cracks. Anyone could see that with the sharpness of this silver mercury. Dealing with a puppet of this caliber would be a matter of moments. Yet, the manipulator chose not to finish it quickly. Each swing of the mercury blade conveyed the resentment and anger invested in it. After enduring a humiliating 5 minutes, the puppet finally liberated itself from this endless torture. Its body disintegrated into numerous fragments, scattered on the ground. The horrific sight made one wonder if it had consciousness. It would probably be a vengeful spirit by now. The silvery liquid retracted into a small test tube, completely disproportionate to its volume. Ha! The golden-haired executioner exhaled a long breath. The cruelty and ferocity from slaughtering the puppet gradually faded from his face, restoring the calm and tranquility of a genius. He turned and left, heading straight back to his room. Sitting on a custom-made Italian sofa, he scanned the books scattered on the long table in front. Opened books piled up in a disorderly fashion, resembling a small hill. The rough folds on the paper made it clear that the reader did not pity these precious books, each over 100 years old. These were intelligence reports sent by the Intelligence Department, supposedly books the traitor had perused before leaving the library with the stolen catalyst. The contents varied, but without exception, they all pointed to one thing. The Holy Grail War. Kenneth pulled out a document from beneath the stack, looking at the photo of a timid, green-haired boy on it. A smirk, mocking and contemplative, appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Dare to steal from a lord, waver velvet, you've got some nerve. If this is your resolve, then I, Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald, accept the challenge. Easy for you to say, without that catalyst, how will you participate in the Holy Grail War?" The doors suddenly opened, and an unknown beauty walked in while retorted. Though she had fiery red hair like a blazing flame, her demeanor felt like an icy snow queen. She appeared slightly younger than Kenneth, maybe in her early 20s, a sensitive and noble young lady. Her stern gaze exuded a queenly majesty. The ninth head of the prestigious Archibald family and the Lord of El Malloy, having a precious catalyst stolen by a third-rate mage from a third-rate family. Kenneth, you disappoint me. In the entire clock tower, even the lords from the 3 major families wouldn't dare to reprimand Kenneth like this, but she was an exception. Sola ui nuatari Sophiari, the daughter of the Lord of the Department of Spiritual Evocation, Kenneth's fiancée, and the only woman he truly loved. This was the most perplexing part. No one understood why the promising Lord El Malloy stumbled over this crooked branch. If one delved deeper, the only conclusion would be love makes people blind. Sola, Kenneth stood up, a rare embarrassment on his face. Please believe me, this is just an accident. I don't need explanations and excuses. Sola interrupted Kenneth, and a fierce light appeared in her proud phoenix-like eyes. Since you're my fiancé, show me solid evidence. Kenneth took a deep breath, and like an impassioned young man, he loudly replied, yes. And then left the room. 10 minutes later, he returned, holding an elegantly decorated wooden box. In the distant east, there's a phrase of "a wise rabbit has 3 burrows," describing truly clever individuals who never leave themselves with only one way out. Meeting his fiancée's perplexed gaze, the scholarly lord displayed a calm and indifferent smile. With a casual wave. The wind stirred by magecraft swept all the books on the table to the floor. Following that, he placed the wooden box on the table, carefully opening it. Inside lay a yellowed and aged book, its surface text blurred by the passage of time. Only faint traces revealed it belonged to the Gaelic script abandoned since the 19th century. This is one of the 4 great legendary stories of ancient Ireland, the Celtic epic Fenian cycle, Kenneth explained with a slight lift of his chin. Hearing that, Sola's eyes lit up. Despite being raised for a political marriage, she was the daughter of the Lord of the Department of Spiritual Evocation. Knowledge involving the world of magecraft was as familiar to her as common sense. Fenian cycle recounted the great hero Finn Mac Cumhale and his valiant adventures leading the elite warriors of the Fianna. Its significance rivaled that of the Indian epic, Ramayana. With this original text as a catalyst, a powerful servant could undoubtedly be summoned. Even if not Finn himself, it would certainly be one of the illustrious heroes of the Fianna. To prevent a tragedy like before, Kenneth decided not to delay any longer. He immediately took his fiancée to his magic workshop, preparing for the heroic spirit summoning ritual. Soon, Kenneth's solemn voice resounded. I shall declare here. Your body shall serve under me, my fate shall be with your sword, submit to the beckoning of the Holy Grail, if you will submit to this will and this reason, then answer. With a deep voice accompanying the solemn oath, Sola's gaze involuntarily shifted, focusing on Kenneth's serious appearance, drawn in by the sanctity of the moment. From the 7th heaven, attended to by 3 great words of power, come forth from the ring of restraint, protector of the balance. Meanwhile, in the throne of heroes. Gobta, sitting idly on the throne, suddenly noticed an inexplicable fluctuation from a certain world. A pillar of light pierced through, connecting with the throne of heroes. It's finally here. His eyes slightly brightened as he unhesitatingly tossed his own heroic spirit avatar into the pillar of light. Another heroic spirit, which was about to enter the pillar of light, paused. After a moment of hesitation, they ultimately chose to retreat, returning to the direction they came. Whoosh! Inside the magic workshop, a bright red glow shone from the summoning circle. Sola shivered and clutched her dress tightly, she felt the continuous flow of magical energy around her and the heavy pressure hitting against her skin. Kenneth clenched his palms and felt a rare excitement surfaced in his heart. With such a grand momentum, it was undoubtedly a top-tier servant. Appear, Finn Mac Cumhale. Your master awaits. Staring at the dimming radiance, Kenneth's voice abruptly halted. If he remembered correctly, Finn should be a Celt. The wild wind gradually subsided, the red glow slowly extinguished, and a silver figure stood tall on the summoning circle. Lancer, Gobta, summoned by your call, I ask, are you my master? The majestic voice of the man in silver resounded and shook the air. Chapter 2:16. Gobta? Countless question marks flashed in Kenneth's mind for an instant. Though the name did have a European vibe, it seemed there wasn't anyone like that in the Fenian cycle. Moreover, as far as he remembered, no hero bore that name. Could it be a pseudonym? Kenneth's brow furrowed deeply. He was someone who liked to be in control, detesting subordinates who acted on their own. Furthermore, refusing to disclose even one's true name. Did this servant think he wasn't worthy? This servant was just a ghost who had been dead for who knows how many years, yet daring to look down on a genius like him. I'll see who you really are. Kenneth soon focused on the summoning circle. As the master, he naturally possessed the authority to see through the true name of his servant. After all, if he didn't even know who he had summoned, how could they coordinate in battle? However, what appeared before him wasn't detailed data but a pitch-black flame. What is this? Kenneth was momentarily puzzled until an indescribable pain suddenly emanated from his eyes as if flames were burning within them. Countless chaotic sharp screams and wails echoed in his mind. Involuntarily, he knelt on the ground, emitting painful cries. Arg! Kenneth! Sola anxiously crouched down and was at a loss as she watched black tears flow from the corners of Kenneth's eyes. Although she had an advanced level of magic circuits far beyond ordinary people, having been raised as a canary from a young age, she had never properly studied magecraft. She was completely ignorant even of the simplest healing magecraft. "Let me handle this." Gobta, who had walked out of the summoning circle, looked at the kneeling Kenneth with a hint of helplessness on his face. He didn't know where this guy got the courage to directly confront the accumulated negative emotions of thousands of years from the key of corruption. He raised his hand, and a crimson feather fell from the void, merging into Kenneth's consciousness, helping him suppress the negative emotions in his mind. After that, he switched to Abyss Flower. "What are you doing?" Sola stared at the massive lance in Gobta's hand, her body instantly tensed, and her beautiful face turned as pale as paper. "Of course, I'm helping him heal. Do you want him to be blind for the rest of his life?" Gobta casually swept Sola aside with the shaft of the lance, then stuck the tip of the lance into Kenneth's shoulder. The life energy flowed continuously into Kenneth's body, helping him dispel the power of corruption lingering in his eyes. As Kenneth's diminishing cries reached her ears, Sola breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't have strong feelings for him. After all, she was still his fiancée. If something really happened to him, neither the Archibald family nor the Sophiari family would take it lightly. "Thanks for your help, Lancer," Sola said gratefully as she turned to look at Gobta. Only now did she notice the mysterious appearance of this servant. With sharp and handsome contours, deep black eyes, straight and soaring eyebrows, dazzling silver armor, and an aura of noble dignity that was untouchable, Gobta resembled a young king with high authority and dominance, mysterious and aloof. As Sola looked at him, a hint of fascination appeared in her eyes, and 2 blushes soon covered her flawless white face. Gobta, who had Feng Huang down, was very sensitive to the psychological changes of those around him. He glanced at Sola and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Clearly, he wasn't Diarmuid. And he had no love spot that made the opposite sex irresistibly love him. Yet, this woman still had her eyes on him. Could it be that she was cursed with something like, "She will fall in love with any servant summoned by Kenneth"? Gobta came to save the world, not to engage in romance. Moreover, he had no interest in such a self-centered and inconsiderate woman. He was truly not interested at all. The void trembled slightly, and another crimson feather quietly fell. Silently, it slipped into Sola's consciousness, suppressing her excessive dopamine secretion. Although Gobta wasn't too concerned about the contract with Kenneth, he didn't want to turn against his master because of such a foolish woman. After all, his primary goal now was to figure out the origin of this world's crisis, and Kenneth, as the renowned genius mage of the Clock Tower and Lord El Meloy, could provide him with significant support. "Wait, you're saying you're King Arthur?" In the room, Kenneth lay on the couch with red eyes, and Sola, suppressing any remaining affection after being forcefully restrained by Feng Huang down, now only felt fear and awe towards Gobta. Under the bridge effect, she involuntarily sought comfort from Kenneth. Moreover, Sola's condition was the main reason why Kenneth could be so calm right now. Otherwise, given the magnitude of his suffering, he would have already scolded Gobta severely. "Well, I am indeed Arthur, but not the Arthur of your world." Gobta changed out of his silver armor into a casual outfit that suited the current era. He sat at the dining table, enjoying his meal. All of these were the modern tastes he hadn't experienced in over 20 years. Parallel worlds, huh? As a knowledgeable genius mage, Kenneth immediately understood Gobta's meaning. The throne of heroes exists outside the world, independent from time and space. Summoning servants from different worlds was not a rare occurrence. Even summoning a servant from the future to the present was not impossible. Although he hadn't summoned the servant he wanted, Kenneth wasn't bothered. He wasn't one to dwell on the past. Doing so was not only a waste of his precious time but also meaningless. Besides, even if this version of King Arthur were not from this world, he should still be powerful, giving him no reason to be dissatisfied. "But I used the epic of Fenian cycle as my catalyst. Why did it summon you, who is supposed to be from the Arthurian legend?" Kenneth asked with a puzzled tone. Gobta put a piece of steak into his mouth and pondered for a moment. "Probably because I killed Nuada." Kenneth, with a confused face, still didn't get it. Chapter 217. Gobta put a piece of steak into his mouth and pondered for a moment. "Probably because I killed Nuada." Kenneth, with a confused face, still didn't get it. "Wait, what did you just say?" After several seconds of digesting the information, Kenneth exclaimed in shock. He flipped off the couch and stared incredulously as his eyes swelled with disbelief. "You said you killed Nuada?" "That Nuada?" "I'm over here, you know, you're talking to a vase," Gobta kindly pointed out. "Don't be so wordy. That's not important. Leaving aside whether you actually have the strength for it, Arthur and Nuada aren't even from the same era. How could you possibly have killed him?" Suspicion of Gobta's identity rose again in Kenneth's mind. He had studied the Wizard Marshal's manuscripts. Knowing that while there were different developmental trajectories between parallel worlds, some important timelines remained more or less the same. No matter which world, the era in which Arthur existed was undoubtedly the late Age of Gods. Where the Age of Gods neared its complete end. How could he have encountered God King Nuada, who existed during the zenith of the Age of Gods? They were separated by many years. Indeed, Nuada and I are not from the same era, just a little hiccup in between, Gobta casually explained, eating his meal as he recounted his experiences. He knew what kind of person Kenneth was: arrogant, confident, with a strong sense of self, lacking empathy, and fond of measuring others by his own standards. Once he decided on something, unless proven wrong, there was no way to change his mind. In the original work, Kenneth's dislike for Diarmuid stemmed partly from his fiancée and partly from his distrust of Diarmuid. He firmly believed that Diarmuid must be hiding something, refusing to believe that Diarmuid's only wish was to serve his master faithfully. Thus, Kenneth remained suspicious to the end, leading to a significant difference in the relationship between master and servant. To Kenneth, a servant was just a magical construct similar to a familiar tool to help him achieve victory. To get along with someone like him, one either had to go along with his words, meaning placing oneself in a lower position and obeying his instructions completely, losing all autonomy. Gobta would never allow himself to be led around, so he chose the second path, showcasing his abilities, gaining Kenneth's approval, and achieving an equal status. Kenneth, the genius of the clock tower and head of the Archibald family, had a reputation that made outsiders believe he was a staunch bloodline advocate. However, in reality, he supported the meritocracy. In the world of magecraft, bloodline and ability were inseparable, making Kenneth appear as a bloodline advocate. But in front of him, only when you demonstrated your value would he truly acknowledge you. If you only bowed and kneeled, you might gain his superficial approval, but you would never gain his true recognition. Kenneth never understood Diarmuid, and Diarmuid never truly understood Kenneth. In a sense, the tragic ending was caused by the mutual misunderstandings of these two people. However, now that Gobta served as Kenneth's servant, he wouldn't allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. However, Gobta didn't reveal the whole truth about himself, not because he distrusted Kenneth but mainly because explaining it was complicated. If, by any chance, Kenneth's memories were seized and known by enemies, his trump card would be exposed. "Oh, this is just unbelievable," Kenneth muttered under his breath as he plopped down on the sofa after hearing Gobta's story. Restoring the Age of Gods using the genuine Holy Grail? That plan is downright insane. Even more unbelievable was his servant, who successfully managed to defeat such formidable enemies. It sounded like something out of a fairy tale. If it were him in that situation, he'd probably be reduced to ashes by now. Undoubtedly, his servant was a truly powerful and honorable king. Even in death, he wouldn't allow his glory to be easily tarnished. Kenneth, being a noble himself, unconsciously elevated Gobta to a position equal to his own. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Kenneth nervously turned to look at Sola beside him. To win the favor of his dear fiancée, the elegant and composed Lord Elmalloy had studied female psychology countless times in secret. He knew well the immense impact heroic deeds had on women, especially when the hero was as handsome as Gobta. Kenneth could almost hear the thundering hooves in his head. Kenneth. Sola, sensing Kenneth's gaze upon her, swiftly moved closer to him and whispered nervously. She tightly clutched his arm with a hint of fear in her eyes as she glanced at Gobta. "This servant is too powerful, what if he betrays us? We won't be able to stop him, can you really control him?" Kenneth felt his heart skip a beat. Sola had never shown this vulnerable side in front of him before. Soon, blood rushed toward his head. "Don't worry, Sola, as long as I'm by your side, not a hair on you will be harmed. Anyone who tries to harm you will have to step over the corpse of Kenneth Elmalloy Archibald." Kenneth responded without hesitation, full of youthful energy. However, as soon as he said that, he regretted it. In his mind, Sola was always a calm and rational woman. Hearing himself utter such childish and cringe-worthy words, he anticipated her sharp rebuke. Kenneth sighed inwardly. This was a perfect opportunity to showcase his noble elegance, yet he spoke like an overly enthusiastic teenager. Is that true?" Sola asked shyly, lowering her head. A rosy blush appeared on her face. "Will you really protect me at all times?" As he heard her response, Kenneth's heart sank halfway. Indeed, Sola was displeased with his frivolous words. But there was a chance to make amends, he must think carefully and avoid making the same mistake again. After a long wait for a response that never came, Sola confusedly lifted her head. Seeing Kenneth's hesitating and undecided expression, her face gradually filled with unmistakable anger. "My God, he's so fucking dense," Gobta sighed inwardly. Kayneth seemed to have misunderstood Sola's words, forcing Gobta to activate the power of Feng Huang Down he had subtly infused into Kayneth's consciousness moments earlier. With a bang, a surge of resolve stronger than before rushed into Kayneth's mind, shattering his reason and wisdom. His breathing became heavy, his face flushed noticeably, and in an instant, he flipped over, pinning Sola to the sofa. Chapter 218. Feeling the burning breath that hit her face, Sola's expression showed a hint of confusion, but her eyes were filled with hope and anticipation. Sola, I love you. From the moment I first saw you, I couldn't help but fall in love with you. Your beauty, your pride. Everything about you captivates me. You don't know how happy I was when Lord Ruflius declared you my fiancée. At that moment, I felt like I was ascending to heaven. You're my muse. The only woman I truly love. Neither magecraft nor family matters to me as much as you do. I will protect you with everything I have. Even if it costs me my life. I will always protect you, no matter what. Listening to Kayneth's passionate confession, Sola's face turned as red as if she could bleed. Steam seemed to rise from her head. I understand, Sola said softly. Summoning courage, she lifted her head, closed her eyes, and lightly kissed Kayneth's cheek. After that, she quickly stood up from the couch and hurried towards the door. You're going the wrong way, Missy, the exit is over there, Gobta reminded casually while pointing toward another door with his head. Upon hearing the reminder, Sola froze and fell silent. In the next second, she swiftly turned around, opened the exit door, and fled outside. Gobta put down his tableware, looking at the empty plates on the table. He nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and walked to the stiffened Kayneth. Hey, she's gone, no need to play the statue. Kayneth screamed and clutched his head tightly. What on earth did I just say? I think it was quite nice, no? Some things need to be said to have a result, keeping them hidden serves no purpose and might even upset the other person. Look at that, the result is there. I knew it was you pulling the strings. Kayneth turned to Gobta, his eyes spewing endless flames. Lancer, I know you're prestigious and powerful, but don't forget, I am your master, right now, you're just my. Gobta calmly took out a silver, pen-like device from his pocket. Sola, I love you, from the moment I first saw you. Where did you get that thing? Kayneth's voice instantly rose to a volume comparable to a banshee's wail. Of course, I made it myself. Gobta shrugged, waving his hand, and a black hole surrounded by golden lines appeared. Numerous recording pens fell out of it. As long as I understand the structure, I can create anything. Oh, by the way, these are all recording pens. Kayneth knelt on the ground with a thud, surrounded by an endless gray and white background. I never thought that after dominating the clock tower for so many years, I would end up defeated by the servant I summoned myself. His words were sorrowful, his tone mournful, causing listeners to feel heartache and witnesses to shed tears. Come on, isn't this for your own good? Gobta bent down, patting Kayneth on the shoulder. You know it yourself, Sola is resisting this marriage from the get-go, if you don't make a move soon, it's like letting a cooked duck fly away. I don't need you to tell me about it. Kayneth snapped, pushing Gobta's hand away. Gobta chuckled and was unfazed. He stood up and casually settled into the custom-made Italian sofa. Kayneth's lips twitched slightly as he saw his servant's behavior. That sofa used to be exclusively his seat. Leaning back on the sofa, Gobta interlocked his fingers on his abdomen. Alright, chit-chat time's over, let's talk about the Holy Grail War. Is there anything worth discussing? With you, Arthur, who ended the Age of Gods, and me, a lord and the genius mage of the Clock Tower, teaming up against some local masters and third-rate mages is just a walk in the park. Kayneth boasted, hands behind his back, full of pride. If he hadn't summoned Gobta, he might have been a bit more cautious, but now, having heard of the exploits of his otherworld Arthur, he was entirely convinced that no one on the opposing side could match their prowess in this Holy Grail War. Oftentimes, it's not ignorance and carelessness that bring destruction but arrogance and overconfidence. Gobta glanced coldly at Kayneth. If you don't shake off this flaw of yours, I guarantee you'll die in this war. You seem to know something, Kayneth frowned slightly. The local masters you speak of are the three founding families who prepared thoroughly for this war. They're the Tosaka, Einsburn, and Mato families all ready for war. The Tosaka brought the fossilized skin of the world's first shedding snake, aiming to summon the oldest king of heroes Gilgamesh. The treasures in his vault gather the prototypes of all the world's noble phantasms. Even I wouldn't dare say I have an absolute certainty of defeating him. The Einsburn hired the infamous mage killer, a ruthless mercenary. If you're not prepared, there's a good chance you'll end up dead at his hands. The head of the Mato family, Matozokan, his real identity is Makiri Zaljan. A Russian mage from 500 years ago. His mastery over the Crestworm magecraft is profound, even surpassing some lords of the Clock Tower. He's someone who can go toe-to-toe with regular heroic spirits. Glancing at Kenneth's gradually stiffening expression, Gobta coldly snorted. Now, do you still think winning this Holy Grail war is just a walk in the park? The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. The Mage Killer. The Russian mage from 500 years ago, Mikhail Zul'jin. Various complicated thoughts tangled like a messy knot in Kenneth's mind. After a while, he took a deep breath and looked at Gobta. A hint of seriousness appeared on his snarky face. Do you have clairvoyance? Sort of, Gobta replied calmly, unwilling to reveal that he knew the original work. Kenneth frowned and pondered. He paced in place while his chin rested on his hand. Originally, he thought this so-called Holy Grail war was just a farce concocted by a bunch of third-rate mages chasing after the delusion of an almighty grail. While he didn't disdain it, he didn't give it much importance, considering it akin to creating a research paper. Now, with Gobta's reminder, he realized that this war might be far more dangerous than he had imagined. Chapter 219. Kenneth frowned and pondered. He paced in place while his chin rested on his hand. Originally, he thought this so-called Holy Grail war was just a farce concocted by a bunch of third-rate mages chasing after the delusion of an almighty grail. While he didn't disdain it, he didn't give it much importance, considering it akin to creating a research paper. Now, with Gobta's reminder, he realized that this war might be far more dangerous than he had imagined. I've heard of the exploits of the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. If the Tosaka family really manages to summon that king, it will indeed be troublesome. I've also heard of Mikhail Zul'jin. I just didn't expect that man to still be alive. Probably thanks to the Crestworm. But you say I'll die at the hands of that mage killer? What do you mean by that? Kenneth's expression darkened slightly as he mentioned that nickname. As the recognized genius of the Clock Tower and the promising Lord Elmalloy, he couldn't accept the idea of dying at the hands of a war dog like that. The mage killer's name is Amiya Kiritsugu, the fifth-generation heir of the Amiya family. His father was Amiya Norikata, Gobta explained in a calm tone. Wait a minute, that name sounds familiar. Kenneth began to ponder, stroking his chin. I remember that man's magecraft is quite fascinating, accelerating or stagnating the flow of time. It is classified as a greater magecraft in the form of a bounded field that can be regarded as a type of reality marble in a way, free from the world's interference. Even in the Clock Tower, such time-based magecraft is rare, but he's just a mere son of a mage with a sealing designation. He doesn't pose much threat to me. While obtaining a sealing designation was indeed rare, Kenneth viewed it as nothing more than that. In his eyes, a truly powerful mage wouldn't be concerned about someone with sealing designation at all, not to mention it was just the son of a dead man. What troublesome about Amiya Kiritsugu isn't how high or skilled his magecraft are, but the fact that he's not a mage in the traditional sense. So, don't expect that guy to engage you in a fair fight using magecraft. Poison, sniper assassinations, RPG face-offs, bomb blitzes, those are his favorite methods. Another heretic deviating from course. Despite saying that, Kenneth's expression became more serious. After all, he was aware of how troublesome someone without any moral constraints could be. Mages generally have a common flaw when facing battle: they focus only on various magecraft and bounded fields, underestimating pure physical attacks that don't rely on magecraft and treating them as secondary threats. However, Kiritsugu earned the moniker of Mage Killer by using such tactics, indicating his expertise in this regard. Yet, relying solely on that, Kenneth still didn't believe there was a real possibility of him being killed. As long as he took precautions in advance, that war dog's tricks couldn't threaten a genius like him. The origin of his magecraft is rooted in his name, Amiya Kiritsugu, severing and binding, not in the sense of repair, but a disorderly recombination, an irreversible transformation. Gobta glanced at Kenneth. You should know what that means, yeah. Now, Kenneth's expression completely changed. The Holy Grail War is not just a war between servants, it's also a clash between masters. That guy is a purpose-driven person. His goal is to achieve the maximum results with the minimum cost. When the time comes, you will undoubtedly become his primary target. Gobta continued. He's just a barking stray dog, that man. Kenneth clenched his fists tightly, his face looking extremely unpleasant. He didn't want to admit it, but when he heard Gobta say that he would be Kiritsugu's primary target, a hint of fear actually welled up in the depths of his heart. It seems you finally realize the gravity of the situation, huh? Gobta chuckled. He went through all this trouble with words to make Kenneth tone down his arrogance and superiority. After all, he was a servant now. If something happened to his master, he would be implicated. Unfortunately, in this Holy Grail war, there was someone who specialized in targeting masters. I just need a solution, give me a month no, a week, and I'll find a way to counter him, Kenneth proudly declared. He wasn't trying to be evasive. Without this confidence, he wouldn't be the genius of the clock tower. I naturally believe in your abilities, but sometimes we have to consider other factors. Gobta glanced at the command spells on Kenneth's right hand. Like time, for example. Kenneth blinked slightly, looking at the command spells on the back of his hand. His expression once again turned grim. The Holy Grail War had officially begun, and within 3 days, they had to reach the host city, Fuyuki. Otherwise, they would be disqualified immediately. The pace of the Holy Grail War was already tight, with unexpected changes possible at any moment. On top of that, without the support of the clock tower's various equipment, he couldn't possibly counter Tgthegood before the end of the war. There's one simplest solution, Gobta snapped his fingers. Since our opponent is an unconventional mage, we can naturally employ unconventional methods against him. With the power of the clock tower, getting a decent quality bulletproof vest shouldn't be a problem. I refuse. Kenneth stated without hesitation. As a mage, one should uphold the pride of a mage. Lowering one's standards because of the enemy's despicability is no different from a coward fleeing the battlefield. Such cowardly behavior is absolutely unacceptable in the life of Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald. Gobta glanced at Kenneth with interest. Pursuing magecraft with such dedication, it's no wonder he was known as a mage with the chance to step into the route. Well, if that's the case, let's go for 1 or 2 defensive mystic codes, that way, it won't tarnish your pride as a mage, yeah? Cough. 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 Kenneth coughed as he choked on his own saliva several times, pointing at Gobta in frustration. Do you think mystic codes are as common as cabbages on the street? And you want me to get the defensive ones at that? It's been centuries since something like that has shown up. Among all mystic codes, defensive and healing ones were the rarest and most precious. Even the lowest ranked defensive mystic code could be enough to exchange for the title of Lord in the clock tower. Come on, you're the head of the Archibald family and Lord Elmeloy, can't you even find a single mystic code? Gobta looked at Kenneth with a strange expression. Kenneth clenched his fist tightly, resisting the urge to punch his servant in the face. My goodness, it's troublesome to have a master like you, Gobta sighed, extending his hand. Show me your volumen hydrargyrum. Knowing that Gobta possessed clairvoyance, Kenneth wasn't surprised that he knew about volumen hydrargyrum. He took out a small test tube containing a silver liquid that seemed to have solidified and handed it to Gobta. Gobta removed the stopper from the test tube, tilted it slightly downward, and the viscous mercury flowed out, dropping onto the ground and forming a puddle. He carefully observed this supreme mystic code of Lord Elmeloy, with a deep green complex rune appearing in his eyes. Volumen hydrargyrum combines defense, offense, and surveillance into one mystic code. It excels in both maneuverability and destructive power, ranking among the best even compared to the collections of the 12 mage families. It's not inferior. Across the whole world, only a genius mage like me could create such an outstanding mystic code. Kenneth proudly declared. Normally, he wouldn't make such a showy, nouveau riche display. Such deliberate superficial displays were far too low-level for his taste and didn't align with the elegance expected of a noble. But because of the overwhelming pressure Gobta brought, he had to resort to this method to boost his confidence. Well, indeed, it's quite a decent mystic code. Before Kenneth could smirk, Gobta suddenly added. If Merlin and Morgan were here, they'd probably give a rating like, acceptable by ordinary mage standards, ... Watching Kenneth gradually petrify, Gobta couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. It seemed like he had played a bit too harshly. Cough. Gobta cleared his throat and continued. To guard against Amiya Tgthegood, we can only rely on this mystic code for now. It's useless, volumen hydrargyrum couldn't stop his origin and would still affect me, Kenneth said without enthusiasm as he was still consumed by the ordinary mage statement. No problem at all, we just need to modify this mystic code slightly, Gobta smiled. You know magecraft? Kenneth glanced at Gobta in surprise. Well, how should I put it, I'm just a lancer, but when it comes to magecraft. As if containing the profound truths of the world, a deep green runic symbol hovered at Gobta's fingertips, his face adorned with an innocent smile. I just know a thing or two, that's all. Chapter 220. Fuyuki. As evening approached, the dim clouds hung heavily in the sky, the air oppressive and humid. The early winter rain, accompanied by a biting chill, descended from the heavens, falling onto the steel and concrete jungle, and casting a grayish-white hue over the city. Once bustling streets were now sparsely populated, with a few pedestrians hurrying along. The year 1993 cast a shadow over the city, with the burst of the real estate bubble and the 1992 international financial crisis weighing heavily on the island nation of Japan. Depression and desolation loomed in every corner of this land. But evidently, whether Gobta or Kenneth, they showed no empathy for the situation. They had arrived in Fuyuki this morning, flying with a plane managed by the clock tower from London without any unexpected surface-to-air missile encounters. In this regard, the clock tower's confidentiality measures seemed to be quite effective. Aware of the danger of the Holy Grail War, Kenneth had not brought his fiancée along. Apart from his mystic code, Volumen Hydrargyrum, he had abandoned all other mystic codes and items, following Gobta's suggestion to increase the number of magical energy reactors from 3 to 5. His role was clear to ensure his own survival and leave the rest to his servant. For Lord Elmeloy, known for his pride and arrogance, to make such compromises indicated that the impression left by King Arthur from another world was truly profound. They were currently in the presidential suite of Fuyuki's largest hotel. The room was luxuriously decorated, and, more importantly, provided a panoramic view of the entire city. Completely devoid of any aesthetic sense, Kenneth remarked while sitting on the leather sofa by the bed, his face displaying clear impatience and annoyance. To him, the items in this room were just a collection of waste. It was nothing more than a gloomy room, expensive furniture, and luxurious daily necessities. For Kenneth, born into nobility, what he couldn't stand the most was the attempt to cloak mundane things in the luxurious attire of nobility. It made him feel like he was in a pigsty decorated with opulent surfaces. If one were to delve deeper into this sense of degradation, it wasn't limited to just this hotel room. The entire world was filled with an unpleasant and ugly sensation that greatly displeased him. I was planning to bring Sola here for a trip next time, now it seems unnecessary, Kenneth added. Since the passionate confession that day, Kenneth and Sola's relationship had rapidly blossomed, leaving the people of the clock tower puzzled. Some even suspected that Lord Elmeloy had secretly administered some strange potion to his fiancée. However, upon second thought, they realized there might not be anything wrong with such an approach. Judging a book by its cover is not a good habit, every country has its unique beauty, the key is whether you have eyes to discover it, Gobta, dressed in a hoodie and jeans, remarked from the other sofa while flipping through a newspaper. Thanks to the modern knowledge bestowed by the Holy Grail, he could finally experience the sensation of mastering multiple languages. I don't think you have the right to lecture me on this matter. Have you ever stepped out of the British Isles in your entire life, oh your Majesty King Arthur? Kenneth said with a hint of sarcasm, finally finding an opportunity to get back at his servant. To be honest, I've been to quite a few places. Gobta put down the newspaper, looking at Kenneth seriously. Want me to tell you about it? Kenneth's breath hitched slightly and soon forced a stiff smile on his face. No need, let's save it for another time. Some intuition told him that if his servant really started talking, his stomach would probably ache again. As for why, again, it was because the last time Gobta played with Primordial Rune while saying, I know a thing or two, he had already deeply experienced this feeling. Seeing his master's reaction, Gobta chuckled, shook his head, and resumed reading the newspaper. But speaking of it, Lancer, you should be a Celt, right? Why are your hair and eyes black? There's another power dwelling in my body, my eyes and hair changed because of its influence, Gobta replied casually. Kenneth nodded slightly, feeling a bit frustrated deep down. As a master, he knew nothing except his servant's true name, identity, and origin. He didn't even know what his noble phantasm was. It made him almost no different from an incompetent third-rate mage. He didn't want to waste a command spell on this, but if he really intruded without permission, he might end up in a situation similar to that day. No, I am the rightful Lord Elmeloy, the 9th-generation head of the Archibald family. How can I keep being led by the nose like this? I must take the initiative back. With this determination, Kenneth decided to take the initiative. By the way, Lancer, what is your purpose in participating in the Holy Grail War? In other words, do you have any wishes you want to fulfill? As a lecturer in the Department of Spiritual Evocation, Kenneth knew very well that heroic spirits responding to the summoning ritual often had their own wishes to convey to the Holy Grail. As long as someone had a wish, there would inevitably be a loophole. Once he knew this, he could understand his servant's bottom line and gain a bargaining chip for himself. Wish? I don't have that kind of thing, even if I do, that fake thing can't help me at all. You're not going to tell me you really think it's a wish-granting machine, are you? Don't look at me like that. Kenneth exclaimed in embarrassment. Gobta's gaze involuntarily reminded him of how he usually looked at the underachievers in his class. Since you know that thing can't fulfill wishes, why did you respond to the Holy Grail's call then? Of course, I came to save the world, Gobta said matter-of-factly. Suppressing the urge to strangle his servant, Kenneth sneered. Is that so? You're not really timely, if you had come 50 years earlier, maybe you would have had a chance to fulfill your wish. Ignoring Kenneth's sarcastic tone, Gupta just smiled indifferently and refocused on the newspaper. Suddenly, a piece of news caught his attention. Fuyuki City's bizarre serial killer suspect, Yuri Ryunosuke, was shot dead by a police officer. Chapter 221. Fuyuki, Police Headquarters. In the deep of the night, the police headquarters still glowed with lights, bustling with cops coming and going, and the incessant ringing of phones. Hey, Fujiwara, you did great this time, actually solving that serial murder incident. That's a big achievement, man. I heard at the morning meeting. Chief Nato praised you for a full 10 minutes in front of everyone. He's even thinking of giving you the slot for next year's training at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. You might have a chance at rising through the ranks, buddy. If that's the case, you're on your way up, Fujiwara. Oh, come on. It was just luck, I happened to be in the right place at the right time. Huh, don't be modest, Fujiwara, facing a serial killer like that and managing to subdue him without a scratch, that's not something your average cop can pull off. Didn't Fujiwara nail the serial killer's hiding spot? We've been racking our brains forever, and no one stumbled upon any leads. Then, boom, Fujiwara jumps in and spots it effortlessly. We all fell for his low-key vibe, but dude's got some serious skills. The praises of his colleagues made Fujiwara feel like he was on cloud 9. Since graduating, he had been a police for 3 years, and he was usually seen as a nobody. The most high-profile case he had been involved in was just a simple home invasion. But now, because of subduing that serial killer, he suddenly became the center of attention. This wonderful feeling was something he couldn't get enough of. By the way, Fujiwara-kun, can you tell us how you cracked the case? At least share some experience with us. She wore a white turtleneck sweater, a khaki windbreaker, and light blue jeans. Her clean and sharp appearance, coupled with a friendly smile, made her instantly likable. Sakurai-senpai. Fujiwara's face turned bright red instantly. Sakurai was his senior, and when he first joined the police, he was assigned under her. During that time, she tirelessly shared a lot of useful knowledge, providing him with significant help. From that time onwards, he developed a special affection for this graceful and kind senior. However, due to not achieving much, he could only bury this affection deep in his heart. But now things were different. An opportunity to show himself to his crush was right in front of him. Looking at her expectant and bright eyes, Fujiwara felt like his blood was boiling. However, he seemed to remember something, and his expression instantly darkened. I'm sorry, Sakurai-senpai, Chief Nato told me that the details of this case can't be disclosed to anyone, Fujiwara whispered awkwardly. Really? That's a pity. Fujiwara lowered his head, while his fists on his knees clenched tightly. Excuse me, is Officer Fujiwara Miruno here? An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. Fujiwara instinctively lifted his head and saw a handsome man with his hands in his pockets casually walking towards them. Although he wore a simple hoodie and jeans, an air of nobility was unmistakably emanating from him. He must be the heir of some influential political or business family, Fujiwara pondered silently, then standing up respectfully. Hello, I am Fujiwara. His voice abruptly stopped as he suddenly realized something. He looked around in horror and found that, apart from himself, no one was paying any attention to the man. Even though the man had such a unique demeanor, shining like a star in the crowd, everyone was completely ignoring him, as if he didn't exist at all. An indescribable fear, like the icy grip of a demon, instantly seized Fujiwara's heart. Without hesitation, he pulled out a pistol from his waist and aimed it straight at the man. Hold it. Who are you? As he shouted, Fujiwara glanced at his colleagues around him. Everyone continued chatting and laughing, completely oblivious to his shout and his act of pulling a gun in front of them. It was as if he had fallen into an icy wasteland, and the bone-chilling cold penetrated every corner of his body. No need to be so tense, they're just under a minor suggestion magecraft. The man, or rather, Gobta, said casually with a gentle smile on his face. For some personal reasons, I'd rather not let others know I've been here, but don't worry, I just want to ask a few questions, can you cooperate? Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the powerful recoil made Fujiwara's wrist numb. The police headquarters conducted firearms training every year. So his marksmanship wasn't bad. Besides, at such a close range, even a 7 or 8-year-old wouldn't miss the shot. The bullet, accompanied by a fleeting spark, shot out from the pistol barrel at a speed beyond human eye limits, but at that moment, a small black hole suddenly appeared in front of Gobta, swallowing the bullet, and its whereabouts became unknown. I've already said I mean no harm, can't you understand a little? Gobta looked a bit helpless. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and a crimson feather soon fell from the void, catching Fujiwara's eyes. Watching Fujiwara's gradually dazed expression, Gobta asked lightly. Tell me about the process of subduing Yuryu Ryunosuke. Yes, Fujiwara's tone was robotic, devoid of any fluctuation, while his eyes had no glimmer. 3 days ago, after work. I was passing by Sakura Avenue when I suddenly smelled blood. Because the serial killer incident was making waves in Fuyuki, I didn't ignore this abnormality. Instead, I followed the smell to a residence named Suzuki. As I got closer to the house, the smell of blood became stronger. I was sure that something had happened inside. So, I took out my gun, smashed the lock, and rushed in. The result. A twisted expression suddenly appeared on Fujiwara's face as if he couldn't bear to recall the hellish scene. The result was, I saw a child's body lying in the corridor. It looked as if it had been devoured by some vicious beast, bones, tendons, flesh, organs, scattered all over the place in disarray. The only intact thing was the head. But the expression on the face gave me the feeling as if the child had seen hope, only to plunge into despair the next second, a fear that penetrated deep into the bone. I realized at that moment that the one behind it intentionally left the head. Even now, every night when I have nightmares, I dream about that scene. Don't worry, you'll forget about it soon, Gobta nodded slightly. And then? I vomited for a long time and, summoning my courage, I went inside to search as per my duty. I entered the living room on the first floor. It was dark inside, and my visibility was poor. After turning on the light, I saw a bucket of blood on the floor next to a bizarre circle similar to some magic circles in some movies. In the room, there were 2 bodies. One was the head of the Suzuki family, dead on the sofa with a large wound in his throat, the blood in the bucket likely extracted from him. The other was the murderer, Yuryu Ryunosuke, lying on the circle, dead. Wait a minute. Gobta frowned slightly. Are you saying that when you found Yuryu Ryunosuke, he was already dead? Yes, Fujiwara nodded indifferently. Chief Nato specifically instructed me not to tell anyone about this. If anyone asks, I'm to say that I killed the murderer. Gobta, uninterested in these trivial matters, contemplated for a moment before continuing his inquiry. Did Yuryu Ryunosuke have some fatal wound? If so, where was it? Did his body show any unusual signs, like strange tattoos or symbols on the back of his hand? As Gobta's questions became more specific, Fujiwara pondered for a while before providing an answer. His fatal wound was to the heart. Someone shot him from behind. There were no tattoos or symbols on his hands. Shot in the heart, no tattoos. Gobta's eyes squinted slightly. By the way, what about the condition of the room at that time? Any traces, like those left by a wild animal, as if it had been trampled by an elephant or something? No, just ordinary signs of a struggle, probably from the fight between the Suzuki family's head and Yuryu Ryunosuke. Gobta nodded thoughtfully, then casually used Feng Huang down to suppress the memories of the child's corpse from Fujiwara's mind and erase any memories related to himself. Without delay, Gobta turned and walked away. As he left the police headquarters, the strange atmosphere that lingered in this place instantly dissipated. Fujiwara shivered, blinked in confusion, then scratched his head. Weird, did someone just call me? Fujiwara muttered. Hey, what are you daydreaming about, kid? An old police officer suddenly slapped Fujiwara on the back. Did you hear what Sakurai said just now? What did she say? Fujiwara grinned. She said she wants to invite you to her house and arrange a celebration party just for you. Are you going or not? Fujiwara hesitated for a moment, looked at the smiling Sakurai, and his face instantly turned red. With a loud bang on the table, he stood up. I'm going. Chapter 22. Kenneth stood across the street from the police headquarters, hands behind his back, watching as Gobta leisurely crossed the road towards him. You can master primordial rune, yet you struggle with the basics of magecraft. I really don't understand how you learned magecraft at all, Kenneth said with a resigned tone, his gaze complex as he looked at his servant. That's why I told you, I only know a thing or two about magecraft, Gobta smiled calmly. Hearing that nonsense statement again, Kenneth's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a twinge in his stomach. What are you doing in a place like this so late at night, anyway? Kenneth asked, decided to change the topic. Just confirming some information, Gobta replied calmly. With hands in his pockets, he walked back in the direction he came from at a leisurely pace. Fuyuki at night was even quieter than during the day, with almost no one on the streets. Vehicles were sparse on the road, and a few streetlights stood alone, bathed in the ethereal moonlight. Kenneth furrowed his brow slightly, stepping forward, keeping himself about half a body length ahead of Gobta. If you're here to tell me you've been recruited by the police, then congratulations, you're one step closer to fulfilling your dream of saving the world, Kenneth said with a hint of sarcasm. Honestly, saving the world seems much easier than saving Fuyuki, Gobta chuckled and shook his head. Now, I've got good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear first? I prefer starting with the sweetest part when eating dessert, so let's hear the good news first. The good news is, a master and servant pair has already exited the stage. What? Kenneth looked at Gobta in shock. How do you know? Since coming to Fuyuki, he and his servant hadn't encountered any other participants of the Holy Grail War, and there had been no signs of abnormal magical energy fluctuations. Everything seemed calm, yet a pair had been silently eliminated. A common person got mixed up in this Holy Grail War. His name is Yuryu Ryunosuke, a sadistic man who finds pleasure in killing. He once killed his own caring sister. Gobta spoke with a flat tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Kenneth deeply furrowed his brow. Even among self-centered mages, such a psychopath would be considered an absolute freak. At least they wouldn't kill just for the sake of killing. But his ancestors were mages, and he inherited the bloodline. Through a twist of fate, he stumbled upon the records left by his ancestors in a family warehouse and accidentally summoned a servant of this Holy Grail warcaster, Gilles de Rice. That French marshal? Kenneth's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. A cold-blooded executioner who killed over 300 children, a sadistic murderer who took pleasure in killing. It made sense why these two would pair up. According to my original plan, I intended to deal with these two first. Gobta spoke while his eyes flashed with a cold light. Psychologically and physiologically, he couldn't tolerate these two lunatics continuing to live in this world. But now, Yuryu Ryunosuke is dead. Moreover, judging from the scene, he was killed just after he summoned Castor. The reason he was confident that Ryunosuke had summoned Castor was because of the death scene that left a deep shadow on police officer Fujiwara. Anyone who had watched Fate Zero would never forget the process of how Ryunosuke summoned Gilles de Rice by ruthlessly slaughtering children. Unfortunately, this scene had played out once again. You mean on site? Kenneth raised an eyebrow. Are you saying someone killed his master right in front of Castor? Gobta nodded slightly. Yeah, what's even more bizarre is that there's no trace of Castor fighting with anyone at the scene. Kenneth finally caught a whiff of something fishy. Castor was, after all, a powerful entity. Under normal circumstances, only servant could defeat servant. But even if the power imbalance between them was vast, Castor couldn't just watch his master die without putting up a fight. Without a master, heroic spirits couldn't exist in this world. Even with the independent action, they could only linger for a few days at most. In fact, those aren't the most puzzling aspects. Gobta's brow furrowed slightly. What really baffles me is why the attacker chose that exact moment to attack. At first, Kenneth didn't quite grasp Gobta's meaning. But when it dawned on him, he broke into a cold sweat. Why did the murderer choose to attack right after Ryunosuke summoned Castor? It couldn't be a mere coincidence. Considering Ryunosuke's death, it was clearly planned. The murderer had been targeting Ryunosuke long before, waiting for him to qualify as a master, summon Castor, and then eliminate him. However, how could they be certain that the Holy Grail would choose Ryunosuke as a master? Even the three founding families, creators of the Holy Grail War, couldn't dictate such matters. Could it be? Is there someone in this Holy Grail War with clairvoyance? Kenneth's expression turned increasingly grim as he began to understand the dire implications of Gobta's revelation. Gilgamesh possesses a form of clairvoyance himself, but given his personality, it's unlikely he'd resort to such tactics. Gobta spoke calmly while looking up at the silver crescent moon hanging alone in the night sky. It seems we'll have to take some risks if we want to find out who is the culprit. Fuyuki, Urban District, Dock Warehouse Area. Gobta sat on the edge of a shipping container, absent-mindedly tossing a crystal-like object up and down. Pure and immense magical energy continuously emanated from it. Can't you at least be more careful? That magical energy reactor is precious. I traded for this magical energy reactor with my own rune symbols, so it's mine, and I can do whatever to it, right? Why are you so worked up? Gobta shrugged nonchalantly. Standing on another container in the distance, Kenneth's gaze wandered as if not hearing what his servant had said. He couldn't say that after the Holy Grail War ended, Lancer, as a servant, would leave this world. So, obviously, that magical energy reactor would rightfully be his, right? Did the fish take the bait? As if sensing something, Gobta suddenly remarked and looked up ahead. In the cold moonlight, two figures were slowly approaching. Chapter 223. The cold moonlight cascaded down like a silver thread, penetrating the dock area. Boots high on the ankle trod on the cement floor, producing crisp sounds with each step. Two women arrived, one dressed in a high-end white autumn coat made of fur, wearing a white high hat on her head. Her snow-white long hair flowed like a waterfall, resembling a snow spirit. Despite appearing to be an elegant and dignified woman, her crimson eyes revealed a childlike clarity, making it difficult to judge her true age. The other woman, slightly smaller in stature, wore a sharp black suit that highlighted a neutral and competent demeanor. Golden ponytails swayed behind her, while her delicately indifferent face was adorned with a cold expression. Her pale golden eyes revealed a chilling intent. Lily. Gobta sighed inwardly as he looked at that face, so familiar it couldn't be more familiar. His eyes showed a hint of complexity. Although he had prepared himself before their meeting, seeing her in person still left him feeling a bit dazed. No words were needed. Just one look confirmed that the Artoria before him was definitely not the same person as his blood-related sister. Moreover, the Artoria from his original world had no reason to participate in the Holy Grail War in the first place. Nevertheless, looking at this familiar face, Gobta couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. However, when he noticed her cold demeanor and the perfectly shaped head without any ahog, his brow finally couldn't help but furrow. Alter, Gobta sighed. Displaying one's gaze so unabashedly is undoubtedly an act of provocation. The woman in the black suit Artoria stared at Gobta with cold eyes. As you wish, arrogant one, I'll give you defeat. His gaze, however, did not turn towards Artoria. It shifted to the white-haired woman beside her. Irisveal, why is Saber like this? Gobta asked with a hoarse voice. Irisveal, along with Tgthegood, who was hiding with a sniper rifle on top of a nearby container, was shaken. Does this unknown servant know Saber? Tgthegood with shock thought to himself. Saber, do you know him? Irisveal quickly whispered to the indifferent woman beside her. Artoria frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then shook her head. No, I've never seen him. Answer my question, Irisveal. Gobta tossed aside his magical energy reactor, which immediately disappeared into the alternate space created by Cosmic Juggernaut. He jumped down from the container, sternly staring at Irisveal as if a parent interrogating their child. Under normal circumstances, Saber should never look like this. What did you do when summoning her? Space magecraft? Was this servant a caster? Every master who observed this place through their familiars couldn't help but think the same. Wait, Saber, he seems to really know you and looks familiar with you. Irisveal carefully tugged at Artoria's sleeve, her eyes showing a fearful and worried look like a startled deer. As a homunculus created by the Ainsburn family specifically for the Holy Grail War. This was Irisveal's first time stepping into the outside world. Already nervous and scared, she appeared even more fearful and uneasy in the face of Gobta's demanding questions. Artoria frowned slightly, took a step forward, shielded Irisveal behind her, and stared indifferently at Gobta. I'm not the person you know. Hearing her response, Gobta squinted his eyes slightly. While Irisveal and Tgthegood might interpret her statement as a normal response of the honorable and chivalrous King of Knights, he knew she meant something more fundamental. Without a doubt, this Artoria from normal history had already seen through his origin. Lancer, do you know the identity of this servant? Kainatha's voice soon echoed in Gobta's ears. Gobta remained silent for a moment before responding. She's the same as me. The same as him. Kainath pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized. That servant is also King Arthur. But why would Arthur be a female? And that cold and indifferent demeanor, it's nothing like the kind and wise king in the legend. Watching the confrontation between the two servants, Kainatha's expression became somewhat peculiar. Parallel world Arthur fighting a female version of Arthur. This scene was just bizarre. Gobta's gaze seemed a bit complicated. Even though he knew the current Artoria wasn't the one he recognized, looking at her current demeanor, unnamed anger still surged within him. He could almost guess how things had unfolded. Tgthegood probably added some kind of trick during the summoning, perhaps something like mad enhancement, turning the noble and virtuous King of Knights into this current state known as Alter. The Ainsburn family was one of the 3 founding families that created the Holy Grail War. Like the Mato family, they were involved in technical aspects. Since even the Mato family possessed an advanced method like the Book of False Attendant, it wouldn't be surprising if the Ainsburn family had left some backdoors. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with my old self, but let me make it clear, don't expect any mercy from me. The Holy Grail belongs to me. Thud. Artoria suddenly stepped forward, accompanied by a strong gust of wind. Her black suit instantly transformed into a black magical armor covered in dark red patterns, with an invisible sword held in her hand. A terrifying and tyrannical aura spread, as if a ruthless ruler had descended upon the earth. You're not my match, Gobta said calmly as if stating the obvious. You underestimating me? Artoria's pale golden eyes flared with anger as if invisible blades seemed to be hidden within them. In this blackened form, though her heart and soul remained unchanged. Freed from the constraints of her usual mindset, her emotions were more evident than ever. Undoubtedly, Gobta had thoroughly provoked her. Without hesitation, Artoria stomped the ground, shattering the sturdy cement road. Like a projectile, she charged at him. The airflow created by the swings of her invisible sword turned into a violent wind, akin to 1,000 sharp blades heading toward him. Chapter 224. Gobta nonchalantly took a step forward, and a vast wave of magical energy swept up, neutralizing the oncoming wind blades. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, Artoria's eyes twitched slightly. Just with his presence alone, he could thwart her attacks effortlessly. This unknown servant was perhaps even more formidable than she had imagined. But the experienced King of Knights wouldn't be discouraged by a momentary setback. Her gaze remained cold and unforgiving as she slashed her invisible sword down towards her opponent. Gobta stepped back, evading her strike without much effort. Seizing the moment when her previous force had waned, he swung his right leg like a whip, forcefully smashing into her waist. Boom! With a resounding crash, she was sent flying, colliding with a nearby shipping container. Every master watching this scene through their familiars had their expressions change instantly. Without using weapons or even entering a proper combat stance, this unknown servant had managed to easily overpower the strongest class, Saber. The strength of this servant was unbelievably terrifying. Who on earth was he? Every master couldn't help but be bewildered. Could it be Lancelot? Tgthegood's brow furrowed slightly. Seeing that the unknown servant seemed to know Saber and witnessing such powerful strength, there was only one legendary knight of the Round Table that fit the criteria: the Knight of the Lake, Lancelot. Certainly not Merlin. A mage couldn't possibly possess such capability. Saber, Irisveil tightly clenched her hands, and a clear expression of concern appeared in her crimson eyes. After a while, Artoria emerged from the container, her armor dimming slightly, and her demeanor losing some vigor. However, the killing intent in her eyes only increased, while her aura became more ruthless. "You can see my sword?" Artoria asked in a cold tone. When she saw him stepping back, his body conveniently out of the reach of Excalibur's limit. She wouldn't believe it was a mere coincidence. "Once, I had a similar sword in my hand," Gobta replied dismissively. Caliban was actually created by Merlin as an imitation of Excalibur. There was almost no difference in appearance between the two, so he naturally knew the shape of Excalibur. "If that's the case, I don't need to continue hiding it." Artoria's wrist trembled slightly, and the invisible air dispersed. A pitch-black holy sword with red patterns appeared. Similar to the good and evil sides of the Lady of the Lake embodied by Vivian and Morgan Le Fay, the holy sword also reflected diverse aspects influenced by its wielder. Nevertheless, its essence as a holy sword remained unchanged. "Saber, didn't I tell you not to casually reveal your sword in front of outsiders?" Tgthegood's voice, which was filled with hidden anger, echoed in Artoria's ears. The tyrant king who had completely abandoned the code of chivalry responded with a cold snort. "Humph. Enough with your nonsense. I know what to do. Instead of worrying about me, focus on what you need to do. Let me remind you, if you make a mistake, I won't hesitate to cut you down first." Hearing her cold response, Tgthegood's mouth twitched slightly. Although he had successfully turned the noble King of Knights into a ruthless tyrant through the modified summoning incantation, her temper was undoubtedly awful. But for the redemption of all humanity, these were trivial matters for him. Tgthegood shook his head slightly, discarding these useless emotions. He turned his sniper rifle, using the thermal imaging scope to search for the unknown servant's master. When he turned the sniper rifle northeast, a figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. "Humph." Tgthegood's mouth curved slightly with a disdainful arc. As expected, these mages were as arrogant as ever. "Mia, in the northeast direction of Saber, atop a container near the warehouse roof, is that servant's master. As expected, it should be Kenneth from the clock tower. Can you see him?" After a moment, a woman's cold voice came through the earpiece. "No, it's a blind spot from my position." "Understood. Let's observe for now. When Saber and that servant start fighting, I'll find an opportunity to take care of his master." Tgthegood's meticulousness led him to make a calm judgment. The unknown servant was too powerful, and until now, he hadn't demonstrated specific abilities. If he acted now, he couldn't guarantee whether this servant would instantly detect him and end his life. So, he waited for the best, most perfect opportunity. He had patience because, for this day, he had waited a full 20 years. Looking at blackened Excalibur, Gobta shook his head with a hint of resignation. "I mean, is it really necessary to go this far? Aren't you afraid of exposing yourself? Since you already know my identity, whether it's exposed or not doesn't matter. I can't defeat you, and likewise, I will definitely get the Holy Grail," Artoria said with a cold tone. Boom! Her ironclad boots pounded the ground as she charged towards Gobta, her sword slashing downward. Gobta sidestepped, avoiding the slash. Her sword slash was followed by a dark magical beam, leaving a 7 to 8 meter trench on the ground. Shattered stones scattered like raindrops, tapping against the metal walls of the cargo containers. Artoria closed in, sticking to Gobta's every move. The black holy sword relentlessly slashed, offering no chance for escape. The dark magical beam surged, roaring like an enraged dragon with each of her slashes. Deep marks adorned the ground and containers as if an ancient dragon had clawed through. Kenneth, nervously watching Saber's relentless assault, quickly contacted Gobta. "Hey Lancer, counterattack. If this continues, you'll really lose." Hearing his master's panicked voice, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. As a servant, he was already at a disadvantage compared to his true form, let alone facing a heroic spirit like Artoria Alter, whose attacks were intense and ruthless, putting considerable pressure on him. No choice, Gobta sighed inwardly. A powerful wave of magical energy suddenly erupted from him, creating violent turbulence. Artoria narrowed her eyes, swinging her sword forward, intercepting the oncoming shockwave. When the magical turbulence subsided, Gobta's modern attire had transformed into a mysterious and majestic silver armor. He wielded a dark and profound spear, standing tall like a dragon. His gaze was commanding as he stared at Artoria. "Ready to welcome defeat?" Gobta spoke with a tone as calm as a still pond. Chapter 225. The raging wind swept through as a figure in silver stood firm, his imposing presence resembling an unyielding tide. All the observers' gazes unconsciously converged on him, making him, for that fleeting moment, the center of the world. That armor. Tgthegood, observing the battlefield through his sniper scope, blinked in surprise. Unsure if it was his imagination, he couldn't shake the feeling that the style of that silver armor bore a striking resemblance to Saber's. A subtle intuition even arose within him, suggesting that if Saber were summoned under normal circumstances, her armor would likely look like this unknown servant's. Tgthegood wasn't the only one to notice this. Other masters and servants hidden in the shadows had their eyes subtly flickering, various thoughts swirling in their minds. Feeling the weighty pressure, Artoria tightened her grip on her black holy sword. In her pale golden eyes that harbored a hidden ruthlessness, a hint of solemnity emerged. "You are Lancer. This is the last warning, Saber." Gobta casually twirled Black Abyss in his hand. "Tonight, my target isn't you. If you back off now, it's not too late." Upon hearing his servant's statement, Kenneth opened his mouth, intending to rebuke, but ultimately remained silent. "Sure," Artoria replied with a faint smirk on her mouth. With a step forward, propelled by mana burst, she surged towards Gobta like a black comet. The dark magical energy burned on her sword like flames. "When you're dead, I'll naturally stop." The black holy sword, enhanced by A-rank strength, descended like a colossal axe. Gobta, with a B-rank strength, naturally wouldn't choose to directly confront this attack. He pointed his left foot and turned his body aside, evading Artoria's vertical strike. Simultaneously, Black Abyss in his hand drew a semicircle in the air, swiftly slashing towards her neck like a gliding swan. Swish! Artoria leaned her upper body backward, narrowly avoiding the tip of the spear by a hair's breadth. Only a few strands of her golden hair floated down as she witnessed the black and profound spearhead pass by her forehead. She seemed to catch a whiff of the scent of death. She half-turned, planted her foot to stop her backward momentum, and then stomped forward, leveraging the recoil force to pounce ahead. The black holy sword in her hand stabbed straight for his heart. Seeing this, Gobta's gaze remained calm as water. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his deadly Black Abyss thrusting toward the vital point between Artoria's eyebrows. The length of his spear was nearly twice that of Excalibur. In a head-on clash, she would inevitably be the first to suffer. Faced with no better option, she had to abandon her attack and shift to defense, deflecting the black spear. Too slow, Gobta's tone was calm as he slid forward. Black Abyss swung out like a storm, leaving indiscernible afterimages, relentlessly aiming for Artoria's vital points. Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! Artoria gritted her teeth, continuously wielding her black holy sword to block his relentless attacks. Despite her intuition and long-standing combat experience as aides, facing Gobta's relentless onslaught, she struggled to block his fast attacks. In this condition, her agility was only at D, and against his A-rank agility, she was like an easy target. Though it seemed she was on the defensive, she remained calm. She knew that agile warriors like him usually lacked endurance. With her endurance at A-rank, she believed that if she could endure, an opportunity would arise. Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! The black holy sword clashed with the black spear, creating a clear and resonant dragon-like sound. Brilliant sparks scattered, magical waves surged, turning into a raging wind that swept in all directions in the not-so-large battlefield. All masters watching the battle fell silent. This kind of battle, transcending reality, was beyond their comprehension. Only now did they deeply feel the gap between heroic spirits and ordinary humans. They're like monsters wearing human skin. Tgthegood's expression grew slightly serious as he muttered. He had read the records of the Einsburn family regarding past Holy Grail wars. Frankly, when he first read those records, he even doubted how much brandy the author had consumed while writing them. Could such scenes really happen in reality? He had raised that question, but the Einsburn old man didn't explain much, only saying that he would eventually witness such a scene with his own eyes. It turned out that experience makes one wiser. He had underestimated these legendary figures who had left their mark on history. Dealing with the masters directly is more practical. Tgthegood made a decision. Unless deploying a truly elite force, ordinary armed militants and mages were no different from paper in front of these beings. Now that Saber and Lancer were entangled, it was the perfect opportunity to execute his plan. He turned his sniper rifle, aimed at the previously locked position, and looked at the cold blue screen displaying a figure composed of red and orange. Lancer's master must have used magecraft to cover his presence. As one of the lords of the clock tower, his expertise in magecraft was undoubtedly top-notch in this Holy Grail war. That was why he could confidently stand there. However, such methods were ineffective against machines. The mage killer, with a calm expression, pulled the trigger. PSTT. The sniper rifle recoiled slightly and the muffled gunshot was reduced to a low hum by the silencer. The 7.62 bullet sped through the air at 400 meters per second, heading straight for the target's head. It's over. Tgthegood's eyes narrowed slightly as if he had already seen the outcome. A mage unprepared for a sniper shot couldn't withstand it, even if they were a lord of the clock tower. In 0.3 seconds, that head would explode like a firework. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Mercury-like frozen water suddenly surged from Kenneth's feet, forming a silver-white shield, intercepting the bullet that could shatter a lion's head easily. How is this possible? The usually composed mage killer widened his eyes in shock. This was simply beyond science. With human reaction speed, it was impossible to make a timely and effective response in that situation. After a brief moment of shock, Tgthegood quickly regained his composure, and quickly activated Time Alter, Double Excel. With a speed far beyond that of an ordinary human, he retreated with his sniper rifle along the pre-planned route. One shot failed, flee 1,000 miles. That was the basic skill for an assassin. Lingering in one place only increased the risk of being attacked. If that lord and his servant reacted in time, he would truly have no chance of escape. Mia, the operation has failed, retreat quickly. Understood. With that, both of them left their position. Chapter 226. Kenneth looked nervously at the shiny copper bullet before him. The battle between Gobta and Saber moments ago had completely absorbed his attention. He never expected someone to attack him at this moment. If Gobta hadn't modified Volumen Hydrargyrum in advance to give it automatic defense capabilities, he might have truly met his end. Just as Gobta had warned, that man was indeed a war dog without any scruples. Although Kenneth hadn't witnessed the attack himself, Gobta's warning made him immediately confirm the identity of the attacker. He glared in the direction of the incoming bullet, but all he saw was a stack of cold containers, with no sign of anyone. Quite a fast runner. Lord El Meloy, who had suffered losses, was quite displeased. Since tonight's operation was entirely spontaneous on Gobta's part, he hadn't prepared in advance. Otherwise, he could have detained that despicable dog. This sudden change naturally caught the attention of both sides engaged in the intense battle. The blackened Artoria cursed her useless master internally, while her opponent seemed to hesitate and become distracted, and indeed, the speed of his spear noticeably slowed. A perfect chance. Artoria's pale golden eyes flashed, and with a forceful lift of her black holy sword, she parried the black spear, then lunged straight at her momentarily vulnerable opponent. You fell for it. Gobta's calm voice suddenly echoed near her ear. She shivered with a strong sense of impending danger. A chilling sensation shot up from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Whoosh! The spear's thrusting sound was like a dragon's roar. Artoria only saw a black shadow flash by, like a swift swan passing through. In the blink of an eye, the black and profound spear was pointing at her forehead. With one step forward, it could pierce through her head completely. Terrifying spearmanship. Artoria's pupils contracted suddenly. Though her mindset shifted because of the blackening, her knowledge hadn't diminished. Such extraordinary spearmanship almost entered the realm of the gods. In her memory, the only one who could contend with this spearmanship might be that frivolous white-haired scoundrel. The cold moonlight soon illuminated the ruined dock area. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on Lancer pointing his spear at Saber. Could it be that tonight, a servant would be eliminated? Tgthegood, hidden in the shadows, clenched his fist tightly in anxiety. The distance between Saber and Lancer was too close. Even if he used a command spell to summon Saber back, Lancer could kill her before that happened. But without Saber, he couldn't possibly win this Holy Grail war alone. Damn it, is this the end for me? Tgthegood exclaimed with frustration inside his mind. Artoria looked at the black spear pointed at her own forehead, then shifted her gaze to those indifferent black pupils. I lost. After a moment of silence, she slightly lowered her head and spoke with a tone devoid of any fluctuation. Saber, Irisveel's gaze gradually dimmed. Tgthegood had miscalculated, and now Saber was defeated. Was their long-cherished wish really destined to end here? Did you know that your master just ambushed mine? Gobta asked casually. Hearing his question, Artoria furrowed her brows slightly. After a moment, she nodded slightly. I know. Don't you have anything to say about that? Gobta asked again. If you expect me to feel guilty about such a despicable and dirty act like my old self would, then I'm sorry, I've long abandoned those useless emotions, I will use any means necessary for victory. Artoria calmly stared at Gobta, her tone steady. As long as I can win the Holy Grail, I don't care about the methods. What if I tell you that the Holy Grail has already been contaminated? Then I'll still give it a try. Artoria's gaze remained unchanged. Gobta fell silent for a moment and then sighed helplessly. If I could, I really want to give you a good beating. He dismissed Black Abyss and turned to walk away. Hey, Lancer. What are you doing? Why don't you kill her? Kenneth was bewildered, and the other observers felt the same. Lancer had the chance to eliminate the strongest Saber, so why stop now? Kenneth, is the Holy Grail your goal? Gobta asked in return. No, it's not. Kenneth hesitated for a moment and instinctively responded. He never believed the so-called Holy Grail was a truly omnipotent wish-granting machine and had no particular thoughts about it. Since you do not need the Holy Grail, whether Saber lives or dies shouldn't matter to you, right? Gobta jumped onto the top of a container. I've proven through my actions that I'm stronger than Saber, isn't that enough for you? Hearing his servant's reasoning, Kenneth hesitated once more. His purpose in participating in the Holy Grail War was to add enough achievements to his life experiences, proving that he wasn't just a theoretical scholar. Now, with his summoned servant triumphing over the mightiest class Saber, he had, in a sense, achieved his objective. However, this time, Saber didn't unleash her noble phantasm. Who knows if you can defeat her like this again next time? Don't worry, I know what her noble phantasm is, Gobta said calmly and glanced at the black holy sword in Artoria's hand. Even if she does release it, I have a way to counter it. Kenneth was still a bit dissatisfied. He didn't doubt the strength of his own servant, just annoyed by the other's assertive behavior. Oh, right, I will leave this world after the Holy Grail War is over and unfortunately, can't take the magical energy reactor with me. Can you help me figure out what to do with it? Gobta continued. Now we're drawing too much attention, it's not a good thing. It's easy to provoke other participants to unite against us. Saber's strength is not bad either. Keeping her can help us deal with the other servants and relieve some pressure for us. Kenneth instantly changed his mind after hearing magical energy reactor. Indeed, you are worthy of being my master, your grasp of the situation is spot on, Gobta said with a smile. Kenneth didn't respond and only lowered his head, hiding his blushing face. Chapter 227. Meanwhile, Artoria looked at Gobta on top of the container, various indescribable emotions flickering in her pale golden eyes. Why don't you kill me? I said from the beginning that you're not my target tonight, Gobta replied casually. She looked at him deeply, trying to understand his intention. A moment later, her magical armor turned back into the black suit, and she walked silently toward Irisveel. Saber, are you okay? Irisveel approached, her crimson eyes showing clear concern. I'm fine, Irisveel. Artoria shook her head, paused, and continued. Go back and tell Tgthegood that without absolute certainty, don't casually engage Lancer in combat. Irisveel nodded solemnly. Lancer's strength was undeniable, and facing such an opponent without good preparation might lead to defeat in the next encounter. It was uncertain whether he would show mercy again at that time. By the way, Saber, you really have no clue about Lancer's true identity? Irisveel still couldn't quite grasp why Lancer seemed so familiar with Saber, while Saber remained oblivious to Lancer. At first, I had no idea, but now I'm pretty sure I've figured out who he is, Artoria nodded slightly. If I'm not mistaken, he should be. Before she could finish, however, Gobta's voice abruptly cut in. To all of you little rats who dare not appear. He spoke calmly while looking up at the dim, heavy sky. His voice, though not loud, reached everyone's ears clearly. I'm the chosen king of Britain, Arthur. Stepping up as Lancer in this Holy Grail war. To all heroic spirits summoned by the Holy Grail, if you haven't forgotten the courage you once had as heroes, show yourselves before me. Of course, if you're just timid spirits lacking the courage to appear, brace yourselves for my scorn. King Arthur. Everyone was taken aback, especially Irisveal and Tgthegood. They had already summoned King Arthur on their side, so why was there another one? The throne of heroes exists independently outside the world and time axis, connecting countless parallel worlds. These worlds have their own unique development paths, so sometimes you get different heroic spirits with the same origin. Artoria explained with a calm tone. I see, Irisveal nodded in understanding. So, this King Arthur is essentially another version of you from a parallel world? No, Artoria looked at Gobta with a slightly complicated gaze. He and I are not the same. After Gobta's declaration settled, there was a moment of silence. Suddenly, from the sky, a muffled thunderous sound echoed. Accompanied by hearty laughter, a chariot pulled by two divine bulls descended like a meteor, its red-haired giant driver gazing appreciatively at Gobta. Quahaha, as expected from the King of Britain, your courage is truly admirable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the King of Conquerors, Iskandar, entering as rider in this Holy Grail war. Say, how about you two join me for the thrill of conquering the world together, Lancer, Saber. The King of Conquerors, Iskandar, also known as Alexander the Great, the foremost among the four greatest military commanders in Western history, once studied under the renowned Greek philosopher Aristotle. He unified Greece, swept through the Middle East, effortlessly occupied Egypt without losing a single soldier, and absorbed Persia. He stood as an unparalleled emperor who conquered 3 of the 4 ancient civilizations. Now, summoned by the Holy Grail, he descended upon the mortal realm once more, riding the divine chariot Gordius will to fulfill the unaccomplished ambitions of his past life. Though the Holy Grail summoned us here to kill each other, if you two are willing to join me and hand over the Holy Grail, I promise to treat you as friends. We can share the joy of conquering the world together. What do you say? The spirited man laughed heartily, his words bordering on whimsical and even fanciful, yet no one detected a hint of jest. Undoubtedly, this man was dead serious. Making such jests in front of the King of Britain, your audacity knows no bounds, rider. Artoria's eyes flashed with a cold glare, her entire being emanating cold magical energy tinged with unmistakable hostility. Facing the King of Conquerors who suddenly appeared, her heart brimmed with intense disgust. If not for Irisveal behind her, she would have thrust her sword at him long ago. Oh. Do you mean you're also the King of Britain, Arthur? Iskandar widened his eyes in surprise, then burst into laughter. Interesting. Truly fascinating. To have 2 kings of Britain at the same time in this Holy Grail war, I never expected such a splendid scene to happen in this king's presence. Gwahaha. Another King Arthur. Even though they suspected it, all masters lurking in the shadows couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. Summoning the same heroic spirit in the same Holy Grail war was an unheard of phenomenon. If they were both King Arthur, why did these two look so different? Many couldn't help but wonder since, for most mages, the concept of parallel worlds remained quite distant. However, Iskandar scratched his head, pointing at Gobta not far away. Forgive me for being frank, Saber, but in my eyes, Lancer looks more like King Arthur than you do. Agree, everyone, including Tgthegood and Irisveal, secretly nodded in agreement. Male, handsome, powerful, confident except for the different hair and eye color, Lancer was evidently a better fit for people's general perception of King Arthur. As for Saber, her tyrannical and oppressive disposition alone made it impossible for people to associate her with the legendary noble king of knights. Chapter 228. Are you provoking me, rider? Angry flames burned in Artoria's pale golden eyes as her magical armor reappeared. She took a step forward, wielding her black holy sword with a chilling aura surged forward. Don't mind it, rider, Saber is indeed King Arthur, just twisted into this form by her master during the summoning, Gobta said with a smile. Oh. So that's how it is. No wonder Lancer was furious earlier, distorting these renowned heroes for one's own desires is such a vile and dirty act, it truly irks me. He respected the strong, even enemies. He would extend a hand without hesitation to a defeated foe, adhering to the principle of victory without annihilation, dominance without humiliation. The actions of Saber's master, which distorted the will of a hero, were an undeniable insult and unforgivable in his eyes. Iskandar stared at Irisveal emotionlessly, his intense gaze filled with strong killing intent with an overwhelming pressure descended like a tidal wave. Irisveal involuntarily took a step back, fear evident on her lovely face. For a homunculus born just 9 years ago, facing the King of Conquerors was undeniably a significant pressure she couldn't endure. Still hiding in the shadows, Tgthegood clenched his fist tightly, while his expression darkened visibly. A dark figure soon stood in front of Irisveal. Though petite, she stood firm like an unyielding needle in the sea. "This is my choice, Rider. If you continue targeting my master like this, I'll consider it as a challenge," Artoria said while narrowing her eyes. Iskandar blinked, then burst into laughter. "Gwahaha. All right, if that's what you want, Saber, I won't hold it against you." The heavy pressure instantly receded like a tide. Irisveal immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but a sudden sense of exhaustion overcame her, causing her to slump. A black-armored arm reached out, stabilizing her in time. "Thank you, Saber." "No problem," Artoria responded indifferently. "What about you, Lancer?" Iskandar turned to Gobta. "Would you consider my proposal? We can discuss the terms." Just as expected, a hot-blooded fool, just like in the original, Gobta thought and smirked with a hint of helplessness. "I am the king of Britain. I cannot submit to another king. Besides, I'm only temporarily staying in this world. Once my purpose is fulfilled, I'll leave." "Is that so? What a pity. See? I told you it wouldn't be that simple, you big dummy." A short figure of a young man, with a haircut to the neck, climbed out of the chariot and angrily tapped his frail arms at Iskandar. Pitifully, the power of the young man wouldn't even scratch an itch on Iskandar, standing over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles. "Waver Velvet, it seems that Ryder's group hasn't changed at all." Gobta's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. Kenneth, who had been on edge since the failed assassination attempt, spotted the familiar figure in the chariot. His eyes instantly boiled with endless rage. Instinctively, he wanted to step forward and harshly reprimand the traitor who had stolen his catalyst. However, shortly after, he realized that, as a lord of the clock tower and the 9th-generation head of the Archibald family, shouting like a ruffian would be unbecoming of him. As a noble, even in the face of a student's betrayal, one must maintain the appropriate elegance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kenneth replaced the serious expression on his face with a light smile and stepped forward with a calm pace, using magecraft to amplify his voice. "Waver Velvet. Professor Kenneth." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Waver's body instantly stiffened, and a look of fear openly appeared on his face. "Good, that's the reaction I want." Watching his student's reaction, Kenneth nodded satisfactorily in his mind, then continued his speech. "Stealing my catalyst to join the Holy Grail War. Do you want to prove you're stronger than those mages and demonstrate your theories aren't wrong? Laughable. In that case, I'll set up a special extracurricular lesson for you. Let me teach you, without holding back, the mutual slaughter among mages and the terror and pain within. You should feel honored about it." His act is pretty believable. Isn't this also his first time participating in this so-called slaughter among mages? Gobta silently pierced through the facade of his master's bravado. Fear of Kenneth and the terror of death instantly filled Waver's heart. He clutched his head with both hands, trembling as if he had already foreseen his own doomed fate. But suddenly, a pair of large hands patted his back. He instinctively raised his head, meeting a rugged face with red-colored hair. "Rider. Don't forget what I told you, Master. If you follow this king, you must have the courage to face the world. That's the true conquest." Gwahaha. Iskandar cracked a wild laugh, turned his head to the empty void, and shouted loudly. "Heard that, unknown mage? To command the one who rides with this king, you must be a warrior capable of fighting on the battlefield with me. Cowards without the courage to even show themselves aren't qualified at all." Gwahaha. Damn red-haired ape, Kenneth gritted his teeth as he heard Ryder's insulting statement, intending to have Lancer teach this servant who didn't know his place a lesson. However, before he could, an arrogant voice suddenly interrupted. "A mere mongrel from who knows where dares to prattle in front of this king. Should I say you're audacious, or just ignorant?" A golden glow abruptly materialized out of nowhere and gathered on top of a street lamp. A golden-haired man, clad in the same golden-colored armor, stood tall. His crimson eyes revealed an ancient and indifferent gaze as he overlooked the people below him. However, when his gaze fell on Gobta, he couldn't help but pause. The height of the shipping container where Gobta was, happened to match the height of the street lamp he stood on, preventing him from looking down on Gobta as he did with others. The man furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly dismissed this minor issue, continuing to arrogantly survey the people below. "You mongrels who ignore my presence and claim to be kings, are you ready to face my punishment?" Chapter 229. Gilgamesh. Gobta thought of that famous name and squinted his eyes as he gazed at the dazzling golden king atop the street lamp. Judging from his extravagant attire and arrogant tone, it seemed like this archer Gilgamesh hadn't changed much. So far, 5 servants had already appeared, Gobta pondered silently. "Hey, you with the shiny gold over there. Iskandar yelled while pulling out his sword and pointing it at Gilgamesh with evident displeasure. What's that supposed to mean? I, King Iskandar, am a well-known conqueror. Ridiculous. Throughout history, the only true king worthy of the title is me, alone, above everything. As for the rest, they're just a bunch of mongrels. 1/3 human, 2/3 god, Gobta quipped at Gilgamesh, smiling with his pitch-black eyes devoid of warmth. Speaking of mongrels, you're not that different, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh? The king of heroes? Boom. A cold killing intent descended, like thousands of swords pricking at everyone's skin. A mere mongrel with quite the audacity, Gilgamesh's voice remained calm, but anyone could hear the underlying anger, like a volcano that had been suppressed for too long, ready to shake the entire world when it erupted. Many golden ripples emerged behind Gilgamesh, radiant gold illuminating the entire world. Various uniquely shaped weapons slowly emerged from the ripples, exuding heavy pressure and a majestic atmosphere. How is that possible? Waver widened his eyes in an instant. Those are all noble phantasms, right? Typically, noble phantasms represented a heroic spirit's existence through historical facts and anecdotes. Born from human imagination as their core. Limited by their class, each servant should have a finite number of noble phantasms. However, Gilgamesh effortlessly displayed so many noble phantasms without batting an eye. This was simply unfair. Ah, so that's the gate of Babylon, huh? Iskandar mused, rubbing his chin as he eyed the golden ripples. After pondering for a while, he patted Waver's head. Hold tight, master, it's time to make a run for it. Huh? Waver widened his eyes, looking back at Ryder. Didn't you say we were here to conquer them? Haven't you seen? That guy's already pissed off. Inside that thing are the prototypes of every noble phantasm in history. I wouldn't mind if he threw them all out on me, but, master, your safety would be a different story. Thinking about being turned into Swiss cheese by hundreds of noble phantasms, Waver shivered and quickly grabbed Iskandar's cloak. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Gwahaha. Let's call it a day for now, dear mages and heroes who have descended upon us, we shall meet again another day. Iskandar laughed heartily and drove his divine chariot towards the distance. Despite retreating, he still managed to display a triumphant aura. Saber, maybe we should retreat too, Irisveal said with a hint of worry. Gilgamesh, who wielded hundreds of noble phantasms, was too overwhelming for her. Even though his target was Lancer, he didn't seem like the kind of man who cared about collateral damage. Staying here would risk everyone. Artoria hesitated, glanced at the distant silver figure, and shook her head slightly. You go first, Irisveal, I'll stay here and see what that man's really got up his sleeve. Since Lancer could easily reveal Gilgamesh's true name, it indicated a significant understanding of his abilities. Choosing to provoke Gilgamesh under these circumstances meant Lancer either was a fool or had the confidence to counter that golden man. Well, understood, Saber, be careful, Irisveal said reluctantly, looking worriedly at Artoria before leaving. Kayneth, you planning to retreat too? Gobta reminded Kayneth through their contract. The next battle might be dangerous, and I might not be able to protect you. Don't embarrass me, Lancer, Kayneth answered, then retreated as quickly as possible. I know. In the blink of an eye, the entire dock area emptied. Artoria stood on the edge, observing the two servants, one silver, one gold, facing each other. Gilgamesh stared at Gobta indifferently, his crimson eyes revealing an icy chill. A cruel and sinister smile soon tugged at his lips. Arrogant mongrel, pay the price for your audacity. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, hundreds of noble phantasms emerged from the golden ripples. Like projectiles whistling toward Gobta. Each one held a storied history and formidable power, even if thrown casually, far surpassing the imagination of an ordinary person. In the black depths of Gobta's eyes, the relentless torrent of weapon rain reflected itself. However, his expression remained unchanged. Finite are all things, illusions are fleeting and ephemeral, and therein lies the reality. Gobta's deep voice echoed through the heavens and earth. Void archives, seventh plural mimicry, rain and heaven. Like the gate of Babylon, instead of golden ripples. Countless black holes surrounded by golden rings emerged from behind Gobta. In the next moment, hundreds of golden spears emerged and launched out like a golden torrent, colliding with the oncoming weapons. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions echoed through the air, and the dazzling light banished the darkness. If it weren't for Kayneth's preemptive bounded field concealing the area, such a tumultuous disturbance would have already roused the entire Fuyuki, possibly mistaken for a gas leak. Gate of Babylon. Gilgamesh furrowed his brow slightly. No, that's not the gate of Babylon. It's a noble phantasm I've never seen before, and those spears are also the same. This was not normal. According to the norm, his gate of Babylon should contain prototypes of all noble phantasms in the world. Yet, the noble phantasm that Lancer unleashed at this moment was not in his collection. Destruction is not brought about by ignorance and foolishness but by arrogance and pride. As Gobta spoke, a black spear materialized in his hand, its black and profound tip shimmering with the edge of death. Thinking that a treasury can contain everything, believing that having clairvoyance can see through all, you are the true arrogant one, Gilgamesh. Now, it's time for you to face judgment. Chapter 230. Judgment, you say? Gilgamesh muttered, his eyes exuding a coldness that could freeze time itself. Extreme anger twisted his lips into a sinister smile. Only a mongrel dares to speak such words. He raised his hand, and behind him, the golden ripples expanded even more. Countless divine weapons freely danced through the air as if they cost nothing, rushing fiercely towards Gobta, seemingly intent on sinking the entire dock area. In response, the black holes behind Gobta also expanded. Filled with countless golden imitations of the black abyss mimicked by the void archives. They launched and transformed into an endless stream of golden light. The black night sky changed into a fierce golden hue, colliding with numerous noble phantasms renowned in history from the gate of Babylon. Boom! 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 Like small nuclear explosions, deafening blasts echoed through the heavens and the earth consecutively, thick smoke billowing without stopping. Seeing this, Gilgamesh's face darkened terribly. He had always used his absolute advantage in noble phantasms to suppress others. Now, this unknown mongrel possessed the same abilities as him. It was a blatant challenge. He should be the only king under the heavens. His authority was the only eternal one. Whether Lancer's noble phantasms were genuine or imitation, such existence could not be tolerated. Those who blaspheme against his kingship must pay with their lives. Let me tell you the difference between original and fake. Gilgamesh exclaimed with anger. It was as if the sky had opened countless golden eyes, golden ripples covered it densely. Endless and infinite, illuminating the deep night into boundless golden brilliance. In such a magnificent scene, any creature could only lament its own insignificance. All masters, who used their familiars to observe the battle of the two kings, witnessed this magnificent scene with wide eyes. Their expressions transformed from curiosity to complete astonishment. If all these noble phantasms were truly unleashed, the dock area would be obliterated. Such a commotion would undoubtedly cause a stir in the world. Not revealing mystery to ordinary people was a basic rule in the world of magecraft. That's why, when destruction caused by the Holy Grail War occurred, they always used gas leaks as an excuse. However, watching Gilgamesh, who was obviously engulfed in anger, no one dared to interfere. In such a situation, even if the gods themselves descended, they would probably be mercilessly targeted by this king of heroes. The only one capable of stopping Gilgamesh now would be his master. Yet, facing a servant with such a foul temper, would any master dare to intervene? Every master shook their heads silently. If they forcibly summoned Gilgamesh back with a command spell at this moment, those noble phantasms would likely find a new target. Their eyes turned to the figure clad in silver. The only remaining hope now rested on the one who bore the name of the chosen king, Arthur. Artoria stood on the edge of the dock area while gripping her black holy sword. Her hand tightened and loosened, seemingly hesitating. A faint trace of indecision appeared in her pale golden eyes. This time, let me see how you'll block this. Gilgamesh grinned maliciously, raising his hand and sweeping it through the air. Swords, spears, axes, and countless noble phantasms, shrouded in a thick ancient aura, descended at a speed surpassing sound, like a golden torrent. Gobta observed the noble phantasms raining down like a storm. Not only had their numbers increased, but their ranks had also noticeably risen. Almost all of them were now B rank or higher noble phantasms. The void archives in his hands were merely imitations created by the throne of heroes. Naturally weaker than the original. With the added nerfs of mimicking another divine key using Void Archive's ability, the actual rank of these imitations of imitations probably fell within the range of C to B-. Blocking so many B-rank noble phantasms with them was impossible. Gilgamesh clearly saw through this weakness, prompting him to make such adjustments. His goal was to resolve the situation in one round, leaving no chance for Gobta to fight back. However, who said Gobta had to choose a head-on collision? Remembering what Kiana as the Hershers of the Void did in the animation trailer, a slight curve appeared on his lips. Using the power of Cosmic Juggernaut, he pressed his thumb and middle finger together, gently snapping his fingers. Snap! As if corresponding with the golden ripples in the sky, numerous black holes emerged from above Gobta's head, resembling bottomless abysses. They swallowed all the flying noble phantasms from the gate of Babylon, leaving the scene calm and undisturbed without a trace, as if these noble phantasms had never existed. The silver frosty moon cast a cold gleam, and the scene soon fell into a deathly silence. So many noble phantasms, all gone in an instant. Deep confusion was evident in everyone's eyes. This scene had completely exceeded their understanding. They couldn't help but doubt if they were dreaming. Those were thousands of B-rank noble phantasms, yet they vanished before their eyes in the blink of an eye. Even if you threw thousands of stones to the ground, at least there would be a sound. However, so many powerful noble phantasms had descended, but there was no reaction whatsoever. It was beyond incredible and was downright surreal. Staring at the towering silver figure, everyone couldn't help but share the same doubt. Is King Arthur this powerful? Saber, do you have that ability we just witnessed? Tgthegood's voice suddenly echoed in Artoria's mind. No, Artoria replied with a furrowed brows. I see, I understand. Tgthegood sighed almost imperceptibly and then severed the connection with her. Artoria unknowingly felt pissed. Gobta gazed at Gilgamesh in the distance, whose face had turned almost as dark as the bottom of a pot. I'm not a fan of keeping other people's things, so it's better to return them to their rightful owner. Take it back, Gilgamesh, I'm returning your beloved noble phantasms, Gobta said casually with a light chuckle. Snap. He snapped his fingers again, and the black holes reappeared, but this time, they didn't unfold flat like before. Instead, they formed a circle centered around Gilgamesh. As Gilgamesh stared at the black and deep holes surrounding him, his crimson eyes suddenly contracted to a needle-like size. Yuba. Boom. 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 Gilgamesh roared with anger, but before he could finish, a series of rapid explosions drowned out his voice. The noble phantasms that had been swallowed by the black holes earlier flew out again at the same speed, like a shower of golden lights, completely covering Gilgamesh's figure. Continuous explosions erupted, quickly shrouded in thick smoke. Everyone watched this scene, involuntarily swallowing hard, feeling a sense of sorrow. The bombardment lasted a full 10 minutes before ending. When the smoke cleared, Gilgamesh reappeared in front of everyone. The King of Heroes no longer had the majestic appearance of a god descending to earth. His golden armor was shattered, and his body was covered in grim scratches. Flesh and blood were blurred in many places, with crimson blood continuously flowing. His hair was charred black, and even his right hand had been severed. He looked very gloomy and miserable. You, bastard, Gilgamesh gritted his teeth, staring at Gobta with great anger. The previous bombardment had depleted all his defensive noble phantasms, but even so, he still had to pay a considerable price. Please temporarily retreat, Your Majesty, your current condition is very dangerous, continuing to fight may endanger your life. A man's voice suddenly echoed in Gilgamesh's ears. Are you underestimating me, Tokiomi? Gilgamesh roared like a wild beast, rage boiled in his crimson eyes. I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card. I must make that bastard pay. He raised his hand again, and from the golden ripple, golden chains leaped out like dragons, entwining towards Gobta. You can't hide it from me, Arthur. Like me, you also possess divinity. As long as you have divinity, you can't escape the binding of Enkidu, but since you're challenging me head-on, I'll give you a satisfying battle. Gilgamesh was indeed an arrogant king, domineering and self-centered. He was challenging to get along with, but if recognized by him, he would express his appreciation generously. Although Gobta had caused Gilgamesh considerable trouble, he also proved the strength worthy of the title of king. Faced with such an opponent, Gilgamesh would naturally give due respect. The chains of heaven, Enkidu, Gobta muttered and then smirked as he gazed upon the most cherished noble phantasm of Gilgamesh. Indeed, it's highly effective against me, but the catch is, it has to bind me for it to work, right? Rattle. 13 golden spears with trailing chains soared out from Gobta's back. It entangled with the approaching chains, sparking dazzling lights and erupting into the crisp sound of clashes between golden and iron, like ancient dragons in combat. Gilgamesh's pupils suddenly shrank. Enkidu isn't working either. Damn it, where did this bastard get so many noble phantasms? Gilgamesh exclaimed with anger in his mind. The King of Heroes, who usually dominated and bullied others with the advantage of his abundant noble phantasms, now experienced being suppressed in the same way by another. From the beginning of the battle until now, he hadn't seized any advantage. Both the Gate of Babylon and Enkidu were utterly useless before this black-haired man. Every ability of this man seemed tailor-made to counter him, completely restraining him. Reveal your final trump card, Gilgamesh, Gobta, wielding Black Abyss, advance step by step while speaking in a cold and ruthless tone. Otherwise, you'll have no chance left. Humph, as you wish. Gilgamesh responded without hesitation. In this situation, his only remaining hope for a comeback was Ea. However, just as he reached his hand into the golden ripple to pull Ea, a tall and black figure suddenly blocked his way. As Gobta looked at the familiar face in front of Gilgamesh, he involuntarily halted his step and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. See you Chulain. Chapter 231. As Gobta looked at the familiar face in front of Gilgamesh, he involuntarily halted his step and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. See you Chulain. The ferocious-looking crimson spear. As if coagulated from fresh blood, the pitch-black armor adorned with menacing spikes, the ice-cold tail covering his sturdy frame, the ominous aura emanating from every corner of his body, and the ferocious, murderous temperament palpable even from 100 meters away, all highlighted that the newcomer was none other than a servant of this holy grail war berserker. Gobta gazed at the familiar face, his brows slightly furrowed. Never in his wildest thoughts did he imagine Siyu Chulain being summoned as a berserker in this holy grail war. Judging by those cold, emotionless eyes, this Siyu Chulain was likely not the one he knew, and just like Artoria and Balter. Who summoned you, you mad dog? Get lost. I don't need your help. Did Archer's master and Berserker's master form an alliance? All masters who witnessed this scene weren't fools either. Upon hearing Gilgamesh's words, they quickly understood what was happening. So, it was Kodomine Kirai who summoned Siyu Chulain. Gobta's eyes revealed a pensive expression. Only that priest, shrouded in the confusion of his own existence, would extend a helping hand to Gilgamesh in such a situation. No doubt, this was an order from Tosaka Tokiomi. It seemed that to save Gilgamesh, he didn't care about exposing his relationship with Kirai. TCH, if you weren't such a trash, I wouldn't have bothered showing up. Siyu Chulain sneered at Gilgamesh, a mocking curve appearing on his lips. Mocking others is one thing, but getting beaten up after mocking them? If I were you, I'd be so ashamed that I'd be slashing my own throat by now, Gilgamesh. A talking insane berserker. Everyone couldn't help but express a strong surprise. Everyone knew that berserkers lost their rationality and shouldn't possess any logical thinking ability. Let alone articulate words so coherently. This was an unprecedented situation in previous Holy Grail wars. Confusion arose in everyone's hearts. What was happening to this Holy Grail war? Not only were there two King Arthur, but now there was a sane berserker who could communicate normally. Could it be that this Holy Grail war was rigged? What did you say, you damned mad dog? Enraged by Siyu Chulain's insults, Gilgamesh opened the gate of Babylon on the spot. Dozens of golden ripples appeared, ready to add a few more spikes to Siyu Chulain's body. By the power of my command spell, quell thine anger and withdraw, King of Heroes. A deep and rich voice suddenly echoed in Gilgamesh's ears. Soon, a strong pulling force acted upon him, involuntarily transforming his body into spiritual particles. Tokiomi, you've got some nerve to order me around. I swear I'll chop you up. Escape. Gobta's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, Black Abyss in his hand thrust forward like a black lightning bolt. However, at that moment, a streak of crimson spear shadows suddenly tore through the air, whistling toward him. He instinctively turned his spear towards it, colliding with the crimson spear shadow. Clang! The clash of the two spears sent sparks flying, the sound resembling a dragon's roar. The tremendous force traveled along the spear, forcing Gobta to involuntarily retreat more than 10 meters. As a berserker, Siyu Chulain's strength had reached A, while Gobta was only at B. In a pure strength contest, he stood no chance against Siyu Chulain. Blocked by Siyu Chulain, Gobta missed the opportunity to kill Gilgamesh and could only watch as the latter completely turned into spiritual particles and vanished. Though I don't really like that trash, since my master gave the order, I've got to comply. With the ferocious-looking Gibalg in his hand, Siyu Chulain smirked, his tail with black and red spikes swinging casually, and his crimson eyes filled with unhidden madness. I watched your fight with Saber earlier, are you that old hag's disciple? Old hag, Gobta's mouth twitched slightly, then nodded. Sort of. In my memories, there's no record of your existence, so, the one who trained you must be a different old hag from a different world, huh? Siyu Chulain assessed Gobta. Have we ever fought? Gobta naturally understood the implication and nodded slightly. When I was little, you used training as an excuse to spar with me. Every time, I ended up covered in injuries and couldn't get out of bed for a whole day. Mother, she would drag you over and give you a good scolding every time she saw it. Every time you lay in bed, it was 3 times worse than me. Recalling those old days, Gupta's gaze softened slightly. After I turned 7, we basically had a spar every 3 days. Of course, I was mostly losing until I was 10, after that, I could barely hold my own against you. By the time I turned 14, I could pretty much fight you evenly. In just 16 years, he had mastered his spearmanship to its peak. Thanks not only to Scathach's teachings but also to Siyu Chulin's sparring sessions. Back then, he had only 2 wishes to escape the land of shadows and to give Siyu Chulin a good beating with his spear. Haha, sounds interesting. Siyu Chulin's lips curled into a sinister smile, revealing sharp teeth like a wild beast. Despite maintaining composure, in this state, he exuded a strong sense of madness, giving off a feeling as if he could pounce and bite at any moment. Though I'd love to test your spearmanship, my master has ordered a retreat. Since that's the case, let's save the battle for next time. I hope by then, you can entertain me, Lancer. With a crazed smile, Siyu Chulin's figure dispersed into countless spiritual particles, gradually fading away. Gupta stood in silence for a long time, then released a melancholic sigh. No wonder your spearmanship is so exquisite. Turns out, you learned it from the Queen of the Land of Shadows. A cold voice approached, and Artoria walked slowly toward Gupta. Yeah, but that was a long time ago. Gupta smiled and waved his hand. Alright, they're gone, let's call it a night for now. It's time for me to return. His silver armor transformed back into the previous casual attire of a hoodie and jeans. Walking across the destroyed and unrecognizable dock area, he headed towards the distance. Artoria silently watched his retreating figure. This man who had just defeated the King of Heroes emitted an indescribable sense of loneliness. Oh, by the way, almost forgot, there's one more thing. Gupta suddenly stopped and turned to look at Artoria. A warm smile soon appeared on his face. Good night, wish you sweet dreams tonight. Chapter 232. Fuyuki, Hotel. Shimmering spiritual particles of dazzling gold converged from the void, coalescing into the form of Gupta. So, this is what it feels like to be in spiritual form. Gupta squeezed his own hand, then shrugged. No wonder nobody likes it. It was his first attempt to try spiritual form, and the sensation was akin to turning into rootless duckweed, a spirit with no tangible existence. Convenient, perhaps, but utterly uncomfortable. You did well, Lancer. Kenneth rose from the sofa, admiringly gazing at Gupta. Gupta's performance tonight couldn't have pleased him more. Single-handedly taking on both the King of Heroes and the King of Knights. And effortlessly emerging victorious. Such a brilliant record would be unparalleled in the annals of the Holy Grail Wars. If it weren't for maintaining his noble image, Kenneth might have felt the urge to burst into big laughter. The only regret, perhaps, was that none of the servants had been eliminated tonight. Nevertheless, Kenneth remained supremely confident. With Gupta's strength and his support as the genius master, victory in this Holy Grail War was just a matter of time. With such a splendid track record, no one would dare label him merely a theorist from now on. To be honest, my victory wasn't all that easy. Gupta's lips curled with a hint of helplessness. Extending his hand, a dimly colored crystal ball appeared in his palm. Sensing that the magical energy reactor held less than half its magical energy, Kenneth's mouth twitched slightly. According to the clock tower's standards, the magical energy a magical energy reactor could hold was roughly equivalent to the reserves of conventional ley lines over 5 years. Such a vast amount of magical energy was more than enough to support a regular servant throughout an entire Holy Grail War without any concerns. Yet, with just tonight's battle, Gupta had drained half of the magical energy. This level of consumption was terrifying. If Lancer hadn't brought the magical energy reactor and instead used my own magical energy to supply him. Just the thought of it made Kenneth shudder. If that were the case, he'd probably be sucked dry by now. Stop giving me that look. Equivalent exchange, isn't that the basic principle of your world of magecraft? Gupta casually tossed the magical energy reactor back into the space storage, sat on the couch, and poured himself a cup of pre-steeped tea. After all, the divine keys on him were not the original but noble phantasms created by the Throne of Heroes. Each time he used them, it required a significant amount of magical energy. Due to the limitations of his class, apart from Abyss Flower, using other divine keys required even more magical energy. When facing Gilgamesh, he used both Void Archives and Cosmic Juggernaut consecutively. It was the consumption of these two noble phantasms that left the magical energy reactor with only half of its magical energy reserve. Just using 2 divine keys already demanded such a massive amount of magical energy. If he were to unleash other divine keys, the required magical energy would be astronomical. Fortunately, before coming to Fuyuki, he had Kenneth prepared 2 extra magical energy reactors, bringing the total to 5. Deducting the one used in a previous battle, he was left with 4 magical energy reactors. Combined with 3 command spells, it was enough for him to display his full strength in this war. If it were just about winning the Holy Grail War, Gobta wouldn't need to make extensive preparations. However, he descended here to address the crisis in this world, making it necessary for him to ensure his own peak combat power. He had an inexplicable feeling that the source of this crisis was hidden somewhere in the corners of this Holy Grail War. However, his master obviously didn't have this awareness. Lord El Meloy was entirely focused on the Holy Grail War, pacing back and forth the room. Now that Archer is severely injured, it's the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. But with that obviously strong berserker standing guard as his ally, it might not be easy to deal with. Hey, Lancer, what do you think about cooperating with other masters to take down Archer together? Kenneth turned to Gobta and asked. Given the current situation, do you think anyone dares to approach us for cooperation? Gobta replied casually. Kenneth paused for a moment, then quickly realized. Gobta's performance tonight was too outstanding, both of them must have become targets of other masters. At a time like this, other masters wouldn't dare to cooperate with them. Afraid of getting implicated. But he also hesitated to let Gobta go solo, considering his terrifying magical energy consumption. Besides, Kenneth understood the principle of benefiting from the struggle between others. If Gobta managed to deal with Archer, and other servants immediately launched an attack on them, their situation would be dangerous. However, giving up the chance to eliminate Archer made him feel uneasy. Wouldn't that mean they did nothing tonight? Rest assured, even if we don't make a move, others will definitely step in, Gobta said casually while sipping his steaming hot tea. Gilgamesh isn't much of a threat to us, but for others, it's a different story, facing one tiger or two, that's the choice they have to make, not us. But can they really take him down? Kenneth was deep in thought while rubbing his chin. Don't underestimate them, after all, they are heroes who left their mark on history, Gobta said calmly. You have a point, Kenneth nodded, then smirked. You caused such a ruckus for Castor, who's already exited the stage. Castor should feel honored. Tonight's probing was mainly Gobta's attempt to find out who targeted Ryunosuke and Gillis. But the final result remained vague. Compared to the original Fourth Holy Grail War, this Holy Grail War had undergone significant changes. Artoria had been reversed into alter form, and Kirai had summoned not assassin Hassan but berserker Siyu Chulayan. However, these details weren't important. What mattered was that all servants who had appeared before lacked the prerequisites to kill Gillis. It wasn't that they lacked the ability, the key was that Gillis was killed right after being summoned. Indicating that the attacker had foreseen his arrival. There were no signs of battle at the scene, suggesting Gillis was eliminated without any resistance. The only one capable of meeting both conditions was Gilgamesh, but given his personality, he wouldn't do such a thing. In that case, there was only one possibility left. Gobta gazed at the night scenery outside, his black eyes revealing the same depth of mystery. Chapter 233. Fuyuki City, modeled after Kobe City in Hyogo Prefecture, Kansai Region, Japan, was divided into 2 distinct parts by the meandering Mayan River that traversed the entire city. The eastern side was a highly modernized town of Shinto, while the western side was a deep mountain town of Miyama, mostly consisting of the residential areas of the old city. Miyama carried a distinct old-world charm with predominantly traditional Japanese architecture. Nestled against the mountains, its pace was noticeably more relaxed compared to the bustling Shinto. Therefore, many prominent families of Fuyuki chose to settle in Miyama. As the evening approached, the sunset cast a warm glow over the land, draping everything in a fiery red hue. People, tired from a day's hard work in the challenging economic times, trudged wearily toward their homes. To avoid layoffs, they had to put in several times more effort than before just to barely hold on to their livelihoods. Amidst the bustling crowd, a figure stood out conspicuously, a young man in a hoodie and jeans. His black eyes revealed an indescribable depth, and his handsome appearance could rival the current hottest celebrities. He exuded a unique sense of nobility. Enough to make him instantly recognizable in the crowd, yet strangely, no one seemed to notice his existence. The young man strolled leisurely as if he were a tourist, eventually stopping in front of an imposing mansion when the sun had completely set and the night enveloped the land. Unlike other buildings in Miyama, this mansion had a distinct Western influence, easily recognizable to those familiar with it as a Nordic-style structure. Despite the poor visibility, the young man clearly saw the engraved name of Matu on the mansion's fence. He pondered while stroking his chin, and with a simple gesture of his hand, the heavy iron gate slowly opened to the sides. Hands in his pockets, the young man entered without any regard for the privacy of the residents, as if he owned the place. I never expected the legendary King Arthur to grace my humble abode, I'm truly honored. A rough and raspy voice, like sandpaper scraping, echoed as a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The hunched old man stood bald. with limbs as thin as a mummy's. His sunken eye sockets revealed a glint of sharpness. Holding a wooden cane and dressed in a combination of deep gray and navy blue kimono, he brought with him a nauseating scent reminiscent of decaying wood. As an uninvited guest, I didn't want to trouble you to personally welcome me. Gobta removed the mental disguise of Feng Huangdown and gazed at Matu Zokan with an indifferent expression. Don't you think so, Makuri Zuljan? Buzz. In an instant, countless insect noises filled the air from all directions, a chaotic symphony that could terrify ordinary people. Gobta, however, remained nonchalant. After a moment, the insect noises gradually subsided, and Zokan let out a burst of grating laughter, like the sound of grinding stones. It's been a while since I've heard that name, indeed, a legendary figure like you, who effortlessly defeated even a tyrant like Gilgamesh. Can easily uncover this old man's secrets is not strange. But I don't quite understand. I've never met you nor had any dealings with you. Why would King Arthur suddenly appear in my place, and for what purpose? Although Zokan appeared calm on the surface, in reality, his mind was highly focused, constantly observing every move of the man before him. The fact that Arthur could easily reveal his true name indicated that the other party likely possessed abilities such as clairvoyance or omniscience. Regardless of which, it meant that his secrets were completely exposed before this man. Zokan was well aware of the immensity of the sins he had committed over the years. Even describing them as countless wouldn't be an exaggeration. If these deeds were exposed, he would have no place to hide, neither in the visible nor invisible realms. Therefore, he went to great lengths to conceal himself, living a low-key life, and minimizing his interactions with the outside world. He had no connection whatsoever with this Arthur as they hadn't even crossed paths. In such a situation, if the other party sought him out, the only possibility he could think of was that this man disapproved of his actions and intended to rid the world of his menace. It wasn't surprising, considering the legend described Arthur as a heroic and noble king, intolerant of the evil deeds committed by someone like him. He was well aware that he was no match for a heroic spirit like Arthur, who could defeat even the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Therefore, the body he presented now was a mere puppet made of insects. If Arthur showed any intention of attacking, he would flee with his true body immediately. Even if it meant abandoning the entire Matu family, it didn't matter. As long as he could survive, sacrificing everything was of no concern to him. Immortality was his only obsession. Even if he had to live like a slug in the damp darkness underground or parasitize others like a parasite, he didn't mind. A man known as Makuri Zuljan died 200 years ago and was no more. Only a monster known as Matu Zokan roamed the world. Watching the old man who had completely lost himself on the path of obsession, Gobta's emotions were indescribably complex. Would I lose my way like him if I couldn't upgrade Savior to EX in 50 years? In a fleeting moment, Gobta couldn't help but think that way. However, he quickly shook his head to dispel this useless thought and came back to his senses. I came here to make a deal with you. Oh. This is truly unexpected. Is there truly something worthy that catches your Majesty's eye in my desolate family? Zokan was indeed surprised, but his underlying caution remained unchanged. After all, no one could be certain if this was just a diversion. The worth is judged based on necessity, Gobta replied in an indifferent tone. Well said, Zokan grinned sinisterly akin to an evil spirit lingering in the mortal realm. Since that's the case, please come in and have a chat in my humble abode, your Majesty. Despite knowing that Zokan intended to bring him into his territory, Gobta remained unconcerned. Any feeble tricks of this old man were utterly powerless before him. To exaggerate a bit, even if Makuri Zuljan of 200 years ago reappeared, Gobta could still defeat him without a problem. Chapter 234. Following Zokan, Gobta entered the mansion. The lighting in this place was far from bright, bordering on dimness. Due to the corruption of the soul and the decay of the body, Zokan couldn't withstand sunlight. Therefore, he harbored an abnormal aversion to any bright environment. So dark, aren't you afraid of stumbling into something? After saying that, Gobta pressed the nearby switch for the overhead light. The dazzling light instantly illuminated the hall, making it as bright as day. Ugh, Zokan's hands trembled slightly, his face extremely gloomy. However, as he looked at Gobta's half-smiling eyes, he forcefully suppressed the discomfort in his body and the anger in his heart, making a gesture of extending his hand. Please, have a seat, your Majesty. The sofas in the living room were arranged in a main and two-side configuration. Gobta unabashedly took a seat on the main sofa, while Zokan, moving with stiff steps, sat on his left. I didn't expect your Majesty's visit, so I haven't made any preparations in advance. I hope you can forgive me, Zokan coughed, and the smell of decay on him intensified. I am very interested in the deal your Majesty mentioned earlier, could you elaborate on it? Before that, I have a question for you, Matu. Gobta crossed his legs and folded his arms. Did your family participate in this Holy Grail war? Though unclear as to why he asked this question, Zokan truthfully replied. No, we didn't. The Mato family has completely declined now. Even the younger generation has no one capable of gaining recognition from the Holy Grail, so obviously, we cannot participate in the Holy Grail war. It's embarrassing, really, clearly, one of the 3 founding families, but we ended up being the first to be eliminated. But with your capability, if you really wanted to participate in the Holy Grail war, it wouldn't be impossible, right? Gobta didn't care about the old man's sighs and complaints as his tone remained unchanged. It seems your majesty truly understands me well, Zokan said raspily while smiling. To be honest, I do have a way to participate, but it's meaningless. My 2 unfilial sons don't have the ability to participate in the Holy Grail war at all. Even if they went, it would just be a waste of a slot. It's better to put your hope in the next one, am I right? Gobta looked at Zokan expressionlessly. Your majesty is truly insightful. Zokan couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Even if Arthur had clairvoyance, he shouldn't be able to see through his plans so thoroughly. It felt like Arthur had experienced all those things firsthand. The Mato family really didn't participate in the 4th Holy Grail war. Gobta's eyes showed a thoughtful expression and then nodded slightly. Now, let's discuss the details of the deal. I'm all ears. Zokan adjusted his posture slightly. About the child you adopted from the Tosaka family a year ago, Tosaka Sakurano, she should be called Mato Sakura now, hand her over to me, Gobta said in a calm tone. Zokan furrowed his brow tightly. Your majesty, you should know she is my only. Before he could finish, he saw Gobta suddenly pull out a white lance. The powerful aura it emanated shook the bounded field of the mansion slightly. Zokan was almost scared to death, desperately suppressing his violently beating heart. Your majesty, what do you mean by this? Zokan asked in a trembling voice. Gobta didn't answer the question. Instead, he walked straight to a withered potted plant in the corner and touched the soil with the lance tip of abyss flower. With a faint glow on the lance's lily patterns, the already withered plant unexpectedly burst forth with new vitality, and vibrant petals soon bloomed. Here's the deal, Gobta said in an unwavering tone as he turned to the stunned Zokan. What do you think, Mato? As Zokan's gaze fixed on the fiery and vibrant petals, his breath became erratic, and his magical energy surged uncontrollably, creating intense ripples in the air. After a while, he managed to calm himself, his eyes heatedly fixed on the lance in Gobta's hand. Your majesty, what about the effects of this noble phantasm? Immortality is impossible, but I can make you regain your youth and maintain that state, at least not shorter than your current lifespan, Gobta calmly stated. Zokan didn't expect immortality from a single noble phantasm. That would be unrealistic. If this man had claimed such a thing, he wouldn't even believe it. However, 500 years of youth remained an irresistible temptation for him. Understood, I agreed to the deal. Zokan turned and ascended the stairs, seemingly revitalized by the prospect of returning to his youth. In a matter of minutes, he returned with a young girl in a blue dress. The girl had big purplish blue eyes, gazing at Gobta with a mix of timidity and curiosity. Observing Sakura's still black hair, Gobta paused for a moment. Go, Sakura, from now on, you belong to this gentleman, Zokan said raspily with a smile. Sakura hesitated briefly, then ran to Gobta's side, hiding behind him and avoiding eye contact with Zokan. Ignoring her behavior, Zokan turned to Gobta. Your majesty, the deal is done. Now, it's your turn. Using a noble phantasm requires a significant amount of magical energy. I just had a battle with Gilgamesh yesterday. And my magical energy hasn't fully recovered. Once I've defeated the other servants, I'll come again to fulfill the deal. Gobta said calmly while gently patting Sakura's head. Buzz. Zokan's expression instantly darkened, and magical energy instantly surged around him again. The surrounding insect sounds intensified, frightening Sakura. She clung tightly to Gobta's leg, not daring to let go. Your majesty, do you intend to go back on your word? Since you know who I am, you should know I won't break my promise like that, Gobta spoke calmly as if stating the obvious. Zokan hesitated, his gaze lingering on Sakura and Gobta for a while. Considering Arthur's demonstrated power last night, he could practically stroll through this Holy Grail war easily. Moreover, King Arthur was known as the embodiment of knightly honor and chivalry, so he wouldn't likely go back on his word. Most importantly, he was unwilling to easily give up this rare opportunity. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he had to take the chance to be young again. With that thought in mind, the chaotic magical energy around Zokan immediately dispersed and returned to calm. Well then, I'll wish your majesty a victorious and safe return in advance. Zokan slightly bowed his head and chuckled in a raspy voice. Chapter 235. Fuyuki, Hotel. Is this the little girl you were talking about? Kenneth asked while stroking his chin, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny as he looked at Sakura. Seeing this somewhat stern-looking man, Sakura's face couldn't help but show a bit of timidity and fear akin to a startled little animal. She tightly grasped Gobta's clothes, not daring to let go for a moment. Gobta ran his fingers through her soft and smooth black hair to ease her fear. Though he didn't understand why that old man hadn't modified and corrupted her. It was evident that the years spent in the Mato family had left significant psychological scars on her. It made her deeply fearful and resistant to everything beyond the Mato residence. Hollow, I never expected to find someone with this element in this rural corner. If those people find out, escaping a sealing designation would be impossible for sure, Kenneth thoughtfully commented while circling around Sakura. As a lord in the clock tower, Kenneth was well aware of the rarity of imaginary elements, which were independent of the 5 great elements. There were 2 known imaginary elements, hollow and nothingness. Mages who possessed hollow were the only ones who could enter the void space, a world that didn't exist but was believed to exist. It held a fatal allure for all mages, second only to the root. It was foreseeable that if this girl named Mato Sakura were exposed, all the lords of the clock tower would go mad. Upon hearing the words sealing designation, Sakura instantly trembled all over. Even though she had left the Tosaka family a year ago, she still hadn't forgotten the ugly expression on her biological father's face when he mentioned sealing designation. It was as if those 2 words represented an infinite abyss. For a 6 or 7-year-old girl, the term abyss was still quite an abstract concept, but after witnessing the Mato family's den of worms, Sakura had a profound understanding of its meaning. Did I jump from one abyss to another? Sakura's eyes gradually dimmed as she silently let go of Gobta's clothes and lowered her head in silence. Perhaps, this is my fate. That's why I brought her to see you, Gobta chuckled. For Lord Elmeloy, the 9th head of the Archibald family, what does a mere seal designation mean? Kenneth visibly enjoyed Gobta's praise. He nodded approvingly with hands behind his back. Of course. Throughout the clock tower, no one dares lay a finger on anyone under Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald's custody. What an easy guy. Gobta shook his head with a smile, then crouched down and gently patted Sakura's head. Sakura, meet Kenneth, one of the lords in the clock tower. We've discussed it, and from now on, he'll be responsible for being your guardian and teacher. With his protection, you don't have to worry about sealing designation anymore. Sakura stared at Gobta in a daze, her large eyes gradually misting over. From now on, you can truly have a home of your own. No one will use you as a tool, and no one will abandon or force you. You can grow up happily, do what you want, and become anyone you want to be. Gobta said in a soothing tone while gently holding the girl's petite body. Hicks, Yua. Sakura finally couldn't control her emotions as tears welled up in her eyes. She tightly clung to Gobta's neck, crying loudly. It seemed like she wanted to release all the fear, grievances, bitterness, and suffering from the past year. After about 10 minutes of crying, her voice gradually quieted down, her eyes closed, falling into a light sleep. A 6 or 7-year-old girl with a naturally weak body, coupled with a year of living in a mansion infested with bugs and almost being thrown into a pit of worms for modification, such experiences were unimaginably terrifying for a young girl. If Gobta hadn't stepped in to pull her out of that abyss, she might have already completely collapsed. Gobta gently lifted Sakura and placed her on the bed in the inner room. Looking at the tear stains on her face, he couldn't help but sigh softly. As he was about to get a towel to wipe her face, he noticed that her delicate hands were still tightly wrapped around his neck, akin to someone clinging to the last piece of driftwood, unwilling to let go. Don't go, Sakura murmured softly in her sleep, like a fluffy marshmallow, soft and tender. His eyes showed a hint of pity and tenderness. It's okay, Sakura, with me here, no one will hurt you anymore, Gobta whispered and gently stroked her face. As if hearing his assurance, a sweet smile soon appeared on her face, and she finally let go of her grip. Gobta quickly entered the bathroom, took a new towel, soaked it in warm water, and carefully wiped away the tear stains on Sakura's face. Afterward, he covered her with a blanket, then gently closed the bedroom door and walked out. I didn't expect you to care so much about a child. Kenneth elegantly sipped the tea that he specifically brought from England. I have a daughter, Gobta replied simply and sat on a single sofa, gazing at the night scenery outside the window. A rare hint of melancholy appeared in his eyes. Around the same age as Sakura. Hearing that unexpected reason, Kenneth's movements hesitated for a moment. I'm sorry to pry, but I still want to ask, your daughter is Mordred. Hearing that infamous name, Kenneth's hand trembled slightly, and his expression instantly became peculiar. Ahem. Speaking of which, now that you've brought Sakura out, why not send her back to her original family? I can't trust Tosaka Tokiomi. Perhaps, as a mage, he might be right, but as a parent, he's just too awful. Gobta paused, then continued. If Sakura continues to stay there, she'll never be able to move on and escape the past. That's not a good thing. So you want to send her to the clock tower and let her start a new life from there. Finish what you start, see it through to the end. Since I've decided to take on this responsibility, I won't abandon it halfway, Gobta answered casually. So you're okay with entrusting her to me? Kenneth asked as he looked at Gobta with a playful expression. You know that I'm a mage purer than her father, with such an excellent specimen, whether as an experiment or a breeding body. It's a good idea. If I can uncover the secrets of Hollow from her, my position in the clock tower will surely rise again. Because I know very well, for the head of the Archibald family and the genius of the clock tower, Hollow is nothing. What's truly worth exploring is the apex of mystery, which is the root. Gobta smiled calmly. Hearing that, Kenneth nodded approvingly, once again marveling at how Gobta truly understood him. He must admit that Gobta was the perfect servant for him. Chapter 236. Gobta picked up the teacup on the table, hiding the deep emotion in his eyes. Of course, this conversation was just an excuse. While Kenneth's character was indeed acceptable, Gobta couldn't be sure that Sakura's situation wouldn't change once he left this world. Even if Kenneth truly treated her properly and consistently, he couldn't guarantee that Kenneth wouldn't suddenly die one day. In the clock tower, with wolves circling everywhere, the naturally gentle Sakura would probably be devoured to nothing. But aside from the clock tower, Gobta couldn't find another place to accommodate Sakura. So, he was prepared to leave one of his noble phantasms for Sakura when he left, at least giving her the ability to protect herself. But he couldn't tell Kenneth about this, or this Lord Elmeloy would surely be furious. What about that old man? What do you plan to do? Kenneth's eyes revealed a hint of complexity as he mentioned Zoken. Learning from Gobta about the transformation from Akiri Zul'jin to his current state, even he didn't know how to look at this matter. Kill him, of course, Gobta replied flatly. No matter how radiant he is right now, it can't hide the crimes he committed. That's the price he must pay. To that answer, Kenneth nodded thoughtfully. So you plan to wait until you've killed his worm inside Sakura's heart before making a move? If I don't, killing him would be meaningless, Gobta said casually. Though he didn't know why Zoken hadn't started torturing and modifying Sakura's body in the worm pit, a process that later changed her hair color, eye color, and every cell in her body, so that they no longer reflected her Tosaka heritage. It was evident that Zoken hadn't relaxed his surveillance on her. Using his magical perception, Gobta could clearly sense a worm lurking near Sakura's heart. As a genius instructor in spiritual evocation, Kenneth had naturally noticed this as well. Most likely, it was one of the worm bodies containing a part of Zoken's soul. According to the original work, Zoken would combine his worm with a fragment of the destroyed Grail of the Fourth Holy Grail War and implant it into Sakura's body. This fragment would transform her into an incomplete Lesser Grail and make her a vessel for all the world's evils in Gramenyu. At that point, Zoken could use her as a springboard to reincarnate himself into Gramenyu inside her, achieving true immortality. The crest worm was the key to his soul transfer. Even if Zoken's main body was destroyed, he could still be reborn through the soul connection to other worms. Because of this, Gobta entered into a so-called deal with Zoken. The purpose was to keep him in check and buy time to get rid of the worm inside Sakura. However, it was not a simple task. Zoken had extraordinary attention for Sakura. He would undoubtedly be monitoring her situation closely through the worm. If he were accidentally alerted, her chances of getting out of this unscathed would likely be slim. I'm not too knowledgeable about this matter, Gobta turned to Kenneth. I'll have to rely on you. Hearing Gobta's words, Kenneth raised an eyebrow arrogantly. Who do you think I am? Just a mere insect. For a genius like me, it's not even a proper challenge. Give me a day, and I'll easily crush that worm like squashing an ant. Hearing his master's confident answer, Gobta nodded slightly. Despite Kenneth's arrogance, he rarely failed in his promises. As the saying goes, apart from personality, appearance, and the ability to judge people, he was practically flawless. Tomorrow, I'll take Sakura out to play, to avoid exposing your position here and to help her relax a bit. Gobta stretched lazily while glancing to the west of the Fuyuki Bridge, where thick smoke suddenly rose. Kenneth also quickly noticed the smoke and his eyebrows lifted slightly. Miyama Town, Gobta said casually. The Tosaka residence. They couldn't even wait a night before taking action. What an impatient bunch. Without delay, he immediately mobilized his familiar deployed near the Tosaka residence during the day to investigate the current situation. However, before reaching the battlefield, a sword suddenly flew in and killed his familiar. Losing contact with his familiar, Kenneth's mouth twitched slightly, and immediately turned to Gobta. By the way, Lancer, should we join in? Gobta glanced at Kenneth speechlessly. Just a moment ago, he was saying they were an impatient bunch, but now he was eager to join the fray. Do you think they would continue to fight if we joined? Gobta asked, casually raising his teacup and taking a sip. Kenneth fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Fair point. Let them have their fun tonight, there's no need for us to get involved, anyway, by tomorrow, we'll get the news. Gobta spoke nonchalantly and walked to the French window, looking at the rising smoke over Miami. His pitch-black eyes revealed the same depth as the night. Early the next day, Gobta went down to the first-floor restaurant to grab some breakfast. Following that, he took the elevator back up to the top-floor suite and casually turned on the television. Last night, at approximately 11:30. A gas explosion occurred in the residential area of Miami Town, Fuyuki City, resulting in extensive property damage. Fortunately, no casualties have been reported. Currently, authorities are conducting further investigations into the cause of the gas explosion, suspecting it to be a gas leak. Nearby residents are advised to stay vigilant in the coming days. Looks like Tosaka Tokiomi's dream is thoroughly shattered. Seeing the news, Gobta chuckled and shook his head. Oni-san, a soft voice suddenly resounded nearby. Gobta turned his head to see Sakura, dressed in a blue dress, standing by the room's entrance, her big eyes looking at him timidly. You're awake, Sakura. Gobta's face instantly lit up with a warm smile. Come over for breakfast, and after we finish, I'll take you out to play, okay? Chapter 237. Miami, Commercial Street. A young man wearing a hoodie and jeans strolled towards his destination on the bustling street. His eyes, deep and black, framed a sharply defined face with a sword-like brow and a slight pout to his thin lips. Despite the simple attire, a noble air surrounded him. In his hand, he held the hand of a little girl in a blue dress. She was petite and delicate, her large purplish blue eyes resembling a startled fawn in the woods. She trailed closely behind the young man, anxiously surveying the world outside. Observing the timid Sakura, Gobta couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Logically, Sakura, having grown up in Miami, should be familiar with her surroundings. However, her expression now was filled with evident confusion and resistance. At an age where carefree innocence should prevail, she had already lost her fair share of it. No matter who experienced such events, they would probably end up like this. Tosaka Tokiomi, you really are a man laden with sins. Gobta shook his head, suppressing his discontent and anger. Children are perceptive to emotional changes, and if Sakura noticed his shifting mood, it would only worsen her feelings of inferiority and fear. After a while, he crouched down and ran his fingers through Sakura's soft black hair. How? Anything you want to play, anything at all. I can spend the whole day playing with you. Before leaving, he casually took one of Kenneth's black cards, containing enough funds to buy half of Fuyuki. Apart from a few outliers, most mages weren't short of money. Especially for a lord of the Department of Mineralogy, mundane wealth was just a string of meaningless numbers. Just the materials Kenneth used for his jewel magecraft alone were enough to provide an ordinary family with a worry-free life in the current economic downturn for a lifetime. Really, can I? Sakura looked up at Gobta, her large eyes filled with evident timidity, yet containing a hint of expectation and hope. Of course, today you're my little princess, fulfilling your wishes is my mission, Gobta said gently with a smile. Without delay, he accompanied her as they strolled down the commercial street. Perhaps due to the gas leak incident from last night, the pedestrian traffic was not high like usual, giving the street a somewhat deserted feel. However, for the naturally timid Sakura, this might be considered a good thing. The psychological trauma from her past experiences had cast a heavy shadow over her psychology, turning her once cheerful disposition into one filled with fear and aversion towards the outside world. In such times, administering a strong medication would only intensify her anxiety. Slowly exposing her to the outside world seemed to be the better choice. People don't transform overnight, rushing the process only leads to failure. Changing Sakura's mindset wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day. Only time could wear away the shadows of the past, bringing her back to the path of a normal girl. However, she was still a 7 or 8-year-old child, naturally pure in nature. Before long, she immersed herself in the atmosphere of freedom, and the melancholy aura around her eased slightly. Finally, a bright smile adorned her face. Oni-san, I want to eat that. Sakura tugged at Gobta's hand, her thick and long eyelashes blinking like butterflies as she excitedly pointed to a shop not far away selling takoyaki. It was evident that the shop was quite popular, with a queue that stretched about 7 to 8 meters long, creating a unique sight on the otherwise quiet commercial street. Okay, you stay here, and I will get it for you right away, Gobta chuckled, ruffled her hair, and walked toward the end of the line. 10 minutes later, he returned with freshly cooked takoyaki, only to find her staring blankly in another direction. Sakura, what are you looking at? Perplexed, Gobta followed the girl's gaze and spotted a mother-daughter pair casually strolling about 100 meters away. The mother had luscious, long, dark green hair, a gentle and serene smile, and an aura of refined elegance, clearly a well-bred lady from a prestigious family. The daughter, dressed in a white top and a red skirt, with sleek black knee-high socks and her smooth black hair tied into twin tails, exuded an air of maturity beyond her age, revealing the potential of a beautiful woman when growing up. Tosaka Aoi, Tosaka Rin, Gobta's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected to encounter this mother-daughter duo here. Seeing the anticipation in Sakura's eyes, he sighed inwardly but maintained a smile as he patted her head. Want to go say hello? Gobta didn't particularly want Sakura to interact with the Tosaka family, but ultimately, they were her family, and he had no right to interfere with her wishes. Sakura seemed tempted for a moment, but after a brief pause, her eyes dimmed. No need, Oni-san is participating in the Holy Grail War after all, meeting them now might cause you trouble, besides. Sakura whispered, lowering her head slightly, and hands tightly clenched. Soon, her body slightly trembled and tears streaked down her clean face. Sakura is no longer a Tosaka, Sakura whispered while choking. Hearing her saying that, Gobta's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. After a moment of silence, he crouched down, gently patting her head. Okay, I will listen to you. Now, let's have these takoyaki. I worked hard to get them, and they taste really good, you know, Gobta said with a warm smile. Sakura nodded, taking the takoyaki from his hand and eating it slowly while her tears fell to the ground. After finishing, he wiped away the tears on her face with a tissue, then glanced at Rin and Aoi in the distance. He immediately walked away in the opposite direction while holding Sakura's hand. Rin and Aoi, who were choosing winter clothes in front of a clothing store, suddenly felt an inexplicable impulse. Unconsciously, they both turned their heads, their gaze instantly fixed on the figures of a man and a little girl in the distance. Oka-san, isn't that, Sakura? Rin asked her mother while her eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Even though she hadn't seen her sister in a year, the familiarity from the depth of her blood was something she couldn't ignore. Seeing the little girl's figure in the distance, Aoi's pupils contracted for a moment, but after a while, she resumed her normal expression, showing a gentle smile as she affectionately touched her daughter's head. Don't think too much, Rin, you just miss Sakura too much, so you're mistaking people, Aoi said softly. Is that so? But it really looks like her, should I go ask? Don't be stubborn, Rin, have you forgotten what your father said? Don't linger outside for too long during this time, it's dangerous. Ugh, Rin pouted slightly, then sighed. Fine, I got it. What a good girl. Ah, the clothes in this store look nice, let's go in and take a look. The moment they entered the store, Rin turned her head again, only to find that the familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 238. Miyama, Residential Area. A young man in a black postal uniform rode a bicycle came from a distance and stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. His gaze lingered on the engraved name of Matu on the mansion's fence before he pressed the doorbell. After about 10 minutes, the gate opened, revealing a middle-aged man. His head of blue disheveled hair resembled a clump of seaweed, his face pale, eye sockets sunken, and his demeanor weary, clearly displaying signs of a body drained by indulgence. Who? It's early in the morning, doesn't anyone know I'm still sleeping? But it's already noon, Byakuya-san, the mailman kindly reminded the man named Byakuya. Oh, it's you, kid, Byakuya assessed the young man in front of him. What's up? Someone sending us stuff? Yeah. The mailman took a package from his bag, checked the address and sender's name, and then handed it to Byakuya. It's from Europe. Europe? We don't have many relatives or friends in Europe, do we? Is it for Korea? Matuzokan. As he read the name, Byakuya's eyes instantly widened. His arm trembled, almost throwing the package away. What's wrong, Byakuya-san? Any problem? No, nothing, Byakuya pretended to be calm. After signing for the package, the mailman pedaled towards the next house. Someone's actually sending something to that old man, this is getting weird, Byakuya couldn't help but mutter as he looked at the package in his hands. Holding the package, he walked towards the secluded courtyard deep behind the mansion. Due to his aversion to direct sunlight, Zokan spent most of his time here. As soon as Byakuya entered the courtyard, a chilling atmosphere enveloped him. Rustling sounds echoed from the grass, and countless pairs of eyes cast evil glares from the darkness. A devil's playground, Byakuya thought to himself. As the eldest son of the Mato family, he knew well the number of innocent souls buried beneath this seemingly tranquil land. But what could he do? The entire Mato family served that devil. Even as a bloodline descendant like him, he was just a mere tool in the hands of that devil. As he thought like that, a self-deprecating smirk curved on Byakuya's lips. In times like these, he admired the courage of his younger brother, Korea. But of course, it was just admiration. He couldn't imagine completely severing ties with the Mato family and leaving home like Korea. At least here. He could enjoy a worry-free life thanks to the family's wealth. Without this family, he wouldn't have the capability to survive on his own. Regarding the future, Byakuya didn't have many expectations. As long as he could live a carefree life like now, it was enough for him. To achieve this goal, he readily took on the task of taking care of the little girl who had been adopted from the Tosaka family a year ago. The girl named Sakura had excellent magecraft talent and potential. The old man intended for her to be the Mato family's heir. If he maintained a good relationship with her, he wouldn't have to worry about his future. Because the old man was interested in her imaginary element, he deliberately delayed his research for a year but didn't come up with anything valuable. Originally, the old man was planning some modifications to her body recently, but it seemed like he made some deal with someone and sent the girl away. Byakuya had never been interested in magecraft, especially anything related to Matuzokan. He was just a bit regretful that his efforts for the past year to get close to Sakura seemed to have gone down the drain. "It's you, Byakuya, what do you want?" Inside a small cabin, Zokan's raspy voice came out, and a nauseating decay smell began to fill the air. Byakuya respectfully bent down. "The mailman just delivered a package, it's addressed to you." Zokan fell silent for a moment before asking. "Who's it from?" Byakuya looked at the sender's name on the package, a long string of English characters. Fortunately, relying on the English mastery he had accumulated from studying abroad when he was young, he managed to decipher it. The sender's name is Paracelsus von Hohenheim. Boom! As soon as Byakuya finished speaking, an incredibly powerful magical energy fluctuation instantly enveloped the courtyard. Buzz! Sensing the change in their master's emotions, the worms hiding in the shadows began to restlessly squirm, emitting a restless noise. Byakuya's face instantly turned as pale as paper, his legs trembling like a sieve. He never expected that just a mere name could excite the old man so much. After a while, as the magical energy fluctuation gradually subsided, Zokan's voice rang out again. "Place the package on the ground." "Yes." Byakuya quickly put down the package and ran out as fast as possible, as if his life depended on it. Not long after, Zokan, leaning on a cane, walked out of the small cabin in the corner of the courtyard. Looking at the package on the ground, a rare look of confusion appeared on his face. The moment he heard the name, Paracelsus von Hohenheim, a strong tremor instantly surged in his heart as if this name held special significance for him. But he couldn't recall who this person was. After a moment of silence, Zokan lightly tapped the ground, an invisible blade swept through, and the outer packaging of the package scattered, revealing its contents. It was a book with strong magical energy, its cover made of human skin depicting a child with eyes covered by fabric, hair dancing like snakes, and a painful expression. Chapter 239. Miyama, Commercial Street. The time had come for dusk and a fading light cast a dim glow on the land. The remaining sunlight painted the horizon like a golden-edged canvas, radiating a brilliant glow that seemed almost surreal as if taken from a dream. The hues were reminiscent of blood, creating a mesmerizing spectacle as the day approached its end. In a McDonald's on the 13th floor of a commercial building, Sakura sat by the window. Her slender legs gently swayed as she cradled a cup of warm red bean milk tea. The purplish-blue hues in her large eyes reflected the town of Miyama bathed in endless golden light, prompting a hint of enchantment. "So beautiful," Sakura said softly with an amazed tone. It truly is an unforgettable sight, no matter how many times you see it, it never gets old," Gobta, sitting across from her, said with a smile. Sakura used to dislike dusk. Sakura lowered her head slightly, because it meant nightfall was approaching. Gobta paused briefly, then chuckled and leaned forward, ruffling her hair. "It's okay, no matter how many times night falls, dawn will always come again, right?" "Yeah. Sakura will always remember what Oniai-san says." Gobta's eyes revealed a touch of paternal pride. Bringing her out today was indeed the right choice. "Let's have dinner first, and later, I will take you back to the hotel," Gobta said gently while patting her head. He had already contacted Kanath through their contract, and the preparations on Kanath's side were nearly complete. Once back at the hotel, they could proceed to eradicate the worm implanted in Sakura's body. Sakura nodded, placing her red bean milk tea down and starting to devour the hamburger and fries on the table. Although fast food lacked nutritional value, there was no denying its extraordinary appeal to children. "Oniai-san, you eat too," Sakura handed a fry dipped in ketchup to Gobta, her eyes shining with a hint of hope. Gobta glanced at the fry, then at her, and chuckled. He took a bite of the fry and gently patted the little girl's head. Tastes really good, Sakura is such a good girl. The praised little girl blushed, revealing a shy yet sweet smile. As Sakura was halfway through her meal, Gobta seemed to sense something. He quickly turned his head towards the entrance of McDonald's. Almost simultaneously, two familiar figures appeared. One wore a snow-white hat and matching winter clothes, resembling a snow spirit. The other wore black shorts and a camisole tank top covered by a jacket of the same color, paired with knee-high black high-heeled boots. Like a black knight, this black-clothed figure followed closely behind the former. Their appearance immediately attracted numerous gazes, but as the pale golden eyes of the black-clothed figure swept over them, everyone quickly averted their eyes. Without a doubt, the newcomers were Irisveal and Artoria. As Gobta noticed them, Artoria also glanced his way. The gaze of the two collided in the void, like invisible blades clashing. After a moment, both averted their eyes in unison. Artoria, seemingly indifferent, led Irisveal towards the counter. Oni-san, those two Oni-san are so pretty, Sakura blinked, gazing at the figures of Artoria and Irisveal. That white one reminds me of Oka-san, but the black one seems a bit scary. It's okay, Sakura, you'll be even more beautiful than them in the future, Gobta said with a smile, patting her head. A radiant blush suddenly spread across Sakura's charming face. If Sakura grows up, becomes beautiful and mature, can I, be with Oni-san? Sakura lowered her head, speaking with her voice barely audible. What did you say? Gobta looked at her in confusion. Her voice was too soft, even for his sharp hearing. No, nothing. Sakura hastily waved her hand, but the blush on her face only deepened. Is the air conditioning too warm? Gobta wondered to himself. The strong embarrassment made Sakura almost unable to meet his gaze. She tried to conceal her unease and awkwardness by burying her face with her hamburger. But soon, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the two beautiful sisters walking towards them, each holding a towering hamburger like a pyramid. Oh Oni-san, those two Oni-san seem to be coming towards us. Mind if we join you? Artoria asked calmly, placing her tray on the table without waiting for an answer, and casually took a seat next to Gobta. Have you always been this talkative? Gobta raised an eyebrow. It's the privilege of a king, Artoria unwrapped her hamburger, eating with no regard for manners. In a matter of moments, she finished one off. And since you're a king too, surely you won't lack this kind of tolerance. Ahaha, sorry, Lancer, Saber has always been like this, I hope you don't mind, Irisveal smiled awkwardly, a gentle and motherly aura surrounding her. It was hard to believe she was a homunculus at the age of just 9 years old. Since there were only 2 seats available, Irisveal had to sit beside Sakura. Noticing the doll-like little girl, Irisveal paused for a moment before her eyes filled with affection. Ah, so adorable. Unable to resist, Irisveal hugged Sakura's body, happily rubbing her face against the latter's small cheeks. So tiny, so soft, and so fragrant, she's just like Ilya, so blissful, I want to hold her like this forever, never letting go. Irisveal's overfamiliar behavior made the naturally timid Sakura quite uncomfortable. A hint of distress appeared on her face as she turned to Gobta, seeking help with her eyes. Cough. Gobta cleared his throat. Irisveal, you scared Sakura. Ah. Sorry. Irisveal quickly let go of Sakura, her lovely face showing a hint of apology. She clasped her hands together and bowed her head toward Sakura. I'm sorry. I haven't seen my daughter in a long time, so I got a bit carried away. It's okay, Sakura nodded sheepishly, her soft voice making Irisveal's maternal instincts surge again. Your name is Sakura-chan, right? Irisveal affectionately patted Sakura's head while speaking gently. Sakura-chan, Oba-san has a little favor to ask, can you sit on my lap? Hearing this sudden request, Sakura hesitated for a moment. Just as Irisveal found a glimpse of her daughter in her, she also felt a long-lost motherly love from Irisveal. If possible, she wanted to experience this feeling a bit more. Sakura glanced at Gobta, who smiled and nodded at her. No longer hesitating, she obediently nodded. Sure. Thank you so much. Irisveal clapped her hands in joy, carefully lifting Sakura's petite body onto her lap. A happy smile couldn't help but instantly appear on her face. Surprisingly, even though their eye and hair colors were different, Irisveal holding Sakura did indeed resemble a mother and daughter. Chapter 240. Oh, by the way, Lancer, Sakura-chan is. As if remembering something, Irisveal turned her head to Gobta and asked with a curious expression. Sakura is my master's newly acquired disciple, since I had some free time today, I took her out for a stroll. Gobta's tone was calm. Artoria, who had already devoured most of her hamburgers, turned her head to look at him. Her intuition told her that he was definitely hiding something. Ah, so that's how it is. A hint of surprise appeared on Irisfield's face. In the next moment, she affectionately kissed Sakura on the cheek, as if a parent discovering their child's accomplishments. Sakura-chan, you're amazing. Being taken as a disciple by a lord of the clock tower is a rare opportunity, you must work hard. From childhood until now, aside from her parents, this was the first time Sakura received a kiss from someone else. The intense shyness turned her ears redder. You're such a shy child, but this makes you even cuter than before. Irisfield chuckled. Hey, can you eat a bit more properly? Gobta furrowed his brow as he glanced at the tomato sauce near Artoria's mouth. Remember, you're the king of knights, can't you pay a bit more attention to table manners? And what's with your clothes? Who wears a tank top and shorts in the dead of winter? I eat and dress however I want, what's it to you? Artoria cast him a sidelong glance, her tone indifferent. Hearing the nonchalant response, Gobta's expression instantly darkened, and a commanding aura soon enveloped him, causing Artoria, Irisfield, and Sakura to subconsciously hold their breath. Turn your face here. Hearing his solemn voice, Artoria instinctively turned her head. He picked up a tissue from the table and carefully wiped the tomato sauce from her face. Watching this scene, Sakura couldn't help but show a trace of envy in her eyes. Looking at the remaining half of her burger, she hesitated for a moment. Imitating Artoria's eating style from earlier, she quickly finished her burger, leaving many traces of tomato sauce and breadcrumbs on her lips. Just as she was about to call Gobta with anticipation, a delicate hand holding a tissue suddenly reached over, wiping away all the food residue from her mouth. I didn't expect Sakura-chan to love hamburgers so much. Irisfield tossed the tissue into the trash bin and cautioned. But hamburgers are junk food, eating too much is not good for your health. When you go to the clock tower in the future, don't consider fast food like this as your primary meal, okay? You'll easily gain weight. Sakura stared blankly at the tissue in the trash bin, feeling helpless. When Gobta finally finished wiping off all the tomato sauce on her face, Artoria regained her composure. However, she didn't get angry at his bold physical contact. Is this how you treat her? Artoria calmly asked him. She's much easier to deal with than you, that's for sure. Gobta rolled his eyes. I see. Artoria picked up another burger, though this time her movements were a bit slower. Have you slept with her? As if a thunderbolt had struck on a clear day, Gobta and Irisfield were instantly stunned, frozen in place. Saber, how could you say such? Irisfield blushed. Despite being a mother who had given birth, physiologically, she was only 9 years old. Gobta furrowed his brow and raised his hand to use magecraft to block Sakura's hearing. What nonsense are you talking about? She and I are siblings, how could we do such a thing? What's the big deal? Isn't that sort of thing quite common in our era? Gobta instantly fell silent. Since you're reluctant to lay hands on your own sister due to blood ties, Artoria glanced at him, and her eyes and expressions suddenly revealed a hint of a flirtatious demeanor. Then what about me? Irisfield exclaimed in shock. As a newly created homunculus who had just come into existence 9 years ago, Irisfield was thoroughly scared silly by Artoria's string of outrageous and relentless lecherous remarks. Her eyes were vacant. Her expression dazed, wearing a look of complete confusion, as if saying, who am I? Where am I? Gobta frowned slightly and gazed at Artoria expressionlessly. Do you want me to help you win the Holy Grail? Yes, Artoria answered in an instant and nodded calmly. Soon, she began narrating the battle from the previous night. Last night, I teamed up with Ryder to take on Archer but got interrupted by Berserker. Ryder used his noble phantasm to trap Berserker, while I had a one-on-one duel with Archer. But it seemed his condition wasn't great after his previous battle with you. I took advantage when he wasn't paying attention, unleashed my noble phantasm. And severely injured him. Unfortunately, he managed to escape. But, given his current condition, unless his master is willing to use up all of his command spells, Archer couldn't recover to his peak. Isn't that good? Archer is almost eliminated by you guys, right? But there's still Ryder and Berserker. Artoria looked at him expressionlessly. Both of their noble phantasms are very troublesome and effective against me. Even in a one-on-one situation, I don't have absolute confidence to defeat either of them. So, you want me to become your ally? Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly. Even if the cost is your own body? This body is just a copy of myself in this world. If it can be used to secure victory in the Holy Grail War, I don't see any problem, Artoria spoke calmly. Gobta stared at her for a while, then sighed. I should have just stabbed you to death on the dock that day. So, what's your answer? Ignoring his remark, Artoria asked again, her eyes showing no ripples. I really don't understand why each of you is fixated on that damn cup. Gobta massaged his temples, a headache forming. I've told you, that cup has been contaminated and can't fulfill your wishes. Hearing that topic again, Artoria frowned slightly. Earlier, she thought Lancer was trying to find excuses to undermine her resolve. However, after witnessing his power, she finally realized that he had no reason to go to such lengths. Did the Holy Grail truly have problems? Chapter 241. Lancer, what do you mean the Holy Grail has been contaminated? Irisveil couldn't help but furrow her brow. She knew all too well the passion her husband had for the Holy Grail. But after hearing Lancer's words, she found it hard to sit still. In the previous battle, she had already noticed that Lancer, like Saber, possessed some kind of precognitive ability. So, every word he spoke required her careful consideration, especially when it came to matters involving the Holy Grail. After a moment of contemplation, Gobta decided to reveal the truth about the Holy Grail. This goes back to the previous Holy Grail War. The Ainsburn family summoned the Eighth Servant, Avenger, and Gramenu, beyond the 7 standard classes. Listening to his account, a layer of shock gradually covered Irisveil's face. The Ainsburn family naturally had records related to the previous Holy Grail War, so she knew that he wasn't making things up. And that meant, what he said was likely the harsh truth. I never expected such a seemingly weak servant to have such a significant impact on the Holy Grail. Irisveil sighed and then looked at Gobta with a serious expression. Thank you, Lancer, the information you provided is important. I must return immediately and inform Kiritsugu about this. Gobta nodded. If possible, he wanted to avoid a confrontation with Artoria as well. Ugh. Suddenly, Sakura, who had been sitting quietly on Irisveil's lap, clutched her chest tightly with a look of intense pain on her face. Gobta, Irisveil, and Artoria were startled. Sakura-chan. What's happening? At the same time, Gobta glanced aside and saw thick black fog spreading out from halfway up Mayama's residential area. It billowed out like a pack of crazed wolves, quickly shrouding the surrounding area. That is, the Mato residence, right? Almost at the moment when the black fog rose from the Mato residence, Gobta realized that there was an absolute connection between the abnormality of Sakura and what was happening over there. He quickly hugged her, using the power of Abyss Flower to examine the inside of her body carefully. As expected, he discovered that the worm, which had been quietly lurking around her heart, was suddenly agitated for some unknown reason. However, it wasn't an act of invasion or control of her body. It seemed more like an unconscious chaotic movement as if a robot had lost control. Did something happen to Zoken? Gobta couldn't help but furrow his brow. The worm inside Sakura was one of the vessels that held the fragments of Zoken's soul. There must have been a problem on his side that caused this worm to go haywire. Moreover, judging by the state of the worm, his mind at this moment was clearly chaotic. Damn it. Isn't he always worried about his own life? What happened to him at a time like this? Gobta silently clenched his teeth. He wasn't concerned about Zoken's well-being, but the rampaging worm inside Sakura posed a significant threat to her life. Crest worms were naturally evil familiars. Now, without the control of their main body, these ugly creatures were only driven by instinct. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before this creature devoured all of Sakura's organs. Oniai-san, my body, hurts so much. Noticeable blood slid from Sakura's mouth, her tender face showing an unmistakable expression of pain, making it particularly distressing to witness. It's okay, Sakura, with me here, nothing will happen to you. Gobta gestured with his hand, and a white lance instantly appeared in his hand. The lily pattern on the lance emitted a bright light, and the constant regenerative power flowed into Sakura's body, restoring the internal organs that were being devoured by the worm. He immediately used Feng Huang down, and a crimson feather soon emerged, integrating into Sakura's consciousness. This caused her to fall into a deep coma, no longer enduring the gnawing agony. Since the worm itself had no intelligence or consciousness, only the instinct of a familiar, Feng Huang down couldn't affect it, and there was no way to stop it. Noticing the surprised glances from people around, Irisveil furrowed her brows slightly and immediately cast a suggestion magecraft, diverting everyone's attention away. She immediately looked at Sakura's pale face with concern. Though they hadn't spent much time together, she genuinely liked the little girl. What's going on with Sakura-chan? Irisveil asked worriedly. I have to go back immediately, my master needs to prepare surgery for her. Gobta, holding the unconscious Sakura, began to explain the complicated situation. Sakura's body was in a critical state, with the worm destroying her organs while he tried to restore them. The situation was unsustainable due to the immense magical energy needed for Abyss Flower. No need for all that trouble, Artoria suddenly chimed in. In a swift motion, her hand plunged into Sakura's abdomen, releasing a burst of crimson blood like a sinister flower. You! Gopta stared wide-eyed. Arg! The sudden pain caused Sakura, still in a deep coma, to furrow her brow and groan. Got it, Artoria said calmly as a slight curve appeared on her lips. She pulled her hand out, revealing a grotesque worm wriggling on her bloody palm, emitting a soul-piercing scream. Irisveal covered her mouth in horror. She hadn't expected such a disgusting creature inside Sakura. Humph, dirtier than sewer rats, Artoria sneered, tossing the creature to the ground and crushing it underfoot. Irisveal, uncomfortable with the bloodstains on Artoria's boots, decided to buy her a new pair later. In the instant Artoria pulled out the worm, Gopta increased the power output of Abyss Flower. The overwhelming life energy instantly surged into Sakura's body like a mighty river. After about 5 minutes, her damaged organs and the gaping hole in her abdomen were restored by themselves. Her breathing became steady, and her complexion regained its rosy hue. Gopta dismissed Abyss Flower and exhaustion was evident in his eyes. Sweat covered his forehead, and his breathing became slightly labored. It had been a long time since he felt such magical energy depletion, maybe since the birth of Haiden. Despite the high cost, seeing Sakura's peaceful face brought a relieved smile to his lips. Though Artoria's methods were violent and savage, they were undeniably effective. Chapter 242. Thank you, Saber, I owe you one. Gopta spoke gratefully and nodded towards Artoria. It's tit for tat, you spared me once, and now I've saved this little girl for you, we're even. Artoria nonchalantly replied, then glanced at his face with a hint of malice. Didn't expect you to sacrifice so much for a little girl, now that your magical energy is almost depleted, aren't you afraid I might attack you? Gopta raised an eyebrow at her words. This is a public place. Do you think I care? Artoria's eyes exuded a cold and ruthless aura. Her magical energy fluctuations caused the dishes on the table to tremble audibly. If you think you can win, feel free to try, Gopta calmly responded. The atmosphere between them grew tense, with an invisible tension in the air, dangerous and lethal. Seeing this scene, Irisveal felt torn. She didn't want to start a fight with Lancer, but if Saber was determined, she could not stop her. However, at that moment, a deep, elderly voice echoed, interrupting the brewing conflict between Gopta and Artoria. Ladies and gentlemen, participants of the Holy Grail War, greetings, I am Kotomine Risei, the overseer of this Holy Grail War, representing the Holy Church. An unexpected event has unfolded in this Holy Grail War. Castor's noble phantasm has been activated for unknown reasons, causing significant damage in the vicinity. This action may expose mystery to the common people. As a result, I declare a temporary ceasefire. I urge all masters and servants to immediately head to Miama and destroy Castor's noble phantasm. To those masters who contribute to this task, I will grant an additional command spell as a reward. Castor. Wasn't Gillis eliminated long ago? His noble phantasm should be a grimoire named Prelatize Spellbook, right? But why does it end up in Zokan's hands? Gopta thought and furrowed his brow slightly. Upon hearing Risei's announcement, he immediately understood how Zokan's abnormality had occurred. Zokan's soul had already decayed beyond redemption. However, upon encountering Prelatize Spellbook, his soul deteriorated even further, and going insane seemed almost inevitable. Could it be that Zokan was the one who killed Castor? It wasn't entirely impossible. Given his cunning and ruthlessness, it was hard to say if he had left any hidden moves. Hey, Lancer, did you get the Overseer's message? Kainatha's voice suddenly echoed in Gopta's mind. Yeah, I got it, I'm heading to the location right away. Kainath, remember to bring another magical energy reactor when you come over, my magical energy is running low. In the hotel, Kainath blinked in confusion. He distinctly remembered that the magical energy reactor in Gopta's hand still had half of its energy reserve. How could it be depleted just after going out for a day? After ending the communication with Kainath, Gopta looked at Artoria and shrugged. Looks like your plan will have to be put on hold for now. Humph. Artoria snorted, turned, and walked away. Miama, residential area. Unknown power, centered around the Matu residence. Stained the sky within a 1-kilometer radius with an extremely murky dark gray. It resembled dirty water mixed with lead ash, while beneath the sky hung a dense black fog exuding an uncomfortable, chilly atmosphere. Approaching it, one could even hear bone-chilling rustling sounds emanating from within. This scene couldn't help but evoke thoughts of the mythical wastelands where demons once roamed freely. Following the anomaly, the Holy Church immediately exerted its influence and enforced traffic control regulations in Fuyuki. Personnel from the police were deployed, blocking all roads leading to the residential area. Simultaneously, urgent evacuations of residents in the affected and nearby areas also took place. As the anomaly occurred just before the evening rush, the number of stranded individuals in the residential area wasn't significant. Additionally, due to the Holy Church's prompt response, casualties were not too severe. Gobta, observing the thick black fog before him, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Frankly, this scene exceeded his expectations. The level of manifestation far surpassed the initial activation of Gillis's prelatized spellbook in the original work. It even gave him an unsettling feeling. This indicated that there might be a danger within that could threaten his life. Could this be the crisis that poses a threat to this world? As he thought like that, Gobta turned to glance at Artoria beside him. As expected, her face was also filled with a heavy seriousness, and her pale golden eyes betrayed a hint of apprehension. Did Castor go crazy to cause such a disturbance? Irisveal asked with a slight frown. Castor was already crazy. If he hadn't been eliminated, you would have deeply understood that. Gobta subtly glanced at Irisveal. Castor has been eliminated, but his noble phantasm fell into the hands of a mage who was once very powerful, hence, the current chaos. Castor has been eliminated? Irisveal's eyes revealed a touch of surprise, causing even Artoria to pause briefly. Yeah, but there are still many mysteries within this incident. It's not as simple as it appears. Gobta shook his head slightly, his gaze deep as he stared into the black fog ahead. However, this time, I might find some clues. Rumble. Suddenly, crackling sounds of thunder echoed through the air and drew nearer. Before long, the legendary chariot, pulled by two divine bulls, descended from the sky. A red-haired, sturdy man on the chariot waved enthusiastically at Gobta and Artoria, and beside him was a frail-looking boy. Hey, Lancer, Saber, you fellows have finally arrived. Rider, you don't seem to be in great shape, huh? Gobta raised an eyebrow. He could clearly see various messy scratches on the chariot, and some areas showed obvious damage. Gwahaha, battling powerful foes, it's normal to sustain some injuries, Iskandar replied nonchalantly, then sighed. Berserker is truly a rare and courageous warrior. If I could bring him under my command, my chances of ruling the world would be even greater. If you're cool with tossing me your noggin, I might think about becoming your goon. A different voice chimed in out of nowhere, and a figure of Siu Chulain strolled out of the nearby shadows. His familiar wicked grin adorned his face, and his crazy crimson eyes sparkled with a wild gleam. Waver couldn't help but shudder when saw Siu Chulain and instinctively hid behind Iskandar. He could never forget the scene of Berserker rampaging like a wild beast in Ryder's reality marble last night. Berserker's blood-soaked figure truly resembled a world-destroying demon. He couldn't fathom what went through Ryder's mind to want to recruit such a dangerous man. Perhaps that was the charm of the King of Conquerors. No matter who, Ryder had absolute confidence in subduing them. Recalling the magnificent and unrivaled army of Ryder, a complex expression flickered on Waver's face. Perhaps only a king with such bold determination could control such a force. Could this King of Conquerors, who once dominated 3 continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa, really be controlled by a half-hearted mage like him? As he thought like that, Waver couldn't help but glance at Iskandar's figure. Chapter 243. Gwahaha, this king's head is quite precious, it would be a loss to trade it with you. Iskandar laughed heartily, showing no sign of annoyance at Siu Chulain's impudent remark. Once the conqueror of the world, Iskandar naturally possessed a broad mind comparable to his vast territories. Especially in the presence of a heroic figure he admired, he always displayed great patience. Is it just you, Berserker? What about Archer? Heh, who knows? Maybe that trash is lurking in some unknown sewer, licking his wounds like a wounded dog, or perhaps he's hiding in the shadows, planning to pop out at the last moment to snatch the rewards as he takes us all out. Siu Chulain said with a casual smile, exuding a wild and sinister aura. Isn't he your ally? Artoria raised an eyebrow. Ally? Don't make me laugh. Do you think that guy looks like someone capable of being an ally? If it weren't for my master's command, I would have pierced him dead long ago. I didn't like him from the first moment we met. Siu Chulain scoffed disdainfully. Then, why don't you consider getting a new master? There's a better choice right here, isn't there? Irisveal tilted her head, confused. Siu Chulain glanced at Irisveal, then glanced back at Artoria with a smile that was neither friendly nor hostile. Are you admitting she's not your true master? Stop fooling around, Berserker, you knew about this already, didn't you? Artoria said with an unchanged tone. Heh. Siu Chulain grinned ferociously, putting his crimson spear over his shoulder. Trying to sow discord between me and my master, Saber. With such a crude attempt at deception, you don't really think it's going to work, yeah? Artoria shook her head regretfully in her mind. She thought the wild berserker would be an easy target for manipulation, but he turned out to be smarter than she had imagined. She really couldn't understand why someone like him became a berserker. Be happy then, I'm just making a suggestion, Artoria said lightly, turning her head to the dense black fog before her. The urgent matter now is to find a way to deal with this thing in front of us. Gwahaha. I also have that intention. Let me go in and see what's really inside. He swung the reins, and his two divine bulls roared with thunder flashing beneath their hooves. Like a heavy tank, they charged straight into the black fog. Wait. Rider, I haven't gotten off yet. The group stood quietly outside, watching the chariot leap continuously in the black fog. Occasionally, demonic and piercing shrieks echoed, and grotesque tentacles twisted and stirred within. After about 10 minutes, Iskandar with his chariot burst out of the fog. Behind him, more than a dozen thick elephant-leg-sized monstrous tentacles followed, like greedy wild dogs, eagerly reaching out for him. Damn disgusting. Siyu Chulain smirked, throwing his crimson spear like a meteor, cutting through the air and severing the tentacles. Sensing the threat, the remaining tentacles quickly retracted, while the severed ones wriggled on the ground like worms, struggling for a while before finally going still. This level of vitality, Irisveal furrowed her brow. Phew, that was close, almost got caught by those things, thanks, Berserker. Iskandar landed on the ground, grinning broadly at Siyu Chulain. Waver lay at the edge of the chariot, looking absolutely listless with a pale face. In the brief 10 minutes, he had experienced a dual test of both body and mind. He swore he would never go through such an experience of being chased by grotesque monsters on a speeding chariot again. How was it, Rider? Any findings? The condition inside is strange. The fog seems to have a magical energy absorption effect. The longer you stay, the faster it drains your magical energy. Iskandar's expression hinted at some concern. This situation was indeed tricky even for him. Magical energy absorption, because of Matu attribute, right? Gobta thought while wearing a thoughtful expression. The Matu family's element was water, with the attribute of absorption, meant to bind something to oneself. Zokin's longevity was sustained by this factor. Artoria and Siyu Chulain both wore grim expressions. The restrictions in this environment were too severe for them as servants. If they took too long and depleted their magical energy, death would be the only outcome. Just as everyone contemplated how to avoid being affected, the dense black fog suddenly surged, expanding outward at a visible speed. Seeing this sudden occurrence, Gobta furrowed his brow slightly, then bit his finger. He wrote a deep green runic symbol in the air, a symbol that seemed to encompass all the truths of the world. It quickly suppressed the black fog from all directions and halted its further expansion. Primordial rune. Waver couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It was top-tier rune magecraft, thought to have long been lost. It was unimaginable for them to reappear in this situation. Why is this top-tier magecraft being cast by Lancer? Are you a damn Lancer or caster? Waver couldn't help but complain inwardly. Like Kaneth before. Waver's worldview also suffered a crushing blow. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one impacted. Almost everyone present was stunned by Gobta's unexpectedly high-level stunt. The fact that a Lancer could perform such top-tier magecraft akin to a caster was truly unbelievable. How many more tricks was this man hiding? That old hag did teach you quite a bit, huh? Siyu Chulain raised an eyebrow as he watched the primordial rune written by Gobta. Well, as expected of you, Lancer, I'm really starting to want to recruit you under my command no matter what. Iskandar stroked his thick beard, with a wide grin on his face. You're no different, though, clearly a rider, yet you can pull off something like reality marble. Gobta chuckled, turning to the dense fog that imprisoned them, but soon frowned. But my magecraft won't last long, at most 2 hours. We need to destroy Caster's noble phantasm before then. Gwahaha. No time to hesitate then. Iskandar laughed heartily, unsheathing Spada, the sword at his waist. We, summoned by the Holy Grail, gather here as heroic spirits. Despite being enemies, we share convictions that must be upheld. This abomination, forbidden by the world, will not be allowed to continue its pollution. In the name of Iskandar. I swear to cut it down. Rider, Waver stared at Iskandar's imposing figure in awe. Iskandar's resounding words echoed deeply in his ears, but something deep within him seemed to shatter. I don't mind since opportunities to slaughter freely like this are rare. Siyu Chulain grinned maniacally, his tongue gliding over his sharp teeth. Savage killing intent flickered in his crimson eyes. With a monster like this around, the Holy Grail war can't go on. I can't tolerate such a thing, Artoria said indifferently while crossing her arms. Monsters like this shouldn't continue to exist in this world. It seems everyone has reached an agreement then. Iskandar nodded contentedly. Get ready, in 10 minutes, we launch our attacks together. Let's be clear, this might be our only chance, so show all your cards, there's no point in hiding anything now. Everyone agreed and nodded. Chapter 244. Lancer, I've arrived. Kenneth's voice suddenly echoed in Gobta's mind. Hearing his master's voice, Gobta breathed a sigh of relief. His reinforcement had finally arrived. Taking Sakura from Irisville, Gobta located Kenneth through their connection and quickly met him. Huh? Why is the worm inside this girl gone? Seeing his master's confusion, Gobta briefly explained what happened today. After hearing it all, Kenneth felt so frustrated he could almost spit blood. He hadn't slept or eaten since last night, tirelessly researching how to safely remove the worm from inside Sakura. Finally finding a foolproof plan, only to discover that the patient had miraculously recovered. Wasn't this just messing with him? However, to maintain the image of a lord, Kenneth had to grit his teeth and swallow the bitter pill, putting on an appearance of nonchalance. So that's how it is, no wonder your magical energy is running low. By the way, how's the current situation? Not great, although I've temporarily contained the expansion of the fog, I can't hold out for long, plus, this fog could drain magical energy, the longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes, so, everyone is planning to go all out, but if it fails. Gobta didn't finish the sentence, as the outcome of failure was self-evident. Since you're my servant, failure is not an option. Kenneth declared, presenting a sparkling crystal ball oozing with magical energy. Lancer, as your master, I command you to bring me victory. A red light soon flashed on Kenneth's back of the hand, and instantly, Gobta's nearly depleted magical energy was replenished. Gobta glanced at Kenneth, a faint smile playing on his lips. As you wish, master. He then handed Sakura to Kenneth and returned to the battlefield with the new magical energy reactor. As Gobta returned, Artoria cast a glance at him, and her eyebrows slightly furrowed. It was evident that she had noticed his change. To fully restore magical energy in such a short time, that's something only a command spell can achieve, Artoria remarked in a flat tone. Command spells were the only means for masters to control servants, with only 3 opportunities. It was rare for a master to use a command spell for the sole purpose of restoring their servants' magical energy, indicating a high level of trust. Isn't that normal? A relationship between master and servant without a foundation of trust can't possibly win the Holy Grail War. Artoria frowned slightly but remained silent. Before long, Iskandar and Siu Chulayan also returned to their positions, their aura noticeably stronger than before. Seeing Waver with one less command spell on his hand, Artoria's expression darkened. Saber, maybe we should have Kiritsugu use a command spell to support you, Irisville cautiously suggested. Humph, that man would never use command spells for things like this, he not using command spells to stop me right now is good enough. Artoria sneered and her magical energy began to surge. The black magical armor instantly covered her body, while her hand held an invisible sword. Watch, even without that man's support, I won't lose to anyone. Gwahaha. What a splendid determination, Saber. You've truly caught this king's attention. However, this king won't lose to you. He abruptly swung his chariot reins, accompanied by a loud thunderclap. Gordius Wheel, engulfed in dazzling lightning, quickly charged into the black fog. There can only be one victor in this war, and that's me. Artoria declared and stepped forward. A surge of magical energy instantly erupted beneath her feet, propelling her like a rocket into the black fog. I wonder if this time, I can enjoy myself a bit more, Siu Chulayan said with a hint of madness in his smile, while his eyes glowed even redder. Without delay, he charged straight into the black fog like a predatory beast. Watching the vanishing figures of the 3, a slight curve appeared on Gobta's lips. A pitch-black, profound spear materialized in his hand, and like an arrow released from a bow, he also rushed into the fray. This is my battle, you're 800 years too early to steal it from me. With that silent declaration, Gobta also entered the black fog. The moment he plunged into the black fog, an eerie chill penetrated to his very core from all directions. A mysterious force entwined around him, causing the magical energy within him to flow out uncontrollably, like a tap forgotten to be turned off. The once spacious and neat roads were now littered with scattered rubble. Evergreen plants, once used for decoration, seemed to have had their vitality drained, withering away entirely. Grotesque and ugly otherworldly creatures lurked in corners and shadows, casting malicious and greedy glares at the unwelcome guests. Disgusting, how about we slaughter these things first, huh? Siu Chulan's eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty intent as he spoke. Despite being a berserker in this Holy Grail war, he retained a certain level of rationality. However, his desire for bloodshed and carnage was still intense. The previous night's bloodbath in Iskandar's reality marble had fully activated his aggressive instincts. Every cell in his body now craved battle. Though the current berserker Siyu Chulayan looked identical to the Mad King Siyu Chulayan from the fifth singularity on the surface, their essence was entirely different. The Mad King Siyu Chulayan was an artificial creation of Meb, using the combined powers of the Holy Grail and the King of the Demon Gods. On the other hand, the current berserker Siyu Chulayan was the true historical savage hound, with a brutal and tyrannical power as berserker toward different entities. No need for that, these abominations are all summoned by Castor's noble phantasm, just take care of the noble phantasm, and they'll disappear on their own, Gopta said casually. Gwahaha. Then let's wrap this up quickly. Hike. Hidden in the shadows, the monsters known as sea demons emitted sharp, baby-like cries, twisting their grotesque and hideous bodies. Like an endless wave, they surged from all directions, blocking everyone's path. Perfect timing. Siyu Chulayan shouted with excitement and madness. The red glow in his eyes intensified, a crazed smile forming on his lips, and an icy and violent aura instantly erupted from his boy. He revealed his fierce fangs, charging recklessly into the oncoming tide of sea demons. Chapter 245. Hidden in the shadows, the monsters known as sea demons emitted sharp, baby-like cries, twisting their grotesque and hideous bodies. Like an endless wave, they surged from all directions, blocking everyone's path. Perfect timing. Siyu Chulayan shouted with excitement and madness. The red glow in his eyes intensified, a crazed smile forming on his lips, and an icy and violent aura instantly erupted from his boy. He revealed his fierce fangs, charging recklessly into the oncoming tide of sea demons. Seeing this, Artoria widened her eyes slightly. Facing a horde of sea demons numbering in the hundreds, he dared to charge in alone. Is this man insane? Oh, wait. Berserkers aren't known for their rationality, are they? Artoria nodded inwardly as she realized the truth. Hike. The sea demons, sensing the aura of the living, emitted excited cries. Their contorted bodies writhed in a frenzy as they rushed forward, blackish-green tentacles reaching out like numerous grotesque and deformed serpents. Humph. Siyu Chulayan's eyes flashed with red, and the crimson spear in his hand spun madly, transforming into an unrelenting reaper. It massacred the oncoming tentacles, splattering the ground with copious amounts of nauseating viscous fluid, leaving behind a trail of disgusting mucus. The sea demons lacked pain receptors and knew nothing of fear. After a brief pause, they immediately launched the next wave of attacks. Countless tentacles turned into chains, assaulting Siyu Chulayan's limbs mercilessly. Despite being a berserker, his spearmanship showed no decline. The red lightning of the crimson spear thrust out at a dizzying speed, severing all tentacles that came at him, leaving no room for defense. If it's just this degree, then you can all go to hell. Siyu Chulayan laughed uproariously, his aura growing more ferocious. With strength in A and agility in A, he charged into the sea demon tide like a cannonball. His crimson demonic spear danced wildly, resembling a red tornado that shredded all nearby sea demons into pieces. Splatter. 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 Flesh flew, juices splattered. In an instant, at least 30 sea demons met their demise under the onslaught of Siyu Chulayan's spear. These extra-dimensional creatures, capable of easily killing a grown adult, couldn't resist even a moment against him. They were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. The shattered flesh wriggled on the ground, while Siyu Chulayan, covered in black and red bone spikes, stood triumphantly on the earth like a descended demon god. He's strong. Artoria's expression turned slightly serious. Such formidable strength coupled with exquisite spearmanship made Berserker too powerful. From their first encounter, her intuition told her that Berserker was a very powerful foe. However, more than that, she couldn't help but be awestruck by the terrifying strength he displayed right now. In a one-on-one melee combat, probably no one present could match him. Although Lancer's spearmanship was not inferior to Berserker's, there still existed a massive gap between them in terms of parameters. In a regular Holy Grail war, Berserker alone could likely wipe out all the other servants. Gwahaha. Not bad, Berserker. No matter how many times I see his heroic figure, it's always a sight to behold. If this powerful warrior could be under my command, it would be a worthwhile venture even without getting the Holy Grail. Iskandar laughed heartily while rubbing his chin. But, as the king of conquerors, I can't let you steal all the limelight. Come on. It's time for my performance. Via expugnatio. The king of conquerors laughed, snapped the reins, and the two bulls manifested from the myths of Zeus roared loudly. With powerful hooves pounding the earth, the heavy chariot charged forward, crushing sea demons like fragile paper along the way, and leaving behind a trail of blood and flesh. The rampaging chariot thundered across the land. Lightning sparkled between the wheels and the bull's hooves. Lightning spread like a spiderweb, covering the land within a radius of 10 meters. Sea demons struck by it convulsed, instantly turning into charred corpses, emitting a foul stench of cheap leather mixed with rotting flesh. Seeing Berserker and Rider achieve extraordinary results, the fiercely competitive Artoria couldn't stay passive. She took a deep breath, and the magical energy from the heart of the red dragon immediately flooded her limbs. Invisible air! Artoria exclaimed while raising her black holy sword high. Whoosh! The compressed air on the sword erupted into an invisible column of wind, rushing forward and piercing through all sea demons in its path, cutting them into countless pieces. Gobta was not idle either. He extended his hand, and a deep red sphere with symmetrical carved patterns on both sides appeared in his palm. It leaped forward and hovered in the empty space above the sea demons. Star of Eden, 100 times gravity. Hum. The deep red sphere trembled slightly, and a gravity of hundreds of times crashed down. In an instant, all the sea demons were pressed to the cement ground, unable to move. Before long, they exploded like balloons one after another, scattering dismembered limbs and splattered organ fluids, turning the surroundings into a chaotic mess. How many noble phantasms are you still hiding, Lancer? Artoria couldn't help but glance at Gobta. From the first time he appeared until now, she had hardly seen him use the same ability twice. In theory, constrained by their class, each servant should have a limited number of noble phantasms at their disposal. For instance, as a saber, she could only wield Excalibur and Invisible Air, and couldn't use her other noble phantasms. Gilgamesh, with the blessing of his legends, could possess numerous noble phantasms, but he was still bound by class restrictions, limited to simply shooting or throwing them like how an archer was supposed to be. However, Lancer was different. His noble phantasms were not only numerous but each could be fully unleashed and had diverse abilities, boasting formidable power that surpassed typical servants. Not to mention his clairvoyance and primordial rune. Just how many trump cards did this man still have up his sleeve? Actually, I've only used one noble phantasm so far, Gobta said with a sly smile. Hearing that answer, Artoria furrowed her brows slightly. Did he mean that all those noble phantasms were like Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon, all encompassed within a single noble phantasm? But what kind of noble phantasm could encompass such a diverse range of abilities, each with drastically different effects? Artoria pondered, ransacking her mind for all the myths and legends, finding no match for such an existence. Seeing her pondering expression, Gobta knew what she was thinking. He shook his head and smiled. If this girl could really figure out the origins of his noble phantasms, that would be truly extraordinary. Chapter 246. The battle had lost its suspense from the beginning. Under the powerful assaults of Gobta, Artoria, Siu Chulain, and Iskandar, the sea demons summoned from another world by the Prelatize spellbook were as fragile as infants. In less than 5 minutes, they were all slaughtered. Gwahaha. Exciting. This is the kind of battle I haven't had in ages. Indeed, fighting side by side with comrades on the battlefield is the most enjoyable thing. Berserker, Lancer, Saber, have you considered joining me? As long as we join forces. Conquering the entire world is just a matter of time. Iskandar always kept his grand ambitions in mind. Even in such a perilous situation, he didn't forget to extend an olive branch to the three again. The trio had grown accustomed to the King of Conquerors' antics and couldn't be bothered to respond. They just walked straight ahead, ignoring him. Looks like I've been rejected again. Iskandar scratched his head, driving his chariot to catch up with everyone. Hey! How about we grab a drink together after this is over? After all, we're comrades who fought side by side, you've got to give me that much face, right? Outside the black fog, Tgthegood lay prone on the rooftop of a residential building, aiming with his sniper rifle ahead. Through the scope, he glanced at Irisveal standing beyond the quarantine line, then shifted his focus to Kenneth and Waver standing nearby. Neither Lancer nor Rider is around now, do you want to take this chance to deal with their masters? Mia's voice crackled through his earpiece, as cold and efficient as she always was, silent and reserved. She was the kind of partner you could trust your back with. Tgthegood's gaze lingered on Kenneth and Waver for a while before he shook his head. Not yet. The black fog is a greater threat. If we don't deal with it as soon as possible, there will be many casualties. Anyone who had gathered information on Tgthegood would be surprised to hear this. Since when did the blood-stained mage killer care about the lives of ordinary people? But that was the essence of Amiya Tgthegood. For over 2 decades, he had walked the path of becoming a hero of justice. Eliminating all evil in this world was his way of survival and his purpose. He was willing to pay any price for it. Is it wise to let Saber go with them? If something happens to her, we'll lose any hope of winning this Holy Grail war. It's fine, as long as Lancer is with them, Saber will be safe. Kiritsugu's tone was calm and confident. He could see the care Lancer had for Saber. With a servant like Lancer, who could easily defeat even Gilgamesh, there was no need to worry about Saber's safety. Even though they're both King Arthur, why wasn't the one I summoned Lancer? Kiritsugu couldn't help but think like that and sigh to himself. If he had summoned Lancer, victory in this Holy Grail war would have been almost guaranteed. He had considered allying with Lancer using his relationship with Saber. But the thought was quickly extinguished when he recalled his previous assassination attempt on Lancer's master. After so many years in the world of magecraft, he had a clear understanding of the arrogance of these mages, particularly someone from the clock tower and a lord, no less. Facing someone like Kenneth, he would probably be bombarded with magecraft projectiles before he could even speak. Fortunately, he had prepared a special gift in advance for this lord. Inside the black fog, a massive figure stood tall within. Its chaotic posture emanated an immense sense of oppression as if it were the embodiment of all the chaos in the world. To those with wavering resolve, a single glance was enough to plunge them into madness. Even the rulers of the deep sea, like the Kraken in legend, did not possess such colossal forms. This gigantic presence, emerging as if from the depths of a horror to reality, reigning over all the seas, was truly deserving of the title Sea Demon for such a water-dwelling behemoth. Hey, is this our enemy? Iskandar clicked his tongue, a mix of surprise and admiration in his tone. This is a bit too much, isn't it? Can Castor's noble phantasm really summon something like this? It feels a bit like cheating. With just a glance, it was evident that this was a powerful enemy, one that could not be defeated with mere human wave tactics. For a king who once led armies into the fray, this was the worst possible enemy for him. Gobta's gaze also carried a hint of solemnity. Compared to the giant sea demon that merged with Gillis in the original work, the current one seemed even larger and its aura was more imposing. It was challenging for him to discern whether it was because Zokan replaced Gillis or if the creature itself was naturally this powerful. No, this isn't summoning. Castor's noble phantasm is akin to a self-regulating magical energy reactor. Despite its ranking, the control over the familiars the user could summon is limited. However, if there is no user, there's no such restriction. Sea demons couldn't be understood with such a narrow concept of magecraft. They were beings born from the accumulation of various desires such as gluttony. The act of summoning such creatures couldn't simply be considered magecraft anymore. So, this monster is uncontrollable. Artoria looked at Gobta, seeking confirmation. Yeah, Gobta nodded. It's just here to feast, nothing more. Humph, whatever it's here for, we just need to kill it. Siyu Chulayan exclaimed, his mouth curled into a crazed grin, while his crimson eyes burned with murderous intent. The thought of tearing apart such an enemy excited him to the point of trembling. Without any desire for discussion, madness had completely taken over his mind. A bestial roar quickly erupted from his throat as Siyu Chulayan shot out like a projectile, launching an attack on the giant sea demon. Compared to the sea demon's massive body, he seemed as tiny as an insect. However, his intense murderous intent released at this moment made even the extraterrestrial sea demon cautious. In an instant, walls shattered, ground cracked, and numerous dark blue tentacles emerged from the ruins of the Matur residence, resembling grotesque, deformed snakes, thrusting towards Siyu Chulayan. The power of these tentacles was incomparable to the small sea demons encountered earlier. If caught, even a fighter jet would be instantly crushed into a pile of scrap metal. Chapter 247. Swish. 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 Siyu Chulayan's crimson spear danced, leaving a dazzling trail in the air. The sharp spear had effortlessly sliced through the sticky and repulsive tentacles. In the span of a breath, all the oncoming tentacles were severed. Realizing that direct confrontation was ineffective, the giant sea demon quickly changed its tactics. Countless tiny tentacles emerged from the ground, carrying a sharp whistling sound, transforming into chains as they entwined around Siyu Chulayan's limbs. Ha ha ha. Too slow. His body, covered by bone spikes, burst into super-fast speed. He turned into a black and red afterimage that disappeared from his original position, leaving all the tentacles swiping at thin air. The always unlucky child of light of Ireland wouldn't be a mere punching bag and die silly like in the original work this time. Siyu Chulayan leaped into action, landing on a thick tentacle. Like an arrow released from its bow, he charged towards the center of the giant sea demon. His crimson eyes glowed with a bloody light, and an endless murderous intent emanating from him. At this moment, he seemed like a peerless beast dominating the seas, ready to tear its prey to shreds. The hundreds of eyes of the giant sea demon focused instantly on Siyu Chulayan. Both Karuid and Sea Demon were rulers of the sea. As a result, Siyu Chulayan, who was using armor and gi-balg made from the bone of Karuid, was regarded as a natural enemy by the sea demon. The giant sea demon roared angrily, its eerie sound resounding with heart-shaking force as hundreds of tentacles surged towards Siyu Chulayan without stopping. However, for Siyu Chulayan, who had entered a state of madness, the giant sea demon's roar did not affect him at all. His speed remained unaffected, his body agile like a swallow, evading the tentacles' attacks with unbelievable movements and angles. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was reduced to 10 meters. Prepare to die. Siyu Chulayan grinned viciously, magical energy surged around his gi-balg, wrapping it like crimson flames. A vast magical wave swept through the surroundings, distorting the space like a vortex. Pierce. Gi-balg. Swish. The crimson spear was instantly thrown, resembling a missile cutting through the air. A thunderous roar soon erupted as it struck the wriggling, filthy fleshy mass ahead. Boom! Deafening explosions echoed as the anti-army noble phantasm unmistakably hit the colossal body of the sea demon, vaporizing almost half of its mass without leaving a trace. It was an outstanding powerful blow, yet the giant sea demon's vitality showed no signs of weakening. In the next moment, the squirming fleshy mass inflated like a balloon. Red flesh and blood densely intertwined, repairing the damaged parts at a visible speed. The fuck? How is this possible? Siyu Chulayan subconsciously hesitated, when sharp breaking sounds suddenly filled his ears. Dozens of dark tentacles whistled through the air, entwining his body tightly in an instant. Creak. 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 The terrifying pressure squeezed his bones, emitting an unbearable groan. The black and red bone spikes covering his body showed cracks as if they would shatter the next moment. Damn it! Siyu Chulayan gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to break free from the tentacle entanglement. Unfortunately, the more he struggled, the stronger the tentacles bound him. Not only that, these tentacles had the same properties as the black fog, continuously absorbing the magical energy within him. For a servant, magical energy meant life. At this rate, in less than 3 minutes, he would be completely drained, disappearing from this world. Swish! A black spear suddenly cut through the air, and all the tentacles entwining Siyu Chulayan instantly snapped, falling limp to the ground without any struggle, as if the concept of life had been stolen from them. Thanks. Siyu Chulayan, now out of danger, nodded towards Gobta. The runes engraved on his body shimmered, and his injuries immediately healed. Groa. The sea demon was furious as the hard-won prey had unexpectedly flown away. Countless dark tentacles surged from all directions, leaving no escape. Ha! Iskandar, controlling Gordius' wheel, came roaring in. Dazzling lightning spread out like a spider's web, paralyzing the dark tentacles in place. Get on! Upon Iskandar's call, Gobta and Siyu Chulayan leaped simultaneously, landing accurately within the chariot, and speeding away into the distance. Iskandar skillfully maneuvered the chariot, dodging the giant sea demon's attacks like an experienced driver avoiding traffic. Only when they were out of its extreme attack range did they land on the ground. Berserker, I understand your eagerness for battle, but for a warrior, being too impulsive isn't a good thing, it easily leads to falling into the enemy's traps, Iskandar advised. Gobta and Artoria exchanged eye rolls. Seriously, telling a berserker not to be impulsive? Is he serious? Humph. It was just an accident, just watch, I'll shred that thing to pieces later. Useless. Gobta turned to look at the filthy meat mountain shrouded in black fog and squinted his eyes slightly. That thing's body structure is as simple as protozoa, without bones and organs. Therefore, it has no weaknesses. Relying on its powerful regenerative ability, it can quickly recover from any damage. In other words, to completely destroy it, you must destroy all its body parts in an instant, leaving no leftovers. To achieve this, neither Anti-Unit's Noble Phantasm nor Anti-Army Noble Phantasm will work. Only Anti-Fortress Noble Phantasm, Artoria interrupted. Siyu Chulayan and Iskandar's gazes instantly focused on her. But, the effective range of my Noble Phantasm is within that monster's attack range, I'll be interrupted by it, Artoria frowned slightly. It's not a problem, Ryder can temporarily trap that thing within his reality marble, once you're ready, release it, Gobta said the solution, then looked at Iskandar. How, King of Conquerors? This shouldn't be too hard for you. Gwahaha, obviously, although my vast army can't handle that thing, trapping it is more than enough. Iskandar laughed heartily. Just 1 minute, and you can release it after that, Gobta's black spear in hand instantly transformed into a white lance with a black handle. For safety, I'll also attack. The hell? You also have Anti-Fortress Noble Phantasm? Siyu Chulayan exclaimed in surprise and exchanged looks with Iskandar. A hint of surprise was evident in their eyes. Anti-fortress noble phantasms weren't exactly a dime a dozen, even for heroic spirits. Having such a noble phantasm was rare. But considering the noble phantasms Lancer had displayed before this man seemed to have quite a variety of noble phantasms at his disposal, didn't he? Only Artoria remained calm from start to finish. Even if Lancer pulled out anti-world noble phantasm the next second, she wouldn't be surprised. Chapter 248. Now's not the time to dwell on this. Seeing the askance faces of Siyu Chulain and Iskandar, Gupta spoke calmly with a calm tone. Even though you say that, I can't help but feel a bit jealous, you know, whoever becomes your enemy probably won't sleep well at night. Iskandar shook his head with a sigh, abruptly snapping his chariot's reins, propelling it forward. But I'll leave the rest to you, Lancer, Saber. Facing the oncoming Iskandar, the giant sea demon seemed to realize something. Soon, numerous tentacles instantly shot out, attempting to intercept him, but it was all in vain before a seasoned driver like him. Guhaha witnessed this king's conquest. Ionioi Hitairoi. A dazzling magical radiance quickly burst forth. In the next moment, Iskandar and the giant sea demon vanished, only leaving behind the shattered mansion of Matu. With time pressing, Gupta and Artoria wasted no time and positioned themselves for optimal output of their noble phantasms. However, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a corpse lying amidst the ruins of the mansion. Is that Mato Byakuya? Deep weed-like blue hair and an adult's body, it had to be the eldest son of the Mato family. Byakuya's lifeless eyes stared into nothingness. His body was ravaged as if mauled by a wild beast, yet his hands clutched onto something as if it held great significance. What could be so valuable? Gupta squinted his eyes slightly. Behind him, a golden spear with a trailing chain darted out, wrapping around Byakuya's body, and bringing him closer. Opening Byakuya's palm, Gupta found a note with English characters, and a name was written on it. Paracelsus von Hohenheim. Isn't he the alchemist friend of Zokan from his younger days? Why does Byakuya have a note with his name? Gupta furrowed his brow, confused. But before he could ponder further, a mysterious magical fluctuation permeated the air. Ryder's reality marble is about to end. Better think about it later. Gupta shook his head, stood up, and raised Abyss flower in his hand. I am the darkness that consumes all, I am the light that nurtures all. I existed before the dawn of creation and will remain after the annihilation. Abyss flower, first power, banish bloom. The sacred lily pattern on the lance instantly bloomed with a bright white light, dispelling the surrounding black fog. Simultaneously, Artoria, positioned diagonally opposite him, also unleashed her noble phantasm. Vortigern, hammer of the vile king, reverse the rising sun. Swallow the light Excalibur Morgan. The moment both released their noble phantasms, Ionioi Hitairoi had just ended, and the colossal body of the giant sea demon reappeared. Boom! The pure white beam and the purplish-black beam, resembling enraged dragons, tore through the air, roaring as they engulfed the massive body of the sea demon. They merged into a pillar of light that towered over the sky. Several minutes later, the pillar of light slowly receded and soon vanished. The giant sea demon was dead, thoroughly dead. Under the bombardment of two anti-fortress noble phantasms, no trace of it remained. In the place where the giant sea demon vanished, two things lay there: a peculiar and eerie book with a pale yellow cover depicting the agonized face of a masked child. Surrounded by eyes that were half open and half closed, exuding an indescribable eerie and malevolent aura. The other was a palm-sized worm covered in bizarre black patterns as if undergoing some indescribable pain, its ugly body contorting wildly. As Gupta and the others approached, the worm seemed to notice them. A sporadic, elderly voice soon resounded from it. Your Majesty, save me. Huh. This bug can talk. Gupta also looked slightly astonished. He hadn't expected that after being corrupted by the Prelatized spellbook, Zokan could still maintain a certain level of clarity. After pondering for a moment, Gupta asked. Tell me how you got hold of Prelatized spellbook. Your Majesty, save me. Zokan didn't answer his question but kept repeating those 4 words. Most of his consciousness was used to suppress the madness of his mind, now only capable of giving simple responses, unable to engage in complex thinking. Gupta furrowed his brow slightly. With a flick of his hand, a crimson feather fell from the void, merging into Zokan's mind. After sensing and seeing what was inside Zokan's mind, Gupta shook his head. This old man was beyond salvation. In the first place, his soul had already deteriorated to an irreparable degree even before coming in contact with Prelatized spellbook. With the added corruption from Prelatized spellbook, it was akin to the combined effects of pouring salt on a rotting wound. Not even Gupta in his true form could save him in this situation. Even he couldn't explore Zokan's memories because his mind had completely collapsed into chaos. There was no valuable information to be found. Severing the connection with Feng Huangdown, Gobta looked at the crazily contorting worm and silently shook his head. Ironically, Zokan, who was once a great figure pursuing justice, had ended up like this, but fate was truly unpredictable. Considering the deeds of Zokan over the past 200 years, one could argue that he got what he deserved. Just as Gobta was about to give Zokan a piece of his mind, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He pondered for a moment before asking. Do you remember someone named Paracelsus von Hohenheim? The moment that name was mentioned, the worm's body stiffened for a moment. Immediately, Zokan's voice, full of resentment and anger, rang out. Liar! Liar! After yelling liar twice, his voice suddenly lowered, as if murmuring in a dream. It's him, not him, it's him, not him. What's this thing blabbering about? Who's he talking about anyway? Gobta furrowed his brow and shook his head. I don't know either, maybe it's because he's been corrupted too deeply, so he's starting to talk nonsense. Upon hearing the name of Paracelsus von Hohenheim, Zokan seemed visibly excited, leading to a complete breakdown of his already fragile mental defenses, heading down a path of madness. The eerie black patterns grew like vines, covering almost 3/4 of Zokan's worm body. The areas occupied by the black patterns soon cracked open, revealing eyeballs with dark tentacles, greedily and malevolently staring at everyone. Splat! A black sword suddenly fell, and its sharp tip instantly pierced through the worm. I hate these things staring at me, Artoria said with a disgusted look on her face. Gobta shook his head helplessly. Indeed, Artoria, after being blackened, was quite savage and impulsive. Chapter 249. Gobta turned his gaze to the nearby book, known as Prelati's Spellbook, an noble phantasm of Gillis and the root of all these problems. It was foreseeable that if the existence of this book leaked, probably more than half of the mages in the world would go mad. This was a sentient grimoire that, even without direct contact, constantly released enchanting whispers, attempting to lure everyone into corruption. However, everyone present had experienced countless trials and tribulations, their wills already forged as tough as rocks. This level of temptation was nothing more than annoying noise to them. Gobta wondered what would happen if he poked it with Jizo Matama, a bit morbidly curious. Poison against poison. But he ultimately refrained from experimenting. The key of corruption was too sensitive, and unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily display it in front of outsiders. What's next? Any of you got a plan to get rid of this thing? Just leave it to me, Gobta said calmly with a smile. His hand reached forward, and a golden spear, adorned with a chain, suddenly appeared in his grasp. The Oath of Judah possessed a magical energy suppression effect similar to Diarmuid's noble phantasm, Gi Dirge. This made eliminating Prelati's spellbook a piece of cake for him. As if sensing the impending danger, the Prelati's spellbook began to violently shake. The expression of the blindfolded child on the cover instantly turned sinister, and its long hair danced like snakes, releasing a chaotic aura. Unfortunately for it, its bluff didn't faze Gobta. With a steady hand, he gripped the golden spear and thrust it straight into the center of the book. A-hitch. A scream, both childlike and demonic, echoed in everyone's ears. The surging magical energy transformed into a storm, wildly dispersing. At the same time, explosions erupted from all directions. The sea demons, no longer supported by the magical energy from the Prelati's spellbook, could only leave this world amid reluctant roars. Outside the black fog, those waiting suddenly felt a tremendous surge of magical energy sweeping through, and soon enough, the thick black fog in front of them dissipated at a visible speed. This is, Irisveal paused for a moment, and then a hint of joy immediately appeared on her pretty face. Great! They did it! Ha! Waver let out a long breath, then excitedly waved his fist. Fantastic! For something so expected, Waver, are you really that excited? Kenneth, hands behind his back, glanced at his student with a faint smile. Or do you lack confidence in the servant you summoned? Professor Kenneth, Waver involuntarily shrank his head at the fear of Kenneth. However, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, Waver immediately straightened his neck. Of course not. Ryder is strong, I believe in him. Kenneth raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a hint of surprise. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be the first time Waver had opposed him. Ha! Well done, Master. You have to show that kind of spirit. With the familiar hearty laughter, Iskandar descended from the sky with his chariot, his imposing appearance causing Kenneth to instinctively take a step back. Ryder. Waver's eyes lit up. Kenneth's expression became slightly serious. Now that Castor's noble phantasm had been dealt with and the ceasefire agreement was null and void, with Lancer not yet returned, he alone could not be Ryder's opponent. He silently cursed his own stupidity. Knowing Ryder was the most agile servant, he obviously would arrive first. Why did he linger here? Kenneth tightly clenched his right hand in frustration. If things went south, he would have to use a command spell to call Lancer back. Troublesome, I missed tonight's military news because of dealing with that big guy. It was a great opportunity to understand the current era's combat styles. Gwahaha. Iskandar complained but unexpectedly laughed without warning. But tonight's fight was exciting. Fighting side by side with comrades on the battlefield is the most romantic thing in the world. This time was worth it, Gwahaha. He slapped Waver's back with his large palm twice, making Waver almost lose his breath. Ryder. Can't you be a bit gentler? Do you want me to die? Gwahaha, master, you really need to work out more. Back in my day, any random chick could have knocked you out cold. Ryder. Watching the gradually receding chariot in the sky, Kenneth absent-mindedly stroked his chin. So, his change is because of that servant? From an innocent child to maturity, all that's needed is a trigger. Gobta appeared silently next to Kenneth. Waver is someone with great potential. One day, he will radiate his own brilliance. Humph, even so, he's still far from becoming a true mage, Kenneth scoffed. No, he will never become a true mage, Gobta smiled, shaking his head, then looked at his master. He will be just like his teacher. Kenneth glanced at Gobta skeptically. Is this the future you see? This is the future he decided for himself, Gobta replied with a serene smile. Kenneth fell silent for a moment, then turned away while grumbling. Truly foolish, I shouldn't have taken in such a fool as a student in the first place. Saber. Watching Artoria emerge from the ruins, Irisveal hurriedly approached, with a clear concern on her face. How are you? Are you hurt? Do you need healing? I'm doing fine, Irisveal. Artoria shook her head. Really? That's great. The smile on Irisveal's face hadn't faded when she suddenly collapsed forward. Irisveal. Artoria widened her eyes in surprise, instinctively catching Irisveal. But at that moment, she realized something was off. Why is her body so cold? Touching Irisveal's icy skin, Artoria even felt like she was holding a lifeless doll. Chapter 250. As Artoria was busy pondering what to do, a sudden familiar voice interrupted her thought. Ah, so soon, huh? She looked at the approaching Gobta, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Lancer, what do you know? Do you want an explanation first, or should I save her first? Gobta raised an eyebrow while glancing at the unconscious Irisveal. Artoria remained silent for a moment, then lowered her head slightly. Please, go ahead. A faint, imperceptible smile played on his lips as he summoned Abyss Flower and made it touch Irisveal's shoulder. The sacred lily pattern glowed, and after 2 or 3 minutes, Irisveal's dense eyelashes trembled slightly, and her crimson eyes opened once again. Ugh, sorry, Saber, I was too tired and accidentally dozed off. A weary smile adorned Irisveal's snow-white and attractive face, radiating both beauty and sorrow. Do you take me for a fool, Irisveal? Artoria's pale golden eyes exuded a dragon-like intensity, showcasing the aura of a tyrant. Tell me, what's going on? Irisveal gently bit her lower lip and then lowered her head. You don't want to talk about it, huh? Artoria stared coldly at Irisveal, one hand around her waist, the other around her knee, lifting Irisveal in a princess carry. What? If you won't talk, then I'll go ask Tgthegood. Artoria's delicate face showed no emotion as she carried Irisveal away. If that man can't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll just cut him down with my sword. That woman, Kenneth raised an eyebrow, observing Irisveal's retreating figure. What do you think? Gobta asked with a smile. This Holy Grail war is truly a disgusting affair, Kenneth expressed clear disdain on his face. I need to seriously consider whether to include such a thing in my life's list of achievements. Ugh, Sakura, lying in Kenneth's arms, slowly opened her eyes, then looked at Gobta with confusion. Oni-san, did I fall asleep? Yes, you did, Sakura. Gobta smiled and patted her head gently. It's okay, everything has passed. Far west of the Fuyuki's deep mountain area, a meandering road stretched westward, its back turned to the city lights. Ahead on the road, awaiting visitors, lay an undeveloped forest crossing the county border. The road quietly snaked into the distance. Though a 2-lane road, the dimly lit path showed almost no signs of oncoming cars. Only a faint mist lingered with the soft morning light as if forgotten in this silence. In this silence, a silver beast raced. It was a Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. Its elegantly streamlined body akin to a dignified lady. Roared like a beast with its side-by-side six-cylinder engine. Driving this graceful yet savage classic car at over 120 kilometers per hour was a girl who appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years old. "Saw Saber, don't you think that you're driving a bit too fast?" Irisville, seated in the passenger seat, displayed obvious nervousness, managing to squeeze out a faint smile. "It's fine, my riding skill is be driving this kind of vehicle is a piece of cake for me." Artoria's terrifyingly calm tone carried no expression on her face. Although she had just recently familiarized herself with this car, her skilled shifting was enough to make seasoned drivers feel inferior. "Saber, you're not angry, right?" Irisville asked cautiously while watching Artoria's face. "Why would I be? I'm just a servant, not entitled to such emotions." Stepping on the gas, the speed of the Mercedes soared again, the speedometer needle instantly breaking the 150-kilometer mark. Although it was early in the morning, the traffic on the road was relatively low. Still, reaching 150 kilometers per hour on this winding mountain road was extremely dangerous. Artoria, however, remained calm and composed, as if on a leisurely outing in the countryside. "Oh no. She's very much angry." Irisville lamented in her heart. She regretted her decision to let Saber drive them back to the Einsburn castle. She should have just stayed in Fuyuki and waited for Kiritsugu. Watching the slowly rotating needle on the speedometer, her heart raced. She wasn't really worried about her safety, considering Saber's capabilities. Even in the event of an accident, Saber could save her in an instant. But the problem was, if such a thing did happen, this legendary car worth 10 million yen would be completely totaled. This was the vehicle Kiritsugu specifically prepared for her, which she had only driven around in the courtyard of Einsburn Castle. She hadn't even been on a proper road yet. If it were to be totaled like that, it would be too tragic. Just as Irisville was recalling whether Kiritsugu had insured the car, Artoria suddenly slammed on the brakes. Screech. The car's tires screeched against the asphalt, and Irisville's body uncontrollably leaned forward, then was pulled back by the seatbelt. "Saber." Irisville blinked in confusion. However, before she could get a response, a small knife tore through the car roof and headed toward her head. Clang! A black sword swung out, clashing with the knife tip, creating a brief and piercing clash of metal. Seeing the failed attack, the attacker didn't hesitate. They immediately jumped down from the car roof, disappearing into the nearby forest. "Want to run?" Artoria's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. She immediately opened the car door, got out, and her clothes instantly transformed into a black magical armor. The black holy sword, exuding a powerful magical energy, swung straight toward the retreating figure. Excalibur Morgan. The purplish-black magical beam roared out like a magical dragon. Boom! The smooth cement road, along with the nearby mountain wall, seemed to be sliced like tofu, heading straight towards the distant sky. When everything settled, only the residual smoke formed by the magical beam lingered in front. The road and the mountain wall had been completely destroyed, turning into a desolate landscape. Artoria stared expressionlessly into the distance, her armor and the holy sword in her hand dissolving into light particles. "Saber, what was that just now?" Irisville, coming down from the passenger seat, still had a clear look of fear on her face. She looked at Artoria with concern. "It's a servant," Artoria replied in a calm tone. "Servant?" Irisville was slightly surprised, her crimson eyes widening a bit. "That means..." Artoria nodded slightly. "Without a doubt, it should be assassin who hasn't shown up until now." To silently climb onto the roof of a car traveling at 150 kilometers per hour, revealing only a hint of presence right before taking action, this clearly indicated the use of assassin's class skill to conceal one's presence. But the fact that even her intuition didn't sense the arrival of the enemy proved that this assassin's presence concealment was at least of A rank or higher. Chapter 251. Without a doubt, it should be assassin who hasn't shown up until now. To silently climb onto the roof of a car traveling at 150 kilometers per hour, revealing only a hint of presence right before taking action, this clearly indicated the use of assassin's class skill to conceal one's presence. But the fact that even her intuition didn't sense the arrival of the enemy proved that this assassin's presence concealment was at least of A rank or higher. Irisville's expression seemed a bit uneasy. In the history of the Holy Grail Wars, assassins were the weakest class, but due to their ability to conceal their presence, they posed a threat to masters surpassing that of other servants. Staring at the enormous fissure before her, as if cleaved by a celestial axe, Irisville turned to Artoria with a worried expression. "Saber, that assassin. They're gone." Artoria's tone remained unchanged. "They were too fast, I couldn't aim in time, so my noble phantasm just grazed past them." How could? Irisveel's brow furrowed slightly. Let's go, Irisveel, assassin is clearly targeting us, the longer we stay in this wilderness, the more dangerous it becomes, Artoria made decision. It wasn't because she feared assassin, but the combination of their hidden presence and agility posed a significant threat to Irisveel. Irisveel acknowledged the urgency, nodding solemnly. All right, Saber. They boarded the Mercedes once again, and to avoid being overtaken by assassin, Artoria accelerated to 180 km per hour. At the same time, her focus remained heightened, keenly observing the surroundings. Irisveel released her familiar to hover around the car, ready to detect assassin at the first sign of their appearance. Concealing one's presence wasn't true invisibility, it merely hid their aura completely, minimizing the sense of existence. It could still be seen with the naked eye. Perhaps due to the car's speed or Artoria and Irisveel's high vigilance, assassin did not continue to attack. 1 hour later, they safely arrived at the Einsburn castle. As the base of the Einsburn in Fuyuki, the castle was fortified with numerous magecrafts and bounded fields. Even a servant couldn't infiltrate silently. Madam. The car door opened, revealing a poised woman standing outside, nodding slightly at Irisveel. Mia, where's Kiritsugu? I have something important to tell him. He is in the reception hall, we have a special guest, Mia replied calmly. Special guest? Irisveel tilted her head in confusion. Kiritsugu stared at the man in front of him. The man wore a wine-red suit, and had a meticulously groomed small beard, every move and gesture exuded the elegance of nobility. Though not old, the man known as Tosaka Tokiomi, possessed a certain quality that made him appear dignified. Tosaka Tokiomi, the current head of the prestigious Tosaka family in Japan, was also a participant in the current Holy Grail War, serving as the Master of Archer, the legendary king of heroes, Gilgamesh. In this Holy Grail War, there were a few participants who had caught Kiritsugu's keen attention, and Tokiomi was one of them. In terms of magecraft proficiency, Tokiomi was second only to some lord from the clock tower. Despite not having extraordinary innate talent, he had become an exceptionally skilled mage through sheer effort. Undoubtedly, he was a man of strong will and outstanding skill. In terms of preparation, he even managed to summon a strong servant like Gilgamesh. In a normal Holy Grail War, he would undoubtedly be a strong contender for victory. Unfortunately, smooth sailing was a rare occurrence in this world. Unexpected events were the norm. Just as no one would believe that the mighty Gilgamesh could be decisively defeated by Arthur, Kiritsugu did not expect Tokiomi to come knocking at his door like this. Without even carrying any mystic code, appearing as casual as if he were just dropping by a friend's house. This move was akin to sending a lamb into the jaws of a lion, not something a man named Tosaka Tokiomi would normally do. Was it because he was desperate? So, Archer's master, why did you come to me? What's your intention? Kiritsugu placed one hand on the table, while the other gripping a calico M950 beneath the table. At this distance, he could turn Tokiomi into a honeycomb even with his eyes closed. Tokiomi gracefully lifted the teacup and took a sip, a simple action that showcased the mature charm of the man. It could be foreseen that if this man indulged a little, he would probably already be neck-deep in debts of debauchery. Why waste time with such words, Amiya Kiritsugu? Tokiomi spoke calmly and put down the teacup. His deep, rich voice resonated leisurely in Kiritsugu's ears. Even though he was in enemy territory, he remained composed. You should be well aware of my purpose for coming here, otherwise, with your nature, how could you possibly let me in? Kiritsugu fell silent for a moment, then quietly placed his calico M950 back in its place. He put both hands on the table, his gaze penetrating as he stared at Tokiomi. You want to ally with me, to take on Lancer together? Kiritsugu hit the nail on the head. Don't you think that Lancer's group is our most pressing threat right now? Tokiomi asked back while smiling subtly and elegantly. If someone else had made such a smile, it might have seemed artificial, but on this man, it was just right. The strongest master and the strongest servant, such a combination is truly terrifying. If we don't cooperate to eliminate them, there's no hope of obtaining the Holy Grail. Hearing that, Kiritsugu just silently stared at Tokiomi, saying nothing. Of course, I know you must have prepared some trump cards in advance to deal with Kenneth, but how can you be sure they'll work? Tokiomi spoke calmly as he looked at Kiritsugu with a meaningful glance. Until now, our understanding of Lancer's capabilities is only partial. If your trump cards fail, the consequences, I presume, don't need much explanation. Kiritsugu naturally wasn't naive. Over the past 2 decades, life had taught him the harsh and inevitable reality, especially in a war where the ultimate outcome was life or death. We don't have a basis to trust each other, Kiritsugu said expressionlessly to Tokiomi. Especially in this kind of situation. The night before, he had ordered Saber to launch a surprise attack on the Tosaka residence, and it ended up blowing up their house. In such a scenario, when Tokiomi approached him for an alliance, how could he be sure that Tokiomi wasn't secretly planning on retaliation? Chapter 252. Trust. We don't need trust. This is war, and we are fighting for our own interests. Only interests are the strongest bond, don't you think so? Instead of anger, Tokiomi responded casually with a smile. Hearing that reasoning, Kiritsugu's gaze flickered slightly. But given Archer's current condition, what do you have to face Lancer with? Kiritsugu asked again. Don't worry. Tokiomi revealed the back of his right hand, where only one clear red line remained. The other two had noticeably dimmed. I've used a command spell to heal Archer, although he hasn't fully recovered, he's still fit for battle. Additionally, Berserker will be joining us when the time comes. If that's the case, Kiritsugu stood up after a moment of silence and extended his hand toward Tokiomi. I accept. Kiritsugu. The room door suddenly swung open. Irisveal and Artoria soon entered, with Mia following behind, wearing an expression of resignation. IRI. Kiritsugu glanced up with a slight surprise on his face. How come you're back already? I suppose this lovely lady is Lady Irisveal von Einsburn. Tokiomi stood up and gracefully bowed to Irisveal with a polite smile on his face. Greeting, I am Tosaka Tokiomi, the head of the Tosaka family. How is Lord Ak doing these days? Irisveal, eyeing her family's former ally, showed a hint of wariness and nodded slightly. He has been well. Is that so? Well, that's a relief. After this Holy Grail war is over, I plan to visit your family. Despite our philosophical differences leading us to part ways, we were once the families that created the Holy Grail war together. I'd like to revive the glory of our ancestors and rekindle the alliance from 200 years ago, if possible. Hearing that, Irisveal's eyes narrowed slightly. When that time comes, the Einsburn family will welcome the esteemed head of the Tosaka family. I believe that day will come. Tokiomi smiled, stood up, and confidently walked out of the room. Artoria watched his retreating figure, her brows furrowing slightly. Meeting Kiritsugu's gaze, Mia nodded, opened the door, and caught up with Tokiomi. Mr. Tosaka, let me escort you out. That would be much appreciated. Listening to the fading footsteps of the two, Kiritsugu exhaled slowly. Tosaka Tokiomi, truly a confident man, Kiritsugu muttered while sitting back in his chair. Though Tokiomi spoke of visiting the Einsburn family after the Holy Grail War, his self-assured tone and nonchalant attitude clearly conveyed a different message, which was, I'll visit the Einsburns after I win the Holy Grail War. Talking about rekindling the alliance and achieving what the three founding families failed to do in 200 years. What kind of authority did Tokiomi think he had? But if he did reach the root with the Holy Grail's help, perhaps there was a chance he could accomplish such a feat. That man, seemingly warm and gentle on the surface, had already revealed the demeanor of a victor in his every move and gesture. Was he so certain he would win in the end? Thinking like this, Kiritsugu furrowed his brows slightly. If it were anyone else making such a display, he would dismiss it as blind and foolish confidence. But Tokiomi was different. He carried the pride and confidence of a mage. Yet he wasn't devoid of cautiousness, evident in the numerous preparations he made for the Holy Grail War. Tokiomi wasn't one to make unfounded boasts. His composure and confidence were built on solid foundations. With that in mind, with only one command spell left and Archer not in his peak state, what made Tokiomi so sure he would emerge victorious? Was it because of Berserker, or did he hold some other unknown trump card? Archer's master, Artoria suddenly spoke, her attractive eyebrows slightly furrowed. I don't know why, but that man gives me a dangerous feeling. Dangerous? Kiritsugu raised an eyebrow. Tosaka Tokiomi, at most, could be considered a skilled mage. How could he make a servant at Saber's caliber feel danger? Not the kind of danger based on strength. Artoria carefully chose her words, searching for the right description. Although that man seems gentlemanly and has a noble air, I always feel like he's a bottomless black hole, ready to spew something out at any moment. Hearing her explanation, Kiritsugu was perplexed, hearing someone described as a black hole for the first time. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. Regardless of who or what that man was, that man would eventually become his enemy, and all he needed to do was eliminate anyone standing in his way. This was for the redemption of all humanity. Kiritsugu silently clenched his fist. Oh right, Kiritsugu, there's something I need to tell you. Irisveal remembered her reason for barging in. We encountered assassin. The last remaining servant finally showed up. Kiritsugu's expression became serious. Tell me the specifics of your encounter. Irisveal nodded and recounted the ambush by assassin on their way back. After hearing it, Kiritsugu fell into silence for a moment, then turned to Artoria. Any distinctive characteristics of this assassin? High-rank presence concealment, even my intuition couldn't detect them. Fast, at least not below a rank in agility. They used a knife, but I'm unsure if it's a noble phantasm or just a disguise, Artoria explained. What about their appearance, such as gender? Artoria carefully recalled, despite the heavy mist and poor lighting. They wore black clothes and a red hood on their head, couldn't see the specifics. Is that so? Kiritsugu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Tosaka Tokiomi approached us for cooperation, clearly thinking we're the least threatening, yet, even assassin is targeting us first. It seems like we're being underestimated. Archer's master approached us for cooperation. Artoria widened her eyes. Yes, Kiritsugu nodded minimally. He wants to ally with us and, together with Berserker, eliminate Lancer first. What's your answer, Kiritsugu? Irisveal asked nervously. I agreed, Kiritsugu answered calmly. Lancer's group currently holds the absolute advantage. If we don't defeat them first, we have no hope of obtaining the Holy Grail. But. Irisveal hesitated, unsure whether she should reveal the harsh truth at this moment. Chapter 253. Archer's master approached us for cooperation. Artoria widened her eyes. Yes, Kiritsugu nodded minimally. He wants to ally with us and, together with Berserker, eliminate Lancer first. What's your answer, Kiritsugu? Irisveal asked nervously. I agreed, Kiritsugu answered calmly. Lancer's group currently holds the absolute advantage. If we don't defeat them first, we have no hope of obtaining the Holy Grail. But. Irisveal hesitated, unsure whether she should reveal the harsh truth at this moment. Just speak your mind, I. Seeing Irisveal's conflicted expression, Kiritsugu spoke gently, a rare softness appearing in his eyes. This man, who had devoted his entire life to justice, now displayed a trace of human compassion. The Holy Grail has been contaminated, Irisveal cautiously stated. Kiritsugu's face immediately stiffened, his eyes filled with unmistakable surprise. The Holy Grail, contaminated? Kiritsugu murmured in disbelief. Impossible, it's an all-powerful wish-granting machine, nothing should be able to pollute it. Kiritsugu, Irisveal looked at her beloved with a complex expression. Do you remember the servant summoned by the Ainsburn family in the last Holy Grail War? You mean Ingra-Mainyu? Kiritsugu raised an eyebrow slightly. Before coming to Fuyuki, he had thoroughly reviewed all records of the Holy Grail Wars involving the Ainsburn family. He wouldn't forget such details. In the previous Holy Grail War, our family intended to summon an evil god from Persian mythology, Ingra-Mainyu. However, for some unknown reason, the Ingra-Mainyu our family ended up summoning was a very weak servant. Irisveal explained as she sat beside Kiritsugu and gently held his hand, hoping to provide some warmth to his troubled heart. Ingra-Mainyu died on the 4th day of the Holy Grail War, and as a result, the Ainsburn family lost their chance to compete for the Holy Grail. Over the years, our family believed it was due to the nature of the Saint Graph that Ingra-Mainyu turned out to be so weak, but, in reality, that wasn't the case. The Ingra-Mainyu from Persian mythology is the oldest evil in the world, a true demon. Such a strong being is impossible to be summoned by the power of Fuyuki's Holy Grail. The Ingra-Mainyu summoned by the Ainsburn family was just an ordinary human given that identity, nothing more. So, that Ingra-Mainyu was just some kind of symbol. Kiritsugu's eyes showed a pensive expression. Over the years, he had encountered such customs in remote villages worldwide, people resorting to such symbolism when they couldn't find redemption, expressing their grievances in this way. Yes, he was merely an ordinary man burdened with all the world's evil through the expectations of those around him. He didn't exist by his own will but was shaped into Ingra-Mainyu by the wishes of the people. That's why he was so weak. Irisveal gently rested her head on Kiritsugu's shoulder. But what does this have to do with the contamination of the Holy Grail? Kiritsugu asked again. Ingra-Mainyu was a heroic spirit born through people's wishes. After being absorbed by the Holy Grail, he essentially became the wish itself, and the Holy Grail accepted the wish imposed on him by humanity, becoming the embodiment of all the world's evil. Ingra-Mainyu was a heroic spirit born from people's wishes. Essentially, he embodied the wish itself. After dying and being absorbed by the Holy Grail, the Grail accepted the wish imposed on him by humanity to become the embodiment of all the world's evil. Because of this, the neutral and colorless Holy Grail was influenced by Ingra-Mainyu's evil and was tainted with endless malice. That's the truth behind the contamination of the Holy Grail, Irisveal explained softly. Silence followed. A prolonged silence that turned the not-so-spacious room into a deathly quiet space. After a long pause, Kiritsugu took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Did Ak tell you about this? No, Irisveal shook her head. Lancer was the one who told me. Lancer? Kiritsugu's brows furrowed again. Of course, he knew about Lancer's clairvoyance. This meant that Lancer probably wasn't making things up but had genuinely seen something. Should I give up? After sacrificing so much and severing numerous ties like family, friendship, and love, staking everything precious, trampling his own life beyond recognition, and crossing through countless deaths, must he now give up his final glimmer of hope? Should I just give up like this? Don't joke with me. The confusion on Kiritsugu's face vanished in an instant. At this moment, the cold and ruthless mage killer had returned. Kiritsugu. Irisveil seemed to sense something, looking at her husband with concern. No need to say anything, Iri, Kiritsugu's voice was as calm as the unruffled surface of a lake. I won't give up. Artoria, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow slightly. But Lancer has already said, the Holy Grail is, Irisveil anxiously pulled Kiritsugu's sleeve, her face showing clear worry. Can the Holy Grail still grant wishes? Kiritsugu asked. It can, Irisveil still seemed reluctant. But Lancer said it would be fulfilled in a very twisted way. Even so, Kiritsugu turned his head slightly. It's enough for me. Because the Holy Grail was the only choice he had. Kiritsugu, Irisveil opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Her crimson eyes gradually dimmed. Saber, what about you? Kiritsugu turned to look at Artoria. What's your take on this? From our first meeting, I've made it clear that my only goal is the Holy Grail, I'm willing to use any means for it, Artoria's tone was flat. But soon, her face displayed undisguised disgust. But if it's for that filthy thing, I don't think it's worth fighting for. Do you really trust Lancer? Kiritsugu's expression became somewhat complicated. Maybe he just sees the future where we, Archer, and Berserker join forces to take him down and wants to disrupt us in advance. It's just my intuition, Artoria said with an unchanged tone. If that's the case, Kiritsugu's gaze slightly lowered, looking at the crimson command spells on the back of his right hand. But what you said makes sense, making judgments without seeing the truth firsthand is not wise, Artoria crossed her arms, maintaining her calm tone. Hearing this, Kiritsugu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but his facial expression remained unchanged. It's good that you understand, Kiritsugu nodded slightly. Well then, since now both of your issues are resolved, it's my turn. Artoria's tone turned cold and her pale golden eyes narrowed, forming a dangerous arc. Tell me, Amiya Kiritsugu, what's going on with Irisveil's body? Chapter 254. Waver Velvet, disguised as an elderly couple's grandson through a suggestion magecraft, woke up in the second-floor bedroom as if it were any other day. The sun outside was already high, and under normal circumstances, he would be gearing up for a day of studying. However, yesterday's battle against Castor's noble phantasm had left him drained. Despite using a command spell to replenish Ryder's magical energy in advance, the intense fight had taken a toll on his already weak magical energy, depleting his equally frail body. Now, all he wanted was to lazily lie in bed, thinking about nothing, doing nothing. It would be perfect if he could continue like this until the end of time. However, that was clearly impossible. With his already poor foundation, he needed to strive harder. How else could he distinguish himself in the clock tower, surrounded by so many talented mages? How could he prove the correctness of his thesis? Staring at the two remaining command spells on his hand, Waver fell into silence. His purpose in participating in the Holy Grail War was to prove his talent and strength as a mage. He had even gone as far as stealing a valuable item from his teacher. An act considered treacherous and unforgivable. Yet, his teacher remained indifferent, effortlessly summoning an even stronger servant. Even now, he couldn't forget the grandeur of Lancer facing Archer, the immense pressure reminiscent of facing his teacher, Kenneth. Was the greatness of his teacher because of the accumulated heritage of his mage family over generations? Waver clenched his fists with frustration, then dejectedly lowered his head, a sense of defeat overwhelming him. He believed Ryder's strength to be comparable to Lancer's, but as a master, the gap between him and his teacher was insurmountable. Not to mention, just activating Ryder's noble phantasm once almost depleted all his magical energy. This was on the premise of him maintaining a bounded field to a minimum output. In contrast, Lancer could recklessly use various noble phantasms without worrying about consumption. Without any warning, Waver suddenly recalled the scene from his dream: the group of men on the battlefield, full of enthusiasm, singing and following their king toward the endless sea. Despite Ryder's noble spirit, he was restricted to a narrow field because of a master like him. Surely, Ryder must resent him. Maybe I was wrong after all. Waver sighed bitterly. A mage with such limited talent and a vile personality like mine isn't worthy of the king who harbors boundless dreams. Attempting to overthrow the concept of bloodline with my own strength is the epitome of idiocy. Yo, master, I'm back. Iskandar, with a beaming smile, pushed open the door with his chest muscles, proudly waving a package in front of Waver as if showing off his loot. "Check it out, just got my hands on the limited edition of Pacific Theater of Operations 4 that was released today, haha, my luck is as legendary as they say, so, what do you say? Let's play together. I even bought an extra controller for you." "Hey, Ryder," Waver, lying on the bed, gazed blankly and emptily at the ceiling. "Do you think I'm useless as a master, stupid, and just a burden? I can't provide you with enough magical energy, and I might even faint on the battlefield anytime. A master like me is, truly pathetic." He buried his head in the blanket, almost on the verge of tears. "If you teamed up with a more competent master, facing Lancer or Archer would be much easier, I'm sure." After a moment of silence, Iskandar opened his mouth. "Ah, you might be right. See, just as I thought," Waver said inwardly, full of hopelessness. "Indeed, you'd look more suitable if you were a bit more robust." "Ryder." Waver, infuriated by Iskandar's half-joking response, jumped off the bed with a thud. As he was about to explode, a paper suddenly appeared in front of his face. It was a map Iskandar had snatched from the library when Waver first summoned him, a colorful world map. "Alright, master, look here, this is our enemy." On the A2-sized paper depicting the world map, Iskandar pointed to the entire world as their enemy. "Come on, try to draw us next to our enemies in proportion, compare our current selves side by side." Facing Iskandar's nonsensical words, Waver sighed in resignation. "Don't joke around, how am I supposed to draw that? If you can't draw it, no matter how fine the pen is, it won't work. Even if you use a needle, it will still look too coarse. Compared to our enemies in front of us, we are just very tiny dots. So, there's no need to worry about being suitable or not." The tall and majestic Iskandar laughed heartily. "This body, compared to what I should conquer, is just a drop in the ocean. But precisely because of that, I feel more energetic. The smaller it is, the more I want to dominate the entire world with this small body. That's the most exciting feeling, the desire to conquer." Waver stared blankly at Iskandar, his throat involuntarily rolling, swallowing hard. He was completely overwhelmed by Iskandar's momentum. But precisely because of this, Waver felt even more inferior. In front of Ryder, with such a vast heart. All his troubles and frustrations seemed insignificant. In front of the king who wanted to conquer the world, his abilities as a third-rate mage were truly rubbish. He couldn't handle Ryder's talents at all. "You know, master, you're actually just like me," Iskandar slapped Waver on the back, nearly knocking him onto the bed. "No matter how I explain it to you, in the end, you'll feel insignificant, but even knowing that, you still insist on striving for higher goals. From my experience, the seed of a conqueror has already started sprouting in your heart." "That isn't praise, it's like you're treating me as a fool," Waver grumbled. "Even if that's the case, you're still a lovely fool," Iskandar grinned openly. "Someone willing to pursue unattainable glory is the basic norm for people of my era, so, signing a contract with a foolish youngster like you is truly satisfying." Hearing those earnest words, Waver quickly turned away in embarrassment, unable to meet Iskandar's sincere smile. Why does this big oaf always console people with things that don't make them happy at all? Waver couldn't help but complain inwardly, but a faint smile surfaced on his face. "Heh, doing what one knows to be impossible, yet fearlessly walking on such a path, such heroic spirit, truly befitting of a king who once conquered the world. Waver, you've summoned a servant that suits you very well." The voice of a stranger suddenly echoed in the not-so-spacious room. Hearing that familiar voice, Waver's face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 255. "Heh, doing what one knows to be impossible, yet fearlessly walking on such a path, such heroic spirit, truly befitting of a king who once conquered the world. Waver, you've summoned a servant that suits you very well." The voice of a stranger suddenly echoed in the not-so-spacious room. Hearing that familiar voice, Waver's face turned pale in an instant. Lancer. Golden spiritual particles converged from nowhere, bathing the cramped space in brilliant gold. Gobta, wearing modern clothing, materialized with a warm smile, like a gentle older brother next door. Waver, like a startled rabbit, immediately hid behind Iskandar, nervously scanning the room as if looking for someone. "Don't bother looking, it's just me. Your teacher went to the holy church to receive the command spell reward." Gobta, without any sense of invading privacy, sat on the floor as if he owned the place. "But seriously, your hideout is too simple, just a couple of familiars and no magecraft or bounded field for protection. If your teacher sees this, he'll definitely give you a good scolding without mercy." "He already looks down on me anyway," Waver muttered. "If you want respect, you need to show some actual results. Your teacher is called a genius because no matter how incredible the theory is, he can produce practical results. You should be aware of that," Gobta said casually. Hearing that, Waver clenched his fists tightly. Despite feeling a bit resentful, he had to admit that Lancer's words made a lot of sense. As a mere third-generation mage without any guidance from renowned teachers, and mostly relying on self-study, you indeed have the right to be proud. Gobta spoke while gazing deeply at Waver. But you should also be aware that from the moment you step onto the higher stage, your past is irrelevant. Indulging in past vanity will only hinder your progress. You disdain the elites and nobles flaunting their ancient bloodlines, completely ignoring the excellent achievements they've made. Is this out of pride or insecurity? I believe you know better than I do. Waver's lips trembled, but in the end, he couldn't utter a word of refute. For mages, theory is always just theory, only actual results can support the correctness of their theory. Attempting to overthrow the bloodline theory with just a paper, without presenting any results, is simply unrealistic, Gobta calmly stated. If you can't understand, consider this: if you were in your teacher's position, faced with such a paper, how would you react? I would probably think the one who wrote them is a clown. Waver pondered for a moment, before speaking with dejection. Very good, recognizing this indicates that you've started to grow, Gobta smiled, snapping his fingers. Now, let's go back to the beginning, leave behind the vanity of honor, bloodline, and family, choose your future path based on your true self. What path? Waver looked at Gobta in confusion, while Iskandar's eyes sparkled with interest. First, Gobta raised a finger. I'll deal with Ryder here, eliminate you from the Holy Grail War, then Kenneth will use the charge of theft to expel you from the clock tower. You'll go back to where you started, continuing to be a genius. I refuse, Waver replied without hesitation. Oh. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? If you go back to the clock tower, you'll face challenges hundreds of times more difficult than before. Do you really have the courage to confront all that? If it were the old me, I would be afraid, fearful, and might even retreat. Waver looked up at Iskandar, who flashed him a hearty smile at the right moment. A slight curl formed on his lips as he turned to Gobta, gaze serious. But not anymore. I won't be confined by that narrow world again. I want to do what I want, even if it's difficult, even if I might spend a lifetime without finding the answer. I want to go and see the vast sea that belongs to me. After a moment of silence, Gobta shook his head, smiling, and raised a second finger. Alright, let's talk about the second option then. Kenneth won't just expel you from the clock tower, he'll use the influence of El Meloy and his fiancée, Solayui Nuatari Sofiari, to promote you to the position of Lord. Lord? Waver's mind felt like it had been struck hard by a hammer, and his eyes quickly became blurry. It was well known that there were 12 departments in the clock tower, each with one lord. The power and status of a lord were at the pinnacle of the entire clock tower. Those who could hold such a position were from the top mage families. How could such an opportunity fall into the hands of a commoner and third-rate mage like him? But don't get too excited, Gobta added calmly. Even with the combined efforts of the El Meloy and Sofiari, pushing an outsider to the position of Lord won't be easy, so, your only choice is the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. Modern Magecraft was the lowest ranked among the 12 departments, with the least resources. The students there were said to be the most unruly in the entire clock tower, making it the least favored place in the Mages Association. However, upon consideration, Waver felt that the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory might be the most suitable place for him. Most of the students there were young people from the new era. He could use this opportunity to change the mindset of the next generation of mages. The more challenging the place, the more likely achievements could be made. But with your current status, even as a lord of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, it's still not enough. You need a few more years of experience. Also, to avoid the resentment of other families, you must attach yourself to the El Meloy. This means that even if you become the lord of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, you can't use your real name. You can only be called El Meloy too. Gobta stared at Waver with a serene gaze. Can you accept these two conditions? Waver hesitated for a long time but finally nodded. Yes, but, what are the conditions for my teacher? He was deeply aware that obtaining the position of Lord wouldn't be that easy. He was prepared to be ruthlessly exploited. Your teacher hasn't decided on specific conditions yet. He plans to tell you on the day you take over as Lord. However, there is something that requires your help right now, Gobta said calmly while crossing his hands. My help? Waver was slightly surprised, then seemed to understand something, turning to look at the towering Iskandar beside him. You mean, us? Yes, both of you, Gobta smiled and nodded. We want to ally with you too. Chapter 256. Ally? Waver's eyes showed a hint of surprise. With your and my teacher's strength, do you really need to ally with us? The combination of the strongest master and the strongest servant wasn't something unimaginable. Even breaking through the Holy Grail War overnight wasn't out of the question. So, why would they seek an alliance with him? Individual power is sometimes limited and your teacher is not as invincible as you imagine, Gobta sighed with a hint of resignation. In a one-on-one situation, I'm confident I can match any servant, but this is war after all, and the only goal of war is victory, so, any means, no matter how dirty, are within the acceptable range. Are you referring to the alliance between Archer and Berserker? Waver asked cautiously. Gobta nodded slightly. That's one aspect, but I'm concerned their preparations might go beyond that. After a moment of contemplation, Waver suddenly stood up, widening his eyes. Saber. Yes, Gobta nodded. To deal with me, Archer's master will definitely seek an alliance with Saber's master, after all, they are the three founding families, and we are just outsiders. Moreover, with Kiritsugu's personality, he would never miss such an opportunity. Even if Artoria and Irisville revealed the truth about the contaminated Holy Grail to him, he would choose to ignore it. He wouldn't give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope unless reality completely overpowered him. That makes sense, Waver contemplated, rubbing his chin. As strong as Lancer was, facing Archer, Berserker, and Saber simultaneously was an overwhelming situation. That's why, we need your help, Gobta stood up. I'll handle Archer and Berserker when the time comes, and leave Saber to Rider. Huh? You're going to face Archer and Berserker alone? Archer and Berserker were undoubtedly the most powerful servants in this Holy Grail war, aside from Lancer. He thought Lancer might assign one of them to him. Archer has an anti-world noble phantasm, Rider's noble phantasm, Ionioi Hitairoi, wouldn't be effective against that. As for Berserker, you and Rider already fought him, yes? Recalling the night when Berserker wreaked havoc in Rider's noble phantasm, Waver couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Though he hated to admit it, the risk was indeed high if Rider faced Berserker alone. Even with Rider's noble phantasm, Berserker could easily take Rider's head with his elusive speed. Waver sighed inwardly, acknowledging his own weakness. If he could supply enough magical energy, the servant's parameters under his command would be enhanced, preventing Berserker from overpowering Rider so easily. I understand, we'll take care of Saber when the time comes, Waver pounded his chest, eyes serious. I won't let her interfere with your battle until it's over. Not bad, Master, that's the spirit. No matter how powerful the enemies in front of you are, just crush and trample them all. Gwahaha. Although I don't want to lay a hand on that little girl, for the sake of your future, I'll let it slide this time. You should have listened to me in the first place. Waver retorted. Since it's settled him. Gobta frowned slightly as Kanatha's urgent voice suddenly echoed in his ears. With this command spell, Lancer, come to my side immediately. Trouble? Gobta furrowed his brows. Before he could ponder further, a powerful suction force suddenly emanated from nowhere, and his body involuntarily transformed into spiritual particles, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Vanished? Waver blinked, bewildered, and turned to Rider. Was he forcefully summoned? If I'm not mistaken, that seems to be the case, Iskandar rubbed his chin. Calling Lancer all of a sudden, could something be wrong with your teacher? No way. It's daytime, and my teacher is in the church, right? How could anything go wrong? Waver's voice trailed off, knowing how proud his teacher was. Unless faced with an unsolvable problem, he wouldn't waste a command spell for just summoning his servant. Could it be that his teacher was really in danger? Thinking about his position as a master, Waver felt a hint of anxiety. Rider. Quickly. Let's go to the church. Gwaha, I was just thinking the same. Iskandar laughed boisterously. He tossed the package in his hand onto the bed without a second thought, and his clothing instantly shifted to brown battle armor. With a swift motion, he unsheathed a sword at his waist, pointing it towards the sky outside the window. Descend, Gordius Wheel. Are you crazy? It's daytime. Let's just go on foot like a normal person. Inside the church, a radiant spiritual particles gathered, and Gobta, clad in silver armor, materialized. As soon as he appeared, a strong scent of blood and lingering gunpowder assaulted his senses. His black eyes shifted downward, and he saw an elderly man in a priest's robe lying on the ground, a large hole in his chest, blood flowing steadily. Life had completely left him. It was Kodomine Risei, the overseer of the current Holy Grail War. Gobta didn't harbor much bias against Kodomine Risei. Though he hadn't firmly chosen a side, Risei did lend a hand to Tokiomi, albeit reluctantly. And didn't engage in anything too extreme. Therefore, Gobta tolerated his presence, refraining from taking any action against him. But the current situation. He turned to look at Kanath nearby, surrounded by shimmering jewels, his expression slightly solemn. I understand you're a noble, but summoning me for corpse collection. Isn't that a bit too much? Hearing his servant's nonsense, Kenneth's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. You think I killed him? Isn't it so? Gobta shrugged. Anyone seeing this scene would likely come to that conclusion. Humph, I don't know this old man, and we have no conflicts of interest. Killing him would only make me an enemy of the Holy Church. There's no benefit for me. Kenneth snorted and crossed his arms. As a lord of the clock tower, do you really care about that kind of thing? But my reputation would be affected. Fair point, Gobta nodded, then rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Kenneth, in this alternative scenario, hadn't suffered the same degradation of dignity and honor as in the original story. In this situation, he indeed had no reason to act against Risei. So, what actually happened? Chapter 257. So. Gobta glanced at the lifeless body of the old priest on the ground, whose widened eyes still held a deep sense of astonishment. What's going on? It's assassin. Kenneth's expression turned slightly serious. Right after the priest handed me the command spell, assassin suddenly appeared and shot him dead with just one bullet. One bullet? Gobta squinted his eyes. You mean, assassin used a gun? Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's a disguise or a noble phantasm. Gobta pondered. No wonder Kenneth urgently summoned him with a command spell. Facing assassin, who possessed the ability to conceal their presence, even a lord of the clock tower would feel uneasy. Gobta looked around but couldn't sense any servant's presence. But he couldn't be sure. If assassin was the one he suspected, then not being able to sense him was normal. After a moment of contemplation, Gobta turned to Kenneth. Help me retrieve the bullet from the priest's body. What's with that tone? I'm your master, when did you start giving me orders? This is to deal with assassin, or, you don't want to deal with them. Reluctantly, Kenneth squatted down, pressed his hands to the wound on Risei's body, and using gravity magecraft, extracted the bullet from his heart, handing it to Gobta. Gobta stared at the blood-stained bullet in his hand for a moment, then turned to Kenneth. Kenneth, do you remember what kind of gun assassin used? It was just a regular handgun, why do you ask? Kenneth was puzzled. No reason, Gobta held the bullet in his palm. I'm just about certain of assassin's identity. What? Kenneth was bewildered. Could Lancer really deduce assassin's identity with just a mere bullet? Do you know, Kenneth, generally speaking, handgun bullets are about 3 mm in length, but this bullet, Gobta showed the slender brass bullet to Kenneth, is a 7 mm sniper rifle bullet. This, Kenneth was momentarily stunned. Wait here for a moment, I'll track down assassin, Gobta said without looking back. If assassin didn't attack you again, it means you're not his target, so, you're safe. With that assassin's personality, he wouldn't let any target in front of him go. Exiting the church, Gobta used the bullet as a medium to trace using rune search. Soon, a straight green line extended into the distance. To save time, he transformed himself into a spiritual form and followed the traces of the rune. He crossed the entire city and arrived at Miama, stopping in front of an abandoned house located in the center of the old city. It was unimaginable that in this valuable old city, there would be such an unused big house. If those real estate developers knew, they would rush to grab it like vultures smelling carrion, using all means to acquire this piece of land. But that was only if they could see the sun the next day. Gobta shifted from a spiritual form to a material form, looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar building. He's really here, Gobta couldn't help but sigh softly. Yes, for that man, besides here, where else could he go? Shaking his head, he extended his hands and pushed open the colorful, old wooden door in front of him. Creak. The decaying door produced a harsh sound as it scraped against the threshold. Assassin, who hid inside the house, immediately sensed the arrival of an uninvited guest and ran towards the distance without hesitation. Tied him up, Judah. Gobta snapped his fingers, and 13 golden spears, each with a trailing chain, whistled through the air like dragons with extended claws, heading straight for Assassin. Despite Assassin's agile movements, under the relentless siege from the Oath of Judah, he felt the pressure. His maneuvering area kept shrinking, clearly showing signs of struggling to hold on. Gather ye rosebuds while ye may. Kronos rose. As a deep voice echoed, the scale of time instantly stretched infinitely. The swiftly moving golden spears seemed to slow down to a crawl in Assassin's eyes, giving him a chance to sprint toward the outskirts of the spear's encirclement. However, at that moment, a cascade of crimson feathers suddenly fell from the void, catching his eyes. Assassin's mind went blank in an instant, his gaze becoming lost and vacant as if he had completely forgotten who he was and what he should do next. His uncontrolled noble phantasm immediately ceased, and time returned to its normal flow. The golden spears of Oath of Judah quickly whistled upward, tightly binding Assassin's body and delivering him to Gobta. Without delay, Gupta approached and lifted Assassin's mask, looking at the familiar face. A slight curve instantly appeared at the corner of his mouth. You really made it easy for me to find you, Assassin, or should I call you Counter Guardian Emiya? Although his true name was exposed in one breath, there was still no expression on the face of Emiya. His ashen-black eyes seemed more like a dead silence, devoid of any emotions, making it impossible for anyone, even in a face-to-face situation, to feel that this was a living person. Instead, he resembled a cold, lifeless war machine. This was Emiya Kiritsugu, an imitation heroic spirit that did not exist in proper human history. Having not experienced the separation and death of Irisville, he did not undergo the setbacks that came with such partings. His iron-hearted determination as a mage killer persisted until the end. And after death, his soul was absorbed and used by the counterforce, becoming their agent. Lancer, since you know my identity, you should understand that there is no conflict of interest between us. Emiya's voice mirrored Kiritsugu's voice but lacked variation, maintaining a consistent and tranquil tone, as calm as his unchanging gaze. As an agent of the counterforce, Emiya's code of conduct was to restore human order, with no personal motives. In other words, though he took on the role of assassin in this Holy Grail war, he had no desire for the Holy Grail. About that, I'm well aware, Gupta chuckled. But unfortunately, my purpose for descending into this world is not the Holy Grail, rather, I'd say our goals are quite similar. As he spoke, Gupta simultaneously released the power of Savior, and a mysterious aura soon spread from him. Emiya's eyes, like stagnant water, widened slightly. After carefully sensing this aura, he nodded slightly. I see, so, that's how it is. From this aura, Emiya felt a flavor similar yet distinct from the counterforce, a power possessed only by those who bear the weight of the world. Chapter 258. Gupta raised his hand, and Oath of Judah's chains immediately released Emiya and dispersed. Well, now that the situation is clear, let's move on to the next step, but to avoid exposing your identity, I'll temporarily refer to you as Assassin. How does that sound? Gupta asked. Emiya pulled his mask back up silently, nodding in agreement. Then, Gupta's pitch-black eyes revealed an indescribable depth. Tell me, Assassin, what is the source of this world crisis? As a guardian of the world, Emiya naturally carried the will of the world. This allowed him to see the source of the crisis more clearly and take reasonable measures to end it, saving human order with maximum efficiency. On this point, even Gupta couldn't compare unless he was willing to make a contract with the world and become an agent of the counterforce. But doing the grunt work for the counterforce? Forget it. Hearing the question, Emiya fell silent for a moment, then shook his head slowly. I don't know the source of this world crisis. Do you still not believe me? Gupta frowned slightly. No, with the power you possess, you can't be an enemy of the world in any way. Emiya's tone remained unchanged. But I can't see clearly where this crisis is coming from. However, I have encountered him. Him? Gupta paused for a moment, then suddenly snapped back. You mean you've met the one who's causing this world crisis? Yes, Emiya nodded slightly. When I was summoned to this world, I received the order of the counterforce to prevent Caster Gillis de Rice from being summoned. Caster, Gupta furrowed his brow slightly. He hadn't expected that things would come full circle, ending up with this French marshal again. But following the normal trajectory, even if Gillis were successfully summoned, the most outrageous thing he could do was summon a giant sea demon like in the original work, risking the exposure of mystery to the common people. This was a far cry from the crisis that could lead to the world's demise. If, in the case of the sea demons running amok and the counterforce sent an agent to stop them, that would be acceptable. But sending an agent just to prevent Gillis's arrival seemed a bit exaggerated. However, since the counterforce did so, it indicated that Gillis's arrival was undoubtedly related to the crisis that could potentially lead to the world's destruction. Thinking about the gunshot wound behind Ryunosuke, Gupta touched his chin thoughtfully. So, you were the one who killed Caster's master. Since I must prevent Caster's arrival, killing his master is the fastest and simplest way. I don't see any problem with that, Emiya responded calmly. As expected of you, Gupta sighed in resignation, then furrowed his brow. But if you've already killed the master, why was Caster still summoned? Unfortunately, by the time I identified Caster's master, he had already summoned Caster, Emiya explained. Gupta's expression turned somewhat strange. Didn't the counterforce tell you in advance about the master's identity? The counterforce is only responsible for issuing orders and providing magical energy. It won't interfere with anything else. How to handle it is up to me to decide, Emiya said with an unchanged tone. What a bullshit, Gupta cursed in his heart. Back then, I concealed myself in the shadows, cutting off my presence with every breath. I seized the opportunity to kill Castor's master. I thought that would make Castor disappear, but his existence was temporarily sustained by a grimoire he held. I decided to use my noble phantasm to destroy the grimoire as soon as possible. However, out of nowhere, a man engulfed in black flames appeared, blocking my path. A man engulfed in black flames, is that the mastermind you're talking about, the one causing this world crisis? Gobta squinted his eyes. As soon as you meet that man, you'll understand why I say that. He lacks any reason or wisdom, only pure destruction and madness. I've dealt with many like him before, but compared to him, they were child's play. Emiya shook his head slightly. That man is almost beyond the scope of human, fallen into a different entity. How can you be sure that man is human? Gobta asked. Because he has magic circuits. Emiya took out an ordinary-looking knife. This knife bears my origin. It inflicts lethal damage if it hits magic circuits or magic crests. When that man intervened, I distinctly felt I hit his magic circuits. If that's the case, why didn't you pursue him when you had the upper hand? Gobta remembered that, according to the police investigation, there were no signs of intense combat at the scene. It indicated that Emiya chose not to engage in a deadly battle with Gillis and that mysterious man. My knife only affects magic circuits near the wound. A mere scratch wouldn't have a significant impact on him. Besides, Castor was present at the time. As an assassin, I couldn't handle two powerful mages simultaneously. Once my noble phantasm duration ended, I would be at a disadvantage. In that situation, other than escaping, what other choice did I have? Emiya explained nonchalantly. Gobta scrutinized Emiya and nodded. You have a point, facing two mages simultaneously would indeed be challenging for you. Emiya furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that this man seemed to be implying something. Just as I thought, someone foresaw Castor's arrival in advance. No, perhaps that black flame guy arranged Castor's arrival. Gobta felt this mystery was getting even more messed up. Thinking about the counter-force's attitude and the mysterious appearance of Prelatai's spellbook in the Matur residence, he realized that Gillis's arrival this time was probably not just a coincidence. The mastermind probably targeted Ryunosuke from the start, intending to summon Gillis through him. Even though the mystery of Ryunosuke's and Gillis's deaths was solved, Gobta's mind was filled with more questions. What is that guy's objective? What does Castor have that's worth such an elaborate plan? Is it for Prelatai's spellbook? But if so, why did he easily hand it over to Zoken? Or was this part of his plan all along? But there's one crucial question left, who is that black flame guy? Gobta pondered for a moment, then looked at Emiya. Is Kotomine Risei that black flame man and the mastermind behind all this? No, Emiya answered flatly. Then why did you kill him? Gobta asked with a puzzled tone. Emiya fell silent for a moment, contemplating how to explain. Chapter 259. Gobta pondered for a moment, then looked at Emiya. Is Kotomine Risei that black flame man and the mastermind behind all this? No, Emiya answered flatly. Then why did you kill him? Gobta asked with a puzzled tone. Emiya fell silent for a moment, contemplating how to explain. It might sound unbelievable, but it's true. Every time I faced difficulties during a mission, a mysterious voice echoed in my mind, guiding me to do certain things. And judging by the results, these actions would have a significant impact on the final outcome. Isn't that eye of the mind or intuition? Strange, I remember Kiritsugu shouldn't have had these skills. Gobta was contemplating when suddenly, his vision blurred, catching a glimpse of a white silhouette flashing behind Emiya. From the figure, it seemed to be a woman. He turned to Emiya, who still stared at him expressionlessly, seemingly unaware of the presence of the white silhouette. What's wrong? Is there something behind me? Emiya looked back, but besides the old house and the overgrown courtyard, there was nothing. Gobta's eyes revealed a hint of complexity as he waved his hand. No, nothing, I just wanted to ask, besides killing Kotomine Risei, did that voice instruct you to do anything else? Kill the homunculus next to Saber, Emiya said emotionlessly. Hearing that, Gobta's mouth twitched slightly. Are you sure that was the instruction from that voice? Emiya nodded silently. Did you go through with it? Tried once this morning, but failed. I see. Gobta fell silent for a moment, then asked. Then, what's your plan now? Naturally, I'll drag the mastermind out. Emiya adjusted the hood on his head. My knife injured him, and his magic circuits won't recover in a short time. By exploiting this, I can determine his true identity. Gobta contemplated for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. Have you considered that he might be a participant in this Holy Grail war? I've considered that, but every master has a powerful servant protecting them. Even if I wanted to investigate, I wouldn't know where to start, Emiya replied. Of course, it's impossible for you alone. Gobta smirked slightly, a fox-like cunning appeared in his eyes. But what if you had me on your side? When Gobta returned to the church, he sensed an unusual atmosphere inside. Kenneth, waver. And Iskandar stood on one side, while a man in black clothes and Siyu Chulayan emanating a ferocious and murderous aura stood on the other. The tension between them was palpable, giving off the impression that they might start a fight at any moment. Mr. Kenneth, you're the last person my father saw before his death. In all fairness, you should assist us in the investigation and help us uncover the truth behind my father's death. The man in black, Kotomine Kirai, spoke with an emotionless face. Despite his father's lifeless body lying in front of him, he neither wailed nor cried, giving off the impression that this man was suppressing sorrow and pretending to be strong. Investigation? Do you intend to throw me into the basement of the burial agency for some harsh interrogation or something? I've said it before, your father was killed by assassin, and I have nothing to do with it, if you don't believe me. He arrogantly lifted his chin and pointed towards Gobta, who was approaching them. Why not discuss it with my servant? Watching Gobta walking towards them, Kirai's expression remained unchanged. Only his pupils slightly contracted, while Waver visibly breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, Kirai turned to Kenneth. Attacking the overseer is a clear rules violation of the Holy Grail War, Lancer's master. If you continue to resist, even with violence, according to the rules, I have the right to gather the remaining masters to subdue you. Before Kenneth could respond, however, Gobta chuckled and chimed in. I'm actually curious, how do you plan to gather other masters to take us down? Do you think they're all a bunch of righteous partners ready to be swayed by your few words of justice? Hearing that, Kirai's expression became slightly more serious, and his gaze involuntarily shifted to the ground, specifically to the right hand of his dead father, covered in a series of crimson command spells. These command spells, used in the previous Holy Grail War and never employed until its conclusion, were recovered by the Holy Church. They were protected by special incantations, and unless granted permission by the owner or someone who knew the incantation, no one could transfer these command spells. The incantation was the greatest secret, not even revealed to Kirai, Risei's own biological son. Noticing Kirai's expression, Gobta, though maintaining a neutral face, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His earlier words were a test to see if Kirai knew the secret incantation for the command spells. Previously, while inspecting Risei's body, he didn't find any signs of a hidden code of some kind, but he couldn't be sure if it was due to the sudden turn of events or if the incantation had been shared beforehand. However, from Kirai's expression, it was evident that Risei had not disclosed the secret of the incantation. Command spells could be used as the ultimate leverage, but without them, Kirai couldn't control other masters. Before Kirai could retort, Gobta tossed something to him. Instinctively catching it, Kirai found a brass bullet stained with dark red blood. My master made it clear your father was killed by assassin, and that is the evidence. If you doubt it, you can get a forensic report from any hospital, and I guarantee the results will match, Gobta stated calmly. I assume you wouldn't think my master would resort to using a gun, such an unbecoming tool for a mage. Indeed, it was impossible. Kirai understood the prideful nature of mages, as evident in his mentor, Tosaka Tokiomi. For a clock tower's lord, even more so, the use of a gun would be seen as a deviation from the correct path of magecraft, akin to blasphemy. Yeah, exactly. How could Professor Kenneth ever use a gun? With his hands behind his back, chin slightly raised, Kenneth didn't bother to engage in such a trivial argument. Kirai stared at the brass bullet in his hand and fell silent. Chapter 260. On a picturesque hillside on the outskirts of Fuyuki, stands an elegant and charming villa. It was the secondary residence of the Tosaka family. With the destruction of the Tosaka main residence in Miyama, Tokiomi decided to choose this place as his new base of operation during the Holy Grail War. As the supervisor of Fuyuki's ley lines, he and his ancestors, with their exceptional business insight, actively converted the ley line properties of Fuyuki into commercial land, reaping unusually generous rents. In the whole of Japan, few families could match the Tosaka family's wealth. Acquiring luxurious villas like this was as easy as eating and drinking. In the living room, Tokiomi, dressed in a wine-red suit, elegantly sat in a leather chair. Though the villa was currently occupied by him alone, the room remained spotless. Observing the calm Tokiomi from the nearby chair, Kirai couldn't discern whether it was his mentor's nature or if he genuinely had everything already under control. With a glass of red wine in hand, Tokiomi calmly gazed at the brass bullet on the table. His lake-like azure eyes seemed bottomless, revealing an indescribable depth. So, it's true that assassin killed Father Risei, is that correct? From the information I've gathered so far, that seems to be the case. However, no one knows why assassin did it. Kirai paused and added. I've already issued a command as the acting overseer to other masters for subduing assassin, but it had little effect, right? Tokiomi interrupted and smoothly took a sip of red wine. The teacher and student pair from the clock tower is a given, and Saber's master won't involve himself in something with no apparent benefit. Your insight is keen, master. Kirai nodded slightly. Kirai, I can understand the desire for vengeance for your father. Frankly, I am also quite angry about it. Tokiomi sighed softly, but his eyes showed no emotional fluctuations. However, we face a more problematic enemy now. I hope you can inherit your father's will and continue to help the Tosaka family achieve its long-standing goal. Do you understand what I mean? Kirai lowered his head further. Yes. I assure you, after the war, I will personally bring retribution upon assassin and their master to honor your father's taking the reputation of the Tosaka family. When it came to honor, Tokiomi's tone and gaze revealed a distinct solemnity. Thank you, master. Kirai bowed slightly, but his emotionless face concealed his true thoughts. By the way, Kirai, Tokiomi swirled the red wine in his glass casually, as if the previous heavy topic was just a mere passing. About those command spells, did Father Risei truly not tell you how to transfer them? I'm sorry, I've thoroughly examined my father's belongings, but there were no clues, Kirai replied. Is that so? Tokiomi fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Very well, Kirai, go and rest. The final battle is approaching, and I hope you are fully prepared before then. Yes, Kirai bowed again and left the room. Shortly after Kirai's departure, a radiant presence accompanied by a golden glow appeared, and the figure of Gilgamesh materialized. However, compared to his imposing appearance in the dock area in the past, he seemed somewhat weaker. Collaborating with such a mad dog, are you serious about this, Tokiomi? Even in his injured state, Gilgamesh's aura remained strong. His crimson eyes exuded a dragon-like pressure, staring directly at Tokiomi's eyes. No, your majesty, it's not collaboration, it's merely assistance. Tokiomi stood up, first bowing deeply to Gilgamesh, then lifting his head, revealing a sincere smile. It's like having a hunting dog by a hunter's side. No matter how excellent the dog is, it's still just a tool. The true protagonist is still the hunter with the gun. Gilgamesh scrutinized Tokiomi for a long while before a pleased smile appeared on his face. Heh, I didn't expect this, Tokiomi. It seems I underestimated you before. Receiving your majesty's praise is the greatest honor for me. Tokiomi respectfully bowed, hand over his chest, and head slightly lowered. However, his eyes, unseen by anyone, revealed an indescribable depth, as if something inhuman was about to break free from within. Church. Kirai gazed at an old man lying inside a coffin, lightly tapping his heart with his hand, his eyes filled with evident confusion. He couldn't comprehend why his father had died before his eyes, yet there was no shred of sadness in his heart, not even a tear to shed. As a son, isn't it natural to weep and be furious witnessing my own father being murdered by someone? But no matter how Kirai questioned himself, all he got was a sense of emptiness. No matter how he tapped the heart, he couldn't find an answer. Was it because there was a missing piece? Was it because of this emptiness that the Holy Grail chose him as a master? Yet, what was it that he lacked? Looking up at the mural on the top of the church, the man found himself sinking into deeper confusion. Nevertheless, since it was an almighty wish-granting machine, it should be able to help him find the answer to this question. Staring at the command spells on the back of his hand, Kirai stood up after a long while, silently walking towards the exit of the church without looking back. Fuyuki, Hotel. Gobta stood by the glass window, holding a steaming cup of tea, silently gazing at the darkening night outside. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of magical energy swept through the entire city. He turned his head, directing his gaze towards Mount Enzu in the distance, a faint smile playing on his lips. Heh, is it time? Gobta chuckled and gently placed the teacup on the nearby table. In the next second, the room fell into silence, with only the steaming cup of tea left in the empty room. Chapter 261. The heavy black clouds hung on the horizon as if endless thick ink had been heavily applied to the sky, without a trace of starlight. Profound twilight enveloped the earth. And the long street was silent and gloomy, revealing an indescribable heaviness and oppression. Gobta strolled along a mountain path, and at the end was the mountain gate of Ryuta Temple. The massive gate stood silently, like the gaping maw of an invisible behemoth, ready to devour everything. Without changing his expression, he stepped over the gate. In the spacious courtyard, a tall figure stood quietly, like a black giant. I knew you would come. Siyu Chulain spoke with a smile and slowly opened his eyes as if a dormant dragon had awakened from slumber. A strong aura instantly permeated the surroundings, and madness gleamed in his crimson eyes. Since you all invited me so warmly, it would be impolite if I didn't come, no? Gobta responded while smiling unconcernedly, hands casually in his pockets. Heh, from the first time I saw you, I knew there would be a battle between us. Siu Chulayan picked up his crimson demonic spear stuck in the ground as a wicked smile played on his lips. While I don't underestimate you, you alone are not my match. Gobta glanced around. Bring out the rest. Tonight is the night for the final battle, there's no point in hiding now. If you're so eager to die, then I shall grant your wish. An extremely arrogant voice suddenly came from above. A luminous golden and emerald ship, constructed of gold and green, tore through the clouds and descended to the mountaintop. Gilgamesh sat on the flying ship, and his dragon-like crimson eyes revealed a dangerous intent. It seems the last defeat against me still irks you, Gilgamesh. Gobta looked up at the celestial ark from Indian mythology, Vimana, silently considering the possibility of snatching it and giving it to Mordred as a toy. Being able to make this king feel pressure after so long, I have to admit, as an enemy, you are indeed a worthy opponent, Arthur. Gilgamesh slowly raised the corner of his mouth, a sinister smile forming. So, be prepared, this time, I'll use all my strength as a repayment for your disrespect of this king's authority. Is that so? I just hope this time you won't flee like last time though. Ignoring Gilgamesh's burning gaze, Gobta turned his gaze to the shadowy corner. Since you're here, show yourself. I doubt you plan to sneak attack me when I'm not paying attention. After a moment of silence, accompanied by crisp sounds of armor clashing, a petite girl in black armor emerged from the shadows. Her pale golden eyes were like ancient ice, exuding an unwelcoming and cold aura. If possible, I wouldn't mind doing that, Artoria responded emotionlessly. Heh, I figured you would say that, but sorry, I won't give you that chance. Gobta's tone remained calm. I've also called for reinforcements, not just you guys. Boom! A thunderous roar tore through the silent night, accompanied by the silver dance of electric serpents. A boisterous laughter soon echoed in everyone's ears. Gwahaha! At a time like this, how could I miss the chance to conquer? Two thunderstepping divine bulls pulled an ancient war chariot from the void. A towering red-haired muscular man stood proudly on the chariot, exuding a majestic aura that made the other servants present unable to help but glance at him. 3 against 1 is a bit unfair, isn't it? If the battle loses its suspense, it'll be too boring, don't you think so? Since that's the case, I don't think you guys would mind if I lend a hand to Lancer. It seems there are more fools in this world than I imagined. Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed dangerously, a sly smile playing on his lips. I usually prioritize things and plan to take out Lancer first before dealing with you, but since you're here, might as well take care of both at once. Soon, golden ripples spread across the sky, their radiant light dispelling the deep night. Countless legendary weapons, renowned in legends, emerged from the ripples one after another, descending with a speed that surpassed sound, like a golden downpour. Seeing this, Gobta's clothes instantly switched to silver armor. He raised his hand, and an equal number of black holes appeared behind him. Radiant golden lances poured out like missiles, colliding with Gilgamesh's golden downpour. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions resounded and thick smoke filled the air. After a moment, dozens of brilliant weapons pierced through the smoke and fell to the ground. These were all B rank or higher noble phantasms of Gilgamesh. Abyss flower imitated by the void archives couldn't completely stop them. Snap! Gobta snapped his fingers, and dozens of black holes loomed in front of him like a replay of the Dockaria's battle. Gilgamesh's noble phantasms would be swallowed by the black holes and then returned to him. However, do you think I'm a fool who would fall for the same move twice? A cold smile tugged at Gilgamesh's lips. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, just as his noble phantasms were about to enter the black holes, they suddenly emitted extremely unstable magical energy fluctuations. As if realizing something, Gobta's eyes widened slightly. Boom! A violent explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Surprisingly, Gilgamesh did not retrieve his noble phantasms as usual. Instead, he detonated them all without hesitation. Rumble! The shockwave lifted the ground within a dozen meters, countless debris scattered in all directions. Even the revered temples, once worshipped by countless believers, turned to ashes in an instant. The intense commotion could be heard clearly across half of Fuyuki. Strangely, even with such a loud noise, not a single person was awakened. They remained sound asleep in their dreams. Even such precious treasures can be abandoned without hesitation, as expected of the King of Heroes. It seems I underestimated you earlier, Gilgamesh. A deep voice echoed from the devastated ground. The wind pressure caused by magical energy fluctuations dispersed the smoke, revealing Gobta, protected by the Star of Eden's barrier. He stared calmly at Gilgamesh in the sky, and with a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black spear, emanating a strong power of death, appeared in his hand. Well then, let me repay you in kind. Chapter 262. Bring out all your tricks, Lancer. Gilgamesh spoke indifferently, waving his hand as the golden ripples in the sky doubled. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. The golden downpour fell once again, exploding about 5 meters above the ground. The explosion created a bright flash and a powerful blast. Visible shockwaves spreading in all directions, turning the entire Ryuta temple into scorched earth in an instant. Amidst the billowing smoke, a blazing reddish-orange pillar suddenly tore through the air, the terrifying heat distorting the surrounding void. Silently roaring like a mad dragon, it charged straight toward the radiant ship in the sky. Boom! The scorching heat, capable of melting mountains, instantly shattered the precious golden ship, melting the exquisite gold and emerald into utter nothingness. Waver, hiding in a secret vantage point, observing the battlefield through his familiar, found it heartbreaking and almost breathless. Gobta, blowing the smoke from the pistol of judgment of Shamash, shook his head with resignation. It seemed like he couldn't bring back this radiant ship. Don't think it's over, Lancer. Gilgamesh, draped in a new fabulous attire, emerged from the explosion. Though his aura had diminished slightly, his eyes gleamed brighter, as if an invisible flame burned within. The real battle has just begun. An ice-cold intent, like a dormant volcano, suddenly erupted from nearby. Swish! A black demonic hand, wielding a crimson demonic spear, thrust toward Gobta's heart at lightning speed. Gobta squinted his eyes, wielding Black Abyss to block Siyu Chulin's attack. At the same time, he raised Judgment of Shamash in his other hand, pulling the trigger aimed at Siyu Chulin's head. Facing the pitch-black barrel, Siyu Chulin's pupils shrank to pinprick size. Boom! The surging flames roared like an enraged dragon. In the nick of time, Siyu Chulin tilted his head to avoid the fatal blow, but his shoulder still took a hit. His armor, made from Kuruid bones, was instantly pierced by the searing heat, which twisted his expression as he felt the piercing pain. Swish! 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 Without warning, a rain of golden swords soon covered the area. Gilgamesh seemed to completely disregard his own ally, Siyu Chulain, as he recklessly tossed his numerous noble phantasms from the gate of Babylon without mercy. The exploding brilliance dispelled the darkness, illuminating everything around. Even for Gobta, it was challenging to withstand such bombardment. As a result, he decisively activated the spatial power of Cosmic Juggernaut, escaping from the explosion's coverage. On the other side, Siyu Chulain, with his agility, managed to escape the explosion's coverage. However, being betrayed by an ally left him furious. What the fuck, Gilgamesh? Siyu Chulain growled, glaring at Gilgamesh, his expression darkening. Quit your yapping, mad dog, Gilgamesh coldly glanced at him. I don't need dead weight as an ally, if you can't show enough strength, you might as well die with him. Tisk, TSK, these two really don't get along, eh? I don't know what their masters were thinking, putting them together, aren't they afraid these two will start fighting each other? Iskandar, standing on the chariot, crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. He then looked at Artoria, who remained motionless. By the way, aren't you teaming up with Archer and Berserker too? You just planning to stand here and watch? Aren't you the one he sent specifically to keep an eye on me? I bet that as soon as I make a move, you'll immediately use your reality marble to pull me in. Gwaha, as expected of the King of Knights. Iskandar laughed heartily, giving her a thumbs up. In that case, let's see together who the ultimate victor of this battle will be. His voice wasn't exactly quiet and clearly heard by the three in the center of the battlefield, but the three paid it no mind. They were completely immersed in their battle, unable to afford any distraction. Gobta, shielded by Star of Eden, bore the brunt of Gilgamesh's attacks as he charged straight at Siyu Chulain. Although it seemed that Gilgamesh was the easier opponent to deal with Siyu Chulain watching from the sidelines, the chances of victory were slim. In that case, it made more sense to deal with Siyu Chulain first. Gobta's black spear cut through the air with unpredictable arcs, continuously thrusting at Siyu Chulain's vital points. The latter didn't evade or dodge, only swinging his crimson demonic spear to deflect the former's assaults. Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! The clash of the black spear and the crimson spear produced intense sparks. The two fought like a whirlwind, displaying extraordinary spearmanship that seemed as natural as breathing. If there were spear experts present, they would instantly recognize that both of them executed nearly identical spearmanship. Ha! Yes! This is it. This is how it should be. You didn't disappoint, Lancer. Siyu Chulain yelled in delight, his mouth curving into a wild grin, and a crimson madness in his eyes burning like a relentless flame. At this moment, he finally experienced the long-lost joy of battle. "Oh, by the way, Berserker, there's something I forgot to tell you," Gobta suddenly spoke. "In the last battle between your other self and me, I actually won." "Is that so?" Siyu Chulain, confidently wielding his spear, pushed Gobta back step by step. "But it seems this time, I'm the one winning." "I haven't finished yet," a sly smile appeared on Gobta's lips. "That time, I didn't win solely with my spearmanship." "What?" Siyu Chulain was slightly puzzled. However, before he could react, a deep green light erupted from beneath him. Ancient runes, like blood, seeped from the ground, and a vast, surging power enveloped him, instantly restraining him. Primordial rune. Seeing these familiar symbols, Siyu Chulain couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. When did this happen? Humph, not even aware of such a crude trap, truly, a mad dog is a mad dog after all. Seeing this scene, Gilgamesh sneered while crossing his arms. "Oh. Does this mean Berserker is losing?" Artoria's gaze flickered slightly and quietly tightened her grip on the invisible sword in her hand. Just as everyone thought Siyu Chulain would be eliminated, a powerful surge of magical energy suddenly emanated from him. "Slaughter, without exception. Liberate all curses, without moderation. Be prepared to challenge despair. Reincarnation." Boom! A colossal storm of crimson magical energy instantly surged forth from Siyu Chulain's body. Chapter 263. Just as everyone thought Siyu Chulain would be eliminated, a powerful surge of magical energy suddenly emanated from him. "Slaughter, without exception. Liberate all curses, without moderation. Be prepared to challenge despair. Reincarnation." Boom! A colossal storm of crimson magical energy instantly surged forth from Siyu Chulain's body. Siyu Chulain's hands and head were instantly covered by heavy black and red armor. His entire body was filled with an indescribable oppressive force. The two glows of crimson light from his eyes that leaked through the armor's gaps were no longer clear. Only pure madness akin to a beast. This was Siyu Chulain's ultimate form as Berserker, discarding sanity and reason to manifest temporarily as the bone and skeleton of the sea monster Kuroid, which was used as the material for Gibalg. He aimed to crush the enemy before him with absolute power. Ha! Siyu Chulain roared towards the sky, wielding claws as sharp as Gibalg, creating a dazzling display as he swiftly severed the primordial rune's restraint. A more ferocious intent to kill emanated and the red glow in Siyu Chulain's eyes intensified. In a flash, he transformed into a series of black and red afterimages, charging straight towards the nearest Gilgamesh. "You damn mad dog!" Gilgamesh first blinked in surprise, then became enraged. He raised his hand and countless divine weapons immediately poured out from the gate of Babylon, all directed at Siyu Chulain. However, relying on protection from arrows, Siyu Chulain easily broke through Gilgamesh's assault. With the Kuroid armor equipped, his speed not only did not decrease, but it surged more than twice as before. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he reached Gilgamesh, and his crimson claws mercilessly descended upon the Golden King. Boom! Gilgamesh couldn't dodge in time and was instantly sent flying. If not for the armor he wore, this single blow would have severely wounded him. Gur! A joyful growl escaped Siyu Chulain's throat as he continued charging towards Gilgamesh. "You damn bastard!" Gilgamesh roared, his serpent-like crimson pupils boiling with raging fury. From the ripples behind him, golden chains shot out, immediately restraining Siyu Chulain's body. Even with a strength and EX endurance, the latter couldn't break free from this seemingly fragile chain. "Open your eyes wide and see clearly who your enemy is, you damn mad dog." Gilgamesh waved his hand, lifting Siyu Chulain high with Enkidu, then, as if throwing a bowling ball, threw the frenzied beast towards Gobta. Watching Siyu Chulain descending toward him, Gobta's eyes narrowed slightly, and soon, a strong aura of death suddenly emanated from him. Black dragon body. Roar! A resonant dragon's roar echoed, majestic and profound. Behind Gobta emerged an enormous shadow, a silhouette of a pitch-black dragon. Its colossal body exuded an ancient and solemn aura, with deep, abyssal eyes that seemed to connect with the underworld. The jet-black bone wings, stretching to the edge of sight, threatened to shroud the world in unity with the night. Dark mysterious tattoos climbed Gobta's body. His black hair cascaded to his waist, and his eyes transformed into inhuman vertical pupils. A formidable magical energy, accompanied by a terrifying power of death, permeated the air. In an instant, the temperature within several tens of meters plummeted, an eerie atmosphere enveloping the area, as if a divine beast had descended upon the mortal realm. That is, Artoria glanced at the black dragon silhouette behind Gobta, her pupils slightly contracting. Nidhogg, the dragon of despair, I never thought he'd harbor the power of this legendary dragon, Iskandar mused, rubbing his chin, and a gleeful smile played on his lips. Looks like this battle is getting more and more interesting. Humph, in the end, he's just a mongrel, Gilgamesh sneered, though a hint of unidentifiable unease flickered in his eyes. Sensing this overwhelming presence, Siyu Chulain showed no hesitation. The crimson glow in his eyes intensified, and a murderous intent spread. Like a dragon, his crimson claws lunged relentlessly toward Gobta without mercy. Gobta's black pupils glinted, standing still as his black dragon heart thumped rapidly. The immense magical energy flowed incessantly into his limbs, elevating his strength to its peak. His hands clenched into fists, moving at an incredible speed, colliding with the crimson claws in a series of thunderous impacts. Bang! Despite being pure physical collisions, the sounds echoed as if hard metal clashed with hard metal. Dazzling sparks flew, and the magical energy released by the clash created visible shockwaves in all directions. Bang! 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 Gobta and Siyu Chulain wildly exchanged punches, their speed surpassing human perception. Only black and red blurs collided, and the magic-infused shockwaves resembled visible gusts spreading in every direction. The power of these residual magical energy waves was comparable to C-rank magic missiles. Even sturdy steel succumbed to their ruthless power. This was a battle transcending human comprehension, as if ancient gods were resurrected. Other masters, observing the battlefield through their familiars, were left dumbfounded. When did Lancer become capable of directly challenging Berserker in pure physical strength? This was absurd. However, this was the true confrontation between top-tier servants, after all. Their existence alone symbolized absolute power. Any slightly weaker servant, even if near the periphery, would suffer severe consequences from the battle's aftermath. TCH, turns out that guy held back that night, Iskandar clicked his tongue. If Berserker charged into his reality marble with that form that night, he'd probably have lost his head by now. Seeing the clash between Gobta and Siyu Chulain, Artoria's eyes showed a clear sense of solemnity. Despite her petite appearance, fueled by the vast magical energy generated by the red dragon heart, her physical strength was not weak. However, compared to the two freaks in front of her, it seemed like a small fry against giants. If she joined the battle, she estimated she wouldn't last even 3 minutes. Humph, a boring barbaric game, Gilgamesh crossed his arms, with a disdainful expression, openly ridiculing this primitive way of fighting. He didn't take the opportunity to attack Lancer, not because he was intentionally holding back, but because the current Berserker had completely fallen into madness, unable to distinguish friend from foe. If he intervened now, he might attract the attention of this mad dog. So, it was better to let this mad dog consume Lancer's stamina and magical energy. When the time was right, he would personally step in and deliver the final judgment for Lancer. Revenge was the strongest and sweetest wine, after all. As Gilgamesh imagined the scene of Gobta dying at his hands, a satisfied smile slowly appeared on his lips. Chapter 264. J.A. A non-human growl echoed from Siyu Chulain's throat. Behind him, a faintly enormous beastly silhouette, seemingly condensed from the depths of the blue sea, exuded a majestic aura reminiscent of a sea god. It opened its mouth, roaring silently, conveying a heavy pressure like surging waves. Behind Gobta, a massive black dragon silhouette also emerged. Its black vertical pupils coldly stared at the sea beast in front of it. Soon, a vast dragon's might descended like an overwhelming force, colliding unabashedly with the sea beast. The silhouettes of the blue sea beast and the massive black dragon confronted each other. Watching this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a hallucination, as if the servants fighting in front of them were not human, but divine beasts stepping into reality. However, experienced warriors like Artoria knew that this phenomenon indicated the battle between Lancer and Berserker had gradually entered a heated stage. Both sides had abandoned all reservations, recklessly unleashing their powers. In this intense battle, both Gobta and Siyu Chulain were injured. However, with the aid of Abyss Flower for Gobta and Rune Magecraft for Siyu Chulain, their injuries were quickly healed. Additionally, with Gobta's EX mana and Siyu Chulain's EX endurance, they wouldn't feel tired no matter how long the fight lasted before their noble phantasms ended. From this perspective, this battle had undoubtedly turned into a protracted war. However, compared to Siyu Chulain, who had completely fallen into madness and had all other noble phantasms sealed, Gobta not only maintained his clear consciousness but he could still use his remaining noble phantasms. Suddenly, a crimson feather fell from the void. And an invisible mental force spread. Even Siyu Chulain, whose state of mind had completely plunged into chaos and madness, temporarily stopped in his tracks. The two crimson glows on his helmet dimmed slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Gobta clenched his fist, his spine bending, and quickly straightening. Whoosh! A simple and unpretentious straight punch, enhanced by a strength, tore through the air like a sharp sword, carrying a strong gust of wind straight towards Siyu Chulain's heart. Boom! Like a bullet leaving the barrel, Siyu Chulain instantly lost control of his body and flew backward, crashing heavily on the ground, blood with fragments of internal organs spraying out at once. This well-planned punch not only caused severe injuries to Siyu Chulain's body but also damaged his Saint Graph, making it impossible for him to maintain his noble phantasm. His Kuruid armor dissipated entirely, and his aura wilted to the extreme. In this battle, the victory was decided 10 minutes ago. As the battle between Gobta and Siyu Chulain was intensifying, high above the Ryuta temple, on a vantage point near the top of Mount Enzu, concealed and with a clear view, Kiritsugu steadied his expensive sniper rifle, Walther WA-200, equipped with a PV-4 night vision scope, observing the battlefield. Though the Holy Grail War had only reached its fourth day, tonight was undeniably the final showdown. Before coming here, he had secretly taken Irisville to Shinto with Mia. Regardless of the outcome, they at least held the trump card of the Lesser Grail. Honestly, Kiritsugu had already raised his assessment of Lancer before this moment. However, watching the imposing silhouette of the Black Dragon, he couldn't help but feel a weight on his chest. He never thought that the agile and skilled Lancer class, renowned for their speed and finesse, would one day stand toe-to-toe with Berserker in hand-to-hand combat. The absurdity of this feeling was akin to suddenly discovering his other self in this world. Kiritsugu furrowed his brow slightly, wondering why such thoughts would suddenly occur to him. But he didn't dwell on it, quickly dismissing these irrelevant musings and returning to his earlier train of thought. In terms of noble phantasms, Lancer was no less impressive than Archer with his Gate of Babylon. While in terms of strength and endurance, Lancer rivaled Berserker. Additionally, Lancer also wielded a noble phantasm similar to Saber's and had even mastered the primordial rune that many mages could never comprehend in a lifetime. This parallel version of King Arthur was truly a jack-of-all-trades monster. Even now, Kiritsugu had no idea if this figure had more hidden cards. Undoubtedly, Lancer was the unquestionably strongest servant in this Holy Grail War. In a one-on-one situation, no servant could match him. Even when facing both Archer and Berserker, two exceptional servants who also broke the norm, Lancer still seemed effortlessly in control. However, part of this control stemmed from Archer and Berserker harboring mutual resentment and not truly cooperating with each other. In theory, facing such a servant, gradually depleting their magical energy through a war of attrition would be the best strategy. After all, it was evident to anyone that Lancer, though powerful, had a terrifying consumption of magical energy. If they could endure until his magical energy ran out, victory would be theirs. But the crucial point was that Lancer's master was a lord of the Clock Tower, a man whose wealth could rival the entire Einsburn family. Kiritsugu doubted that Kenneth hadn't considered this situation. Judging from Lancer's reckless attack, it was clear that he paid no mind to magical energy consumption. If Saber could join this battle, there might be a chance to defeat Lancer, but unfortunately, Ryder was lurking nearby, preventing her from getting a chance to strike. Kiritsugu had a vague intuition. Relying solely on Archer and Berserker, it seemed unlikely to defeat Lancer. Since a direct confrontation wouldn't work, he had to resort to alternative methods. Turning his sniper, Kiritsugu searched for Lancer's master. He was convinced that the proud man, Kenneth, wouldn't choose to retreat at this moment and would definitely appear on this battlefield. However, despite searching all possible hiding places, he found nothing. Just as doubt began to creep into his mind, a confident and arrogant voice suddenly echoed by his side. "There you are, you war dog." Hearing the voice, Kiritsugu's hair instantly stood on end. A sense of imminent danger, like the icy claws of a demon, gripped his heart, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 265. Time Alter, Triple XL. Without hesitation, drawing from his rich combat experience as the Mage Killer, Kiritsugu immediately activated his Magecraft, enhancing his own speed to triple speed. Though this would cause significant damage to his body, in the face of a life-threatening situation, it was a negligible cost. His blood burned and his heart raced as he dodged at a speed far beyond that of an ordinary human. Boom! Almost simultaneously, whip-like blades of solidified mercury swiped down, leaving deep marks on the ground. Along with them, the very expensive Walther WA-200 sniper rifle was sliced into a pile of scrap metal. Yet, Kiritsugu had no time to mourn since Kenneth's next words tightened his heart once again. "Time Alter, huh? It's indeed an advanced magecraft, however, no matter how powerful magecraft is, it still has corresponding weaknesses. Once you understand that, countering it becomes a piece of cake. Time Alter. A magecraft researched by generations of the Amiya family on time manipulation. The results of their efforts should have been imprinted in Kiritsugu's magic crest as the 5th generation heir. However, due to an unexpected incident, this crest was sealed inside the clock tower. Even though his foster mother and mentor, Natalia Kaminsky, negotiated with the Mages Association to return the crest back, Kiritsugu only inherited 20% of the crest, with the remaining 80% still under the clock tower's control. Knowing about Kiritsugu's abilities from Gobta, Kenneth had thoroughly examined the clock tower's research on time manipulation over the years, devising a method to counter this advanced magecraft. For precious jewels imbued with powerful magical energy were thrown without hesitation, describing different but extravagant parabolas in the air, landing to form a square. A ruby, a sapphire, a topaz, and an emerald. The moment they touched the ground, the 4 jewels simultaneously radiated the brilliance of magecraft. Vast magical energy surged forth. The ruby released terrifying heat, the sapphire diffused an extreme chill. The topaz brought a heavy pressure, and the emerald stirred up a dry gust of wind. The 4 fundamental elements of the world were reshaped at this place, transforming it into a completely different realm from the outside. Clearly, this was a highly advanced bounded field, as hints of reality marble could even be discerned. The moment the bounded field took shape, Kenneth would become the absolute ruler of this separated realm. Kiritsugu's breath slightly hitched and clenched his teeth silently. Using enhancement magecraft to enhance his physical abilities, he held his breath and charged straight ahead. His only chance now was to break out before the bounded field formed any hesitation before that would lead directly to his death. The scorching air scorched his skin, the cold stream froze his joints, and the heavy pressure suddenly increased his body's burden, while the violent wind made it impossible to open his eyes. The power of this bounded field was too terrifying. Even in its incomplete state, it suppressed him, who had activated his triple excel. It was too late. With his current speed, there was no way to escape before the bounded field was completed. As that realization came to him, Kiritsugu's eyes revealed a hint of despair. Even though he had just found a glimmer of hope to save the world, was he going to fall here? Swish! 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 Suddenly, 3 black blades shot out from the depths of the forest, precisely pinning the red jewel, instantly causing it to shatter. The fluctuation of magical energy gradually disappeared, interrupting the progress of the bounded field. Seizing this rare opportunity, Kiritsugu quickly escaped from the coverage of the bounded field. Kenneth looked at the shattered jewel, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He turned around, observing a young man in black clothes and a noble in a wine-red suit holding a ruby wand, gracefully emerging from the depths of the forest. "Not bad," Kenneth said leisurely, hands behind his back, his expression proud and confident. "It seems you were well prepared." "Please forgive us, Your Excellency," Tokiomi said with an elegant smile, the ruby wand in his hand flickering with fiery flames. "This is for a necessary victory. Tosaka, one of the 3 families that once created the Holy Grail War, I never thought you would fall so low to even collaborate with a low-class dog like the Mage Killer," Kenneth said calmly while glancing at Kiritsugu, who pulled out a submachine gun from behind a rock. A cold smile soon played on his lips. "Since that's the case, let me show you what it means to be a true and noble mage. You should thank me for my great kindness." Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Expressionless, Kiritsugu pulled the trigger on his submachine gun, and with the frenzy of flames and rapid flashes, countless bullets were unleashed. Kenneth waved his hand, and smooth mercury shot up from the ground, forming a shield in front of him, blocking all the bullets. The black key thrown by Kirai and the flames unleashed by Tokiomi, all were intercepted by this viscous silver mercury, like the world's most robust barrier. "It's useless, my mystic code is invincible, that's the difference between genius and mediocrity," Kenneth sneered. "Experience despair, I'll make you die painlessly," Delectus and Crigio attacked on command. Silver fluid, like a frantic dragon, rushed out, splitting into 3 streams heading mercilessly toward Kiritsugu, Kirai, and Tokiomi. It transformed into various weapons such as daggers, spears, and swords, descending ruthlessly upon the enemies. Seeing this, Kiritsugu's gaze suddenly hardened. Using Time Alter, he avoided the attacks of the mercury. While doing so, he pulled out an ordinary single-shot pistol from his pocket and aimed it at Kenneth's head. Bang! The moment the bullet left the barrel, Kiritsugu became relaxed. As long as that bullet hit Kenneth, he won. Thud! The flowing mercury turned into a heavy hammer, ruthlessly hitting Kiritsugu's abdomen. Boom! Kiritsugu instantly lost control of his body, crashing into a tree. Blood, mixed with visceral fragments, spewed from his mouth, his eyes filled with an expression of disbelief. A very nice trick, it seems mages die not just because of sheer foolishness. Kenneth stood unharmed, and around him, the surface of the mercury revealed dark green patterns. But unfortunately, your good luck ends here. Chapter 266. As the battle of the four masters intensified on one side, the fight belonging to the servants surged to another peak on the main battlefield. After defeating Siyu Chulain, Gobta was preparing to finish him off decisively when suddenly several finely forged swords attacked, forcing him to retreat. Glancing at the divine weapon stuck into the ground, Gobta raised an eyebrow and turned to Gilgamesh, who stood atop a distant building. I didn't expect you to intervene and save him. Don't jest with me, I am only here to personally punish that treacherous rebel, Gilgamesh sneered, his crimson vertical pupils revealing a chilling serpent-like coldness. Once I'm done with you, I'll ensure he faces the consequences. Sorry to burst your bubble. Gobta stomped his foot, unleashing an explosion of EX mana. The land within a meter radius immediately shattered and cracked. The powerful reactionary force propelling his body to seemingly teleport in front of Gilgamesh, his black spear dripping with a strong power of death. Your ambitions are no longer possible. Seeing this, Gilgamesh's pupils abruptly shrank. At the critical moment, an incredibly ornate pure white sword emerged from the golden ripples behind him, forming a barrier to shield him. Pine. Like the shattering of glass, despite being the ultimate unbroken hallow, Durandal, which grants its wielder divine protection, could only withstand Gobta's merciless blows for a moment before disintegrating into countless shards. However, for Gilgamesh, this slight buffering time was more than enough. He reached into the gate of Babylon, retrieving Vajra, with thunderous magical energy swirling around it, emanating extraordinary power. Though I disdain remembering the names of treasures in my vault, a few things stand out and leave an impression. Gilgamesh grinned wickedly, loudly proclaiming the true name of his noble phantasm. Vajra. Vajra, the iconic weapon of Indra, the god symbolizing God of Lightning in ancient Indian mythology. Crafted by the divine artisan Tvastar from the bones of the sage Davichi, capable of destroying even the fearsome dragon Vritra, which many cities were helpless against. Boom! 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 Golden thunders surged wildly, their violent power unleashed, transforming the space within a radius of 10 meters into an ocean of thunder. The divine power manifested itself vividly at this moment as if the heavens were unleashing their wrath. Relentless divine thunder relentlessly bombarded Gobta. Despite the empowerment from the black dragon body, he couldn't withstand the natural authority. In an instant, he was battered, blood flowing, body charred, and a hint of roasted meat scent lingered in the air. However, a powerful surge of vitality suddenly emanated from him, swiftly healing all wounds. The charred skin fell away, leaving behind smooth flesh without a trace of scars, even more refined than before. Your vitality is quite tenacious, Gilgamesh's expression darkened slightly. Then, how about this? He waved his hand, and a pitch-black demonic sword shot out from the gate of Babylon. The terrifying curse condensed into a visible black haze, swirling around the sword. Ghostly, mournful howls echoed as if the entire world dimmed at this moment. Dainsleif, the legendary sword said to take a life once drawn, never returning to its sheath until such is accomplished, had a curse so potent that it brought about the terrifying power of destruction. Anyone who wielded it would be tainted by the curse and inevitably face death. Watching the approaching demonic sword, Gobta's black vertical pupils remained calm, like a serene lake without a ripple. He calmly extended his palm and captured the sword with his bare hand, which sent shivers down anyone's spine. The power of the curse instantly erupted. The black haze surrounding the sword madly rushed towards Gobta, smelling like a rabid hound closing in on rotten flesh. Yet, at that moment, black flames ignited on his body, completely incinerating the haze, as if it never existed. What? Gilgamesh's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. Even as a demigod, he dared not touch the curse of Dainsleif. What method did this man use to expel it? Just relying on such a little toy won't pose a threat to me, show me your real trump card, Gilgamesh. Gobta casually tossed aside the now dull and cursed sword. His black dragon eyes coldly stared at Gilgamesh. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. Hearing that, Gilgamesh's face instantly turned ugly, and the burning fury in his crimson vertical pupils surged. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. The gate of Babylon swung open once again. A peculiar, golden handle materialized, and Gilgamesh reached out his hand. Grasping it. A dense network of magic circuits, like twisted branches, spread and converged. When all settled, Gilgamesh held in his hand a uniquely shaped yet immensely powerful divine sword. It sliced through nothingness, shaping the sky, piercing the heavens. And returning to the void a symbol of the power of creation and destruction. Only the king of Uruk, Gilgamesh, could wield it. This was the sword named after the great god of Mesopotamian mythology, the Sword of Rupture. Feeling the might of this divine construct, not inferior to Excalibur, Gobta's eyes betrayed a hint of solemnity. I must admit, Lancer, you are indeed a formidable opponent, the second one to make this king feel so challenged. Gilgamesh, with serpent-like crimson eyes, squinted slightly. In respect for you, I shall grant you the grandest of deaths. He pointed at Gobta and, in a deep voice, declared. Judgment is upon you. Behold the crushing might of my sword of rupture. Behold Enuma Elish. Boom. A terrifying surge of crimson magical energy erupted like a raging tidal wave. The shockwaves from the magical storm distorted space irregularly, the earth cracked inch by inch. And all living things vanished. In the face of this absolute power, even gods had only one path: destruction. Gobta took a deep breath. And the black spear in his hand transformed instantly into a burning greatsword. The immense magical energy generated by his black dragon heart continuously infused it, making the greatsword shine brighter as if a sun hid within. He swung the greatsword forcefully forward, his resounding voice echoing through the heavens and earth. Shamash, unleashed. Might of An-Utu. An endless surge of scorching flames erupted, akin to a burning cloud, rising with a heat rivaling the sun itself. It seemed as though it aimed to engulf the entire world, instantly colliding with the approaching storm of magical energy. The clash was like a meeting of unstoppable forces, a collision of heat and power that held the promise of reshaping the very fabric of reality. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and then... boom! Chapter 267. An endless surge of scorching flames erupted, akin to a burning cloud, rising with a heat rivaling the sun itself. It seemed as though it aimed to engulf the entire world, instantly colliding with the approaching storm of magical energy. The clash was like a meeting of unstoppable forces, a collision of heat and power that held the promise of reshaping the very fabric of reality. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and then... boom! A terrifying sound, deafening and earth-shattering, erupted into the sky. It felt as if the entire heavens and earth were trembling. In the center of the clash of two powers, a strange anomaly formed. The immense magical energy fluctuations crazily swept in all directions, mercilessly crushing everything around. Rumble. Feeling the overwhelming and exaggerated power, Iskandar and Artoria, who were watching nearby, both changed their expressions at once, quickly retreating. At the same time, the four mages engaged in battle at the summit of Mount Enzu were also daunted by this overwhelming power. Unconsciously, they stopped their actions and turned their gaze to the center of Ryuta Temple. These two, are they planning to completely destroy this place? It wasn't until Iskandar had retreated 500 meters away that he finally stopped and remarked speechlessly. Turning to look at the land before him, riddled with holes from the magical energy storm, he trembled with fear. Just the aftereffect of the magical energy could cause such a scene. It was hard to imagine what kind of spectacle was unfolding in the center of it all. Beside him, Artoria lightly pursed her thin lips, her gaze involuntarily falling on the black holy sword in her hand. If only she could unlock the restraint on the sword. Damn it! Gilgamesh roared angrily, fury boiling in his eyes. Someone could actually confront EA head-on. Outrageous. He absolutely couldn't accept such a thing. The scattered noble phantasms of Gilgamesh that were stuck to the ground evaporated like a tide. EA, once again, radiated brightly, its power reaching new heights. Buzz. A crimson magical pillar pressed against the tide of fire, surging towards Gobta. Watching the approaching crimson magical pillar, Gobta's deep black dragon pupils showed no ripples. With a thought. The three magical energy reactors stored inside the alternate space transmitted a large amount of magical energy, continuously pouring into the Might of An-Utu. Before coming, he and Kenneth had prepared a total of 5 magical energy reactors. Excluding the one already used and the one currently with Kenneth, the remaining 3 were all carried by him. 3 magical energy reactors, a magical energy reserve of a full 15 years, boosted by such immense magical energy, the power of Might of An-Utu instantly soared to its peak. The blazing greatsword, carrying temperatures capable of incinerating the planet, crushed and destroyed the crimson magical pillar, then continued to rush towards Gilgamesh without stopping. Why-you? Whoosh! Gilgamesh's words were cut off as a surge of flames engulfed him completely. His golden armor melted into nothingness in an instant, his dazzling golden hair incinerated to ashes, and every inch of his flesh turned into charred black under the scorching heat. Enduring the agonizing pain, Gilgamesh tried to focus and opened the gate of Babylon. Several precious healing potions poured down, restoring his damaged body. Yet, even so, his vitality remained severely diminished, a sense of withering exhaustion creeping over him. The Might of An-Utu not only inflicted severe damage to his body but also caused significant harm to his Saint Graph. Even if Gobta spared him today, he would vanish without a trace within a day. Lose, it can't be. Defeated? Watching this spectacle, both Kirai and Tgthegood expressed evident astonishment. Despite facing both Archer and Berserker simultaneously, Lancer still achieved victory and proved to be overwhelmingly superior. Even Kenneth couldn't help but feel a moment of bewilderment in his eyes. Although he had full confidence in his servant, he had to admit to being deeply impressed by his servant's performance. How is this possible? Tokiomi tightly gripped the ruby scepter in his hand. The once graceful and composed demeanor on his face was replaced by a murky, water-like gloom. In his lake-like azure eyes, something otherworldly seemed to be wildly pulsating, as if it could break free at any moment. As if feeling something, Kirai furrowed his brow slightly, stepping away from Tokiomi. "Master, we should retreat for now," Kirai suggested in a low voice. The current situation was unfavorable for them. With both Archer and Berserker defeated and their inability to deal with Kenneth, facing Lancer when he turned their way would be an inescapable disaster. "Kirai," Tokiomi's voice suddenly calmed, so serene it sent shivers down the spine. "Do you remember what I told you back then?" "What ugh?" Kirai was momentarily surprised, then suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. In disbelief, he lowered his head to see a jade-inlaid mercury dagger thrust into his belly. The one holding the dagger was none other than his mentor, Tokiomi. "Now, it's time for you to devote yourself to the Tosaka family." Tokiomi's lips curled into a cold, emotionless smile, madness and malice oozing from his eyes. Not far away, Kenneth and Tgthegood couldn't help but show a hint of bewilderment in their eyes as they witnessed this sudden and absurd occurrence. They were just fighting side by side moments ago, but now, the master just killed his own disciple. What kind of plot twist was this? Arg. In the Ryuta temple, Siyu Chula-in, who had been silent since a while ago, suddenly let out a chilling roar. His body disintegrated inch by inch into light particles, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Berserker, vanished. Seeing Siyu Chula-in vanishing, the remaining servants on the scene couldn't help but show surprise in their eyes. Tokiomi pulled the dagger out, and Kirai's body soon fell forward. His eyes were dim, with no sign of life. "Tosaka Tokiomi, what exactly are you up to?" Kenneth asked in a low tone with furrowed brows. "What am I up to?" Tokiomi's face suddenly twisted into a demonic and insane expression, his eyes filled with obvious madness. He opened his arms towards the sky and laughed manically. "Kukuku, ha ha ha. Of course, I seek the ultimate power." He raised his right hand high, and with a malicious whisper, the final command spell on the back of his hand burst into a bright light. "Kill yourself, Archer." Gilgamesh's body suddenly stiffened, his arm involuntarily lifted, a golden ripple appeared, and a sharp sword aimed at his own heart. "Tokiomi." Gilgamesh, who understood everything, turned his head abruptly towards the top of Mount Enzu, his crimson vertical pupils boiling with immense anger. "You've got some nerve." "Farewell, King of Heroes," Tokiomi coldly smiled, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Splurt. The sword darted out of the ripple, instantly piercing Gilgamesh's heart. If he was in his peak condition, he could resist the command with his independent action, but with depleted magical energy and a damaged Saint Graph, he was powerless. Crimson blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as Gilgamesh's Saint Graph was completely pierced. With deep resentment and anger, the King of Heroes exited the stage. Looking at Tokiomi before him, Kenneth couldn't help but show a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Abandoning two powerful servants without mercy, what exactly was this man's goal? Right now, I bet you all have a lot of questions. Tokiomi turned to Kenneth and Tgthegood, his eyes filled with undisguised malice and madness. "Don't worry, soon, you'll know everything." Rumble. Suddenly, the entire Mount Enzu started violently shaking, a massive surge of magical energy surging, its terrifying power causing even Kenneth's expression to change. Such immense magical energy, Kenneth muttered in astonishment. "Ha ha 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 ha." Tokiomi laughed maniacally with no trace of elegance or composure from his former self. "Do you know why I chose this place as the battlefield? It's because here lies the most powerful ley lines in the entire Fuyuki and where the Greater Grail is." Hearing that, Kenneth frowned slightly. He already learned most of the truth about the Holy Grail War from Lancer. He naturally understood what the so-called Greater Grail was. Why did Tokiomi suddenly bring up that contaminated cup at this moment? Originally, according to the Holy Grail War's design, at least 4 or more servants need to be eliminated for the Lesser Grail to descend, thereby connecting to the Greater Grail. I plan to have Archer and Berserker defeat Lancer, and then have them suicide, fulfilling the necessary conditions for the Lesser Grail to descend. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Lancer's strength far exceeded my expectations, he couldn't be defeated even with Archer and Berserker joining force. But fortunately, I had already considered such a scenario and prepared in advance. The souls of 3 servants are enough to awaken the Greater Grail. Next. Tokiomi casually tossed aside his ruby scepter, a creation of his half-a-lifetime effort, like trash. He took out a pitch-black book from his pocket, with numerous indescribable images on the cover. Just a glance made people dizzy and nauseous. Whoosh! He opened the book, and a vast surge of pitch-black magical energy instantly gushed out, with a reservoir so immense that it even surpassed Prelati's spellbook of Gillis. This magical energy gathered together, constructing a mysterious and inexplicable magic circle in the sky. O Holy Grail, we seek in the name of Relia, descend upon us. Chapter 268. Mysterious magic circle covered the high sky, their twisted forms entirely unlike any known magecraft. It seemed as if they originated not from this planet but from a far-off universe. Relia, Kenneth stared grimly at the pitch-black book in Tokiomi's hands that emitted an ominous aura. Is that the Relia text you're holding? Ha ha ha, to think a lord of the clock tower has such broad knowledge, Tokiomi chuckled, but his smile held no warmth, only otherworldly malice and darkness. The Relia text was a legendary book supposedly written by an unknown author around 300 years ago. The original text was said to be inscribed on clay tablets. And to this day, there was no conclusive evidence about its existence or destruction. Various rumors circulated regarding its whereabouts. One prevalent rumor suggested that someone had actually copied the original text in book form. This copy allegedly existed since 300 BCE and was said to be hidden in some desolate coastal area of the ancient eastern country. Apart from the Chinese translation, there were also English, German, and Italian translations. The Italian version was the legendary translation by François Prelati, based on the Relia text brought back from the east by the explorer Marco Polo. It was also the prototype for Castor Gillis de Rice's noble phantasm Prelati's spellbook. For centuries, countless mages sought this forbidden book containing taboo knowledge. However, no one had ever claimed to possess it, and mages without hope could only reluctantly abandon the pursuit. The legend of the Relia text gradually faded into history, becoming a dreamlike illusion. Yet, no one anticipated that, after over 5 centuries, this forbidden book would appear on this distant island nation of Japan. Even Kenneth couldn't distinguish whether it was the cycle of destiny or a cruel joke of fate. At this moment, a lightning bolt seemed to strike through Kenneth's mind as he began to blurt out his speculation. Did you intentionally arrange for Yuria Ryunosuke to summon Castor to obtain it? Oh. You actually know that? Well, never mind, all the necessary preparations are done, even if you know now, it's too late. Hearing Tokiomi's nonsense, Kiritsugu furrowed his brow. Wasn't Tokiomi's servant Archer? How did Castor become involved? He suddenly realized that this Holy Grail war likely harbored many secrets he was unaware of, and everything seemed connected to Tokiomi, who had suddenly become very abnormal. So, you're the mastermind behind all this, Kenneth said with an unpleasant expression. Ha ha ha, yes, exactly. Everything is my plan. Tokiomi laughed manically akin to a lunatic. I brought Castor into this world, killed him, and then used his Prelati's spellbook to restore the Relia text. Sending Prelati's spellbook to the Matto family? That was me, using Paracelsus von Hohenheim's name to make Matto Zoken lower his guard. Allowing Prelati's spellbook to corrupt him? That was also me, every single thing was done by me alone. Hearing Tokiomi admitting his deeds, Kenneth furrowed his brows slightly. He could comprehend Tokiomi's earlier actions, but now. Why did you use Prelati's spellbook to Matto Zoken? Why? Tokiomi's mouth suddenly curved with a mysterious arc. Of course, it's to leave behind a coordinate. Coordinate? What coordinate? He lifted his head and saw that in the center of that mysterious magic circle, the sky suddenly collapsed. A black hole emerged, radiating a strong sense of ominous energy as if all the evil in the world had gathered. Kiritsugu also witnessed the colossal black hole. Somehow, from within it, he sensed a vaguely familiar aura. No, it can't be. How can that thing possibly be? Kiritsugu's body trembled slightly, and abruptly turned to Tokiomi, his eyes ablaze. Tell me, what is that thing? What is that thing? Tosaka smirked at Kiritsugu with a mocking look in his eyes. Isn't that the Holy Grail you've been pursuing all along? Can't recognize it? How is it possible? Kiritsugu staggered backward. He couldn't believe that the miracle he had been relentlessly chasing was something grotesque like that. He soon recalled what Irisveal had said to him before. The Holy Grail has been contaminated. Yes, I knew it all along, the truth is right in front of me, but why did I still? Tgthegood clenched his palm and had a hard time accepting reality. He knelt on the ground, hot tears streaming down his face. Ah! He clutched his hair tightly, emitting a beast-like, heart-wrenching scream. Watching Tgthegood's despair, Tokiomi nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Kenneth, only to find this lord still displaying a calm demeanor as if he had anticipated this all along. Seeing this, Tokiomi squinted his eyes slightly. "You've known the truth of the Holy Grail for quite some time, haven't you?" "Humph, isn't this the kind of thing you could figure out with just a glance? Why ask if you knew?" Kenneth scoffed disdainfully. "But I am curious about one thing, even with the Holy Grail summoned and all, there's no way to open the path to the root with 4 servants still on the field. What's the point of doing this?" "It seems you really know quite a bit about the Holy Grail War." Tokiomi's expression darkened slightly. "But you're right, if we don't eliminate all 7 servants, there's no way to reach the root through the Holy Grail, so..." A crazed smile slowly spread across his lips. "Just eliminate them all, simple as that." Hearing Tokiomi's nonsense, Kenneth frowned slightly. Without a servant, where did this man get the confidence to say such things? As Kenneth pondered the connection between the Holy Grail, Relia text, and the so-called coordinate, a wild idea suddenly flashed through his mind, causing his eyes to widen abruptly. "Are you planning to?" "Ha ha ha. Bingo, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Ha 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 ha." As if sensing Kenneth's thoughts and what he wanted to say, Tokiomi burst into another fit of manic laughter, his eyes filled with palpable malice and madness. "Using Prelati's spellbook as the coordinate, offering all the world's evil as a sacrifice, now, the time has come, it's time to reveal your unparalleled beauty to the world and descend upon us." The Great Old One Thilla. Chapter 269. "What is that?" Artoria stared blankly at the pitch-black hole floating in the sky, a vague sense of unease welling up within her. "That's the Holy Grail," Gobta squinted his eyes slightly. "More precisely, it's the spatial tunnel connected to the magic circle of the Greater Grail, hidden in the altar beneath REINCARNATION Temple. It's the whole of the Holy Grail." Artoria stared for a while, then shook her head with a bitter smile. "So, everything you said was true, the Holy Grail has indeed been contaminated." "I see, so that thing is the Holy Grail." Iskandar scratched his head and sighed helplessly. "Ha, damn it. Am I really fighting for something like that? I thought I had the opportunity to continue conquering the world in the flesh by wishing for a body, but if the Holy Grail turned out to be something like that, it would be meaningless. I won't let that thing tarnish me. Although the Holy Grail has been contaminated, theoretically, it can still allow a servant to manifest in the flesh." Gobta glanced at him. "It might affect your will, but if it's you, maybe you can endure it." "Gwahaha, forget it. I, the king of conquerors, am proud. If it were an ordinary Holy Grail, maybe, but since it became that kind of thing, it has no meaning." Iskandar laughed without any attachment. "I don't want to tarnish my legend for something like that, absolutely." "Well, that's you for sure." Gobta shook his head, smiling. Suddenly, a somewhat serious voice from Kenneth echoed in his mind. "Big trouble, Lancer." Shortly after, Kenneth quickly explained the situation to Gobta. "I see, Tosaka Tokiomi has been corrupted by the Relia text, trying to summon the so-called Great Old One here." Gobta's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of gravity. If Tokiomi succeeded, not only Fuyuki but the whole world would be in jeopardy. At that moment, the bizarre magic circle covering the sky suddenly changed. Soon, like a tide, black mud continuously flowed out from the hole of the Holy Grail, violating the laws of physics as it reversed its flow, quickly covering half of the sky, a pitch-black mass resembling inverted lava. Even by just looking with the eyes, one could vividly feel the profound evil and curse within the deeper darkness of the mud than the night itself. Seeing this scene, Artoria finally extinguished any lingering delusions. The magical energy accumulated for 60 years with all the world's evil soon disappeared. And the hole suspended in the sky gradually closed. The peculiar magic circle created by the Relia text rose higher into the sky, merging with the black mud. As if a switch had been flipped, the center of the mud suddenly collapsed inward, and the rest of the mud was stirred by an invisible force, continuously collapsing towards the central position like a vortex, flowing into an unknown space. An indescribable sense of heaviness and pressure soon emanated from the vortex. Rumble. In an instant, lightning flashed and a fierce wind rose, as if the entire world was trembling for the impending presence. Ha 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 ha. It's a success, the ritual is finally successful. Tokiomi, with a fiery gaze, stared at the black mud vortex in the sky. He danced around like a lunatic, his face filled with fanaticism. "Descend, O Great Old One, it's time to show your supreme power to this world." Swish. Suddenly, the scale of time was infinitely stretched, and a dark figure rushed out from the depths of the forest. As fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the dark figure reached behind Tokiomi, and the small knife in their hand mercilessly stabbed toward his heart. However, at that moment, as if ignoring the constraints of time, the Relia text in Tokiomi's hand flipped on its own. Boom! A massive surge of energy emanated, instantly knocking the dark figure away. I knew you were here, assassin. Tokiomi turned around with a smirk on his face, looking at the mysterious figure with a hood. Thought you could sneak up on me while I'm not looking? You're too naive. Under the protection of the Great Old One, your little tricks are useless against me. Meanwhile, the nearby Tgthegood gazed at Assassin with a mix of surprise and suspicion. The earlier scene felt all too familiar. His gaze shifted slightly downward, focusing on the seemingly ordinary small knife in Assassin's hand. In an instant, his pupils shrank to pinprick size. It can't be, isn't that knife? Assassin Emiya remained silent, not uttering a word, just lifting the knife in his hand, preparing for another attack. It's useless. If solving the problem were as simple as killing him, I would have acted long ago, Kenneth said in a deep voice. Not to mention whether you can break through the protection of the Relia text, the ritual is complete now. Even if you manage to kill him, it won't stop that thing from descending. Emiya turned to look at Kenneth, and after a moment of silence, asked with a hoarse voice. So, what do we do now? The only way now, Kenneth looked at the vortex in the sky, is to send that thing back to where they belong. I thought Lord Elmeloy could come up with some brilliant strategy with his vast knowledge. Turns out, it's just a futile effort. No, to be more accurate, your actions should be called a dead end. Tokiomi sneered, showing considerable disdain for Kenneth's misguided plans. Humph, don't joke with me. I am the noble 9th generation head of the Archibald family and Lord Elmeloy. How could I possibly die in a place like this? Moreover, Kenneth quickly raised his right hand, and the 2 command spells on the back of his hand emitted a bright light. I still have a wedding to attend when I get back. Whoosh! But suddenly, the vortex in the sky rotated much faster than before, fierce winds howling, silver lightning dancing wildly. The thick and viscous black mud hung heavily in the sky as if it could fall and engulf the entire world at any moment. In this apocalyptic scene, near the collapsing gateway to the unknown, dark blood-red tentacles, each comparable to skyscrapers, slowly emerged from the vortex. They bore numerous mysterious and intricate patterns, twisting like pythons. Chapter 270. At the sight of the patterns on those tentacles, Artoria heard murmurs and whispers coming from nowhere, sometimes subtle, sometimes sharp, sometimes illusory, sometimes enticing, sometimes frantic, and sometimes insane. Although she couldn't understand the meaning of these whispers, her brain couldn't resist the urge to listen and discern. Ugh! Her head suddenly throbbed violently, as if pierced by 1,000 steel needles. Thoughts boiled like bubbles, as if they wanted to break free from the confines of her mind. Mixed emotions made her restless and impatient, a desire to destroy everything in front of her. On the other side, Iskandar was a bit better than Artoria, but from his tightly clenched hand on the edge of the chariot and the alternation between clarity and confusion in his eyes, he was far from at ease. 2 crimson feathers suddenly fell from the void, gently merging into Artoria and Iskandar's heads. In an instant, all the murmurs faded like receding tides, and the 2 quickly regained consciousness. Thanks, Lancer. Iskandar rubbed his slightly swollen forehead, looking at the twisted mass of dark blood-red tentacles in the sky, and shook his head with a wry smile. Didn't expect just a glance would almost be too much for this king to handle. Seems like this thing is way more ridiculous than that ugly freak back in the day. The ugly freak you're talking about doesn't even compare to this thing. This is a genuine, bona fide god being. Gobta stared at the massive tentacles dancing in the sky, his expression revealing obvious seriousness. Thilla, the secret daughter of Relia's ruler, Cthulhu, and the queen of Zoth, Idya, was a true Great Old One, wielding powers far beyond human imagination. If she were to descend upon this world, the entire world would perish in no time. Needless to say, under no circumstances could they allow this being to descend. Taking a deep breath, Gobta raised Shamash in his hand, while Kenneth raised his right hand at the same time. With all of my command spells, Lancer, send that thing back at any cost. 2 consecutive command spells caused the magical energy within Gobta to skyrocket like a rocket, instantly breaking through the limits his body could contain. The excess magical energy, guided by him, infused into Shamash. With the replenishment of magical energy, Shamash once again ignited into fierce flames. The great sword quickly grew hotter, while the flames on it swirled wilder, emitting an aura akin to a god of destruction. Tgthegood took a deep breath, then raised his right hand. The 3 command spells on the back of his hand simultaneously emitted a dazzling light. With all of my command spells, Saber, assist Lancer and stop that creature from descending. The black holy sword in Artoria's hands instantly erupted with an overwhelmingly powerful magical energy. Feeling this mighty power, she curled her lips into a slight smile. In recognition of you finally playing the role of a real man, I'll listen to you this once, Tgthegood. With the completely unleashed noble phantasm in hand, Gobta and Artoria glanced at each other and nodded simultaneously. Vortigern, hammer of the vile king, reverse the rising sun, swallow the light Excalibur Morgan. Shamash, unleashed. Zeroth power, Might of An-Utu. Whoosh! The surging purplish-black light pillar and the blazing flame storm that annihilates everything swept out, intertwining mercilessly. They tore through the void along the way, heading straight for the tentacles in the sky. As if sensing something, the wildly dancing dark blood-red tentacles entwined, forming an incredibly massive cone, and collided with the oncoming pillars of light and flames. For a moment, the entire space seemed to freeze, then. Boom! As if the world was collapsing, a terrifying roar echoed through the void. Blazing flames spread in all directions, instantly evaporating the black mud and transforming the once dim and profound night sky into a crimson curtain of fire. If common people witnessed this scene, they would likely question whether it was an apocalypse. However, those present had no time to appreciate the magnificent spectacle. All eyes were fixed at the center, anxiously awaiting the final outcome. Was it a success or a failure? As the fiery curtain of fire gradually dispersed, the true sky once again revealed itself to the onlookers. Compared to before, the sparse black mud still rotated in the sky. While at the vortex center, the once pitch-black and blood-red tentacles had mostly disappeared. The remaining parts showed varying degrees of burns and impact marks. Despite the dismal appearance, the vitality within persisted. Tokiomi, who had almost suffered a heart attack from the previous scene, sighed in relief at the sight. A maniacal grin appeared on his face once more. Ha ha ha. Useless. In the face of the supreme ruler, all your tricks are nothing more than boring little plays. Incapable of posing a threat to the great old one. Despair, tremble, wail. Soon, the ultimate judgment will be brought upon this world by the unparalleled ruler. Clearly, with the further use of the Relia text, Tokiomi's corruption deepened. He had completely forgotten his initial purpose, now enslaved by Relia. Seeing this, Gobta furrowed his brow. The previous attack had been his maximum effort. If that couldn't eliminate Thilla, he was truly at a loss. It seemed he had to use his true form. He took a slow breath, preparing to summon his true form. However, a distant and ethereal voice suddenly reached his ears. Ugh, it hurts. This world is really dangerous and not fun at all. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. Confused, Gobta raised his head to see the thick black and blood-red tentacles entwining and retracting toward the vortex's center. What magical twist is this? While others were stupefied at the moment, Tokiomi was on the verge of madness. Wait a moment. Oh great old one, please believe me. This world can't resist your power, as long as you. However, before he could finish his words, the Relia text in his hand opened by itself, and tentacles shot out, binding him, and forcibly dragging him into the book without mercy. I almost forgot about you, the swindler who led me here. Father said dealing with liars must be ruthless, get ready to face my punishment. Thilla hummed in delight, squeezing the remaining parts of her body into the vortex, completely leaving this world. Chapter 271. Watching the vortex slowly disappearing in the sky, the scene fell into an eerie silence. No one expected that this formidable crisis would end in such a bizarre way. It felt absurd, like gearing up in top-tier divine armor for a dungeon, clearing all the little monsters ahead, eagerly preparing for a manly 1 versus 1 with the final boss, only to find a level 1 slime standing in front of you. Is this the so-called Tosaka family's infamous tragedy and misfortune? Gobta, holding his forehead, chuckled helplessly. The Relia text could connect to all the great old ones of the Cthulhu mythos, yet, from all those choices, Tokiomi had to go for the whimsical Thilla. Despite thorough preparation, it all went in vain, betrayed by pig teammates. Gobta sighed. Maybe this is just Tosaka Tokiomi's fate. What on earth is happening? A development even this king didn't anticipate. So, what's our next move? Keep fighting. No need for further battles, Gobta crossed his arms and shook his head. The Holy Grail, filled with 60 years of magical energy, has been completely drained. There's no way to fulfill your wish now, in a day at most, will vanish from this world. Tokiomi forced the summoning of the Holy Grail using the Relia text, sacrificing all its magical energy and all the world's evil to attract Thilla. Essentially, it prematurely declared the end of the Holy Grail War. Now, the Holy Grail's only function was to gather the spirits of the 7 servants to connect to the root, which didn't benefit them, who were heroic spirits. Why bother fighting to the death? Well, even though you said that way, sometimes the purpose of battle isn't just the victory spoils, enjoying the conquest process has its own flavor, no? Iskandar, standing proudly on his chariot, spoke with a thunderous voice. We were once invincible heroes, only the battlefield is a fitting end for us. With a swift draw, he pointed his sword at Gobta. Prepare yourself, King Arthur, this is a challenge from the King of Conquerors, an honorable battle, a battle of faith, and the greatest battle of kings. Swish. The rustling wind echoed as Iskandar's cape billowed, his tiger eyes burning with a fierce flame, dazzling and intimidating. After a moment of silence. Gobta's lips curled up slightly, lifting his head as his pitch-black pupils remained fixed on Iskandar. Well then, I accept this challenge, don't worry, King of Conquerors, I assure you, I will grant you the grandest of deaths. Gwahaha, Lancer, don't underestimate the bonds I've forged with my unparalleled army. Iskandar laughed heartily, commanding his divine chariot towards the distance. Only the faint echoes of his voice lingered. Until the end, who'll emerge victorious is still unknown. Gobta silently watched Iskandar's departing figure, but suddenly, a cold voice echoed in his ears. Truly a conqueror, I finally understand why he possesses such a noble phantasm. Gobta turned to Artoria, lightly chuckling. What, envious? There's nothing to envy, he has his kingship, and I have mine, I've merely chosen a different path from him, Artoria replied nonchalantly. Even though you know it's a path with no end. Swish. A black sword swung through the air, hovering less than 3 centimeters from Gobta's neck. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Artoria's pale golden eyes flashed with a cold glint. Even if you killed me, you couldn't change what has already happened, Gobta spoke calmly, seemingly unaffected by the looming sword. Even so, how are you better than me? Artoria retorted coldly. I'm different from you, at least, Gobta glanced meaningfully at her. I possess the strength to bear this hope. Artoria clenched her teeth, unable to utter a single word. Take this as my last piece of advice for you, Gobta turned and headed towards the summit of Mount Enzu. Don't take on stuff you can't handle the responsibility for, it'll just sink you in an endless swamp. Artoria stood in silence, watching his retreating figure. In the ravaged woods that resembled nothing of their former selves, Gobta gazed at the black book on the ground. With his fingers, he traced a primordial rune in the air, an emerald-green symbol that seemed to encompass all truths in the world soon appeared. Due to Tokiomi's series of schemes, this forbidden book had been completely awakened. Except for him, no one in Fuyuki could seal its power. The deep green rune, seemingly containing all truths, slowly descended from the void and merged into the Relia text. The eerie fluctuations in the book instantly dissipated, reducing its activity to that of an ordinary book. On the side, Kenneth hurriedly picked up the Relia text, disregarding the dirt it collected. He clutched it tightly, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Better destroy that thing sooner rather than later, Gobta advised calmly. No way, this is the legendary Relia text. Unless you're out of your mind, no mage would destroy it. Kenneth pondered silently, but he felt that if he said that aloud, he might lose possession of the book in the next second. He had already exhausted all his command spells, with no means to stop Lancer. A more indirect approach was necessary. His eyes shifted slightly and started to make a confident expression. Don't worry, I understand the danger of this book, once I return to the clock tower, I'll find a suitable way to deal with it, I swear in the name of El Meloy. Hearing that, Gobta chuckled inwardly. Playing such word games in front of him, this man was too naive. However, he didn't expose Kenneth as little trick. Besides the ceiling, he had also placed another magecraft on the Relia text. As soon as he left this world, the book would self-destruct. Consider it the final gift from a servant to his master. Chapter 272. Kiritsugu leaned against a tree, a half-burned cigarette in his hand. His lifeless eyes stared at the sparsely lit Fuyuki in the distance. His once upright spine, resembling a pine tree, now seemed bent, as if aging several decades in an instant. The hope he had pursued for over 20 years had shattered. At this moment, his heart held only endless confusion. Where should the road to the future lead? Continue as before. He looked down at his hands, but could he, by himself, save many lives? Or was the path of a hero of justice doomed to fail? If that were the case, what meaning did his past 29 years of life hold? What a nonsense! As if penetrating Kiritsugu's mind, a newcomer ruthlessly criticized. Your past life is nothing but a pile of crap. Gobta reached out, grabbing Kiritsugu by the collar, and pulling him up without mercy. In the end, what makes you think you can save everyone? Who do you think you are, Amiya Kiritsugu? Gobta questioned Kiritsugu with a cold tone. Because, that's my reason for existing, Kiritsugu replied hesitantly. A reason for existing? If that's the case, let me ask you. When that thing appeared just now, why didn't you come forward and stop it by yourself? Kiritsugu opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Because you know damn well you can't do it, Gobta's pitch-black pupils stared directly at Kiritsugu's eyes. So remember this, Amiya Kiritsugu, you're just an ordinary, insignificant, powerless mortal, you have no right to decide life and death because you don't have that capability. It's a responsibility you can't bear. That's why I wanted to rely on miracles, Kiritsugu retorted as he turned his head away. Then let me ask you, was it the so-called miracle you spoke of that repelled that thing just now? Gobta's eyes narrowed slightly. No, it was us, the power called humanity. Because you couldn't do it, so we came. What you can't accomplish, you leave to others who can. What one person can't do, you leave to a group of people. There's no such thing as a hero in this world because everyone can be a hero. Do you still not understand this simple truth? There's no such thing as a hero in this world because everyone can be a hero. Gobta's words pierced through Kiritsugu's bewildered heart like a sword. It wasn't until this moment that he finally woke up to reality. The so-called hero didn't refer to an individual but a belief. Yet, he was foolishly thinking of sullying that belief with something as casual as miracles. What a naive fool he was. This world has over 6 billion people, and even now, there are many out there trying to save this seemingly hopeless world in their own ways. Everyone's power is limited, so, Gobta gently released Kiritsugu. You just need to protect those who need your protection. But the ones who need my protection have already. Kiritsugu tightly covered his face, tears flowing continuously through his fingers. It's not over yet, just as I said, Gobta extended his hand toward Kiritsugu. Leave what you can't do to others. Inside a civic center, Mia, who was standing guard on the second floor, suddenly noticed an inexplicable distortion in the audience seats on the first floor. She immediately adjusted her gun, her expression revealing obvious seriousness. This phenomenon was undoubtedly the work of Servant. Due to the magnetic field disturbance caused by the earlier appearance of Thilla, she had completely lost contact with Kiritsugu. As a result, she had no idea about the ongoing battle on the other side. The only thing she could be sure of was that this was definitely not Saber's doing. With a slight distortion in space, a middle-aged man in a black windbreaker and a young man adorned in silver armor materialized together. Kiritsugu, Lancer. Mia was momentarily stunned. How did these two end up together? Could it be that Lancer kidnapped Kiritsugu, intending to exchange him for his wife? After a moment of contemplation, Mia shook her head. With Lancer's strength, there was no need for such unnecessary and troublesome actions. Put your gun down, Mia, Kiritsugu looked at his assistant from above. The Holy Grail War is over. Over? Mia hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly put her gun away. Kiritsugu, accompanied by Gobta, walked towards the interior of the civic center. Within the intricate magic circle, a snow elf-like noblewoman lay there, her breath extremely feeble while her face covered in a heartbreaking paleness. Gobta approached, using his fingers to trace two runic symbols in the void, lightly merging them into Irisveel's body. Before long, her breathing gradually became steady, and the paleness on her face faded away. Alright, I've sealed the Holy Grail's functions within Irisveel, and the remaining rune is also embedded in her, just transfer it to your daughter later. Gobta clapped his hands, turned, and walked away. This time, don't make the same mistake again, Amiya Kiritsugu. Kiritsugu watched Gobta's retreating figure until he heard a soft whimper. He quickly turned his head and saw Irisveel gradually opening her bewildered eyes. Kiritsugu, what happened? It's alright, Kiritsugu tightly embraced his beloved. From now on, I will never abandon you again. Not far away, Mia watched this scene and shook her head. After a while, she chuckled softly, turned, and then vanished into the shadows. She knew that from now on, she was no longer needed. Gobta, who had just left the civic center, suddenly felt a familiar aura. He subconsciously turned around, seeing a red scarf disappearing around the corner. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, he chuckled lightly, hands behind his head, and leisurely walked towards the street. Although, the residents of Fuyuki fell into a deep sleep that night and were unaware of what had happened due to the bounded field prepared in advance by Gobta and Kenneth, the REINCARNATION temple was completely destroyed. It was estimated that when people arrived the next morning to worship, they would be completely stupefied by the unrecognizable ruins of the temple. However, the aftermath had little to do with Gobta. He believed that the esteemed Lord Elmeloy could surely handle such matters skillfully. After spending a day strolling the streets with Sakura, he brought the sleeping girl back to the hotel and decided to keep Cosmic Juggernaut within her. TN, in case anyone is wondering. It's not the real one, just the noble phantasm imitation version. After careful consideration, he thought that this noble phantasm was more suitable for Sakura. After all, her imaginary element had similarities with Cosmic Juggernaut, making it easier for her to control it. Moreover, in terms of survival capabilities, among all the noble phantasms he possessed, Cosmic Juggernaut was undoubtedly one of the best. Leaving behind a farewell note, Gobta left the hotel and arrived in a forest on the outskirts of Fuyuki. "You finally made it, Lancer," Iskandar grinned from the top of his chariot. Glancing at Iskandar and Artoria, covered in black armor beside him, Gobta raised an eyebrow. "Are you planning on a 2-on-1? If you think I can't handle this responsibility," Artoria lifted her black sword, pointing it toward Gobta from a distance. "I'll prove to you whether I have the strength to bear this responsibility or not by defeating you and winning." "Nah, I'd win." Gobta responded casually as a black spear soon manifested in his hand, and a powerful aura instantly swept out from his body like a raging storm. "It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2, just bring it on." Volume 4, completed. Chapter 273. This was a war that could be considered accidental in every sense. In the 1930s, on the eve of Nazi Germany's invasion of Poland, which ignited the flames of World War II, a battle between the past and the present erupted in the city of Japan known as Fuyuki. Heroes from the ancient era and mages from the modern era clashed with each other, fighting until the bitter end. However, the Holy Grail, a wish-granting machine serving as their wishes, unexpectedly crumbled along the way. As a result, this war concluded at such a peculiar moment in time. However, soon after, another unexpected event unfolded. A mage from the Nazi army stumbled upon a wish-granting machine hidden in the caverns of Mount Enzu. Mobilizing the army, he attempted to plunder and relocate it. Despite the combined efforts of the 3 founding families who built the Holy Grail war system to resist, they ultimately failed because of exhaustion from just finishing the Holy Grail war. This included a certain user of Crest Worm who had fallen into depravity in pursuit of immortality, meeting his end prematurely. The Greater Holy Grail, or the Greater Grail for short, constructed by the combined power of the 3 founding families of Fuyuki, was thus seized by the Nazi army. This war was not documented in any literature, left no visual records, and did not even exist in people's memories. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a brutal war between the military and mages. Afterward, information about the Holy Grail War was disclosed, and imitations of the Holy Grail War occurred worldwide, which made summoning heroic spirits became commonplace. However, due to the absence of the Greater Grail, the summoned heroic spirits in these imitations were limited in number and incapable of reaching the root. That being said, could the Nazis, with the Greater Grail in hand, freely rule the world? Such a future, of course, did not come to pass. In transit to Germany, the Greater Grail mysteriously vanished. Was it forcibly taken by the Japanese Imperial Army, or did it fall victim to an attack by Soviet forces? No one knew. Regardless, the Greater Grail, supposed to fulfill the dream of world unity, ended up disappearing mysteriously without falling into anyone's hands. Leaders changed, associates were sent to the battlefield, and the Nazis, supposed to be the victor, had no idea about the fate of the Greater Grail. In the end, no human who knew of the existence of the Greater Grail remained. The mage who affiliated with the Nazis, self-proclaimed as Ig Millennia, also vanished without a trace. The Greater Grail was gone. The dreams, or, one might say, obsessions of the 3 founding families dissipated like smoke, and Fuyuki welcomed the end of the war in a state of peace and stability. To this day, the Nazis had become a thing of the past, and the fate of the Greater Grail remains unknown. However, at this moment, the truth of history had finally come to light. 8-Forked Tongue, Darnik Priestone Ig Millennia. Inside the clock tower, the head of the Department of Summoning, Rocco Belphegor, sat in his single-seat chair, rubbing his temples in frustration. "We should have discovered this earlier. Darnik once joined the Nazis and was involved in transporting the Greater Grail. If we had found out sooner, we could have reclaimed the Grail. Everyone in the intelligence department is an absolute fool." Bang! Emotionally charged, Rocco slammed his hand on his table. First, the Ig Millennia declared their defection from the Mages Association. Second, their deployed enforcers were completely annihilated by the Ig Millennia. The Mages Association had never experienced such humiliation in 2,000 years. Their reputation was swollen beyond recognition. "So, what did you bring me here for?" A muscular man with a scary appearance, akin to an American gangster, asked while crossing his arms. He was Shishiga Kairi, a necromancer with long and wild brown hair swept to the back, wearing black eyeglasses and dressed in black with an orange shirt beneath his black jacket. "Just to be clear, I'm not gonna fight those monsters, absolutely, Kyrie added as he withdrew his gaze from the cabinet where a Hydra hatchling was stored. Rocco's familiar brought back the scene from the battle 50 mages, specializing in hunting. Instantly turned into pincushions by the sudden emergence of black spikes from the ground. It made even the necromancer, accustomed to life and death, shiver. It wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. Don't worry, I'm not naive enough for that, Rocco smirked. What you need to do is summon a servant to join the fight. The hell? Kyrie's eye twitched slightly. Are you out of your mind? The Ignolennia has already taken all 7 master positions, I can't just summon a servant out of thin air. Precisely because of that, the Holy Grail had activated its backup system. When all 7 masters are controlled by a single faction, the Holy Grail will select 7 more masters to balance the situation. 7 masters against 7 masters, Kyrie pinched his brow and let out a long sigh. It's a disaster in every sense, you know. This is the catalyst we've prepared for you. Rocco took out a black sandalwood box from a drawer, carefully opening it. Kyrie leaned in to see a visibly processed wooden shard inside. What's this? A fragment of the legendary round table. Even among the numerous relics controlled by the clock tower, it can be considered a treasure among treasures, Rocco smiled. Arthur, Lancelot, Gawain, Tristan, Percival, regardless of who, each servant is renowned and powerful, this is a gift specially prepared for you. Heh, I'm truly grateful. Kyrie took the black sandalwood box without hesitation. Well, according to the rules, let's settle the payment first. Hearing that, Rocco's expression stiffened slightly. Can't we settle it after the task is completed? I don't need to explain how dangerous this task is, or else you wouldn't have sought me out, Kyrie shrugged. So, of course, I'll grab my reward while I can. What do you want then? Rising from the sofa, Kyrie casually picked up the Hydra hatchling placed on the cabinet. I want this. Rocco's expression darkened slightly, but in the end, he sighed in resignation and waved his hand. Then I won't be polite. Kyrie happily packed the box containing the fragment of the round table and the preserved Hydra hatchling into his carry-on suitcase. By the way, besides me, who are the other participants on our side? Rocco hesitated for a moment. Originally, according to the initial agreement, we were supposed to send 5 people from our side, and the Holy Church was supposed to send 1 person. But don't know why later on, the Holy Church changed their mind and demanded an additional candidate. Oh. Who is it? Rocco shook his head. I don't know. Our relationship with the Holy Church has never been too good, and this time we only joined forces because it was practical. All I know is that the Holy Church sent a man and a woman. The man seems to be a priest named Kotomine Shiro, but I don't know who the woman is. I heard she came from Shingen Tachikawa Iten School in Japan. Unfortunately, those were names Kyrie had never heard of. Shaking his head, he picked up his suitcase and walked out of the room. 7 servants against 7 servants, an extraordinary Holy Grail war had finally begun. Chapter 274. Romania, Trifaz, Fortress of Millennia. The time has finally come. Darnik looked at the altar in front of him and sighed softly. 60 years of patience, silently accumulating power, collecting relics, raising the banner of rebellion against the Mages Association, all for today. The only miscalculation was the release of information about the Holy Grail War of Fuyuki. Relics that could serve as catalysts disappeared worldwide. Catalysts for ancient heroes, knights with the strongest holy swords, and conquerors who ruled half the world, all scattered and missing. Nevertheless, the relics Ignolennia had collected over decades were enough to summon outstanding heroic spirits, comparable to those gathered by the Mages Association. However, the unexpected activation of the Greater Grail's backup system was something he hadn't predicted. But in a sense, he was prepared for it. If he had control over 7 masters, the Mages Association would undoubtedly intervene. 7 against 7, at least in terms of numbers, it was an even match. The masters belonging to the Ignolennia were ready. Gathered together, the 4 masters of Ignolennia faced a summoning circle specially prepared by Darnik to summon all remaining servants at once. The circle was adorned with a mixture of dissolved gold and silver, both luxurious and exquisite. Is it time? Particles of light soon converged on the throne at the top. A man dressed in a pitch-black noble's attire, his face eerily pale, appeared in the radiance. Seated regally on the throne, his slender figure exuded an overwhelming aura. This was Darnik's ultimate trump card for the Holy Grail Warlancer of Black, Vlad II. The most famous hero in the land of Romania, his fame in this place was unparalleled, even rivaling that of legendary demigods. Yes, my king, Darnik respectfully bowed. Then, let it commence, summon the heroic spirits who will soon become our comrades. Every master nodded, placing their respective catalysts on the summoning circle. Taking a deep breath, they raised their hands engraved with command spells, chanting the incantations deeply etched in their hearts. I shall declare here. Your body shall serve under me. My fate shall be with your sword. Submit to the beckoning of the Holy Grail. If you will submit to this will and this reason, then answer. Although they hadn't rehearsed, their chanting synchronized seamlessly. After each verse, the radiance of the summoning circle accelerated. The surging magical energy trampled and hit the four masters. Yet, even calls, the relatively lower standing among them, stood firmly, unhesitatingly continuing the chant. An oath shall be sworn here. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven, I shall have dominion over all evils of all of hell. The other three stopped chanting precisely on time. Only calls, seizing the opportunity, chant 2 additional verses. Yet you shall serve with your eyes clouded by chaos, for you would be one caged in madness, I shall wield your chains. Despite the intense pain caused by their rampaging magic circuits, the eyes of the four still flickered with a fiery glow. After all, for mages, witnessing such mystery was a rare experience. From the seventh heaven, attended to by 3 great words of power, come forth from the ring of restraint, protector of the balance. Whoosh! The moment the chanting ended, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and the surrounding homunculi hastily crouched down. Vlad and Darnik, however, bore it calmly, as if enjoying a gentle breeze. The intricately woven summoning circle emitted a dazzling light, and in an instant, miracles materialized. Heroes, existing in the realm beyond humanity, manifested through the flesh of human imagination, descended. First to appear was a slender girl in a white dress, wielding a huge round hammer that didn't match her appearance. With metal horns protruding from her forehead, her vacant eyes slowly scanned the surroundings. Not Victor, Darnik sighed inwardly. Except for gourds, he personally provided everyone's catalysts, so he knew well what kind of heroic spirits they could summon. He gave calls the design of the legendary scientist, Victor Frankenstein. If they could summon that mad scientist and pair him with their caster, Avisprin, they could potentially create an invincible army. Unfortunately, what was ultimately summoned was the mechanical creation of that scientist. However, in terms of compatibility, she was the most suitable candidate for a berserker. The second to appear was a young man clad in radiant armor. Silver-gray hair fluttered in a gentle breeze, and a long sword on his back unmistakably marked him as the strongest class, Saber. Seeing Saber's figure, a slight smile appeared on Darnik's face. Although Gordza's catalyst was not bestowed by him, as the head and leader of the Ig Millennia, he naturally had the authority to be informed. The legendary dragon-slaying hero, with fatal flaws as long as they remained hidden, was the most powerful swordsman. Whoosh! Suddenly, a formidable aura, no weaker than Vlad's, wildly spread. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously, witnessing a towering figure of Archer standing on the summoning circle. The imposing presence made the surrounding homunculi tremble involuntarily. If summoning Siegfried earlier pleased Darnik, now he was ecstatic. They had summoned even the great hero in Greek mythology. This war was undoubtedly theirs to win. Ugh! Just as Darnik managed to settle his emotions, a painful groan suddenly reached his ears. He turned around to find Selenik tightly clutching her right hand, which trembled uncontrollably. Her beautiful face was filled with agony. My magical energy, it's not enough. Selenik exclaimed with worry. Hearing that, Darnik was momentarily stunned. He had only given Selenik a vial containing stains left by some kind of liquid from the 12 paladins of Charlemagne for the catalyst. How could there be a shortage of magical energy? Was the heroic spirit from the 12 paladins of Charlemagne too strong, causing insufficient magical energy? Although perplexed, Darnik acted swiftly. After all, stopping at this moment could not only lead to a contract failure but also risk Selenik's magic circuits exploding, endangering her life. Thud. He tapped his staff, releasing some restrictions. A massive surge of magical energy instantly flowed into Selenik's body, easing the pain on her face. With the influx of abundant magical energy, the summoning circle suddenly burst into a bright glow. Whoosh! Amidst the howling winds, an astonishing aura, no weaker than Vlad or Archer, spread throughout the room, causing it to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Darnik was completely stunned. The intense disturbance indicated that the summoned servant was undoubtedly extraordinary. Could it be they summoned Charlemagne himself, the emperor who unified France? Darnik inexplicably felt a surreal sensation. Had his accumulated luck suddenly burst forth? How could his family summon so many powerful servants all at once? The dazzling light soon faded into a hazy radiance, revealing a handsome young man with black hair and eyes. Chapter 275. Seeing this, Darnik was completely stunned. The intense disturbance indicated that the summoned servant was undoubtedly extraordinary. Could it be they summoned Charlemagne himself, the emperor who unified France? Darnik inexplicably felt a surreal sensation. Had his accumulated luck suddenly burst forth? How could his family summon so many powerful servants all at once? The dazzling light soon faded into a hazy radiance, revealing a handsome young man with black hair and eyes. I am Gobta, Rider of Black, summoned at your call, may I ask? His gaze slowly swept across everyone. Despite his figure seeming frail compared to Archer, he exuded an aura that couldn't be ignored, an aura reminiscent of a king, much like Vlad. Are you people, my comrades? Gobta? Everyone exchanged glances in confusion. Whether in history or mythology, they had never heard that name before. Yet, judging by his imposing aura, this rider named Gobta was definitely no ordinary hero. He must be a renowned figure. Could it be a pseudonym? Subconsciously, everyone entertained thoughts similar to Kenneth. I am not a hero of your world, Gobta surveyed the group, pausing on the towering figure as if emphasizing a point, then continued. In a way you can comprehend, you can think of me as King Arthur from another world. King Arthur. Every master instantly shuddered, a trace of astonishment evident in their eyes. Whether in fame or strength, Arthur was undoubtedly a top-tier heroic spirit. None of them had expected to summon this legendary king to their side. Darnik trembled with excitement. The legendary hero of Greece and the legendary king of Britain, these two top-level servants were summoned at once. Could it be that he was truly favored by the heavens? However, after the excitement, a hint of doubt arose in Darnik's mind. Could the Holy Grail really summon heroic spirits from other worlds? No need to be so surprised, Darnik, the throne of heroes exists outside the time axis, even summoning heroic spirits from another world is quite normal, Vlad chuckled as he saw his master's confusion. Apologies, my king, I was ignorant, Darnik slightly bowed to Vlad. Seeing this, Gobta glanced at Darnik's figure. Even Kenneth, who was a Brand rank, knew about the throne of heroes' characteristics, but the leader of the Ig Millennia, who was supposed to be a Grand rank, which was one rank higher than Brand, seemed clueless. This indicated that Darnik's rank might not be as trustworthy as it appeared. No problem. Vlad casually responded, then stood up from his throne, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the group. Welcome, heroes who have come from afar. I am Vlad II and act as Lancer of Black in this Holy Grail war. I believe you are all well aware of our current situation. Though a battle lies ahead of us, I hope we can join hands and fight together to achieve our ultimate wishes and ambitions. Saber Siegfried nodded expressionlessly, while Berserker Frankenstein scratched her head. She grabbed Kalza's arm, swaying it gently, emitting an indistinct low growl. Ah, you're asking for my opinion? A somewhat surprised Kals, who always served as the background character to his sister Fiori, felt cared for the first time. Well, let's defeat all the guys from the red side first, I guess, Kals said while scratching his head. Ah. Frankenstein nodded as if to prove her strength, lifting her slender arm and making a muscle-squeezing motion. PFTT. This comical gesture made Kals couldn't help but chuckle. Goo. Thinking that Kals was mocking her, Frankenstein couldn't help but kick him in annoyance, turning away angrily. Ah. Sorry, I didn't mean to mock you, Berserker. While clutching his sore leg from the kick, Kals awkwardly tried to console Frankenstein. Well, truly heartwarming, Gobta chuckled inwardly, shaking his head, then turned to Vlad. I have no objections either. Good, Vlad nodded in satisfaction. I look forward to our final battle, King Arthur from another world. Having said that, Vlad shifted his gaze to the towering man. He could feel that the only true opponents for him here were Archer and Ryder. But Archer was just looking down at the ground, seeming a bit distracted. What's wrong, Archer? Vlad questioned, puzzled. Is something wrong? I want to ask, Archer lifted his head, gazing at Darnik above. What exactly is your source of magical energy? Hearing the question, Darnik's face immediately stiffened. The magical energy of Ig Millennia came from the homunculi created by Gourds using the technology of the Einsburn family. These homunculi carry magic circuits from the moment of creation, serving as the most efficient magical energy batteries and one of Ig Millennia's preparations for the war. However, the perceptive Darnik could tell that this Greek hero seemed dissatisfied. Even if they are homunculi, Archer looked expressionless at Darnik, voice steady but with a dangerous aura. They're still living beings, aren't they? High on his throne, Vlad squinted his eyes, silently watching Archer. At this moment, even the dull ones could sense the unusual atmosphere. Cold sweat trickled down everyone's foreheads. This unexpected turn of events caught Darnik off guard. Clearly, if he couldn't provide a satisfactory answer, this Greek hero wouldn't easily let it slide. Archer, one of the most powerful servants summoned in this Holy Grail war by them, would be a massive blow to the Millennia if provoked. It depends on how you define the living, Heracles. A calm voice suddenly spoke, and everyone quickly turned their gaze toward the black-haired man. These homunculi might look human, but they're basically just tools pretending to be human, with no will or thoughts of their own. Such stuff shouldn't be strange in your time, like golems or puppets. Gobta smiled at Archer Heracles. In my book, having a will and thoughts of their own is what makes them actual living beings, don't you think so? Hearing that reasoning, Heracles frowned slightly. Although he found Ryder's words questionable, he couldn't find a reason to refute them. Looking at the expressionless, hollow-eyed homunculi around him, he sighed softly, toning down his aura and nodding. You make a valid point. Ha, Darnik inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, giving Gobta a grateful glance. Ryder. Fiore, sitting in a wheelchair, suddenly raised her hand, her big eyes filled with obvious curiosity as she looked at Gobta. Do you have, like, the ability to see through true names or something? Upon hearing her question, the others were slightly taken aback, then suddenly remembered that Ryder had just directly called out Archer's true name without Archer revealing his identity. Sort of, Gobta rubbed his chin, smiling nonchalantly. Hearing the answer, Darnik's eyes lit up with immense excitement. The ability to see through a servant's true name was truly an amazing skill. Chapter 276. For servants, their true names were information that must be kept as secret as possible. After all, no matter how famous a hero was, they mostly met a tragic end. Leaking the true name was like exposing the fatal weakness that led to their death in their legend. If killed by poison, just find a way to poison them. If shot by arrows, shoot arrows at them. If a specific area is a weak point, focus on attacking that area. Even if no fatal weakness could be found, servants with dragon factors, for example, would struggle against dragon-slaying weapons. Even if there was no way to possess such a weapon, just leaking the information to other masters could lead to planned countermeasures. Of course, there were servants whose true names, even if leaked, had no impact. However, knowing the abilities of servants based on their legend was still an advantage. If they could know the true name of the opposing servant, it was like gaining the initiative in this war. Making planned adjustments would increase their chances of winning by at least 30%. Fate is definitely on my side this time. Darnik couldn't help but exclaim with excitement inside his mind. Only Siegfried's master, Gords, looked somewhat uneasy. Seeing through the true name meant that Saber's weaknesses were now laid bare. Don't worry, master, Ryder is our ally. He won't reveal our information to the enemy, Siegfried reassured his master. Of course. Do you think I don't know that? But what could he do? Who would have thought that a mere Ryder would have the ability to see through true names? It was just as incredible as having reality marble. No choice, just have to take it one step at a time, Gord sighed inwardly. After a brief exchange, masters and servants left the throne room and returned to their respective rooms. In a room adorned with a girlish touch, Fiore felt a bit uneasy as she looked at the towering figure before her. Nice to meet you, Archer. My name is Fiore Forveg Millennia. Feel free to call me Fiore, Fiore said with a gentle tone. Heracles crouched down, meeting his master's gaze, his eyes showing a hint of gentleness. Thank you, Fiore, as your servant, I'll perform well and live up to the name of Heracles. I believe in you, Fiore smiled sweetly, showing complete trust in him. But that was only natural. Anyone who saw Heracles' extravagant stats would feel reassured. True name, Heracles. Class, Archer. Parameters. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Mana, A. Luck, A. Noble Phantasm, A. Noble Phantasms. King's Order, the 12 Glories incomplete. Rank, CA. Description. Pelt of the Divine Beast. First labor, derived from the invulnerable Nemean lion, it can negate human logic, rejecting all tools from human civilization. Arrow of the Stymphalian bird. Sixth labor, from the monstrous bird dwelling in Lake Stymphalia, dozens of bronze arrows are fired, transforming into birds attacking the opponent. Mares of Diomedes. Eighth labor, summons 4 monstrous horses captured from Diomedes. Cerberus. 12th labor, summons the watchdog of hell, Cerberus, acquired during the last labor of the 12 labors. God Hand, the 12 labors incomplete. Rank, B. Description. Transforms the body into resilient armor, nullifying all attacks of B rank and below. Automatically resurrects the body after death, a total of 11 times. 9 lives, shooting the 100 heads. Rank, CA. Description. Through the use of weapons or various martial arts, maximizes the power of the weapon, manifesting in various forms from anti-unit to anti-army, even capable of anti-fortress. In every aspect, Archer Heracles was undoubtedly a top-tier servant. Fiore even doubts that even if all the servants of the Red faction were combined, they might not be able to defeat her Archer. I'm not as invincible as you imagine, Heracles raised his hand and patted Fiore's head. At least, just Ryder alone has the potential to kill me. Thinking back to the powerful pressure and aura when Ryder appeared, Fiore nodded sincerely. That King Arthur from another world was indeed a powerful servant. Moreover, I can sense it, Heracles lifted his head and looked through the window into the distance. In this war, a familiar face has arrived. Is that so? Fiore tilted her head, thought for a moment, and firmly declared. But I believe, no matter how powerful our enemies are, Archer, you can definitely defeat them. Rest assured, Master, Heracles turned to Fiore and a faint smile appeared on his face. I will make sure the fruits of victory are delivered into your hands. Come on, lie down obediently. Inside a room, Selenik stared at Gobta with a piercing gaze, her green-yellowish eyes flashing with greed and cruelty, completely inconsistent with her delicate appearance. Glancing at the operating table next to him stained with dark red blood, Gobta sighed helplessly. I really can't understand why I always encounter bizarre women. Don't think about resisting me, Ryder, Selenik revealed the command spells on the back of her hand, smiling triumphantly. Even if you're King Arthur, it's impossible to. Before she could finish her sentence, however, a flurry of crimson feathers suddenly fell from the void, catching her eyes. Her gaze instantly became vacant, her expression dull. If possible, I wouldn't want to resort to such methods. Gobta grabbed Selenik's collar and threw her onto a nearby bed. But to prevent you from causing trouble for me, you better lie down here obediently until the end of the war. Chapter 277. Church. Is everyone here? With dark skin and silver-white hair, a priest known as Kotomine Shiro asked as he rose slowly from in front of a statue. He wore a gentle smile, scanning the empty church. Saber and Archer are the only ones left. A beautiful woman in black luxurious attire and long black hair appeared behind him and replied while carrying a goblet in her hand. Her delicate face carried a playful smile. Would Master like to taste the poison I carefully prepared? Well, that would be an honor, I'll make sure to enjoy it after the Holy Grail War ends, Shiro declined the offer from his servant with a smile. A slender hand suddenly reached over, unceremoniously taking the goblet from the woman in black. The newcomer took a sip and sighed. Oh my, it's actually real poison, you're quite a ruthless woman, eh? This was a woman in an indigo and purple hooded cloak and a purple robe. Her lips, painted with purple lipstick, gave off a mysterious and creepy feeling, resembling a legendary witch. Though her face was hidden under the hood, her mysterious aura seemed to convey a sense of breathtaking beauty. Observing the purple lipstick mark on the goblet, the woman in black, Semiramis, had her forehead formed numerous crosses. I don't think you have the qualifications to judge me, Princess of Kalkasur should I say, the witch of betrayal. Semiramis said with a sneer. Dare to say it again? The woman in purple, Medea, responded with her voice turned as cold as frost though her face was unseen, it surely carried a frosty expression under the hood. Without any incantation, a complex magic circle appeared instantly behind Medea, emitting a powerful aura that made the entire church tremble slightly. Semiramis soon snapped her fingers, stabilizing the church instantly. At the same time, dozens of magic circles appeared on the walls, all aimed at Medea. Two servants, both skilled in magecraft, confronted each other without backing down. The gaze between their eyes seemed to clash like lightning, exuding a strong scent of gunpowder. Shiro, rubbing his temples in distress, stood with a helpless smile in front of Semiramis. I apologize, Castor, on behalf of Assassin, apologize for the disrespectful remarks, please don't be angry. He said while bowing slightly to Medea, then turned to Semiramis, and spoke with a gentle tone. You shouldn't be upset either, we are companions now, if you want to win this war, you have to cooperate with Castor. Semiramis and Medea exchanged a cold glance, then immediately looked away, each snorting coldly before vanishing into spiritual form. Can't handle just two women, Father Kotomine. Quite embarrassing. A man's voice suddenly echoed. Golden particles flowed, and a man dressed in a white robe with an ancient staff and adorned with golden accessories, like a radiant sun, appeared. If it were I, within a day, I would have them obediently kneel before me. No way, after all, you are the supreme pharaoh, while I am just a humble mortal, Shiro responded with a humble smile. Ha 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 ha. The man called as the supreme pharaoh laughed loudly. Yes, that's how it should be, since I am the king of kings, a radiant glory illuminating all. Very well, I shall discipline those two women for you. It's inappropriate to bicker before the pharaoh day in and day out. Hearing that, Shiro's face immediately stiffened. Discipline those two women? Could this church survive until tomorrow morning's sunrise? I advise you, Ryder, it's better not to go down that path. Those two women aren't your obedient palace ladies. If you provoke them, they'll definitely choose to go down with you. Another man's voice echoed as a slender young man emerged calmly from the shadows. With long, flowing hair as clear as snow and sharp eyes resembling a finely honed blade, a red gem on his exposed chest echoed a captivating aura. Yet, more striking was the golden armor seemingly melded with his body, emitting a divine radiance. Though each part was remarkably beautiful, the amalgamation of everything about the young man left an impression beyond mere beauty and indescribable wonder. Oh. It's you, another pharaoh. The supreme pharaoh, or rather, Ozymandias, looked at the white-haired young man in golden armor with interest. Well, since it's your suggestion, I'll hear it out a bit. I've said it many times, I'm not pharaoh, the slender young man, Karna, retorted expressionlessly. Huh, don't joke around, only a pharaoh can become the sun, hence, you're a pharaoh. Ozymandias affirmed confidently. Seeing this, Shiro sighed, helpless, and started rubbing his forehead. Ozymandias continued his monologue, oblivious to the opinions of others, as always. Thud. 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 A heavy impact suddenly echoed from below as if some giant beast struggled. TCH, here we go again, that berserker, Ozymandias frowned displeased. Why not just toss her out to fend for herself? Always making a racket, even more annoying than those two women. Not yet, Shiro shook his head. Berserker's reaction indicates that the Black faction has summoned a Greek hero. Berserker will be a crucial card in our hands when the time comes. Whatever, as long as I'm here, no matter what hero they summon, it's just a bunch of ragtags, Ozymandias sneered. If everything is personally attended by the Supreme Pharaoh, it's too disrespectful, Shiro smiled. Only true heroes deserve your intervention, no? You've got a point, those insignificant ants don't even qualify for my attention. Ozymandias stroked his chin and waved his hand magnanimously. Fine, I'll allow Berserker to stay for a while, for now. Thank you for your generosity. Shiro smiled and bowed his head, but soon afterward, his expression turned serious. Speaking of which, there's one more thing, ruler, who is responsible for ensuring the smooth progress of this war, has arrived. Why should I care? Ozymandias responded nonchalantly. Chapter 278. First and foremost, we have to eliminate ruler, otherwise, the impact on us would be too significant. Shiro stated solemnly, his expression serious. If the ruler themselves harbors desires for the Holy Grail, the threat is enormous to both us and the Black faction. Ruler has an absolute authority to command us servant twice, and we cannot ignore such privileges. Only heroic spirits without desires can assume the role of ruler, Karna interjected. Heroic spirits are also beings with desires. We cannot rule out the possibility of ruler suddenly desiring the Holy Grail, Shiro argued adamantly as if he had already confirmed it. That's true, I don't believe there's anyone in this world without desires. If there is, it means they're not worth trusting. Ozymandias nodded in agreement, then looked at Shiro's face with a sly smile. So, according to you, who do you intend to send? Hearing the question, Shiro's eyes narrowed slightly. Originally, he planned to send Ryder to ambush ruler, but judging by the former's demeanor, he probably had no intention of getting involved in this kind of thing. Given this pharaoh's temperament, if he was genuinely interested in this, he wouldn't seek the opinions of others. This group of servants are not easy to handle, Shiro sighed inwardly, then turned to the white-haired young man beside him. Can I ask for your help, Lancer? Karna nodded silently, turned away, and gradually disappeared. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Shiro prayed silently. Thud. 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 In the basement of the church, heavy impacts reverberated, accompanied by what seemed like a beast-like furious roar. Achilles. Achilles. Meanwhile, in the fortress of Millennia. After taking down his own master, Gobta began inspecting the status of his current servant's body. He was curious about the abilities he possessed as Rider. True name, Gobta. Class, Rider. Parameters. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Mana, A. Luck, C. Noble Phantasm, EX. As Gobta looked at his stats, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Judging solely from his parameters, he had far surpassed his former self as Lancer. He was almost on par with the state of activating the Black Dragon body, and he could even challenge Heracles to an arm wrestling match. But what happened with his luck? With a mix of curiosity and confusion, he continued reading. Class skills. Magic resistance, B. Writing, EX. Personal skills. Black dragon body, A. Eternal arms mastery, A. Primordial rune. Divinity, C. Godslayer, A. Born to die, A. The chosen king, A. Savior, D. Noble phantasms. Night proof. Rank, B. Description. A trial selected by the chosen king, filled with cliffs, waterfalls, and various dangers, including wyverns. Successfully crossing it allows one to comprehend the true essence of a knight. Within the coverage area, all units deemed allies by the chosen king experience a boost in all parameters, with the highest being A, and bestowed the concept of dragon. Godslayer Knight. Rank, A. Description. Summons a knight order personally formed by the chosen king. All are heroic spirits, lacking class and related skills but possessing the concept of dragon and individual noble phantasms, with specialized attacks against gods. Divine Horse of the All-Father. Rank, A. Description. Summons Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse of the Norse great god, Odin. Master of the Dragon of Despair. Rank, EX. Description. Summons Nidhogg. The Dragon of Despair who devours the world in Apocalypse, dragon born from the world rules. Possesses formidable power of death, even casually spewed black flames turn the earth into a barren wasteland for a century. After consuming the roots of Yggdrasil, Nidhogg possesses recovery capabilities rivaling the concept of immortality. Nidhogg serves as the catalyst for Ragnarok, with a massive bonus against gods. Within the concept of dragon, Nidhogg stands at the absolute peak, with all parameters comparable to top-tier gods. Nidhogg possesses self-awareness and an ability equivalent to B-rank, independent action. Divine Keys. Rank, EX. Description. Mysterious armaments from another dimension, a power that transcends even the throne of heroes' understanding. Only capable of constructing an imitation similar to it, unable to match the original strength. So that's how it is. Gobta, after checking his servant's body status, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Finally, he understood what made his parameters special in this state. It was clear that as rider, all of his abilities were under the concept of the Dragon of Despair, Nidhogg. Thanks to this concept, Black Dragon Body, originally belonging to the Noble Phantasms category, permanently resided in him as a personal skill, giving a complete boost to his parameters. Of course, the decrease in luck was included. Also, due to the influence of this concept, his original Noble Phantasms, Night Proof and Godslayer Knights, had the additional concept of dragon. The concept of dragon in the real world had a fundamental difference from its game representation. It was a powerful buff, evident from Siegfried's example. Looking at the statement Nidhogg possesses self-awareness, a bold idea suddenly surfaced in his mind and rapidly climbed like vines. If it turned out to be true as he imagined. Knock. Knock. Just as he hesitated whether to verify this idea, a knocking sound echoed in his ears. Opening the door, Gobta found a homunculus standing outside. Greeting, Your Excellency, His Majesty has something to say and wishes to discuss it with you. The homunculus said in a flat tone, with vacant eyes. I understand, Gobta nodded. Nonchalantly closing the door, he used the primordial rune to set a restriction on the door to prevent others from noticing Selenik's abnormality. Without delay, he followed the homunculus to the throne room. You've come, King Arthur. Vlad sat on the throne, exuding a gentle aura, showing his respect for Gobta as a fellow king. There's something I'd like to ask for your help with. It's ruler, isn't it? Gobta said calmly. Vlad's eyes suddenly sparkled. Ho. You know about ruler too? Nothing is surprising about that, Gobta smiled, pointing to his eyes. My eyes can see many things that ordinary people can't. Vlad thoughtfully stared at Gobta for a while, then laughed. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. Please go and see if there's a possibility of bringing ruler into our side. Impossible. That stubborn saint wouldn't agree to such a thing. Though Gobta thought so in his mind, considering the opportunity to investigate the situation in the Red faction, he still nodded. No problem. Chapter 279. Romania, Bucharest, Henri Coanda Airport. Wearing a school uniform with a ponytail and a face of complete innocence, a golden-haired girl walked casually through the bustling crowd while holding a suitcase. Such a naive target was the perfect choice for a pickpocket, but for some reason, no one could bring themselves to lay a hand on her as they gazed into those clear, violet eyes. Trifaz is located northeast of here. Should I take a bus or? As the girl murmured to herself, she suddenly felt numerous eyes piercing through her. Alerted, she lifted her head, but within her detection radius, there was no sign of a servant's presence within a 10-kilometer radius. As a ruler, her powerful detection abilities could even nullify the presence concealment of assassin class, but despite this, she could still feel the prying gaze, which indicated. Is it familiars? She looked up at the sky, observing a group of doves. Yet, in those small black eyes resembling black jewels, she found no glimmer of rationality. Ruler Jeanne d'Arc, who descended to this world by possessing a young girl named Laetitia, narrowed her eyes slightly as the gentle expression on her face was replaced by a hint of severity. Having seemingly understood what had occurred, the doves quickly opened their wings and flew away together. Geez, I can't afford to be careless, Jeanne muttered softly and breathed a sigh of relief after the doves had disappeared. The unprecedented battle of 14 servants, regardless of the perspective, could be considered an absolute catastrophe. Fortunately, there was one special advantage: the 14 servants were divided into two factions, red and black, avoiding them acting independently. Otherwise, just imagine 14 servants acting recklessly and fighting each other like a battle royale. She felt that her entire being would be stressed, and who knows, perhaps the entire Triphos would be destroyed because of it. Nevertheless, she couldn't afford to be careless. As ruler, she had to ensure that this Holy Grail war unfolded within reasonable limits. Anyway, let's find a way to Triphos first. There was no direct bus ride from Bucharest to Triphos. The only option was to move through Sigosora first to reach Triphos. However, the bus to Sigosora wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Helpless, Jeanne had to search for any vehicles heading directly to Triphos, hoping to catch a ride. Perhaps due to her strong charisma, soon, an old man wearing a duckbill cap agreed to give her a lift. Sorry, the front seat is filled with fragile stuff, so you'll have to ride in the back on the cargo bed. Is that cool with you, miss? No problem, just giving me a ride is more than enough, sitting on the cargo bed is fine, thank you. Just remember to pray to God for no rain, ha ha ha, the old man joked. Sure, I'll pray for that, Jeanne nodded earnestly. Indeed, whether it would rain or not was all up to God. After a series of clanking sounds, the old man's old truck, worn but sturdy, started its journey on the asphalt road. Jeanne at the back held her knees, feeling the vibrations of the vehicle, gazing at the passing scenery of Bucharest. It really is different from riding a horse. According to the old man, reaching their destination at this speed would take at least 12 hours. To pass the time, Jeanne took out a textbook from her suitcase. It's great that even a normal girl can get an education, this era is truly wonderful. Sighing slightly, Jeanne opened the book and started reading the content carefully, filled with formulas and mysterious patterns. Looking at the dense formulas and bizarre patterns in the textbook, Jeanne couldn't help but fall silent. She closed the book, then opened it again, repeating this process several times before finally lowering her head in frustration. I can't understand it. Although the Holy Grail would grant her necessary knowledge for worldly life, math clearly wasn't included. Her knowledge limit entirely depended on the education level of the girl she possessed. Oh Lord, please tell me how to solve these math problems. The devout saint placed the textbook in front of her and began to pray with reverence. 10 minutes later, after confirming that God wouldn't show up to help her solve math, Jeanne finally gave up the struggle. She put the math book back into her suitcase and took out another book on history. Time ticked away slowly. Before she knew it, it was deep into the night. After 9 hours of journey, the truck finally entered the borders of Triphos. However, at this moment, Jeanne suddenly sensed a dangerously approaching presence. It was a servant, and their hostility toward her was unmistakable. Pull the car over. Jeanne yelled to the old man in the driver's seat. Screech. The old man instinctively slammed on the brakes. What's going on? Wait until morning to drive again, I'll handle it from here, don't worry. After convincing the old man with a stern face, Jeanne grabbed her suitcase and sprinted forward. The servant had clearly set up a bounded field to repel any intruders. A few kilometers ahead, not only was there a lack of cars, but even the presence of animals couldn't be felt. During her run, Jeanne's clothes underwent a transformation. Her student uniform was instantly replaced by armor woven with magical energy. Since the other party had openly shown hostility, she couldn't afford to be careless. You must be ruler. A sudden voice came from above, and Jeanne instinctively looked up to see a white-haired young man standing on a large road sign on the highway. His blue eyes stared at her emotionlessly, as if observing a lifeless object. You're Lancer of Red. Jeanne stared at the white-haired young man with a serious expression. Oh. You've figured me out even before I've drawn my weapon. I also know your true identity, Indian heroic spirit Karna. Chapter 280. Karna, the invulnerable hero that was recorded in the ancient Indian epic Mahabharata. He was born to the sun god Surya and Kunti, a human woman. His father gifted him a golden armor as proof of their connection. A natural-born hero, even among other heroic spirits, he ranked among the best. Hearing his true identity was revealed like nothing, Karna's eyes narrowed slightly. I see, you could easily see through my true name, you truly are ruler. Yes, I'm ruler, but why are you blocking my way, Lancer of Red? Jean asked while frowning. Speaking out what's already understood isn't very smart, you might as well consider my presence here as a clear declaration of war, Karna said coldly. Though she had already anticipated the purpose of the encounter, hearing it directly from his mouth left Jean somewhat disheartened. Foolish are you and your master, I am merely an observer. I won't interfere with any of your actions, the command spells in me are just for a precaution, Jean sighed. I don't know nor do I care, Karna responded with a concise yet dismissive reply. My master ordered me to take care of you right here, right now, I just need to follow orders and execute it. As his words settled, a pale light instantly appeared in his hands. It was an exaggeratedly long and large spear, almost taller than the one wielding it. It didn't look like a weapon meant for humans, but rather a meticulously crafted piece of art. My apologies, ruler, but I have to go all out, considering your special privileges, I can't hold back, let me send you off with this move. The surging magical energy from Karna left Jean dumbfounded. Clearly, he had no intention of engaging in a normal fight. He planned to unleash his noble phantasm directly to finish her off once and for all. With no retreat, Jean summoned her own weapon, a flag, preparing to resist. However, at that moment, she sensed another servant's presence. Bang! A snow-white horse descended from the sky, its sturdy hooves ruthlessly kicking into Karna's chest, sending him flying several dozen meters, creating a cloud of dust on the desolate ground. Boom! It looks like I arrived just in time. A calm voice echoed in Jean's ears. She instinctively turned her head, watching a black-haired young man seated on an 8-legged horse. You are, Rider of Black. Stay back a bit, or you might get caught up in it, I won't be responsible if that happened, Gopta said indifferently as he glanced at her. Oh, okay. It wasn't until she had retreated more than 100 meters that Jean suddenly snapped out of her daze. Wait, why did I listen to him? It seems you are Rider from the Black faction. As the dust settled, Karna's figure reappeared, seamlessly integrated with his golden armor, showing no signs of injury or even a speck of dust. You didn't take the opportunity to have ruler help you to attack me together, it seems you're quite confident in your own strength. Looking at the 8-legged horse beneath Gopta, Karna raised an eyebrow slightly. That horse, are you Odin? Who knows? Maybe it's just a disguise. A large white lance with a black handle appeared in Gopta's hand. The breaths of life and death intertwined, achieving a remarkable balance. Yes or no, why don't you try and find out for yourself, son of the sun god, Karna? Hearing Rider of Black's words, Karna's eyes squinted slightly. He was sure that when ruler had called out his true name earlier, Rider wasn't nearby. Does it mean Rider had the ability to see through true names or something like wisdom or clairvoyance? A vigorous fighting spirit instantly burned like a blazing flame within Karna. The gazes of Gopta and Karna clashed like invisible lightning in their confrontation, leaving a faint scent of burning in the air. In the next moment, as if agreed upon in advance, both launched their attacks in tandem. Boom! The earth beneath Karna's feet instantly cracked, and the tremendous magical energy propelled his body like a rocket. The god-slaying spear in his hand carried a fierce killing intent, mercilessly thrusting towards Gopta. As the son of the sun god, the divinity Karna bore was enough to make ordinary phantasmal species tremble on the ground. However, Sleipnir, as the mount of the All-Father Odin, with its 8 powerful horse legs, paid no attention to that kind of thing. It galloped recklessly, reaching speeds comparable to a sports car, charging head-on towards Karna without fear. In the blink of an eye, the distance of hundreds of meters closed, and both swung their weapons in unison. The sharp tips of their weapons collided precisely, and after a brief pause. Boom! A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted like a raging wave, and a strong gust instantly swept away the sand and rocks within 100 meters. Jean lowered the flag in her hand and deflected all incoming debris. Her expression revealed obvious seriousness. It was clear that both Rider of Black and Lancer of Red were undoubtedly powerful heroic spirits. If left unchecked, they could easily destroy a city. I must keep a close eye on them. The devoted saint held her breath, focusing all her attention as her eyes fixed without blinking on this incredible battle. In a simple power clash, Karna, with strength in B, was undoubtedly no match for Gopta, who had strength in A. Add to the immense impact from Sleipnir, Karna was involuntarily pushed backward, leaving deep furrows in the earth with his legs. However, the son of the sun god wouldn't be easily overwhelmed. Sparkling determination flashed in Karna's eyes, and his body erupted in intense flames. Mana burst flame. The oncoming searing flames from Karna made Sleipnir instinctively halt its steps. However, an enormous spear, as exaggerated as lightning, pierced through the curtain of flames, directly aiming at Gobta on the horse's back. Ding! Dazzling sparks blossomed as the two drastically different shaped weapons collided once again. This was Karna's well-planned strike, yet this unknown rider defended against it so casually. Nevertheless, Karna showed no sign of discouragement. On the contrary, his eyes burned with a more vigorous fighting spirit, while the blood in his veins boiled like magma. We are heroic spirits, both relentless seekers of truth in the throes of battle and wild spirits of great recklessness. Even in this second chance at life, our belief remains unchanged. Only through battle do we fulfill our eternal destiny. Without a roar but with an aura as majestic as the golden cracked silk, Karna declared in his heart, his willpower as high as the spear in his hand. Whoosh! He advanced once again, wielding the heavy and massive god-slaying spear with unparalleled ease, sweeping like a storm. Facing this impenetrable attack, Gobta, however, showed no signs of panic. Abyss flower in his hand pierced out with an equally dazzling speed, clashing relentlessly with Karna's spear. Chapter 281. Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! Two long pole weapons, each with a distinct shape, clashed at a dazzling speed, the rapid exchange of blows buzzing endlessly. Sparks erupted like scattered lives, dazzling and intense. If the first round of collisions was a pure test of power, this second round of exchanges belonged to the pinnacle of techniques. No one knew how many were swung from either side. Even Jean, who was observing from the sidelines, could only see a blurry afterimage. Undoubtedly, in the contest of martial arts, both sides were evenly matched, belonging to warriors who had reached the unparalleled realm of martial arts mastery. It was unbelievable. A mere rider was able to engage in a fierce battle of pole weapons with Lancer. Not to mention Jean, even the masters watching the fight through their familiars were left dumbfounded. Is Ryder really King Arthur? Darnik furrowed his brow tightly. He had been surprised when Ryder summoned the eight-legged horse. Now, Ryder also displayed extraordinary close combat ability. Coupled with the ability to discern true names. It all seemed as if Ryder were the legendary king of the Norse gods, Odin. However, Darnik knew very well that, given the strength of a normal Saint Graf, it was impossible to accommodate the descent of a chief god. Moreover, the compatibility with the summoning catalyst had no connection whatsoever with Odin. Haha, truly a worthy opponent that I value. That display of power is enough to make me sigh, even this cold body starts boiling with excitement. Admittedly, even on the home ground of Romania, he was uncertain whether he could compete with Gobta or Karna. However, for him, this uncertainty was the true pleasure of battle. Watching the scenes on the crystal ball, Siegfried's eyes couldn't help but show a strong longing. Joyful light appeared in his previously unchanging gaze. This is amazing. With his keen eyes, he could easily see that both their rider and the enemy lancer were undeniably powerful heroes. Before these two, even his armor of Fafnir that nullified attacks on B rank and below would likely be of little use. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, his blood boiled even more. After defeating the dragon that ravaged villages and creating countless legends due to his immortality, the feeling of transcending death had long faded away. Because all attacks were ineffective against him, he only needed to casually slaughter his enemies without effort. It wasn't a fight, it even felt like a chore. But not anymore. With equally invincible divine weapons and extraordinary combat abilities, it was evident that both rider and lancer had crossed countless hardships, creating legendary feats with endless achievements. They were heroes he never had the chance to face in his lifetime, heroes he could joyfully battle against until the end. Was there anything more wonderful in this world? If only I could participate, Siegfried thought with regret. On the side, Gordza's plump body trembled slightly. Not because of the scenes in the crystal ball, but because Siegfried, in his excitement just now, unintentionally leaked a trace of battle and killing intent. The aura of a hero who slaughtered a legendary dragon was not something an ordinary human could withstand, especially considering Gordz was a mage who had never been on the battlefield. At that moment, he even felt as if a knife were suspended at his neck, ready to fall at any moment. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, the intense fear awakened a sense of shame and embarrassment in Gordz that he hadn't felt in a long time. He glared fiercely at his servant, wondering if this man was dissatisfied with him, hence using this method to intimidate him. Damn it, you're just a mere familiar, acting all high and mighty. Gordz exclaimed angrily inside his mind. Master, your complexion doesn't look too good, are you sick? Gordza's glare caught Siegfried's attention. He observed the gushing cold sweat on Gordza's face and asked with a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. "It's nothing, probably just been too tired these past few days, I'll be fine after a nap." Gordz forced a somewhat ugly smile on his chubby face. Without thinking much, Siegfried just nodded and continued to watch the battle. Wow, Fiori gently covered her mouth, her big eyes filled with obvious surprise. "Rider and Lancer of Red are so strong." Indeed, Heracles, with his arms crossed, offered his assessment. Even in the realm of heroes, these two can be considered quite extraordinary. "Well, if you were to compare yourself with them, what then?" "Purely in martial arts, I'm not their match," Archer answered casually. "But in the art of war, it's not just about that." The meaning of his words was clear. "I may not be as good with martial arts as them, but besides that, I am confident I can defeat them." Understanding the implication, Fiori showed a relieved smile and began to ask another question. "So, in your opinion, which side has a better chance of winning?" Hearing the question, Heracles rubbed his chin with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "In terms of skill, both sides should be evenly matched, but in the end, Rider should have the upper hand." Why? Rider is on horseback, naturally suppressing Lancer. Although this advantage might not mean much in normal circumstances against Lancer, in this evenly matched situation, this small edge can easily become the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Heracles evaluated. As if to validate his words, the next moment, Gopta seized an opportunity and swung Abyss Flower ruthlessly at Karna. Boom! The massive lance struck Karna's waist without mercy, sending him flying and shattering several large rocks on the way. However, as if defying physics, his body abruptly turned in midair, his long spear plunging into the ground and creating a crack over 10 meters long before he managed to stabilize himself. Beautiful attack. Instead of anger, Karna looked at Gopta calmly and praised him with eyes burning with an even more intense fighting spirit. Seeing this, Gopta furrowed his brow slightly. He had stabbed Karna at least a dozen times just now, yet he couldn't even leave a single mark on Karna's body. Chapter 282. That golden armor is a bit too overpowered. No, a damn cheat. Gopta thought bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Dealing with a divine construct that weakened all damage to just 1/10, even with his Godslayer skill, was still troublesome. Naturally, this was considering he couldn't even break through Karna's defense. It seemed that without using Noble Phantasm, he couldn't effectively damage Karna. Of course, there was an option to drag the battle out. Karna was notorious for his high magical energy consumption. Ordinary masters couldn't sustain his magical energy needs. Although Gopta himself drained magical energy rapidly, with support from the Igmalenia's homunculi, he could outlast Karna. Just as this thought crossed Gopta's mind, he suddenly saw Karna materialize a pendant emitting an ancient aura and stick it to his chest in the next moment. A tremendous surge of magical energy surged, restoring his magical energy to peak condition. What's that thing? Gopta blinks his eyes, perplexed. He had never heard of Karna having a way to replenish magical energy. This is purified magical energy extracted from ley lines by our caster. It's 5 times more potent than regular magical energy, Karna casually explained, as if seeing through the question in Gopta's mind. Hearing that explanation, Gopta squinted his eyes slightly. Purifying magical energy was no ordinary feat for a mage. It seemed the caster summoned by the Red faction was quite an amazing mage. "Come on, Rider, we still have some time before dawn, let's settle this before then." Karna's eyes blazed with determination as he took a step forward. In the next moment, a strong sense of impending danger gripped Gopta's heart. "Oh Brahma, cover the earth." Brahmastra. Whoosh! Intense flames converged into a laser beam shooting out from Karna's right eye, piercing the void like thunder, heading towards Gopta. Unable to form a magical barrier in time, Gopta could only slap Sleipnir, soaring into the air, narrowly avoiding the scorching laser beam. Boom! However, Sleipnir wasn't as fortunate. The scorching laser beam instantly engulfed its body, turning it into countless light particles dissipating. As Gopta landed on the ground and gazed at the hundreds of meters of charred traces, a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Was this the true power of the son of the sun god without magical energy restrictions? Gopta's black eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated whether to retreat or continue. Originally, his purpose for coming here was merely to check out the Red faction situation. Now that his purpose was achieved, there was no need to linger any longer. Continuing the fight would have been meaningless. After all, his arrival in this world wasn't for the Holy Grail war. Clashing with Karna was merely out of curiosity. He had never intended to engage in a battle to the end. As the thought of retreating formed in Gopta's mind, a strong impulse suddenly surged from the depths of his heart, as if something wanted to break free from its constraints. Gobta's brows furrowed slightly, carefully sensing what happened. After a while, a peculiar expression suddenly appeared on his face. As I thought, it's really like this, okay, I'll trust you. A faintly resigned smile graced his face as Abyss Flower in his hand instantly vanished. Following this, a massive surge of magical energy suddenly surged from within his body. Is he, using his noble phantasm? Seeing the surge of magical energy from Gobta, Jean's pupils suddenly contracted. She gripped her flag tightly, ready to intervene if needed. Finally using noble phantasm, Karna tensed his body, a clear seriousness filling his eyes. Other masters, observing the battlefield through their familiars, also felt the unusual surge of magical energy. They hastily ordered their familiars to retreat. Rider, what are you up to? Revealing your trump card so early, what if the enemy figures out a way to counter? What is Selenike doing? Why hasn't she called Rider back yet? Why so frantic, darn it? Vlad casually sipped his red wine. This is the clash of the world's top heroes, the intertwining of beliefs and existence, a rare spectacle that occurs once in a century, just quietly bear witness to it. I trust Rider's judgment. Darnik opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He could only reluctantly nod and bow. Yes, my king. The Red faction had no intention of recalling Karna either. After all, no matter how powerful the attack, Karna's golden armor would weaken it to 1/10 of its original power. Unless a being on par with chief gods personally intervened, it was impossible to instantaneously kill him. This was a golden opportunity to spy on Rider's noble phantasm and figure out his true name. They couldn't afford to miss it. The ruler of destruction, the twilight of gods, the harbinger of the ultimate end of the world, descend, O dragon of despair. Whoosh! A majestic magical energy instantly surged and black light more profound than the night itself quickly filled the entire world. Even Jean felt a momentary darkness. When her vision returned to normal, she saw it. Its body was covered in what seemed like molten iron black scales, with abyssal. Indifferent black vertical pupils reminiscent of legendary abyssal hell. Wings that blocked out the sky and extended to the edge of vision, a massive and ancient body exuding an indescribable terror. As if awed by this angelic yet grotesque gigantic beast, even masters not present on the battlefield involuntarily took a step back, evident fear in their eyes. That is, Gords trembled, his stuttered voice revealing obvious fear. In times like these, he couldn't care less about the dignity of being a descendant of a mage noble family. Just resisting the urge to kneel down was already draining all his strength. Under normal circumstances, Gords wouldn't react like this. However, being in a master-servant contract with Siegfried, the latter's current state of mind was influencing him to a certain extent. An intense sense of fear surged within Siegfried, a fear originating from the depths of his blood. It was the wail of the evil dragon's blood residing within him, trembling before a superior existence. In the realm of dragons, there weren't many entities that could easily suppress Fafnir, but the massive black dragon before them was an exception. Siegfried took a deep breath, deliberately muttering the forbidden name. The Dragon of Despair who devoured the world, Nidhogg. Chapter 283. A massive and pitch-black figure proudly hovered in the sky, casting a shadow that blocked out the sky. With the overwhelming pressure akin to an avalanche, the legendary world-ending black dragon said to herald the twilight of the gods, known as Ragnarok, had reappeared after countless ages. Feeling the overwhelming aura of death, even Karna, as the son of the sun god himself, couldn't help but show a grave expression at this moment. A strong intuition warned him that if he let his guard down, he might genuinely meet his end here. On the sky, Nidhogg lowered her head slightly, her pitch-black vertical pupils coldly staring at Karna's figure. In the next moment, her monstrous maw suddenly opened wide, with inky black flames churning within. Seeing this, Jean and Karna both tightened their grips on their weapons, their bodies tensing up like wound springs. Whoosh! Endless black flames swept out like a burning cloud, vast and mighty as if intending to turn the entire world into a hellish inferno, ruthlessly crashing down to the ground. Feeling the indescribable power of death, Jean's heart leaped to her throat. If these flames were allowed to fall, the land would be completely destroyed. But at a time like this, even if she wanted to use noble phantasm or command spells, it was already too late. Whoosh! Suddenly, another massive surge of magical energy rose from the ground. Karna narrowed his eyes, and soon, an ancient and deep chant echoed through the heavens and earth. Brahmastra Kundala. The surging magical energy continuously poured into Karna's god-slaying spear, the hot flames instantly covering the weapon. Swish! A terrifying and immense aura spread out as if a meteor was thrown, turning into a crimson curtain that collided with the pitch-black burning flame. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the entire area. Black and red flames intertwined and clashed, evaporating everything within their coverage. The terrifying heat instantly rose, as if the entire world was turning into a scorching purgatory. On one side was the black dragon that would end the age of gods, while on the other was the son of the sun god. Watching the scene that surpassed their imagination, all those who witnessed couldn't help but feel a sense of surreal disbelief. For a moment, they even questioned if they had returned to the distant, ancient mythological era. Seemingly displeased with Karna's resistance, the coldness in Nidhogg's eyes became even more intense. She took a deep breath, and a fiercer black flame spewed forth, instantly gaining an overwhelming advantage, and pushing the crimson curtain backward at an astonishing speed. Jean's grip on her flag alternated between tight and loose several times. After several repetitions, she finally sighed helplessly and chose to stand by and watch. Whoosh! The pitch-black flames, carrying a potent power of death, ruthlessly swept down, covering Karna's figure and the surrounding 100 meters of land within. It wasn't until 2 or 3 minutes later that the pitch-black flames gradually ceased their rampage. As everyone looked ahead, the once sandy desert had turned into a lifeless scorched earth. Sparse white smoke wafted up, and the residual heat caused the space above this land to exhibit a distorted phenomenon. Watching this scene, everyone couldn't help but inhale sharply. The astonishing destructive power was likely enough to obliterate even a heavily fortified fortress in an instant. Ha, ha. Karna, with a spear in hand, knelt on one knee in the center of the scorched earth. Despite appearing uninjured, the golden armor from the sun god Surya showed distinct signs of distortion. The golden armor's dazzling radiance dimmed significantly, weakening Karna's aura considerably in the face of Nidhogg's ruthless attack. Needless to say, even his golden armor couldn't entirely withstand her onslaught. This wasn't just due to Nidhogg's immense power, it was primarily because of her significant bonus damage against gods. Which meant bonus damage against anyone with divinity. Even a chief god would suffer considerable consequences under this particular attack, let alone a demigod like Karna. With his golden armor breached, Karna was no longer a match for Nidhogg and Gobta unless he was willing to sacrifice his armor and use his strongest noble phantasm, which could only be used once. But the Red faction couldn't continue to witness this scene unfold. Inside the church, Shiro sighed regretfully. No choice, use a command spell to recall Karna. No other choice, Karna was one of their only 2 most powerful servants, and they couldn't afford to lose him at this critical moment. Watching the black-haired man on the screen, Shiro's eyes showed a hint of melancholy. What was expected to be an easy victory turned into an unexpected challenge, facing an opponent so formidable that even the son of the sun god couldn't overcome. He wondered how the black faction could summon such a powerful being. We need to finish building the Hanging Gardens of Babylon quickly, Shiro contemplated silently. Even though they also had a powerful rider, facing that black dragon who ended the age of gods required additional preparations. Hearing her master's order, Semiramis wisely refrained from arguing with him. She just nodded silently and casually snapped her fingers. A mysterious power instantly enveloped Karna, an absolute command that caused his body to disintegrate into countless light particles, disappearing in an instant. Retreat, Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly. It didn't surprise him after all, anyone with eyes could see that Karna was at a disadvantage. Continuing the fight wouldn't be a wise move. Gobta didn't mind, as he never intended to eliminate Karna in the first place. The battle finally concluded, and all masters who had been watching couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even though they weren't present on the scene, witnessing this mythical battle still increased their stress. Nidhogg's black vertical pupils scanned the surroundings coldly, and with a powerful flap of her wings, a fierce wind swept through, instantly annihilating all observing familiars around. Losing connection with their familiars, every master's face instantly stiffened, followed by a wry smile. This dragon of despair indeed had a temper. Little did they know, Nidhogg did this not out of anger but to prevent them from seeing what would happen next. She landed steadily on the ground, her ferocious head slightly lowered. Looking at the familiar black-haired man in front of her, the icy coldness in her eyes gradually softened. A dense black light erupted once again, and her massive dragon body shrank visibly at an eye-catching speed. In a moment, the ancient and majestic dragon transformed into a cold and beautiful woman in a black knee-length dress. 3,000 strands of black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her phoenix-like eyes seemed to contain 1,000 charms, alluringly fixated on the man she longed for. Chapter 284. On the sidelines, Jean instantly turned to stone. For a village girl who hadn't read many books, witnessing a dragon turning into a human form was an experience with profound impact. I finally found you. Nidhogg swayed gracefully, instantly diving into Gobta's embrace, sniffing the familiar scent on him. A look of relief immediately appeared on her face. Gobta gently stroked Nidhogg's silky black hair, his eyes softening unexpectedly. He never thought he would encounter her in such a situation. Both remained silent, tightly embracing each other, feeling the heartbeat and the joy of reuniting with their loved ones. Everything was said without words at this moment, and no one wanted to disturb this rare and beautiful tranquility. Jean tilted her head. Are you two married? The serene atmosphere instantly shattered, and Nidhogg gave this blonde woman, who had strange steel pieces on her head, a displeased look. Can't she understand the mood? Nidhogg thought with irritation. But for the naive saint who had never been in love, dedicated entirely to her god, reading the atmosphere was a bit challenging. Yes, indeed, Gobta smiled, patting Nidhogg's head. Nidhogg and I are married. And it's the kind of married with a wedding, you know. Nidhogg declared proudly as if showing off something incredible. Though she had suspicions, the pure-hearted saint was still shocked by the acknowledgement. Could humans and dragons really become a married couple? In the distant sky, the pitch-black darkness gradually receded, replaced by a glassy light blue. On the vast horizon, rays of dawn sparkled like treasures, beautiful and dreamlike. The long night had ended, and dawn was approaching. Looking at the disaster scene around her, as if Mars had collided with Earth, the French saint couldn't help but sigh wearily. If this much havoc was caused at the beginning of the war, could she really stop them when both sides went all out later? Was she truly here to ensure the smooth progress of the Holy Grail War in the first place? She couldn't decisively say it wasn't, but there was a fuzzy feeling she couldn't entirely trust. It was as if a voice in her mind was telling her that something was not right about this Holy Grail War. Thinking about it now won't change anything, anyway, I can only do my best. With that determination, Jean gazed intently at the husband and wife pair. Era, quite a brutal scene, right? Looks like we've got some real troubles in this Holy Grail War. On top of a small hill, a tall and graceful woman gazed at the destroyed land. Despite wearing a standard nun attire, her voluptuous figure couldn't be hidden, adding a hint of forbidden allure to her gentle and virtuous demeanor. Though she behaved mildly and sensibly, there was an inexplicable charm that seemed to say, I dare you to pin me down and ravish me. Defeating Sirius' offspring, that rider from the Black faction must be quite extraordinary. A crisp and youthful voice resonated from the void next to the nun. Though audibly underage, the voice carried an indescribable seductive touch. An 8-legged horse, a black dragon, and a divine lance, maybe Odin himself has made a grand entrance. The nun's delicate face wore a gentle smile, as if 100 flowers bloomed instantly. Impossible. The youthful voice asserted firmly. With the strength of a normal Saint Graf, it's simply impossible to accommodate the descent of a god. Fufufu, you never know, dear, what if someone got bored and decided to discard a portion of their power just to make an entrance? The nun chuckled. The youthful voice instantly fell silent. Theoretically, there was indeed a possibility. Odin is the king of the Norse gods. If you compare, he's probably not that different from Shiva who killed you back then. The nun's lips curled into a pleased smile. How does it feel, thinking about facing such a powerful opponent? Do you suddenly feel the urge to cry in fear? Humph, stop talking to yourself, you vulgar woman. The youthful voice snorted. Even if it's truly Odin descending, so what? The strength of his Saint Graf can't contain much of his power. Even if we really fought, I might not lose to him. Fufu, alright then, show me what kind of funny show you can perform. The nun extended her alluring red tongue, lightly licking over her plump red lips, making her even more enchanting. But be careful, in case I find a chance, I won't hesitate to eat you up. After years of separation, reuniting with a loved one should be a romantic and beautiful experience. Still, Nidhogg couldn't find any joy in it, no matter how surreal the encounter was. It wasn't that she had any problems with Gobta. In fact, she wished she could drag him into a secluded grove and engage in passionate and intense communication to release the burning passion inside her. But why do you keep following us? Nidhogg asked angrily, a black line forming on her forehead as she looked at the saint who had changed back into casual attire. Because I am the overseer of this Holy Grail War and need to assess the situation on the Black faction, Jean explained earnestly. Nidhogg turned to Gobta, who nodded helplessly. She's right. Damn it, Nidhogg muttered, grinding her teeth in frustration. Without hesitation, she swiftly reached out with her slender, fair fingers and pinched Gobta's waist before twisting it. It's all your fault for being so nosy. Gobta's face twitched slightly as Nidhogg showed no mercy with her pinch. I was just doing my job, okay? Who knew she'd agree so readily? Due to the previous request from Vlad, before leaving, he casually asked Jean if she would like to join them on the way to the Fortress of Millennia. Surprisingly, she agreed without hesitation. He distinctly remembered in the original work that Jean decisively rejected Gordza's offer to come along. Why did it change when it came to him? Jean glanced at Gobta's back, then quickly averted her gaze. From the standpoint of an overseer, openly heading to the territory of a particular faction was indeed improper and biased. Still, she couldn't resist following because she always felt something. She felt that the black-haired man before her emitted a captivating power that irresistibly drew her in. Chapter 285. Welcome back, Ryder. Darnik opened his arms wide, revealing a sincere smile to Gobta who had just arrived. Half of this was because Gobta had defeated Lancer of Red, showcasing his power. The other half was due to the presence of Ruler, who was looking around with curiosity behind him. But, who's this? Darnik's gaze couldn't help but shift towards the stunning and aloof black-haired woman standing almost inseparably close to Gobta. His eyes showed clear curiosity. He remembered that there shouldn't have been such a woman by Ryder's side before, and their intimacy was an eye-opener for him. She's my wife, Gobta said casually while holding Nidhogg's small hand intimately. Darnik raised an eyebrow, confused. Wife? What a joke, when Ryder was summoned, there was only him. Suddenly, as if a lightning bolt struck his mind, Darnik's expression stiffened. His head, like rusty parts, turned inch by inch toward Nidhogg. His gaze slowly swept over her black hair, black eyes, and black dress. No way, no matter how you think about it, this is too unbelievable. How could that legendary dragon be? As if noticing Darnik's gaze, Nidhogg suddenly raised her head to look at him. The once ordinary black pupils instantly transformed into cold and ruthless vertical pupils, like a bottomless abyss that could swallow all light. Even as a mage with grand rank, Darnik couldn't help but be startled by this gaze. Instinctively, he took a step back, drawing puzzled looks from Jean. All right, I brought the person back to you, the rest is up to you. Gobta waved his hand nonchalantly and turned, leading Nidhogg inside the Fortress of Millennia. Oh, okay, Darnik stared blankly at Gobta's retreating figure, involuntarily giving him a thumbs up in his mind. Once, he thought servants like Saberclass were the only ones deserving the title of heroes. Now, he finally understood that Ryderclass was the true hero. Aren't you coming with us? Jean asked somewhat nervously toward Gobta's retreating figure. Darnik is in charge here, if you need anything, just ask him, I've got some things to take care of, Gobta responded calmly without even looking back. Oh, I understand, Jean lowered her head, feeling somewhat disappointed for some reason. When Gobta left, an indescribable sense of loss crept into her heart. Seeing this scene, Darnik thoughtfully glanced at Jean. As a seasoned veteran approaching 100 years, he naturally could see that this French saint had a quite special feeling toward Ryder. Maybe, this could be used as a bargaining chip to bring Ruler to our side. Darnik's eyes narrowed slightly, but suddenly, a pair of cold, emotionless black vertical pupils appeared inside his mind. He shivered slightly, quickly extinguishing his earlier idea. If that dragon in human skin sensed his intentions, this fortress would probably turn into magma by tomorrow morning. It seems like I have to rely on myself after all. Darnik sighed softly in his heart, and shortly after, a familiar smile appeared on his face. He courteously gestured toward Jean. Please, Your Excellency Ruler, allow me to personally guide you through this place. I'll answer any questions you have, without holding anything back. Well, thank you for that, Lancer of Black's master. Jean withdrew her gaze from Gobta's already far figure and followed behind Darnik. Darnik is our ally, scaring him like that isn't cool. Gobta spoke as he walked through the spacious corridor, gently running his fingers through Nidhogg's silky black hair. He couldn't overlook her earlier subtle actions. Hearing her husband's reprimand, Nidhogg wrinkled her delicate nose, full of disdain. Humph, I just can't stand that guy staring at me all the time, no manners at all, just scaring him is me being merciful, otherwise, I would have spat black flames on his damn face long ago. Hearing her spicy answer, Gobta chuckled helplessly. Nidhogg's temperament had undergone significant changes in human society, but as a great dragon equivalent to gods, her pride remained undiminished. She just didn't usually show this side to familiar people. Step step. Some crisp footsteps soon echoed and approached. Gobta looked up to see a familiar pair approaching from the opposite direction. Saber Siegfried and his master, Gord's Musikig Millennia. Seeing Gobta, Gord seemed to recall something unpleasant, his face turned ugly, and subconsciously hid behind Siegfried. As Gobta approached, Siegfried's eyes lit up. Siegfried was about to say something when a strong unease, a shiver from deep within his blood, surged again, even more violently than before. Faintly, he could hear the wailing of Fafnir in his ears. Following his instincts, he subconsciously turned to look at the seemingly harmless and beautiful woman beside Ryder, only to find her looking at him with an intriguing gaze. Heck, quite interesting. I heard a long time ago that a human killed the one guarding Das Rheingold, and the said human gained an invincible body in return. Nidhogg scrutinized Siegfried. But the curse of Das Rheingold is not easy to endure, don't you regret it? Hearing her question, Siegfried remained silent for a moment, then shook his head slowly. This power allows me to help more people, Siegfried answered in a low voice. Help more people? Nidhogg tilted her head in confusion. Is that really necessary? With such immense power, you can do whatever you want, why bother with those thankless tasks? Because that is the purpose of my existence, Siegfried pressed his chest, eyes showing determination. It's also the meaning behind gaining this power. Even if it means trampling on your own dignity. Gobta suddenly chimed in. Siegfried lowered his head, staying silent. Think it over, Siegfried, kindness itself is not wrong, but an excess of it only brings greater evil. If even your own will no longer exists, what will you have left? Gobta glanced meaningfully at Siegfried. Without understanding this, the curse of Das Rheingold will never fade from you, and the tragedy will keep repeating. With that reminder, Gobta led Nidhogg past Siegfried, leaving the latter standing silently like a statue. Chapter 286. Church. Kodomine Shiro, having finished his daily prayers, stood up and turned to the empty space beside him. How's Lancer holding up? Soon, faint light particles converged from nothingness as Semiramis emerged from within. Not great, though he's not severely injured, his golden armor has been damaged quite a bit, reducing its defensive capabilities. That pharaoh is assisting the witch in repairs, but it'll take some time. Hearing the bad news, Shiro furrowed his brows slightly. Is Nidhogg really that powerful? To think that even the divine armor bestowed by sun god Surya couldn't withstand it. According to that witch, it seems that this black dragon specifically targets the concept of divinity. The stronger someone's divinity, the higher the damage inflicted, Semiramis replied while playing with her hair absent-mindedly. Special attack against divinity. As a ruler himself, Shiro naturally understood the importance, causing him to feel even more troubled for a moment. The two powerful servants on their side were Lancer Karna, the son of sun god Surya, and rider Ozymandias, the renowned pharaoh of ancient Egypt, also known as Ramesses II. However, both of them possessed strong divinity, which meant that when facing Rider of Black, they would likely be at a significant disadvantage. If they were to fight, they would undoubtedly be severely handicapped. But, apart from these two servants, they didn't have any other servant capable of going toe-to-toe with Rider of Black. Try contacting the masters of Saber and Archer, Shiro sighed with resignation. Right now, we can only hope for the best with them. Oh, come on, master, I've got some tricks up my sleeve too, you know. Semiramis complained, giving him a disgruntled look. Once my Hanging Gardens of Babylon is complete, I can easily defeat that lizard. She wasn't bragging. The vanity-filled flying fortress, known as the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, was an extraordinary anti-world noble phantasm. Although its activation conditions were strict, its power was astonishing once fulfilled. Inside the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Semiramis's entire status would be strengthened, reaching the highest rank, and her attacks would gain advantageous modifiers. She could even unleash magecraft that was close to the realm of true magic. Plus, there also existed a defensive technique known as Tayamtamomo, capable of firing 11 anti-army light beams, each equivalent to a meteorite impact. Essentially, it was an invincible super fortress. But Rider of Black is not to be underestimated. Moreover, we're still unsure if they've summoned other powerful servants than him. Being prepared is always a good thing, Shiro gently explained. Do as you wish then, Semiramis waved her hand casually. Those two are definitely coming unless they plan to take on the entire Black faction alone. As she finished speaking, a magical device placed nearby suddenly activated on its own. After a moment, a line of text appeared on the paper of the magical device. Shiro picked up the paper, read its contents, and after a while, a slight smile appeared on his face. He quickly turned to Semiramis. They've arrived. Fortress of Millennia. The golden glow of the setting sun streamed through the French windows, casting a layer of shimmering gold on the floor. In the room filled with a rosy and ambiguous atmosphere, Gobta and Nidhogg lay on the plush memory foam bed, the disheveled traces on the bed revealing the madness that had taken place earlier. Nidhogg's cherry lips slightly gasped for breath, her beautiful eyes filled with a hazy mist. Her naked, delicate body was covered in a sheen of fragrant sweat. The smooth and tender skin adorned with tempting rosy hues, resembling a blooming narcissus, becoming even more alluring. Seeing this, Gobta's fingers gently slid over her skin. Nidhogg, in the aftermath of passionate lovemaking, found herself in a highly sensitive state. When Gobta's fingers made contact with her skin, her body trembled slightly. Seeing his naughty hand, she swiftly grasped it, her large eyes revealing a hint of pleading. Can we take a break? It's been 7 hours already, I really can't go on. Oh. That's funny. Who was just riding on top of me, declaring to drain me completely, but now you're begging for mercy. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please spare me, Nidhogg surrendered without any pride. Heh, that's more like it. A subtle smile played on Gobta's lips as he ceased teasing his wife. Humph, you big dummy, Nidhogg gently bit his chest. I really don't understand where you get so much energy all the time. Clearly, I'm a true dragon here, and you're more like a human, yet every time we do the deed, it's me who can't handle it. Duh, that's because I have abyss flower on me, missy. You'd be surprised if you knew, Gobta thought funnily to himself. As his lust subsided, he gradually became more composed and began to inquire about the changes since he left his world. Thanks to his thorough preparations before leaving, Artoria smoothly ascended to the throne. The legend of the chosen king will return when Britain is in danger kept other kings and nobles in check. Although some foolish ones still emerged here and there, Artoria could effortlessly crush their foolish attempts. Currently, the entire British Isles were firmly under her control. Following Gobta's development plan, she refrained from hastily expanding to the European continent, focusing on steady growth and accumulating strength on the British Isles. With her exceptional charisma, she had gained the trust of everyone, leaving Gobta somewhat nostalgic. The once naive and immature girl had finally grown into a qualified ruler. What about Big Sis Morgan? What's she up to? Hearing her sister-in-law's name, Nidhogg sighed. Ever since you left, she has been restless and shut herself. 2 years ago, she moved out of Camelot and returned to Orkney. No matter how Lily and I tried to persuade her, she refuses to come out. Hearing what occurred to his elder sister, a complex expression flickered in Gobta's eyes. He knew all too well that Morgan's actions were driven by guilt over his departure. Chapter 287. As evening approached, Gobta, finding Nidhogg needed rest, left the room alone, intending to take a casual stroll outside. Coincidentally, as he arrived at the central hall, he bumped into Jean and Darnik, who were heading out. Oh, it's you, Mr. Ryder. Jean's face lit up with joy as she quickly approached him. Glancing at her bag, Gobta raised an eyebrow. Planning to leave already? I've got a good grasp of the situation here, and it's time to move on, Jean nodded with a smile. Catching a glimpse of Darnik's frustrated expression, Gobta chuckled inwardly. He knew this stubborn saint wouldn't be easily swayed. Darnik, equally exasperated, had spent the entire day with Ruler inside the Fortress of Millennia, dropping hints left and right, almost making his throat hoarse. Yet, this girl refused to budge, unwilling to join their faction. He hesitated to confront and use aggressive approaches on her, aware that she bore command spells that could make her command each servant 2 times. Even if they managed to subdue her, it would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. Moreover, with the Greater Grail buried in this location, the risk of accidentally involving it in a battle was too great. The thought of that possibility made him shudder. All right then, hope we'll meet again someday, Gobta smiled at Jean before turning away. Seeing him leave, Jean's gaze flickered slightly, and she began to hesitate, playing with her fingers. There's actually something I've been wanting to ask you, don't know if you... Boom. Before she could finish her sentence, however, a sudden loud noise shook the entire fortress. Both Gobta and Jean turned their heads, quickly identifying the source. The cultivation chamber. Darnik frowned. Has something gone wrong over there? Without a word, Jean and Gobta rushed toward the cultivation chamber. Their powerful servant bodies allowed them to reach the cultivation chamber in no time, and soon after they arrived, Siegfried joined. They exchanged glances, nodded, and without saying a word, entered the chamber. The vast room, approximately the size of a football field, was filled with cultivation tanks. Inside, homunculi immersed in pale green liquid were connected to pipes above, extracting their magical energy to supply Ig Millennia mages efficiently. Seeing these homunculi, human in appearance but devoid of vitality, Jean clenched her fists tightly as a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Gobta and Siegfried, however, paid no attention to her emotions, proceeding deeper into the chamber. Seeing this, Jean quickly composed herself and followed behind them. Before long, they discovered the source of the disturbance. A man with a mask, wearing blue-striped attire and a matching cloak, stood there like an iron tower. His lion-like presence exuded a wild and arrogant vibe. Despite having numerous large golems by his side, their aura seemed to be overshadowed by him. Archer Heracles and caster Avisprin found themselves in a tense standoff, though unsure about the cause. Jean, being a ruler, refrained from intervening in the affairs of the Black faction. Siegfried struggled with words, uncertain about involvement. Gobta, on the other hand, was simply enjoying the show. Archer, hand over that homunculus to me. Avisprin's voice carried a noticeable hint of rage and excitement. That is my hope. Homunculus. Both Jean and Siegfried paused, their gazes shifting to the unconscious homunculus lying behind Heracles' towering figure. That homunculus was the reason for the confrontation between Archer and Castor. Looking at the young and pained face of the homunculus, Gobta raised an eyebrow, and a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. Impossible, Heracles calmly stated. This homunculus has developed his own will and thought, undoubtedly a living being, I cannot hand him over to you. Developed his own will and thought. Hearing Heracles' statement, Jean and Siegfried's pupils dilated instantly, their emotions surging like a tumultuous river. What does that have to do with me? Avisprin, now completely consumed by madness, resembled more of a berserker than Frankenstein. You have no idea how much effort I've put into achieving that goal. Now, just one step away, just one step away. What does that have to do with me? Heracles crossed his arms without care and repeated what Avisprin had said, coldly. You. Though his expression couldn't be seen, Avisprin must be wearing a furious look as he roared like a wild beast. Get that homunculus back for me. The large golems on his side had their eyes lit up and immediately charged toward Heracles. Stand down. Accompanying Heracles' cold words, a three-headed black dog emerged from his shadow. Rapidly expanding to a massive size of 5 meters. Its sharp fangs, like an unstoppable divine weapon, swiftly shredded these golems with strength comparable to special alloys. It was the watchdog of hell, Cerberus. Seemingly unsatisfied with lifeless objects, Cerberus turned its 3 heads, greedily fixating on Avisprin. Watching the conflict grow more intense, Siegfried furrowed his brows slightly. No matter what, Castor was their ally and their strength. If Archer killed him, they would lose a powerful ally. Just as he hesitated about whether to act, Gobta suddenly spoke to him. Don't worry, Archer knows what to do. Sure enough, Cerberus only threatened Avisprin and then obediently retreated to Heracles' side. Seeing this, Avisprin trembled with anger, realizing he had been threatened by a damn dog. Teacher. A startled cry suddenly echoed as a golden-haired teenager burst in, his face filled with concern. He was Roche-Freinig Millennia, Avisprin's master. Teacher, are you okay? What's going on? Darnik, who had just arrived late along with the rest, asked bewilderedly as he witnessed the heated scene. Everyone who had just arrived couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How did things escalate to Archer and Castor suddenly fighting? Heracles just stood silent, arms crossed, while Avisprin, overwhelmed with anger, couldn't even speak. Eventually, with reluctance, Gobta took the floor and explained the situation. Homunculus. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on the homunculus at Heracles' feet, and at once, their hearts simultaneously skipped a beat. If this homunculus could grab Castor's attention so greatly, could it be? This homunculus is the core. Avisprin suddenly shouted to everyone. And the best core at that, with this homunculus, I guarantee we can fine-tune my noble phantasm to perfection. Avisprin's noble phantasm, Golem Keter Mawkath. Upon hearing Avisprin's reasoning, Darnik's heart raced violently. Chapter 288. With already powerful servants like Archer and Rider, coupled with Lancer empowered by the local region, possessing a perfect and powerful golem like Castor's noble phantasm could undoubtedly secure their victory in this holy grail war. Darnik immediately turned to the towering figure of Heracles. Archer, you must have heard, that homunculus is crucial for us and might determine the outcome of this war, so, can't you? Before he could finish, however, the 3-headed dog lying quietly beside Heracles suddenly raised its head, and its 6 eyes glared menacingly at him. Darnik instinctively took a step back, frightened. Heracles calmed Cerberus with a reassuring gesture and calmly spoke up. I don't care about victory or defeat, all I know is this child has developed his own will and thought, just like any human, naturally, I want to save him. What? Are you kidding? Homunculi don't have any will or thought, they're just tools, I never created them with such concepts. Cerberus turned its gaze to him, causing the chubby man to tremble. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the malicious intent of the 3-headed dog. Damn it, mind your own business, Gord said in a low voice while looking at Siegfried in front of him. Whether it is or not, let him explain himself, Gobta smiled, summoning Abyss Flower and walking toward Heracles. Cerberus intended to intimidate Gobta, but a glance from the latter's pitch-black eyes made it shrink and emit a pitiful whine. You have an interesting dog, Gobta raised an eyebrow. How about giving it to me? Hearing the absurd request that came out of nowhere, Cerberus was instantly startled, looking pitifully at its master. In its eyes, this black-haired man emanating the scent of a powerful dragon seemed to want to devour it as food. Hearing the sudden and bizarre question, Heracles was puzzled and furrowed his brow. Why do you want it? I have a daughter and want to get her a pet, you know. Gobta bluntly stated. He had been wanting to find a suitable pet for Mordred for a while, and Cerberus, being intelligent and robust, with the strength of a divine beast, seemed like a perfect fit. Daughter, Heracles fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Let me think about it. Cerberus, upon hearing his master's response, immediately rolled its eyes and lay down on the ground resignedly. Well, thanks a lot then, Gobta smiled, nodding, and stuck the tip of abyss flower into the homunculus's shoulder. With the sacred lily pattern on the lance shimmering, the power of life surged into the homunculus's body. After a moment, the homunculus slowly opened his eyes. Seeing those weak and tired eyes, Gordz's heart skipped a beat. Those were not the eyes that belonged to homunculus. Startled by the strangers surrounding him, the homunculus instinctively tried to escape but stumbled to the ground. Though Gobta had recovered the homunculus's vitality, his physical weakness wasn't something that could be cured instantly. At this moment, he resembled a toddler forget running, even walking was a challenge. Realizing escape was futile, the homunculus helplessly crouched on the ground, trembling like a startled quail. Please don't kill me. His words shocked everyone present. Jean immediately prepared to step forward but found herself halted by a white lance pointed at her head, preventing any further movement. From here on is an internal matter for our black faction, as a ruler, you better remember your place, Gobta stated expressionlessly. Hearing that, Jean furrowed her brow. How can I just watch someone? Regardless of your reasons, he is our black faction's private property, Gobta interrupted. Plus, didn't you hear? This homunculus is crucial for improving our caster's noble phantasm. Hearing Gobta's words, the eyes of Avisprin and the golden-haired teenager, Roche, lit up. Did Ryder want to help them? Kulz and his sister, Fiori, exchanged glances, both frowning. As for Darnik, his face instantly stiffened. If Archer and Ryder fought, it would be an unbearable blow for them. No, this can't happen. Darnik exclaimed inwardly. However, he couldn't think of a good way to resolve the conflict at hand. Having a dispute in front of outsiders, how disgraceful. A deep and stern voice suddenly echoed from nowhere, and Vlad's figure soon emerged. My king. Darnik and the rest of Igmalenia's people hurriedly bowed. Vlad glanced at the trembling homunculus, then turned to Avisprin. Caster, are you sure this homunculus is the core you've been searching for? Yes. It's this homunculus, I swear my life on it. Vlad showed no emotion and looked at Heracles. Archer, do you insist on keeping this homunculus? I won't turn a blind eye to someone in need, Heracles replied calmly. Since you're currently deadlocked, let's discuss it another day then, Vlad said indifferently, then looked at the chubby man. Gords, I'm leaving this homunculus in your care, if anything happens, I'll be the first to hold you accountable. I in my care. Gords was initially confused but soon realized the trouble that had befallen him. He came here just to watch the show, yet, out of nowhere, the responsibility was suddenly on him. Any problems? Vlad glanced at him, his tone unchanged. Gords gritted his teeth and lowered his head. No, I understand. Raising his head, Gords turned to Siegfried. Saber, go bring that homunculus. With Heracles and Cerberus standing by, he didn't dare to approach the homunculus personally and let Siegfried do the job. Hearing his master's command, Siegfried nodded silently and walked toward the homunculus. Do not come any closer. Sensing the impending crisis, the homunculus's survival instinct was instantly triggered. He raised his arm, pointing at Siegfried and tightly gritting his teeth. As he started sweating profusely and struggling with difficulty, he began to mutter. Straße. Deep green patterns instantly sparked to life on the homunculus's body. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be even more astonished. He can even control his own magic circuits. Avisprin seemed to be observing something extremely precious, his breathing becoming heavier. Siegfried, however, showed no emotion on his face, continuing to walk toward the homunculus calmly. Just as the homunculus was about to resist, a hand suddenly chopped at his neck, instantly rendering him unconscious. Thank you. Siegfried nodded at Gobta, bent down, and lifted the homunculus. Along with Gords, they left the cultivation chamber. Whether it was Gobta's intervention or Siegfried taking away the homunculus, Heracles just stood in place, silent from start to finish, watching Siegfried and Gords left with the unconscious homunculus. As the only outsider present, Jean's expression was complex. Ha! After a while, she could only let out a soft sigh. Chapter 289. Keep the homunculus in Gordz's care for now, until we reach a conclusion, none of you are allowed to approach, violators will be treated as traitors. Vlad spoke while scanning everyone in the chamber, his figure gradually dissipating into light particles. Darnik, come to me, I have something to discuss with you. Yes, my king, Darnik slightly bowed. Seeing that the homunculus had been taken away, and with no reason to stay, everyone left one after another. Just as Gobta was about to leave, a hand suddenly grabbed onto the hem of his clothes. Watching Jean, dressed in a high school girl's uniform, stopping him, Gobta couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Aren't you supposed to leave?" "I don't understand why you're doing this," Jean lightly bit her lip. "That child, he has already developed his own will, his own thoughts, no different than humans, he deserves the freedom to choose his own future." Freedom? Who in this world truly lives in freedom? Even we, the once renowned heroes, have become tools for others to seek their interests, haven't we? "No, that's," Jean wanted to retort, but his statement was not wrong. "This is not something you should meddle in, Jean, don't forget, you are a ruler, and you have your own responsibilities." Gobta lightly brushed off her hand and continued walking toward the cultivation chamber's exit. But Jean advanced and stood in his way, staring straight at him. "I won't forget my responsibilities, but I want you to give me an answer." "An answer? What answer?" "That homunculus can improve our caster's noble phantasm, increasing our chances of victory, that's my answer, happy now?" Yet, Jean blocked him once again. "I don't believe you would sacrifice the lives of the innocent for victory." "Innocent? The purpose of that homunculus is to be used as expendable. I don't consider him innocent. Besides, we've only known each other for so long, making conclusions about someone so easily only exposes your naivety and ignorance." Gobta mocked. "Perhaps my experience and knowledge are indeed not rich enough, but the merciful Lord will guide me on the right path." Jean pressed her heart, gazing firmly at him. "I don't believe that you, possessing that kind of power, would perform such heartless acts." Looking into her clear eyes and familiar, determined face that bizarrely resembled someone close to him, Gobta fell silent for a moment before sighing tiredly. "Fine, come with me then." Throne room. Seated on the throne, Vlad held a cup of blood-red wine, his gaze profound and intense. "Darnik, do you know why this king just did that?" Darnik, standing nearby, slightly bowed. "No, a lowly mage like me, no matter how much I think, I can't catch up with the thoughts of a ruler like yourself." Vlad suddenly gave him a displeased look. "Darnik, blind obedience is a sign of your limited capability. You, who address this king as your king, are in the end still this king's master, and this king is your servant. This part is undeniable." "Yes." Darnik still bowed his head but clicked his tongue inwardly. Vlad had once been the ruler of a country in Romania. Even facing a mage who could commit heinous acts without batting an eye, he wouldn't hesitate to express respect. Of course, it was because of the absolute hierarchy maintained by the command spells that allowed them to uphold this kind of relationship. Since Darnik could hold Vlad's collar in critical situations, he was willing to show his loyalty to Vlad. Those in power must consider the overall situation, weighing the gains and losses without bias. Vlad gently swirled the red wine in his cup. "Only then can you win the trust of the people and maintain stability." Darnik pondered for a moment. "Are you suggesting that you want to use that homunculus to balance Archer and Caster?" "Archer is one of our strongest warriors, and Caster is our major source of troops. Any loss on either side is unacceptable for us, even risking internal discord." Vlad took a sip of red wine. "Both sides are fixated on that homunculus now, favoring one side would only upset the other. It's better to remain neutral and use it to restrain both." "So that's why you handed over that homunculus to Gords, who doesn't belong to either side," Darnik said thoughtfully, then sighed. "Thank goodness Ryder stepped in at that time, otherwise, Caster alone couldn't stop Archer. Balancing would require equal power, and with Archer's strength, he could easily take on 10 Casters. If Archer was determined to protect the homunculus, Caster wouldn't stand a chance at all. Fortunately, Ryder intervened, establishing a balance with Archer." "Do you really think Ryder stepped in solely for Caster?" Vlad looked at Darnik with a half-smile. "Are you saying?" Darnik squinted his eyes. "Don't forget, Darnik, Ryder, like me, is a king. What I can see, do you think he wouldn't see?" Vlad calmly stated. "Are you saying he intentionally stepped in and used himself to restrain Archer?" Darnik furrowed his brow. "The path of balance is a necessary lesson for every king. Because Ryder stood with Caster, I chose that course of action." Vlad explained patiently, then raised his cup to finish the red wine while looking at his own pale face through the smooth glass. "This is an unspoken understanding only kings can reach." "So, you didn't step in to help Caster?" Jean blinked, staring at Gobta with her sparkling blue eyes. "I have to make Caster believe that I'm on his side. If I don't, he might do something crazy," Gobta explained while walking through the corridor, not bothering to look back. In the original work, Avisbrand betrayed the Black Faction because he couldn't turn that homunculus into the core for his golem. Gobta's actions earlier were to prevent that tragedy from happening. "That's really great," Jean said in relief with fingers interlocked and a breathtaking smile on her face. As I thought, you're truly not that kind of person after all. Don't get too happy just yet, the crisis with that homunculus hasn't been averted, Gobta said casually. Vlad wants to use that homunculus to restrain Castor and Archer. If we end up on the losing side against the Red faction, he won't hesitate to sacrifice that homunculus or even. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned, and looked meaningfully at Jean. Use that homunculus to control you. Hearing that, Jean's face immediately stiffened. So, if you really care for that homunculus, don't show any concern, and it's even better not to see him again, Gobta continued in a calm tone. Jean pursed her lips and lowered her head in disappointment. I understand. Gobta nodded and glanced at the night outside the window. Alright, it's about time now, you should. Thud. Without any warning, Jean suddenly fell to the ground. Gobta was dumbfounded and quickly went forward to lift her body. Hey! What are you doing? Sorry, Jean forced a smile of apology as she lifted her head. Because I manifested this time through possession, so. Gobta tilted his head. I've reached my limit. Chapter 290. Servants were summoned to the present world through the Holy Grail War's summoning ritual from the Throne of Heroes. Their existence was rooted in the Holy Grail. And their energy source was magical energy. This meant they didn't need food or sleep to replenish nutrients and adjust their bodies. As long as they had sufficient magical energy, they could engage in high-intensity activities 24 hours a day. Of course, there were some special cases. For instance, when the master's magical energy was too low, a servant could replenish their magical energy through sleep and eating, but this method was highly inefficient compared to normal magical energy supply. As a ruler, Jean's magical energy was directly supplied by the Greater Grail, so there was no risk of magical energy shortage. Unfortunately, she did not descend in a normal way like other servants but rather manifested by inhabiting a young girl named Laetitia. This led to several flaws in her own existence. Not eating made her hungry and not sleeping made her tired. Although she could ignore these needs, Laetitia's body couldn't endure it. Once reaching the limit, her body would force Jean to offline. Since landing at the Henry Coanda airport, 2 full days and nights had passed. Jean hadn't taken a drop of water. A grain of rice, nor closed her eyes for even a moment. For a girl of merely 14 to 15 years old, enduring until now was quite impressive. Originally, Jean had planned to leave the Fortress of Millennia and immediately find a church to rest. Unfortunately, due to the homunculus incident, her schedule was once again delayed. Now, unable to hold on any longer, especially with Gobta by her side, someone who brought her great comfort, she simply collapsed. So, this is the reason you brought her back, eh? Nidhogg raised an eyebrow, looking at the peacefully sleeping Jean on the bed, then turned to Gobta. I can't just toss her out, can I? Gobta shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Nidhogg, momentarily speechless, gave a slight snort, crossed her arms, and walked to the balcony. Gobta followed her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind, his mouth gently approaching her delicate ear. What's wrong? Is my NID jealous? What do you think? Nidhogg rolled her eyes. That woman has been staring at you the whole time, it's obvious she's interested in you. Probably because of the savior. Gobta pondered silently, but a wicked thought suddenly crossed his mind. He leaned in close to Nidhogg's ear and whispered. You once said, I'm the king, so, it's okay to have a few more, remember? Upon hearing that, Nidhogg's expression became awkward, twisting and turning. She turned around abruptly, staring at Gobta wide-eyed. You're not doing this because that girl's face looks exactly like Lily and Morgan, Rig. Thud. Before she could finish, however, Gobta impatiently flicked her forehead. Do you think I'm that kind of person? I was just joking, Nidhogg pouted and mumbled while holding her forehead. Seeing this, Gobta's eye twitched slightly. He really didn't know what experiences she had gone through in human society over the years, making her start to act cute. He was honestly speechless. The once fearsome, arrogant, and ignorant black dragon was gradually becoming more and more feminine and cute. With this thought in mind, Gobta's gaze involuntarily fell on Nidhogg's cold and fair face, then slid downward, passing over her delicate collarbone, her towering and soft chest, and her slender and graceful thighs. Gradually, something seemed to be burning in his eyes, growing hotter and fiercer. As Gobta's closest companion, Nidhogg naturally sensed his changes right away. Her black eyes betrayed a hint of panic after a solid 7 hours of their passionate activity. She still hadn't fully recovered. If another night followed, she genuinely doubted her endurance. However, before she could speak, Gobta abruptly kissed her lips. Chew. His agile tongue, like a serpent, forcefully parted her lips, greedily seeking her essence. Nidhogg's body instantly went limp. Her breath grew heavier, her eyes more hazy, and her mind clouded as if she were floating on clouds. Oh well, what a troublesome husband, Nidhogg sighed inwardly, ceasing resistance. Her arms naturally encircled Gobta's neck, skillfully responding to his advances. Just as the two were about to ignite their passions, an unfamiliar aura suddenly swept through. They snapped out of their daze, their gazes sharp, directed toward the source of the disturbance. Beneath the cool moonlight, a towering figure stood on the rooftop's peak, emanating a wild, beast-like aura. Only his eyes remained calm, like a tranquil lake deep within a jungle. As Gobta's summoned being, Nidhogg naturally received some information about the Holy Grail War. Coupled with his explanation, she instantly knew the identity of the newcomer. Archer of Black, the legendary Greek hero, Heracles. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Heracles, Nidhogg couldn't help but feel cautious. Though not well versed in Greek mythology, she instinctively recognized the potential danger emanating from him, akin to the feeling she got from Thor. Encounters in the dead of night, with the wind howling, were rarely for good purposes. Strangely, Heracles' demeanor was peaceful, devoid of any killing intent or combat readiness, leaving Nidhogg puzzled about his intentions. A hand suddenly rested on her shoulder, and she immediately turned her head to see Gobta smiling at her. "He's here for me, you go inside and rest, I'll be back soon." Hearing that, Nidhogg furrowed her brows, glancing at the silent figure of Heracles, then back at her husband. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded. "Be careful, call me if anything happens, okay?" As Gobta's summoned being, she could instantly teleport to him within a certain range. "Don't worry, you know I'm not someone who could be easily dealt with," Gobta grinned with confidence. Even without Nidhogg around and facing Heracles alone, it was hard to say who would come out on top. With that, he leaped toward the fortress's rooftop, with Heracles silently trailing behind. The two figures, one after the other, quickly vanished from Nidhogg's sight. Chapter 291. The fortress's top floor had a small platform. Gobta and Archer landed there, an area not covered by any detection magecraft perfect for discussing confidential topics. "You're here about what happened during the day, right?" Without waiting for Heracles to speak, Gobta spoke first. Hearing the question, Heracles nodded. "I've thought about it, what you said makes sense." On the surface, his statement might sound confusing, but the truth was quite simple. Earlier in the cultivation chamber, Gobta took the opportunity of treating the homunculus to approach Heracles and exchange a few words with him, quietly, without anyone knowing. The first sentence was, "Even if you save him now, what about after you leave?" After all, they were servants. Once the Holy Grail War ended, they would be forcibly returned to the throne of heroes. Even if Heracles could save that homunculus now, there was still the possibility of facing retribution from the millennia afterward. Moreover, if the Mages Association learned that a homunculus with its own will and thought was born, they would undoubtedly take a keen interest in that case. The homunculus would still be in a dangerous situation. It was precisely because Heracles realized this that he let Gords take the homunculus away without any resistance. Vlad mistakenly believed that Heracles refrained from acting due to Gobta's presence. Little did he know, for this Greek hero, there were only things he wanted or didn't want to do, there was nothing he was afraid of doing. If he were someone that always hesitant, he wouldn't have accomplished so many incredible feats in his legend. "You must have a way to save that homunculus, right?" Heracles looked at Gobta with a serious expression. Otherwise, there would have been no need for the latter to tell him those words. Speaking to intelligent people was indeed straightforward, Gobta thought contentedly as a smile played on his lips. "Don't worry, from now on, you don't have to do anything, that homunculus will be saved naturally." Hearing that, Heracles furrowed his brow slightly, not fully understanding Gobta's meaning. Mages are a group of people who will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals, ruthless, heartless, even worse than scum. Pausing for a moment, Gobta suddenly hinted. "But sometimes, some unique ones emerge, you know what I mean, no?" Seemingly understanding something, Heracles nodded thoughtfully. "Also, one more thing, was what you said back then true?" Heracles asked again. He referred to Gobta's second statement, "Even if you really save him, he won't live much longer." "True or false, haven't you already found the answer yourself?" Gobta casually asked back. He didn't believe that Heracles came to him this late just because it was the right time to talk. Heracles fell into silence. Just as Gobta speculated, he had already confirmed this matter with his master, Fiore. Homunculi serving as magical energy supplies, like the one in question, were not designed with consideration for bodily functions and were usually depleted in a matter of months. Although the homunculus saved by Heracles had escaped this fate, due to his bodily limitations, he couldn't live for more than a few years. "You have a way to keep that homunculus alive, right?" Heracles stared at Gobta, stating it confidently. Gobta nodded without hesitation, not denying it. I can save that homunculus, but you have to agree to one condition. Heracles narrowed his eyes slightly. What condition? Become my ally. I created a life. Gords fell into silence as he looked at the homunculus lying on the bed. Damn it. What have I done? After a while, he started to frantically pull at his own hair, then slumped into a chair, gazing up at the ceiling dazedly. Homunculi couldn't be considered living beings, they were merely tools created from various materials, like building bricks for constructing a castle. However now, one of the bricks had changed, causing the entire castle to tremble. Please don't kill me. Remembering the previous scene of the begging homunculus, even though homunculi never experienced such a thing, even the concept of death was foreign to them, at that moment, Gords undeniably saw hope and yearning for life in those eyes. No one could guarantee if it was an accident or not. But if one thought more deeply, it was not impossible for other homunculi to experience the same thing. Perhaps it was just a matter of not reaching a certain condition or not realizing a specific factor yet. Gords' homunculus technology came from the Einsborn family in Germany, a mage family with a long and storied history, rumored to have some connection to the legendary Third Magic. The Einsborns excelled in alchemy and homunculus creation, with their homunculus technology particularly renowned in the world of magecraft. Some even praised it as indistinguishable from actual humans. Indistinguishable from actual humans, Gords looked at his hands in a daze. Could these hands be the reason for the birth of this self-aware homunculus? After a long silence, he slapped his chubby face, took a deep breath, walked to the bed, and gazed complexly at the homunculus lying there before placing his hand on the homunculus's chest. A pale green light bloomed, and under the healing magecraft, the homunculus's complexion visibly improved. After everything was done, Gords sat on the chair, exhausted. I'm like a ridiculous clown, Gords muttered with a self-ridicule tone. No, master, you are a great man. Siegfried, who had witnessed the entire process, suddenly appeared beside him, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth indicating his good mood. Great man. Gords smirked. What greatness am I compared to a hero like you who saved countless people? Although I've saved many, it's not of my own will, it's because they begged me, and I responded to them, regardless of good or evil, right or wrong, Siegfried said softly while shaking his head. Gords was momentarily surprised, finally understanding the meaning behind his servant's words. I have no wishes, my only wish is to fulfill your wishes. Siegfried looked seriously at his master's face. But, master, you're different, you clearly know what you want, understand what justice is, and know how to achieve it. He then looked at the homunculus on the bed. That's what I've been pursuing. What? Justice? Me? I only treated him because Lancer asked me to take care of him, don't get any weird ideas, okay? I know, Siegfried said understandingly, but a hint of a smile still played on his lips. Damn it. No smiling allowed. Gords' helpless voice echoed through the night. Chapter 292. In a war. Besides military resources and strategic command, bases were equally crucial strategic elements. This was especially true for casters who wielded territory creation skill. A good base could enable them to unleash more than 100% of their potential. In the Holy Grail War that unfolded in Romania, known as the Great Holy Grail War, the Ygmilenia undoubtedly chose their long-established base of operations in Trifas as their base. Though the Mages Association was forced into conflict, their formidable foundation allowed them to quickly adapt, swiftly acquiring control over Sigasora. Sigasora, formed in the 12th century due to Saxon invasions, was a city that retained much of medieval European influence. It was challenging to find a city in the entire Europe preserving so many shadows of medieval times. Positioned on the border, close to Trifas yet avoiding detection from the Ygmilenia and their servants, it was indeed a smart choice for the Mages Association. Since the start of the Holy Grail War, the Mages Association consistently stationed mages in Sigasora. Their primary task was to provide information and resource support for the Red faction. Acknowledging that facing servants, no matter how many mages they sent, would only be a futile effort. At 8 a.m., a middle-aged man with sunglasses, dressed in a black jacket, sporting a deep scar on his cheek, and possessing a sturdy body, appeared at the foot of the Sigasora's mountain. He glanced up at the church on the mountaintop before proceeding to climb the 172 steps. The mages hiding in the shadows immediately noticed the man's presence. After taking a quick look at his appearance, they silently averted their gazes. The man seemed oblivious, strolling casually toward the church, giving the impression of a tourist from out of town. Worthily Mages Association, managing this place so tightly, if you want to breach this from the front, you'd need at least 50 mages in position, Kyrie remarked. TCH, with this level of defense, even a squad of knights from Camelot could easily break through. A disdainful voice retorted from the empty space beside Kyrie. It was none other than Mordred, the saber-class servant summoned by Kyrie, the infamous knight of treachery who rebelled against King Arthur. Since arriving in Romania yesterday, he successfully obtained the status of master. He quickly located a ley line node and conducted the summoning ritual using a fragment of the round table. Perhaps due to compatibility issues with his necromancy, he ended up summoning Mordred instead of the other revered knights of the round table. Despite this unexpected outcome, Kyrie harbored no complaints. Mordred's reputation might be tarnished, but her strength was unquestionable. Inheriting the blood of King Arthur, she stood as one of the top-ranked servants among other sabers. After a day of interaction, Kyrie had almost figured out the peculiarities of this rebellious knight's temperament. Overall, as long as he kept a few things in mind, getting along with her could be quite pleasant. First, don't treat her as a man or a woman. Second, don't criticize or praise King Arthur in her presence. Third, satisfy her curiosity. What a troublesome servant, Kyrie sighed inwardly. He could never have guessed that the legendary rebellious knight would turn out to be such a troublemaker. Hey, master, there's something I want to discuss with you. Here we go again, Kyrie's mouth twitched slightly as he asked. What now? Buy me some clothes, will ya? This unexpected and sudden request left him momentarily speechless. Why? Can't you maintain your spiritual form? You shouldn't need clothes. Because being in spiritual form is uncomfortable, you know. Not having my own feet on the ground makes me feel uncomfortable, plus, when I look like this, I can't just walk around in broad daylight. Mordred had a point. She practically couldn't stroll around in that full-body armor in plain sight. But then again, the Holy Grail War usually happened at night, so technically, there was no need for clothes. Oh, come on. My master can't be such a stingy guy who won't even buy a mere set of clothes, right? Ha, can't argue with you, Kyrie sighed resignedly. This servant had thrown him requests like this countless times during their journey. Quite a stubborn personality. Glancing at his watch, it was still 9 a.m., and the clothing store wasn't open yet. He decided to buy her clothes after they met with other masters from the Red faction. After climbing the stairs, he stood before a pristine Gothic church. Making sure there were no other figures around, Kyrie opened the door. Pushing through the heavy doors, the first thing he saw wasn't the elegant and noble decorations inside the church but a white-haired and dark-skinned priest smiling at him from in front of the altar. Welcome, you must be Mr. Shishigu, right? Yeah, I'm Shishigu Kyrie, Kyrie nodded as he walked forward, silently asking his servant in his mind. How is it, Saber? Any servant here? No, I didn't sense any, but my intuition tells me something's off here, better be careful, master. No servant, but something's off, huh? Kyrie kept her words in mind and maintained a calm expression on the surface as he took a seat in the front seats. From this angle, he realized that the priest was much younger than he had imagined, probably not older than 20. It was hard to believe such a young man was assigned as the overseer. He wondered what the Holy Church was thinking. The priest, with an innocent face like a youth, flashed a mature smile. Greeting, I'm Kotomine Shiro, serving as the overseer for this Holy Grail War. Seeing this, Kyrie furrowed his brow slightly. Shiro's smile was overly perfect, not fitting for someone under 20. By the way, Saber should be by your side, right? Aren't you going to reveal your servant? After some consideration, Kyrie nodded and gestured to the empty space beside him. Come out, Saber. Golden light particles converged, and Mordred, clad in heavy silver armor with red patterns, materialized. She stood by Kyrie's side, wielding a long sword, as if on guard against something. Ha, Shiro sighed as he lightly pressed his fingers against his temples, tightening his face. What's wrong? Kyrie raised an eyebrow. Oh, nothing, anyway, let me introduce you to my servant, show yourself, assassin. Got it, master. The sudden voice of a woman almost caused Kyrie to have a heart attack. Without any warning, a beautiful black-haired woman in an intricate black dress appeared in the seat next to him. Chapter 293. Ha, Shiro sighed as he lightly pressed his fingers against his temples, tightening his face. What's wrong? Kyrie raised an eyebrow. Oh, nothing, anyway, let me introduce you to my servant, show yourself, assassin. Got it, master. The sudden voice of a woman almost caused Kyrie to have a heart attack. Without any warning, a beautiful black-haired woman in an intricate black dress appeared in the seat next to him. Mordred's eyes, hidden beneath the helmet, suddenly narrowed and showed a hint of hostility. What's the meaning of this? She immediately stood in front of Kyrie and spoke with an unfriendly tone. Come on, don't be nervous, just a little joke, Semiramis lazily yawned, half smirking at Kyrie. I am Assassin of Red, your Shishigu Kyrie, right? Pleased to meet you. I should be the one saying pleased to meet you, Kyrie forced a smile. When it came to assassins, they were usually summoned under the name Hassan. However, his gut feeling told him that this woman was different from those conventional assassins who gained skills through physical and mental training. She wasn't suited for assassination, she excelled in murder. With a single phrase or a glance, she could make someone take out her designated target without her lifting a finger. A dangerous and unpleasant woman, Kyrie secretly labeled Semiramis in his mind. Clap. Shiro clapped his hands. Alright, no time to waste, let's report the current situation. The Millennia has gathered 6 servants, all currently inside their fortress, only Assassin seems to be yet to join them. Any recognized servants with their true names? Kyrie inquired. For now, the only confirmed one is Vlad II, the Lord Impaler. There's also another. Shiro hesitated for a moment, a hint of reluctance on his face. What's the matter? Kyrie asked curiously. No, it's better if you see for yourself, Shiro sighed, shook his head, and took out a crystal ball, displaying the scene of Gobta and Karna's battle. As Kyrie watched, a strong shock filled his eyes, and even Mordred's gaze showed a hint of seriousness. The one on the horse is Rider of Black, who do you think he is? Shiro put away the crystal ball and asked. Ha, Kyrie massaged his temples and smiled bitterly. 8-legged horse, pole weapon, and black dragon, this looks unmistakably like the All-Father from Norse mythology, Odin. But don't you find it strange? In Norse mythology, Odin never appeared with black hair and black eyes, and he certainly had only one eye. Hearing that reason, Kyrie frowned slightly. So, what are you suggesting? This might not be the actual Odin, Shiro said seriously. With the power of a normal Saint Graph, it's impossible to accommodate existence like gods, so, I suspect the Millennia used a form of possession to control Odin's power and summon it that way. You mean? Kyrie raised an eyebrow. In other words, Rider of Black is likely not the real Odin but a demi-servant wielding the power of Odin, Shiro explained his assumption. Demi-servant, Kyrie pondered for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Even so, he's still too powerful. Of course, borrowing the power of a chief god explains such strength, Shiro smiled. But usually, such possessions have some limitations, at the very least, due to physical limitations, they usually can't engage in prolonged combat. Hearing that, Kyrie raised an eyebrow. This was information even the Mages Association didn't know. The priest's understanding of servants was surprisingly deep. Currently we don't have someone strong enough to confront Rider of Black. Moreover, they have Vlad II with a significant regional advantage. And their other servants haven't even shown up yet. The situation isn't favorable for us, which is why I hope Mr. Shishigu can join us and fight together in this war. Shiro said with a friendly smile. Hearing Shiro's request, Kyrie hesitated a bit. Due to a strong sense of danger, he wasn't keen on cooperating with the priest in front of him and the seemingly dangerous assassin. However, the Black faction had already summoned such a powerful servant. If he acted alone, the risk would be too high. Therefore, he found himself in a bit of a dilemma and in the end, spoke to Mordred inside his mind through their master-servant contract for an opinion. Saber, what do you think? Compared to going alone, I feel like it's riskier for both of us if we join them, especially Assassin. She gives me a feeling similar to facing my mother. Morgan Le Fay, Kyrie nodded silently in his mind. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate, he would choose to act alone. However, just as he was about to speak, there was a sudden noise at the door again. Everyone turned their heads at the same time, seeing a tall woman standing there. Hello there, I'm Seshuan Kiera, Archer of Red's master in this Holy Grail war, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. After introducing herself, the woman walked in slowly. Despite wearing nun attire, it couldn't conceal her elegant and alluring appearance, which contrasted with her calm and gentle demeanor. Welcome, I'm the overseer of this Holy Grail war and assassin of Red's master, Kotomine Shiro. This is Saber of Red's master, Mr. Shishigu Kyrie. Shiro smiled warmly as he introduced himself and Kyrie. The three masters gathered, exchanging pleasantries. Even when facing the intimidating-looking Kyrie, Kiera showed no sign of disdain or fear. Her smile remained calm and gentle. I heard you two discussing something earlier, would you mind sharing it with me? Kiera smiled, a bewitching charm in her expression that made it hard to refuse. Perfect timing. Shiro smiled inwardly. Bringing an Archer of Red's master was within his plan. As a result, he repeated the conversation he had with Kyrie to Kiera. Cooperation, well, it's not impossible, but right now, we're not that familiar with each other, and the risks of rushing into cooperation are too high. I reckon Mr. Shishigu feels the same, right? Kiera said, flashing a smile at Kyrie. Kyrie wasn't sure how to respond, so he simply nodded. Then, what do you suggest, Miss Szechuan? Shiro asked. How about we join forces for one operation first, to build trust? What do you think? Kiera suggested with a gentle and benevolent smile as if she were a saint walking among mortals. As for the target, didn't Father Kotomine say Assassin of Black hasn't joined the Black faction yet? Why not start with them? Chapter 294. The gentle morning light seeped through the wide French windows, casting its glow on the floor. On the spacious bed, a golden-haired girl slowly opened her eyes, surveying the unfamiliar ceiling before her. Ugh, where am I? Rubbing her forehead, the girl sat up, finding a luxurious velvet duvet and plush memory foam mattress on the broad bed to be clearly beyond her or any girl she knew standards. Her body, accustomed to wooden beds, couldn't help but feel a twinge of longing, making her wish she could just lie back down again for a good sleep. No way. As a devoted follower, one must resist temptation. Jean thought and shook her head frantically. Slapping her face lightly, she regained her usual determination and clarity. At the same time, the events prior flooded into her mind like a tidal wave. It seemed like this is Ryder's room. Jean glanced around, suddenly detecting an aura of the living from the wardrobe. Curiously, she swung her legs off the bed and approached the wardrobe. Creak. Pulling the wardrobe door open, she found a beautiful, gray-haired woman lying inside. Jean's pupils suddenly contracted. In her mind, the idea of servants consuming people's hearts to replenish their magical energy subconsciously emerged. However, she quickly dismissed that thought. Ryder wasn't someone who would do such a thing, and the Ig Millennia had more than enough means to replenish magical energy, so he had no reason to resort to such actions. Calming her thoughts, Jean looked again at the seemingly sound asleep woman before her. The clothes she wore were identical to those of other Ig Millennia people, clearly part of the same uniform. A pensive expression crossed Jean's face as she turned over the right hand of the sleeping woman, unsurprisingly finding 3 crimson command spells. The truth was clear, this woman was indeed Ryder's master. Moreover, judging from her condition, she was clearly under his control. Instinctively, the benevolent French saint extended her hand, intending to help the woman break free from the control. However, her hand froze midway. From here on is an internal matter for our Black faction. As a ruler, you better remember your place. The familiar words of Gobta echoed in Jean's ears, and her expression instantly became extremely complex. After a long silence, Jean sighed softly and continued to reach out to the gray-haired woman. Jean lifted her from the wardrobe, placed her gently on the plush memory foam bed, and gently covered her with the duvet. Sorry, this isn't something I should be meddling in, I've done all I can, Jean apologized to the sleeping woman, her face full of regret. With her hand, Jean made a cross gesture on her chest and then interlocked her fingers, placing them against her forehead. May the Lord bless you. Knock. 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 While the devout saint was deep in prayer, there came a sudden knocking at the door. Jean's heart leaped to her throat. This was Ryder's room, and if it were him, there was no need to knock. It likely meant that someone from the Ig Millennia was outside. If they found out about the situation of his master, it would be a disaster. Jean hurriedly covered Selenik's head with the duvet and took a deep breath. Unfortunately, it barely calmed her heart. With no other choice, she approached the door and opened it with just a small crack. To her surprise, it wasn't a member of Ig Millennia standing outside, but a homunculus servant holding a tray filled with food. Your Excellency, Ryder asked me to inform you that he has left the fortress for a task, and after finishing this meal, it's best for you to leave here quickly. The emotionless homunculus conveyed Gobta's message. Jean sighed in relief and nodded. All right, I understand. She reached out to take the tray from the homunculus, but the homunculus didn't leave, instead, staring at her with eyes so clear they seemed void of impurities. Is there anything else? Jean tilted her head, confused. The homunculus hesitated visibly, coughed lightly, and then whispered. Will he be punished? This unexpected question caught Jean off guard. By he, you mean? Jean asked hesitantly. The homunculus being contested by Archer and Castor. Hearing that, Jean finally snapped back to attention. She carefully examined the homunculus's clear, emotionless eyes and noticed a hint of concern within. I see, Jean sighed inwardly and smiled. No, he just wants to survive, that's not a crime. Thank you. The homunculus's expression relaxed slightly, gave a small bow to Jean, and then turned to leave. Watching the homunculus go, Jean sighed softly and turned back into the room. Saigasora. Soft, fluffy white clouds gently drifted in the sky as the warm sunlight bathed the medieval-style buildings, creating an atmosphere of leisure and comfort. However, due to recent unexpected events, this tourist city renowned for its historic architecture was gradually slipping into an atmosphere of unease. Serial killer on the loose in Scathach, with the number of victims exceeding 30. Looking at the bold headline on the newspaper's front page, Gupta raised an eyebrow slightly. It happened, just as I suspected. 30-plus consecutive murders, causing such a commotion. Is this assassin really on our side? Nidhogg stirred her coffee spoon gently, expressing her doubts. Like him, she had inherited modern knowledge, so she was well aware of how severe this situation was. If it were Sagara Hayoma, the supposed original master of assassin, he wouldn't have pulled this off, but things have changed. Gupta took a sip of his coffee, going over the events that led up to this incident. Sagara Hayoma, a member of the Ig Millennia, chose the ritual of human sacrifice to summon the most suitable assassin, Jack the Ripper. However, among the sacrifices, a woman named Rikudu Reika, driven by a strong will to survive, unexpectedly formed a contract with Assassin and took control away from him. However, Reika wasn't a mage and just an ordinary person, so she couldn't provide the magical energy Assassin needed. As a result, they resorted to replenishing it by extracting the hearts of mages through a series of murders. This was the truth behind the ongoing spree of killings. Although the Ig Millennia didn't know the specifics, they sensed that Assassin might be out of control. To prevent Assassin from falling into the hands of the Red faction, they decided to send someone to investigate. Chapter 295. Although the Ig Millennia didn't know the specifics, they sensed that Assassin might be out of control. To prevent Assassin from falling into the hands of the Red faction, they decided to send someone to investigate. Originally, this task should have fallen to the Archer group, but Gupta, under the pretext of not revealing too many cards, took it upon himself. However, his motives were not as pure as he said to be. Thinking about this, Gupta's gaze unconsciously shifted to Nidhogg's smooth and fair legs. Eventually, as she noticed his gaze, he withdrew his gaze and coughed lightly. By the way, NID, fancy taking a stroll around here? Gupta asked casually while observing the surroundings. Like going to some fun places or something. Nidhogg's hand paused slightly, her face showing a clear hint of interest. Having embraced the modern knowledge granted by the Holy Grail, she held great expectations for this unique world. Gupta's suggestion struck a chord with her, but she suddenly remembered their purpose in coming to this place. However, weren't we here for Assassin? That doesn't matter after all, our goal isn't the Holy Grail. Gupta gazed intensely at her. We don't get opportunities like this often. It'd be a shame not to enjoy ourselves. Well, Nidhogg tilted her head in thought, then nodded. All right. 10 minutes later, Nidhogg looked at the women's clothing store in front of her. After a moment of silence, she turned to Gupta. Is this the fun place you were talking about? Since we're here to have fun, we should experience the local culture, and clothing is an essential part of it, no? Gupta said confidently. But I think there's nothing wrong with what I'm wearing, Nidhogg said while looking at her black dress. Scathach was a city steeped in medieval style, and her attire perfectly matched the local fashion. Ahem, I'm not talking about this city, but this era, Gupta cleared his throat. And you've been wearing the same outfit all along, don't you find it monotonous at all? Well, all right. Despite feeling something amiss, Nidhogg nodded and followed him into the clothing store. Inside the store, the dazzling array of women's clothing caught her eye. The convenience and creativity of the industrial era were beyond what magecraft could achieve. The distinct and stylish outfits made her, who wasn't originally interested, unknowingly a bit eager. However, Gupta moved faster than her. Like a hunter locking onto its prey, he swiftly moved through the store and soon returned to her, holding a set of clothes with eyes sparkling. Quick! Try this on. Although Nidhogg found his behavior peculiar, she didn't think too much about it. She obediently nodded and entered the fitting room with the clothes. Gupta paced impatiently outside the fitting room, and fortunately, it didn't take long for Nidhogg to emerge. He had chosen a professionally styled outfit, a light-colored top adorned with lace and floral patterns around the collar, highlighting Nidhogg's fair skin. The tight-fitting pencil skirt emphasized her well-proportioned figure. And her shapely legs were encased in smooth black stockings. Paired with black high heels, the mature and alluring charm of a sophisticated office lady immediately enveloped her, truly an indescribable charm. A surge of heat instantly rushed to Gupta's mind, and silently, he gave himself 120 points of approval. Indeed, black stockings were a woman's romantic touch. Following that, Gupta picked out several sets of clothes for Nidhogg again, all of them leaning toward the more sensual style. His bold fashion choices made Nidhogg blush uncontrollably. Don't joke around. How could I possibly go out wearing these kinds of clothes? Her face turned red as she looked at the ultra-short skirt in his hands, barely covering her thighs, which made her adamantly refuse to change. TCH. Gobta clicked his tongue regretfully, realizing the ultra-short skirt might be a bit too much for Nidhogg. As a result, he decided to put it back. However, at that moment, a delicate hand suddenly pressed down on him, and a voice as faint as a mosquito buzzed in his ear. "WL, but if it's just for you to see, I don't mind." Looking at the rarely shy and coy Nidhogg, Gobta felt a surge of excitement. He immediately embraced her delicate body and planted a kiss on her beautifully blushing face without hesitation. "You're so adorable, darling." Gobta praised his wife happily. The term "darling" coming out of nowhere from his mouth made Nidhogg's body go a bit limp and warm, although her heart was swirling with sweetness like syrup. "So, darling, how about this?" Satisfied with Nidhogg's reaction, Gobta asked again with enthusiasm, displaying a pair of black crotchless stockings in front of her. "You must be kidding. This is clearly beyond the realm of normal clothing. There's no way I'm changing into that, so just forget about it." Despite her initial firm stance, Gobta's relentless, darling, assault eventually made her agree to wear it, but only for his eyes to see. "Damn it, you're a scoundrel. You obviously planned this from the beginning." Nidhogg complained while playfully twisting Gobta's waist, realizing that he intended to bring her to this clothing store right from the start. His purpose was not as pure as she thought after all. "But don't you find it fun?" Gobta chuckled. "Humph, it's you who finds it fun, you keep picking these embarrassing clothes for me and laughing so happily by yourself," Nidhogg muttered softly. "Picking clothes for your loved one is also part of a date, isn't it?" Gobta, with his arms around her slender waist, laughed softly in her ear. Hearing his words, a hint of panic instantly appeared in Nidhogg's beautiful eyes. You mean, we're on a date?" "What? You're just realizing it now. If it weren't for a date with you, why would I bother to take on this troublesome task and bring you here so early in the morning? Purely investigate assassin." "Well, it's not my fault, I've never been on a date before," Nidhogg defended herself in a soft voice. "That's why, this time, as your husband, it's my way of making it up to you." After saying that, Gobta moved behind Nidhogg and embraced her from behind while gently resting his head on her shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of her hair. "This is something I owe you long ago, and now it's time for me to repay it, my wife." Chapter 296. It had always been a regret in Gobta's heart. Even though he and Nidhogg were officially married and had been through many things together, they had never experienced proper romantic moments like dates or honeymoons. Although he knew she wasn't concerned about these kinds of things, as a husband, there were certain responsibilities he had to fulfill. He felt a failure as a husband if he didn't think it through. Hearing Gobta's sincere words of affection, Nidhogg lowered her head with a hint of shyness, but a sweet curve appeared on the corners of her mouth. "Alright, take your time and see if there's anything else you like, and let's buy it together," Gobta said with a gentle smile while running his fingers through Nidhogg's long, silky hair. "It's still early in the evening, so we have plenty of time." Nidhogg nodded obediently, picked a few more clothes that caught her eye, and when finished, the two headed toward the cashier with an assortment of clothes. But suddenly, Gobta halted his steps, his eyes showing a hint of surprise as he stared straight at the cashier. Standing there was an oddly paired a burly man with a scarred face, wearing a black jacket and sunglasses, exuding a fierce, beastly aura akin to an American thug. Beside him stood a petite, golden-haired individual in a red jacket over a white tube top and fringed hot pants, making it difficult to discern the gender of this person based solely on their dressing style. Shishigu Kairi and Mordred, huh? What a coincidence. Gobta squinted his eyes slightly, not expecting to encounter the Saber group from the Red faction in this kind of place. Noticing his abnormal behavior, Nidhogg followed his gaze and her eyes soon lit up with joy. "Momo." As she was about to approach Mordred, she felt someone pulling her back. Confused, she turned her head to see Gobta shaking his head. "Strange, where the heck is my wallet?" Kairi checked all his pockets but couldn't find his wallet. He started sweating, vividly recalling he had it when he left. "And no, don't worry, sir, these clothes aren't worth much, consider it a gift from me." The cashier forced a smile, with a hint of fear in her voice. She would rather give away the clothes than deal with this menacing-looking man who seemed more dangerous than a criminal. Since this man entered the store, several customers left in a hurry, and even those considering entering were turned away. The cashier had the impulse to run away herself, but she feared provoking this scary man. "Ha ha ha, you're so dumb, master, who goes out without money?" Mordred, with no concern for her master's dignity, burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. While she enjoyed herself, she failed to notice the cashier's miserable expression. "You dare say that? It's all because you clamor for shopping." Kyrie's forehead gained a few black lines, blaming this ungrateful troublemaker. Worried, he furrowed his brow, thinking of some solution. The cashier might say it was free, but if he believed her nonsense, he would probably get chased down by the police not far from the store when he left. No need to ask why he had this experience. Just thinking about being interrogated by the mages in the clock tower for doing nothing made him want to shed a bitter tear for himself. Why did humans always judge someone by their appearance? Despite being a mercenary and a necromancer who usually caused trouble on the battlefield, sleeping in graveyards and using dead fingers as bullets, he was not a weirdo nor a criminal. Better use suggestion magecraft to slip away now and send the money later, Kyrie sighed and decided, realizing it was probably his only option at this moment. Just as he was about to act, a young and unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Let me pay for them." Kyrie turned in surprise, seeing a young couple walking toward them. Gobta walked up with a calm expression and handed all the clothes in his hands to the cashier, then passed a black card over. "By the way, let's settle these as well." "Sure thing." The cashier nodded eagerly, quickly taking Gobta's black card for payment. "Thanks a bunch, buddy, you're a real lifesaver." Mordred unabashedly patted Gobta on the shoulder with a hearty smile on her face. PFTT, Nidhogg couldn't hold back a chuckle, her eyes forming crescents. "Buddy my ass," Gobta's eye twitched slightly, but he smiled as if nothing happened. "No problem, everyone faces difficulties from time to time, if I can help, I'll do my best." Mordred gave him an appreciative look. "Yeah, well said, you know what? I like you." "Alright, it's decided. From today onward, you're my subject, no matter what difficulties you face, I, Mordred, Wilmf." Kyrie quickly covered Mordred's mouth and laughed nervously at Gobta. "Ahahaha, sorry, mister, this kid has been immersed in anime lately, always saying weird things, I hope you don't mind." "I don't mind, but," Gobta glanced at Mordred's clenched fist and raised an eyebrow slightly. "You'd better let her go sooner rather than later." Hap. Mordred opened her mouth, revealing shiny sharp teeth, and bit down on Kyrie's hand. "Gah! That hurts." "Phew." Mordred wiped her mouth and crossed her arms. "If there's a next time, I'll just bite your hand off, you know." She wasn't just making empty threats with her strength, she could easily crush even a stone with her bite alone. "Damn, just started and I'm already injured, what a shit luck," Kyrie sighed, looking at the bite mark on his hand. "Customer, the payment is complete," the cashier respectfully handed the neatly packaged clothes, the black card, and the receipt to Gobta. "Thank you," Gobta nodded slightly, took everything, and then turned to Kyrie and Mordred. "Alright, we have things to do and we'll be on our way, hopefully, we'll meet again. Can we exchange contact information? I'll pay you back the money." "No need, it's just a small thing," Gobta smiled and shook his head, holding Nidhogg's hand as they walked outside. Watching the unknown young couple's receding figures, Kyrie couldn't help but sigh. "I never thought I'd encounter such good luck. Strange." Mordred suddenly murmured, staring at Gobta's back confusedly. "Why do I feel like that guy looks a bit familiar?" Chapter 297. Strange. Mordred suddenly murmured, staring at Gobta's back confusedly. "Why do I feel like that guy looks a bit familiar?" "Huh? What did you say?" Kyrie turned to Mordred with a puzzled look. Due to the latter's low voice, he couldn't hear very clearly. "I said, the guy who paid for us just now, he always gives me a very familiar feeling," Mordred shook her head. "Like I've seen him somewhere before." Hearing that, Kyrie's body suddenly tensed, his gaze becoming as sharp as a blade. "Is he a servant?" No wonder he was so tense. The current situation in Cygasora was a tangled mess. All servants from the Red faction, including Assassin of Black, had gathered. There were also servants of the Black faction whose presence in the city remained uncertain. It was like walking into a lion's den, and Kyrie had every reason to be on edge. In such circumstances, he naturally had to keep every nerve taut, standing ready for anything. "It doesn't feel like it, I didn't sense any fighting intent or killing intent from that guy," Mordred thought for a moment and added. "Furthermore, when I accidentally revealed my true name earlier, he didn't react at all, it doesn't seem like the typical response of a servant would do, no?" Kyrie thought carefully, and indeed, it made sense. If that man were a servant, he would instantly associate the name with its true significance and react subconsciously. However, that man remained calm throughout, showing no unusual reaction to Mordred's name. It seemed like he was overthinking it. Kyrie secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then spoke with a touch of irritation. "You're lucky you realize you accidentally revealed your true name, if those two were really our enemies, we would have been in big trouble." "Oh, come on, it's not a big deal, I'm the strongest saber anyway, even if I expose my true name, I can just knock them down directly. Mordred clenched her fist confidently. You talk big, huh? Kyrie glanced at her sideways. What? I'm super brave, okay? You doubt me? Since that's the case, then I'll leave dealing with Rider of Black to you when the time comes, Kyrie said nonchalantly. Mordred's expression slightly stiffened, avoiding eye contact. It's just a dragon, what's there to be afraid of? The key is that guy might be a super powerful servant who possesses the power of Odin, who knows if he has other tricks up his sleeve, Kyrie sighed. Hey, whose side are you on, master? Why do you always boost the enemy's morale and dampen your own, making yourself less imposing? I'm also very powerful, you know. If I could, I'd also like to know which side I'm on. Kyrie rubbed his forehead and smiled helplessly. Mordred tilted her head, looking at him in an understanding expression. So, you don't trust that priest and nun? Do you trust them? Kyrie retorted. Mordred chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Indeed, you're my master, I knew you wouldn't be easily swayed by those two. So, did you find anything from those two? Kyrie asked curiously. Well, not exactly, but that priest always gives me a really annoying feeling, makes me want to puke and stab him from behind. Mordred pursed her lips in annoyance. Hearing those blunt words, Kyrie's mouth twitched slightly. You're a knight, can't you refrain from making sneak attacks so openly? Meh, knights are troublesome, anyway, as long as we can win, it doesn't matter, no? Mordred said confidently. Kyrie shook his head helplessly and continued to ask. What about that nun, Seshuan Kiera? You're not planning to stab her too, are you? Of course not. Before Kyrie could express relief, he heard Mordred continue to speak in a casual tone. I'll unleash my noble phantasm and take her down with it. Cough. Cough. Kyrie choked on his own saliva a few times and scratched his head speechlessly. It's not that serious, is it? No, master, I must warn you in this matter. Mordred looked at Kyrie with seriousness, rare in her eyes. Under no circumstances should you be alone with that woman. If such a situation occurs, immediately use your command spell to summon me back to your side, without a moment's hesitation, no matter what. Realizing the gravity of the situation through her attitude, Kyrie nodded without hesitation. Got it. Satisfied, Mordred nodded. The seriousness from a moment ago instantly vanished, replaced by an enthusiastic behavior. By the way, master, let's go have lunch, I'm really looking forward to the food of this era. Didn't they say servants don't need to eat? Kyrie's mouth twitched slightly. Man, come on. Don't be such a buzzkill, my joy is in eating, and besides, after obtaining this body, it's only fair to enjoy it properly. Due to the difference in stamina, in the end, Kyrie was dragged by Mordred toward the direction of KFC, wearing a face of utter hopelessness. Not long after they left the clothing store, Gobta and Nidhogg emerged from a small alley next to the store, watching the two figures in the distance. Truly worthy of being Momo's otherworld counterpart, not only do they look alike, but their personalities are also equally lively, Nidhogg reminisced, half pleased and half thoughtful. Hey, thinking like that can't be a good thing. Gobta's mouth twitched slightly. Just thinking about the possibility of returning home one day not to Mordred's sweet smiles and loving hugs but to a powerful sword beam, he couldn't help but shudder. Such a future wouldn't bring any smile to him. However, thinking about facing that child on the battlefield in the future, it's really hard to bring myself to do it, Nidhogg sighed lightly. Although their goal was not for the Holy Grail, the fact that their roles were opposed was an unchangeable reality. Even if they didn't have the intention to fight, the other side might not be the same. It's okay, we can just hide when the time comes, let others deal with her, Gobta comforted. But I don't want others to hurt her, Nidhogg wrinkled her petite nose. Even though she knew very well that this Mordred in front of her wasn't the one she was familiar with, when looking at that familiar face, she couldn't help but feel a surge of maternal instinct. Gobta sighed helplessly. Fine, I get it, I'll be careful when the time comes, okay? Then I'll leave it to you, my dear husband, Nidhogg lightly laughed, wrapping her arms around him, clearly having this plan from the beginning. She couldn't bear to harm Mordred herself, and the thought of others hurting Mordred made her feel distressed. Therefore, after much consideration, leaving it to her own husband seemed to be the most reasonable choice. Ah, you really know how to bring trouble to me, my dear wife, Gobta shook his head helplessly. While defeating Mordred with his power wasn't difficult, the challenge lay in deflecting her attacks without causing harm to her. Making it multiple times harder. After all, her fame wasn't just for show, and her inheritance of the red dragon genes from Artoria made her quite powerful as a servant. Oh, come on, who made you my wise and all-powerful husband? Nidhogg playfully clung to his arm and acted cute. I believe handling this little issue is a piece of cake for you, no? Gobta rolled his eyes in silence and casually tossed all the clothes he had just bought into the space storage opened by Cosmic Juggernaut. Holding Nidhogg's hand, he continued strolling down the street. Alright, the break is almost over, let's get back to our date, but be cautious if we bump into that kid again, things might not end well. Due to his previous battle with Karna, his true identity was exposed to the Red faction. After arriving in Saigasora, he used Feng Huangdao's psychic power to create a mental disguise, successfully fooling the Red faction. Even Kyrie and Mordred didn't recognize him earlier, thanks to this mental disguise. However, since she possessed the unreasonable skill called intuition, Gobta couldn't be certain if she could see through his disguise. To be safe, he needed to avoid too much contact with her. Yet, there was a famous law proposed by an American engineer named Edward Murphy in 1949: if something can go wrong, no matter how small the possibility, it will. Huh. It's you guys again. What a coincidence, meeting each other once more. Facing Mordred and Kyrie walking toward them with bags full of hamburgers, Gobta finally grasped the meaning of Murphy's law. It was truly bullshit. Honestly, Saigasora wasn't a large city, but with a permanent population of over 100,000, meeting these two again in less than an hour seemed extremely unlucky. Wait, unlucky? As if a revelation struck him, Gobta instinctively turned to Nidhogg beside him. If he remembered correctly, it was because his black dragon body had become a personal skill that caused his original A-rank luck to be lowered to C-rank. What about Nidhogg's luck? Gobta wondered and gazed at Nidhogg. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Noticing his gaze, Nidhogg turned and asked in confusion. Ha, Gobta sighed. Darling, how about we go to the church later and grab a crucifix? Nidhogg tilted her head cutely in confusion. Chapter 298. Although luck was not on their side when they ran into Mordred and Kyrie again, perhaps it was due to Feng Huangdao's flawless mental disguise, or maybe Mordred wasn't suspicious of them at all. In any case, she didn't seem to have any doubts and warmly invited them to have lunch together, expressing gratitude for their previous assistance. Gobta instinctively wanted to decline, but seeing Nidhogg looking eager for some action, he sighed inwardly, silently maxed out Feng Huangdao's power, and followed Kyrie and Mordred to a cafe. Sorry for the rush earlier, didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves, I'm Shishiga Kyrie, an archaeologist. Kyrie tried to display the friendliest smile he could make and extended his hand to Gobta. Gobta, a tourist, Gobta chuckled, shaking hands with Kyrie, then teased. But looking at Mr. Shishigu's appearance, you don't seem like the typical archaeologist. Ahem. Ahahaha, archaeology comes with its risks, so we have to learn some self-defense. Mr. Gobta, you're not from around here, right? Yes, I'm from England. Since there's not much going on lately, I thought of traveling with my wife, heard the medieval scenery in Saigasora is pretty good, so we came over. Gobta answered with a smile but suddenly sighed. But I heard there's a serial killer on the loose in the city lately, making everyone uneasy. Because of this, we've lost our enthusiasm for sightseeing and plan to leave by car tomorrow. Relax. Mordred suddenly declared confidently, finishing the last bite of her burger and wiping crumbs off her mouth. We're here to deal with that serial killer. Gobta's eyes showed a hint of surprise, turning to Kyrie. This kid has been obsessed with anime lately, always fantasizing about being a hero who saves the world, a righteous knight, and all that. Mr. Gobta, you don't have to mind her. Kyrie nervously made an excuse while quickly communicating with Mordred through their master-servant contract. My fucking god, how about saying a little less, Saber? You might scare them away later. TCH, boring. Mordred shrugged but suddenly noticed a little cat on the table next to them. Her interest piqued, and without hesitation, she walked over and started playing with the cat. This kid sure has energy. Gobta remarked with a smile, while Nidhogg sitting beside him gazed at Mordred with tender affection in her eyes. Ahaha, don't mind her, Kyrie laughed awkwardly, then sighed. Although it's a bit impolite, I still want to remind you, Mr. Gobta, it's better to leave Romania soon, it's not peaceful here lately and staying might lead to danger. He said this not just because of the existence of the serial killer but more importantly, Romania had essentially become the battleground for the Holy Grail War. Even though the Holy Grail War had rules against interfering with the world of ordinary humans, servants were still servants after all. Their destructive power was immeasurable. Especially the powerful ones, their mere existence was akin to a natural disaster. If things escalated, who would care about the rules? Not to mention, the mere act of Mordred unleashing her noble phantasm alone could obliterate the entire Saigasora in an instant. For ordinary people, staying on the battlefield of the Holy Grail War was undeniably a suicide. Gobta seemed to ponder for a moment, then nodded. Thanks for the heads up, Mr. Shishigu, we'll definitely consider it. Kyrie nodded in return and glanced at his watch, the hour hand pointing toward 2. It was almost time for his meeting with the mage from the Mages Association. In order to understand why Assassin of Black was committing serial murders, he planned to check the bodies of the victims in the morgue first. Maybe he could find some clues there. As for Saber, Kyrie glanced at Mordred, who was chasing a cat nearby, and shook his head inwardly. Taking this girl to that gloomy morgue with him was a bit too much for her. Regarding the danger of him going alone, it was still daytime. The recent serial murders occurred only at night, indicating that if Assassin of Black wasn't bound by the basic principle of operating only at night, there might be a specific reason for requiring nighttime actions. Regardless, the possibility of an attack during daytime was negligible. He essentially considered it a safe and free activity time. Got something on your mind? Gobta asked. Hearing the sudden question, Kyrie hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I've got a meeting scheduled, but this kid might not be too happy about coming with me. Leave her to us then. Before Gobta could reply, Nidhogg quickly interjected. She immediately realized her overenthusiasm and quickly added. I mean, we're not busy right now, so we can help look after this child for you. What about you, Saber? Kyrie hesitated and asked Mordred through their master-servant contract. I don't care, Mordred replied casually. In that case, I'll leave this kid to you too. Kyrie nodded at Gobta and Nidhogg, then leaned in to whisper. This kid's got a bit of a weird personality, so communication might be a bit tricky. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Gobta. No problem, we really like this kid, Gobta smiled. Thanks, I appreciate it. Kyrie waved his hand, stood up, and walked away. Watching Kyrie's retreating figure, Nidhogg couldn't contain her excitement. So, Momo, where do you want to go for fun? Hearing Nidhogg's question, especially when she heard the name Momo, Mordred's body suddenly stiffened. She turned stiffly to Nidhogg and made an awkward expression. What did you just call me? Momo, any problem? Nidhogg made a confused expression. She had always called the original world's Mordred by that name and continued to do so. No, it's just the first time someone used such an affectionate nickname for me, feels a bit, not used to it. Mordred scratched her head. How could that be? A well-behaved child like you must have lots of people who love you, right? Ridiculous, I bet they all wish I'd just die already, Mordred muttered under her breath, a hint of complexity in her eyes. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't garner that person's attention. Even if she destroyed everything about that person, all she got was those cold, heartless eyes. As an existence born from a mistake, how could anyone possibly like her? Watching Mordred's sudden downturn in mood, Nidhogg felt a bit helpless and somewhat panicked. She didn't know what she had said to make the girl feel this way, so she could only shoot a pleading look at her husband for help. Seeing this scene, Gobta shook his head helplessly and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Mordred, your name is quite interesting. Why do you say that? Mordred, that's the famous name of a knight of the Round Table in Arthurian legend, quite well known, I must say, almost to the point where everyone knows about this knight, Gobta praised with a smile. Where did you hear that ridiculous thing from? Mordred is just someone who sits at the end of the table. Pretending not to notice, Gobta continued confidently. That's not right at all. Even though Mordred sits at the end of the table, Mordred is King Arthur's biological child. From a blood relation perspective, Mordred is the rightful heir to King Arthur. You think so? Mordred's eyes instantly lit up like a cat smelling catnip. Her face quickly approached Gobta's upon hearing his words. Do you really think Mordred is King Arthur's rightful heir? Of course, if you don't believe me, just ask her. Gobta nodded and turned his head toward Nidhogg. Mordred is obviously King Arthur's heir, isn't that normal? A smile instantly blossomed on Mordred's face, and she immediately whispered in a voice only she could hear. Yes, that's right, I am the only rightful heir of King Arthur, on par in martial arts and governing skills. No, I should be stronger. Mordred's inner gloom instantly lifted. She excitedly clenched her fist, lifted her head, and smiled brightly. By the way, didn't we say we were going to have some fun? Let's go already. I can't wait to see the Ferris wheel and the water park. Watching Mordred walking energetically toward the distance, Nidhogg turned to Gobta in confusion. How did her mood suddenly improve? Who knows? Gobta shrugged innocently. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. How would I know what she was thinking just now? I know you're just pretending. Nidhogg rolled her eyes, stood up, and followed behind Mordred. Momo, don't walk so fast, wait for us. Watching the two's receding figures, Gobta shook his head, smiled, left a tip beside his coffee cup, and got up to follow behind the two. Chapter 299. Why is it like this? Wearing a red jacket and fringed hot pants, Mordred lay on the long backrest chair on the side of the road. Her hands were deeply buried in her golden hair, and her face was filled with a frantic expression. Where's the promised amusement park? Where are the tall buildings? What's going on here? It's either a clock tower or a church, a square or city walls. I really don't understand what's so interesting about these things, it's just so boring. So boring, so boring. So boring. Watching Mordred rolling on the ground like a child throwing a tantrum, Gobta and Nidhogg exchanged a glance, both wearing a somewhat helpless expression. Well, there's nothing we can do, you know, Gobta shrugged, smiling wryly. What did you expect? Saigasora is known as a medieval-style tourist city, Momo, you should do your homework before coming next time. It's not like I can decide on those things, Mordred muttered under her breath, stood up, looked at the fiery clouds in the sky, and sighed helplessly. Looks like I won't find anything fun today, huh? Sorry, Momo, we overlooked it, Nidhogg apologized with a regretful face. Nah, don't say that, you guys must have your own things to do, it's more like I should be sorry for keeping you with me the whole day, Mordred scratched her head, a bright smile on her face. By the way, it seems like this is the first time someone has accompanied me having fun, feels pretty good. Nidhogg opened her mouth but in the end, didn't say anything, and just sighed softly. Mordred turned, walked away, and waved her hand. Well, let's leave it at that, I'm going to meet that guy, hopefully, we'll have a chance to meet again, see you. However, after a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Gobta and Nidhogg seriously. Oh, one more thing, don't head out at night just yet, got it? Mordred said seriously. Don't worry, we'll know, Gobta nodded. That's good, I'm off then, bye, you too. Mordred nodded satisfied and resumed her walk. Nidhogg watched Mordred's retreating figure with reluctance. She's really a good child, Nidhogg said softly. Yeah, Gobta agreed, then chuckled. We were supposed to have a date today, but it turned into this. Hearing that, Nidhogg lightly laughed and held his hand. It's okay, I had a great time, besides, we'll have plenty of opportunities in the future for this kind of thing, right? Yeah, you're right, Gobta replied gently, smiling as he held her delicate hand, walking toward the distance. Following the prearranged location, Mordred soon found Kairi waiting on a bench at the entrance of a park. So, how was it? Did you have fun? PFTT, fun. Not really. No towering buildings, no amusement park crowded with people, it's no different from my era, what a disappointment. Huh, I guess so, Kairi laughed helplessly. He only became aware of this city's situation after parting ways with her. Anyway, I'm itching for a fight right now, if I can't have a decent fight, I won't just let it slide, you know, Mordred clenched her fist with excitement. You get what I mean, yeah. Yeah, of course, isn't that why we're here? Kairi chuckled. Cheer up, Saber, I've confirmed that the corpses had a miserable end. Hearing that, Mordred squinted her eyes suspiciously. What do you mean? The murderer likely used blades and blunt objects, while some victims showed signs of using firearms and magecraft, but one thing for sure, almost every victim had their hearts taken out. Heart. For a servant, that's where their core is located, for humans, it's the organ of life, maybe the culprit performed some ritual, eating them to replenish magical energy. Mordred pondered for a moment then whispered. You mean, eating them raw? Hearing that, Kairi blinked in surprise, then sighed. You really ask some tricky questions, I actually think cooking and then eating them would be scarier than that. If devouring them raw could be considered a ritual, eating them cooked was simply a matter of personal taste. In terms of horror, the latter was undoubtedly worse. Well, it doesn't matter to me, as long as the enemy is servant, Mordred stretched lazily, her whole body making crackling sounds. If you mess up even on this I won't let you off, you know. Of course, if I lack even such a basic ability, I won't have any face left to be your master, Kairi laughed. Hearing his words, Mordred nodded in satisfaction. So, if we just wander around like this, will we encounter them? Mordred asked curiously. Very likely, Kairi nodded. Originally, the victims were small-time thugs or underworld criminals. Meaning the murderer invaded a building where they gathered and slaughtered them all. However, after the mage from the logistical support was sent to Saigasora by the Mages Association, they became the new targets. In other words, Kairi, the only mage in Saigasora, had a high chance of being targeted. To be on the safe side, Saber, put on your armor, our opponent is assassin, if you get ambushed, you might not even get a chance to change. Mordred nodded and agreed with his suggestion. A burst of magical energy light instantly flashed. And her red jacket and fringed hot pants instantly transformed into silver cold steel armor with red patterns. The demonic helmet and the rebellious, oppressive aura emanating from the crimson lightning-wrapped sword completed the ensemble. By the way, do you think we should inform that priest about this? Kyrie hesitated. Mordred raised an eyebrow as she glanced at him. Don't you already have an answer in your heart? Fair point, Kyrie chuckled, confidently striding across the busy street. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen, and the deep twilight gradually enveloped the city that seemed frozen in the medieval era. The broad streets were quiet and serene as if even a dropped pin could be heard. Kyrie strolled alone on the dimly lit streets, while Mordred, in her spiritual form, closely trailing behind him. After all, the plan was to bait Assassin of Black into action, and revealing her ahead of time might make Assassin of Black cautious. Throughout the journey, Kyrie faced minimal obstacles. Although encountering police a few times, a subtle hint was enough to shake them off. The police weren't eager to take responsibility for a potential mage-killing incident, so Kyrie smoothly brushed them aside. More than these trivial matters, he was concerned about Mordred's current state. Earlier, she complained about being bored and uninterested, but now she suddenly fell silent. What's up, Saber? Sorry, Master, let me focus for a moment, I have a bad feeling right now. Mordred's words tightened Kyrie's expression. The only servant who could make her so alert was undoubtedly an enemy of servant caliber. Did Assassin of Black take the bait? Licking his somewhat dry lips, Kyrie pulled out a handgun from his coat, advancing cautiously. The dim light from the street lamps disturbed his vision, and the cold air seemed to lick at his neck like a snake's tongue. Somewhere along the way, the street fell into an eerie silence. His footsteps and breath were the only sounds, as if time had frozen. After walking for a while, he immediately sensed something unusual. When did so much fog suddenly surround him? The weather was clear a moment ago, but now a thick fog hindered his visibility without reason. Instinctively, Kyrie halted his step. This fog. Just as he was about to mutter something, a searing pain suddenly erupted from deep within his nasal passages. Cough. Cough. Kyrie reflexively covered his mouth, coughing in agony. Hey, Master, are you okay? Mordred quickly dispelled her spiritual form, guarding her master. Saber, be careful. This fog is poisonous, don't inhale it. Kyrie's excellent combat instincts allowed him to make a quick decision. He took off his jacket and covered his nose and mouth with it. His jacket, crafted from magical beast hide, could to some extent hinder the effects of magecraft, making it perfect for such situations. The pain of breathing eased a bit. Saber, we must break through this fog first. We can't fight on the enemy's turf, Kyrie calmly gave the next command. Understood, Mordred nodded while holding his hand. BZZT. A crimson lightning soon surrounded their bodies. Hold on tight, Master, it might hurt a bit. Before Kyrie could answer, Mordred, with him in tow, sprinted through the thick fog. With her B-rank, magic resistance, the toxic fog posed no trouble as Mordred navigated through obstacles with precision, reaching the area still untouched by the dense fog. We made it. Relieved from the fear of death, Kyrie's heart involuntarily relaxed. However, just as he was about to take a breath of fresh air. Swish. A sharp dagger silently went toward his neck. Chapter 300. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Kyrie's throat, Mordred, who had been standing in front of him, suddenly turned around, swinging her sword while tripping him with a swift leg sweep. Ding! The sword flashed, and the dagger was instantly deflected by the magical sword surrounded by crimson lightning, embedding deeply into the nearby blue stone floor. Ah! The hidden attacker let out a regretful sigh from the shadows, unexpectedly sounding quite young. Assassinating my master right in front of my face, you should at least have some decency. Mordred propped her sword on her shoulder, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Kyrie, having narrowly escaped the sneak attack, instinctively turned his head and noticed someone standing behind him. Despite the close proximity, he felt no presence, as if there was only emptiness there. But that wasn't the most surprising thing for him. What truly surprised him was that the one standing behind him was a young, little girl, even younger than Mordred. With messy silver hair, big yellowish-green eyes, and clad in a leather upper garment with several dagger sheaths hanging from her waist but no skirt, she emitted a peculiar charm despite her youthful appearance. Is this little girl Assassin of Black the infamous Jack the Ripper, responsible for the series of brutal murders? Kyrie thought with a slight surprise. Being stabbed is too much, Jack muttered softly as she looked at the bleeding wound on her hand. Her voice, unexpectedly, had a childlike innocence. Too much my ass. You're a servant, yet you resort to such despicable methods like heart-eating to replenish your magical energy, you filthy trash. However, unlike typical normal people, Mordred had neither empathy nor mercy when seeing an innocent-looking little girl like Jack. Since the beginning of the battle, she had been a rebellious knight pursuing only victory. Moreover, she hadn't forgotten that, despite the appearance of a child, this little girl was a genuine serial killer. How interesting, are you standing up for those scums? Jack tilted her head, her innocent big eyes fixed on Mordred. They're all trash, so what's the problem? As she spoke, Jack effortlessly threw another dagger without moving her arm. Although Jack's movements were discreet, relying on her extraordinary intuition, Mordred raised her arm the moment the dagger left Jack's hand, effortlessly deflecting the dagger with her magically enhanced gauntlet. Impressive, Jack chuckled, leaping backward into the thick fog, obscuring her figure instantly. Master, take care of yourself, I'll be back in a moment. Leaving those words behind, Mordred immediately charged into the dense fog. Though the inhaled fog made her body slightly heavier, it didn't significantly affect her movements. Hey, we're Jack the Ripper. Can you tell us your name? Cut the crap. Jack's voice echoed from all directions, impossible to pinpoint her position. Besides the thick fog, Assassin's inherent skill known as the presence concealment provided her with a natural concealment, making it even harder for Mordred to locate her. However, besides these factors, there was one thing bothering Mordred. There seemed to be only one person, so what did this "we" mean? However, before she could dwell on it, several daggers suddenly pierced through the fog. Although she quickly reacted, sweeping them all away with her reflexes, one dagger managed to hit her chest armor. Ding! Not a problem, though. Her armor was forged by the legendary Witch Morgan herself, not as powerful as mythical dragon scales, but more than enough to withstand ordinary daggers with no magical properties. Indeed, her armor remained intact. However, Mordred felt an unknown power follow the dagger, penetrating her armor and leaving a moderately deep wound on her waist. So, you're female. Jack's word struck a nerve within Mordred. Mordred's demonic helmet retracted, revealing her beautiful face. Her powerful magical energy lifted her golden hair, and her furious, emerald eyes glowed. You fucking brat! Mordred yelled angrily with clenched teeth. Whoosh! With a beast-like roar, crimson lightning soon surrounded Mordred's magical sword, raging like the heavens venting their fury, instantly dispersing the thick fog. Exposed without cover, Jack stared dumbfounded at Mordred. It was her first time witnessing someone using such straightforward violence to dispel her fog. It's over, Assassin of Black, if you want to cry, do it now. After your head rolls off, you won't get the chance. Forget it, we're still hungry, Jack said with a childlike innocence, holding two daggers tightly. Humph, don't worry, after you're dead, hunger won't bother you. With a stomp, Mordred shattered the cobblestone beneath her, and the powerful recoil propelled her body like a meteor toward Jack. Raising her sword high, Mordred intended to cleave down from above, a forceful attack. On the other side, Jack moved with eerie agility, aiming to cut her opponent's neck with her daggers. But as Saber, how could Mordred lose in close combat to a hidden killer lurking in the dark? Observing the battle of the two servants, Kyrie had complete trust in his own servant. Assassin posed a significant threat to a master, but when facing a servant, it hardly stirred up any waves. Yet, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. It came from his mystic code, which served to lay down a bounded field and detect intruders. This reaction undeniably signaled an intrusion. A nameless fear soon spread in Kyrie's heart. Without thinking, he looked at Mordred and shouted. Saber! Rattle! As his words echoed, dozens of golden chains suddenly swept from the depths of darkness, like dragons, diving toward Jack and Mordred. A chill instantly surged and filled Mordred's heart as her strong intuition told her that she couldn't let these chains bind her, no matter what. Her body acted before logical thinking. She forcefully stomped her feet on the ground, putting brakes on her powerful sprint, and swinging her sword to collide with the incoming chains. Clang! Cling! Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashes echoed through the night sky, bright sparks illuminating the surrounding darkness. Mordred clenched her teeth and fiercely swung her sword, sending the golden chains flying. Seizing this opportunity, she quickly retreated, creating distance from these eerie chains. At the same time, Jack, with her petite figure and extraordinary agility, also evaded the chains. However, their sheer number and speed overwhelmed her, catching her off guard, and in the end, she was captured. What happened next made Mordred and Kyrie involuntarily twitch. Jack, entangled in golden chains, almost instantly lost her ability to resist. Her head hung weakly, while her breath became extremely feeble as if all her strength had been drained. Be careful, Saber. Those chains have the effect of nullifying magical energy. Rich combat experience immediately made Kyrie realize the horror of these chains. Those servants seemed physical. They were fundamentally magical energy entities. If they were bound by these chains and unable to break free, they would completely dissipate. Who could it be? Someone actually targeting both Assassin of Black and Saber of Red. Which side did they belong to? As Kyrie and Mordred stared gravely at the chains, before long, footsteps echoed in their ears. Tap tap. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Looking at the black hair and eyes blending into the night, Kyrie's heart rate suddenly increased several times, and a strong shock instantly appeared in his eyes. Rider of Black. It's him. Among the two servants of Black that had known so far, Rider of Black undoubtedly gave the Red faction the strongest sense of pressure. Lancer of Black gained such terrifying power due to the regional bonuses, but Rider of Black, who probably inherited the power of Odin, was an authentic powerful servant. Our situation is not good, Saber, let's retreat quickly. Kyrie immediately commanded. Although he didn't know why Rider of Black would attack Assassin of Black who was supposedly on the same side, the threat posed by Rider of Black was much greater. However, Mordred did not respond to his command at all. She just stood silently in place, like a statue. After a while, her hoarse voice resounded. Why it's you. Chapter 301. Why it's you. Hearing Mordred's question, Gobta silently looked at her in front of him and then sighed. We meet again. Although he knew this situation would happen sooner or later, there was still a hint of complexity in his heart. Again. However, Gobta's words left Kyrie with a head full of question marks. Did they meet Rider of Black before? If he remembered correctly, they only met the two masters and assassin from the Red faction after arriving in Cygasora. How did Rider of Black know them? Suddenly, a recent memory flashed through Kyrie's mind, and his expression instantly stiffened. No way, could it be that Rider of Black is that guy from that time? Why lie to me? Mordred lowered her head, tightly gripping the hilt of her sword. Is it funny for you to see me as a joke? But I didn't lie to you, Gobta sighed. Then why didn't you confess your true identity to me and use Gobta as your fake name to deceive me? Mordred growled. Firstly, you didn't ask if I was a servant, and secondly, Gobta is not a fake name, it's my true name, Gobta said, spreading his hands helplessly. However, his words didn't calm her down. Instead, they fueled her anger more. You're still lying to me. I've never heard of any hero named Gobta in history. Kyrie nodded on the side, agreeing. From the capabilities shown by Rider of Black, he was undoubtedly a famous hero in history. But the name Gobta was unheard of, which was unreasonable. It's not strange at all. The history you know is based on the current world trajectory, but heroic spirits exist independently from the time axis. Therefore, there might be situations of summoning foreign heroes, like from other worlds, for example. Gobta patiently explained. Hearing the explanation, Kyrie's pupils slightly contracted. Was Rider of Black implying that he wasn't a heroic spirit of this world? Let me introduce myself, my true name is Gobta, a heroic spirit from another world, there, I have another identity. Gobta looked at Mordred, his tone unchanged. The King of Camelot as well as the King of Britain, Arthur Pendragon. In just 13 words, it felt like a heavy hammer striking Mordred and Kyrie's hearts, causing them to instinctively take a step back. This mysterious Rider of Black, his true identity was none other than King Arthur from another world. An indescribable strangeness filled Kyrie's heart, a feeling even stranger than when he first heard about the Igmalenia's betrayal of the Mages Association. However, at the same time, he finally understood why Rider of Black's attitude toward Saber was so different. Who would have thought that the reunion of King Arthur and Sir Mordred from legend would happen in such circumstances? Heh, King Arthur, huh? After a prolonged silence, Mordred suddenly let out a cold sneer, lifting her gaze toward Gobta, and pointed her sword straight at him. I don't care which world King Arthur you are, but since you carry that identity, it means a showdown between us is inevitable. Ha, it really came to this, huh? Gobta sighed. Quit the chit-chat. I'm Mordred, the Knight of Treachery, fated to bring down King Arthur. It's my fate. After saying that, she quickly stomped her foot, launching toward him like a cannonball, mercilessly bringing down her sword. Gobta sighed again, summoning Abyss Flower to block the heavy impact. Watching the two tangled in combat, Kyrie rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. On one hand, reason told him that Saber was no match for Rider of Black, and retreating was the wisest choice. On the other hand, her behavior made it clear she wouldn't obey that command. Oh well, let's go with the flow for now. If my feeling is not wrong, Rider of Black won't harm Saber. Kyrie shook his head helplessly, took out his gun, and scanned the surroundings. The intrusion from Rider of Black had disrupted his bounded field, making it impossible to detect if anyone else had entered the battlefield. Vigilance was necessary. Clang. Cling. Clang. Cling. Clang. Cling. The crisp sound of clashes between metal echoed incessantly. In the blink of an eye, the battle between Mordred and Gobta had lasted for half an hour. During this time, they had clashed over 1,000 times, yet both remained unscathed. Ding! Mordred swung another powerful sword strike, but her strike only made him step back 3 or 5 steps. This frustrated and angered her. What the fuck is your deal? Is it more exciting when you fought Lancer of Red? Now you're just taking hits without retaliating at all. Are you looking down on me? This battle has no meaning, and in the first place, I don't want to fight you, Gobta said helplessly. Mordred clenched her teeth, giving him a fierce look as if she could devour him. Eventually, with a snort, she dispersed her armor and walked toward Kyrie. Not fighting anymore? Kyrie asked in surprise. Not now, there's no point in fighting someone who has no spirit to fight, plus, I can't unleash my full power in a place like this, Mordred said, partly frustrated and partly indignant. Next time, in a more spacious location, watch me take him down. What a filial child, Kyrie's mouth twitched slightly, nodding. Fine, we'll talk about it next time. Watching Mordred, who already had thoughts of retreat, Gobta also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, they managed to get through it. Now, it's time to deal with Assassin. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly rose from the depths of his heart. Boom! A terrifying surge of magical energy shook the air. A magical light beam suddenly descended from the sky, rushing straight toward him. Gobta's gaze instantly became as sharp as a blade. The sacred lily patterns on Abyss flower quickly lit up, emitting a pure white light, colliding with the magical light beam. Boom! The intense roar, reminiscent of artillery fire, resounded. A large cloud of smoke billowed, and following it, a fierce wind suddenly swept in, dispersing all the smoke. Gobta quickly looked toward the top of a distant clock tower. A figure in an indigo cloak, surrounded by several magic circles, stood there like the queen of the night. Chapter 302. Gobta gazed coldly at the figure on the clock tower, his pitch-black eyes revealing a frosty indifference. Caster of Red, Medea, Gobta calmly revealed the figure's true name. No wonder the Red faction could refine magical energy from the ley line. It turns out they summoned you. Just as Lancer said, you can see through a servant's true name. Medea looked down at Gobta, her surroundings emitting astonishing magical energy fluctuations from her ethereal magic circles. But I didn't expect you're not a heroic spirit from this world. According to the original Holy Grail war system, the chance of summoning a heroic spirit from another world is almost negligible. Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you been here since just now? Do you think I'm blind to the commotion you've caused in my territory? Medea scoffed. From your words, it seems like you've been monitoring the entire city of Saigasora from the beginning, Gobta remarked. For a mage, this is just a basic skill. Medea casually remarked, oblivious to how her statement would shame many mages if it got out. Monitoring a city with tens of thousands of people was an unimaginable task for any mage. Even if the clock tower, which housed many great mages, were to undertake it, it would come at a great cost. Yet, she not only completed it effortlessly alone but also appeared remarkably at ease. However, as a renowned witch from Greek mythology, such feats were not surprising for her. In the original work, she even managed to set up an elaborate trap in the entire Fuyuki. Since that's the case, you must be well aware of Assassin of Black's recent activities, Gobta continued. Since Medea had been monitoring Saigasora, Jack's actions couldn't have escaped her notice. Isn't that a matter of course? Medea glanced at Jack bound by golden chains. This little one thought she was seamlessly hidden, not realizing I knew everything, even where she was hiding. Upon hearing this, Jack's eyes revealed a hint of panic. She wasn't worried about herself, but her mother was a different story. In other words, when that priest proposed cooperating with us to deal with Assassin of Black, it was just an excuse, right? Kyrie interjected suddenly. You already knew Assassin of Black's location yet still allowed her to create a series of murders, watching her slaughter those mages. He looked at Medea with an unprecedented coldness. Why did you do this? Obviously, to draw the snake out of its hole. It wasn't Medea who answered Kyrie but Gobta beside him. One assassin alone couldn't satisfy their appetite, they want to lure out the real big fish, like Lancer of Black with his regional advantage, or perhaps me. Clap. 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 Medea applauded lightly and chuckled. Well, as expected from the legendary King Arthur, I didn't expect our plans to be so easily exposed by you. Upon hearing Medea's acknowledgement, Kyrie's expression turned grim. As a necromancer, he had witnessed too much death and had become accustomed to it. The deaths of those mages, at most, evoked a sense of regret from him. What truly alarmed him was that their actions of ignoring their deaths undoubtedly meant they were ready to openly oppose the Mages Association. Since your plan has succeeded, there's no need to beat around the bush. Gobta's tone remained calm despite falling into the trap. Bring out the rest. There was a moment of silence before, accompanied by a crisp metallic clang, a figure emerged from the darkness. White hair, handsome face, an unusually long spear, and radiant golden armor. The newcomer was none other than Lancer of Red, Karna. Observing Karna's pristine golden armor, Gobta squinted his eyes slightly. He distinctly remembered that during the last battle under Nidhogg's black flames, that golden armor should have suffered considerable damage. Karna's golden armor, known as Kavacha, was a gift from his father. The sun god Surya himself, imbued with a formidable defense that not even gods could penetrate. Though its power as a noble phantasm was slightly diminished compared to the original, it still rivaled the top-tier defensive noble phantasms, including Siegfried's armor of Fafnir. However, powerful noble phantasms came with a price. Repairing top-tier noble phantasms, like Karna's golden armor, wasn't a simple task. Despite its self-healing capability, it wouldn't have been restored to this extent in just 2 days. Is it because of Medea? Gobta dismissed the thought as quickly as it appeared. While Medea was indeed a powerful mage, repairing noble phantasms wasn't her forte. Moreover, without suitable materials, how could she restore the armor? It seemed the Red faction had other hidden cards up their sleeves. Gobta's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. There should be others, right? Archer, Rider, Assassin, and Berserker. Bring them all out. Relying on just the 2 of you won't get you anywhere. Humph, watch out for the wind, it might make you lose your tongue, Medea sneered and abruptly waved her hand. The magic circles surrounding her body targeted Gobta, and soon, multiple magical beams quickly shot toward him. Don't think you're the only one who can use magecraft. After saying that, Gobta snapped his fingers, and several ancient green runic symbols, emitting an ancient aura, surrounded him. They transformed into thunderous flames, colliding with the incoming magical beams, creating a magical energy storm. Boom! 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 Rune. Medea's eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. Since when could a rider class use powerful magecraft like the legendary rune magecraft? After a brief moment of astonishment, strong embarrassment surged within her heart. Using such means in front of her, a caster, was nothing short of a direct challenge. Damn it, don't think you're the only one who can play dirty. Let me show you the real gap between us mages. Medea quickly opened her mouth, uttering obscure and hard-to-understand words. It was the advanced magecraft language, known as high-speed divine words, usable only by mages from the Age of Gods. It significantly shortened the chanting time, a magecraft technique bordering on cheating. Boom! 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 With the help of high-speed divine words, magical beams comparable to great magecraft shot out like meteors toward Gobta. Who said I only know rune? Gobta spoke calmly, his eyes as tranquil as a still lake. Chapter 303. Who said I only know rune? Gobta spoke calmly, his eyes as tranquil as a still lake. He casually waved, replacing the earlier green runes with more intricate, ancient, and deeper green ones. These runes seemed to encompass all the mysteries of the universe, even a glance inducing dizziness and awe. With a mysterious and vast surge of magical energy, these runes turned into an endless sea of thunderous flames, instantly devouring all magical beams. They continued unhindered, rushing toward Medea. Startled, Medea quickly used spatial magecraft to shift her position, but pitifully, her reaction was a bit slow. Whoosh! As a result, her cloak was burned halfway, and numerous holes appeared in various places, making her look extremely disheveled. Damn it, you bastard! As the princess of Colchis and a great mage under the tutelage of goddess Hecate, Medea had never experienced such a miserable moment. She stared at Gobta, furious like a lioness in a rage, as if eager to devour his flesh. Seeing all of these, Karna furrowed his brows slightly. Even he didn't expect that Rider of Black could compete with their caster in the field of magecraft. How many tricks did this man still have up his sleeve? He finally realized that Rider of Black's earlier words were probably not an exaggeration. This man truly had the ability to take on multiple opponents. Fortunately, they had a backup plan. Medea's noble phantasm, Rule Breaker, was an anti-thaumaturgy noble phantasm. Capable of severing any magical contract. As long as they could hit Rider of Black with this noble phantasm, they could break his connection with his master, causing him to disappear. His task was to create an opportunity for Medea to use her noble phantasm. However, just as Karna was about to join the battle, a figure suddenly stood in his way. Sorry, this path is closed, Mordred nonchalantly slung her sword over her shoulder. If you want to get through, you must beat me first. Karna stared expressionlessly at the rebellious knight. We are on the same side. Sorry, but not anymore, Mordred grinned. Honestly, all your red faction's doings make me sick, so we don't plan on cooperating with you bunch anymore. Kyrie stood silently on the side, clearly not intending to stop her. Ever since he learned that the white-haired priest was aware of Assassin of Black's deeds, unscrupulously murdering the mages from the Mages Association, yet chose to ignore it, he knew that this priest intended to oppose the Mages Association. Since they were now on their own, he would let Mordred do as she liked. That's just your excuse, the true reason you're stopping me is you don't want me to go after Rider of Black, right? Karna said calmly as he gazed at her. Humph, so what if I don't? Mordred scoffed. He's King Arthur, fated to die by my hands. Before that happens, I won't allow anyone else to touch him. You're lying, you don't actually want to kill him, Karna's tone remained calm. After hearing that, a sense of indescribable embarrassment instantly surged in Mordred's heart. Damn, you're so noisy. Where do you get off with all that bullshit? If you're a man, let's fight. Why are you so chatty, always spouting nonsense endlessly? But I've only said 3 sentences so far, Karna said with a serious expression. Mordred fell silent. But you're right, actions speak louder than words. Karna raised his spear, assuming a fighting stance. Since you're now my enemy, I won't hold back. Humph, should have been that way from the start. Mordred held her sword with both hands, the madness of battle flickering in her eyes. Watch how I smash your golden armor into pieces. However, just as she was about to make a move, an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly surged from the depths of her heart. Her body instinctively turned sideways, with her sword swept out. Ding! Accompanied by the crisp sound of metal, an arrow that came rushing toward her was instantly cut in half by her sword. Leave saber to me, Lancer, hurry up and support caster. A voice, indistinguishable between male and female, echoed from all directions. At the same time, another volley of arrows shot out from the darkness, heading straight for Mordred. Mordred swung her sword again, deflecting the arrows, and sneered. Do you think you can hold me back with this kind of attack, Archer of Red? Though the opponent hadn't revealed themselves, the nature of the assault had already exposed the newcomer's identity. Give it a try and find out for yourself. Swish. 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 Archer of Red's words accompanied a sudden gust of wind, echoing with a loud bang through the night sky as dozens of arrows descended like a shower of stars. Feeling the terrifying power within these arrows, Mordred furrowed her brow slightly. Abandoning her previous arrogance, she exerted herself to wield the sword, intercepting the incoming arrows. Meanwhile, Karna took advantage of the distraction to bypass Mordred, heading straight for Gobta. I told you, the two of you alone are not enough, Gobta said casually. He used the primordial rune to block Medea's magical beams while turning to clash Abyss Flower with Karna's god-slaying spear, creating intense sparks upon collision. Boom! Boom! Clang! Cling! The roar of magecraft and the clash of metal, 2 completely different sounds merged into a symphony of war. Despite being outnumbered, Gobta showed no signs of falling behind, flawlessly executing both offense and defense. His ease in battle was mainly due to Feng Huang Down. With the power of this divine key, he had separated a personality dedicated to controlling the primordial rune to counter Medea, while focusing himself on battling Karna. In essence, this was a seemingly 2-against-1 scenario, but in reality, it was a battle of 2 against 2. Looks like things are getting a bit tricky. Watching the scene unfolding in the crystal ball, Shiro shook his head in frustration and remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, Ozymandias nodded in agreement. Even I didn't expect this man to be so strong, he truly deserves to be a rider, the most powerful class, just like me. Ha 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 ha. This narcissist, the focus shouldn't be on that, why do you seem so proud? Semiramis couldn't help but silently mock Ozymandias in her mind. Shiro rubbed his throbbing temples. The situation was starting to slip out of control. He initially thought that engaging in battle within the city would restrain Rider of Black. At least enough to restrain his black dragon. Little did he know that this man also possessed the long-lost primordial rune, putting him on par with their caster in magecraft. A rider that excelled in both martial arts against Lancer and magecraft against caster. Where did this freak come from? Although their Lancer and caster weren't losing ground, they didn't have any significant advantage either. Meanwhile, Rider of Black, even against 2 strong opponents, seemed to handle it effortlessly, clearly with room to spare. At this rate, they might not be able to defeat Rider of Black by dawn. Yet, Shiro couldn't figure out any effective strategy. Their rider's abilities mostly involved powerful wide-range attacks. Unsuitable inside a city. Assassin's combat capabilities were only average without her hanging gardens of Babylon, and Berserker was too unpredictable. Placing her on the battlefield could lead to anything. If only Saber hadn't betrayed us, Shiro sighed inwardly. If not for Saber's sudden change, the situation wouldn't have been this challenging. In a 4-on-1 situation, they should easily take down Rider of Black. Should we retreat? Shiro clenched his fists, feeling reluctant. This was a hard-earned opportunity, which meant letting Rider of Black go now might mean they wouldn't get another chance. Chapter 304. So hesitant and indecisive, doesn't quite seem like your style, Kotomine Shiro. Seeing Shiro's distress, Ozymandias remarked and stood up from his long chair, gazing sternly at the young priest. If you have a goal to achieve, just move forward in that direction and ignore all obstacles. Remember, this is great advice from a pharaoh. Before Shiro could respond, however, Ozymandias turned to Gobta in the crystal ball, extending the scepter in his hand as if giving orders. In the name of the King of Kings, I forbid Rider of Black from using magecraft. As Ozymandias declared with an authoritative tone, a supreme authority accompanied by a mysterious force rippled out. On the battlefield, the primordial rune surrounding Gobta quickly dimmed, as if a light bulb had suddenly lost power. His primordial rune immediately dissipated. This was Ozymandias' personal skill known as the Imperial Privilege, almost an all-powerful authority to achieve near-instantaneous effects. However, the primordial rune controlled by Gobta was also a high-rank skill. Even Ozymandias' Imperial Privilege could only temporarily block it, at most, momentarily sealing it. Yet, in this ever-changing battlefield, such a degree of change could be a fatal threat. Seizing this rare opportunity, Medea, with her high-speed divine words, instantly applied a sealing magecraft on Gobta. It was as if multiple large magecrafts had overlapped, to the point that Gobta, restrained by the magecraft, visibly slowed down as if carrying a colossal burden. Karna wouldn't miss this golden opportunity either. Concentrating his fiery flames into a beam, he shot it from his right eye like a thunderbolt, piercing through the void and heading straight for Gobta. In the previous clashes, Gobta had already experienced the terror of this blazing beam, but now, under Medea's restraint, he couldn't dodge in time. He could only forcefully activate Abyss Flower, unleashing a pure white beam of light to collide with the blazing beam. Boom! The pure white and crimson light beams clashed, creating terrifying magical energy fluctuations. If Gobta and Karna hadn't intentionally controlled the power of their beams, the impact alone would have been enough to turn all the buildings within 100 meters into ruins. This was the true power of top-tier servants. For them, breaking through not only ordinary cities but even heavy fortresses would take only an instant. At this moment, Medea in the high skies suddenly used spatial magecraft to teleport behind Gobta. At the same time, a lightning-shaped strange dagger appeared in her hand. This was Rulebreaker, a manifestation of the Witch of Betrayal's divinity, designed to break any effect created by magecraft. When it pierced the target, all magecraft on them was instantly broken, and when applied to a servant, it could sever their contract with their master. It was an ultimate anti-thaumaturgy noble phantasm that, in most situations, had no effect, but in certain circumstances, it could be remarkably effective. Goodbye, another world's King Arthur, your journey ends here, Medea said with a cruel smile, not hesitating to thrust her noble phantasm toward Gobta's back. Are you sure about that? Gobta's calm voice suddenly resounded. As she heard his voice, a chilling sensation inexplicably surged from behind her and an indescribable sense of impending danger exploded in her heart. Poochie! A golden spear instantly pierced through her abdomen, crimson blood continuously dripping, blossoming into vibrant flowers on the ground. Did you really think your rule breaker could hit me? You're too naive, I was waiting for this chance, you know. This chance, which you had to get up close to me. Medea gritted her teeth, attempting to escape the current predicament by using spatial magecraft, but an inexplicable force coiled within her, completely sealing all her magical energy. Not only that, this force continued to erode her magical energy, causing her servant's body to teeter on the brink of collapse. At this rate, in no more than 10 minutes, she would completely dissipate. Quick, use the command spell to bring Castor back. Shiro, watching the scene in the crystal ball, quickly yelled with an unusual hint of anxiety in his eyes. Quick, assassin. Despite the usual discord between her and Medea, Semiramis understood how crucial Medea was to them. Without hesitation, she immediately activated a command spell of Medea's master, intending to forcibly summon her back. Sorry, but I won't give you a second chance, Gobta said calmly, his black eyes revealing frosty indifference. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and another golden spear quickly whistled through the air, instantly piercing Medea's heart. With the destruction of her Saint Graph, she could no longer sustain her existence, gradually dissipating in a mixture of unwillingness and resentment. Thereby, Caster of Red, Medea, became the first servant to withdraw from the Great Holy Grail War. Shiro, watching her vanish from the screen, remained silent for a while before sighing softly. Prepare to take action, Rider. Oh. You're not planning to keep watching. The current situation doesn't allow me to do that anymore, Shiro replied calmly. After all their efforts to finally corner Rider of Black, they ended up losing Caster to the enemy. It was a severe loss of combat strength. At this point, even if they couldn't eliminate Rider of Black here tonight, they had to make sure the Black faction paid a high enough price, otherwise, their losses would be too devastating. I must get the Great Grail. Shiro tightened his fist, his tone determined. No matter what the cost. Ha ha ha. That's right. Just like that. If you want something, you have to fight for it with all your might. Hesitation will only make you lose everything. That's war for you. Ozymandias's hearty laughter echoed through the entire church. But she's just a mere caster, why make such a fuss? As long as I stand on this earth, the victor will never change. Lift your head, Kotomine Shiro, and behold the glory of Pharaoh. Ozymandias waved his golden scepter, and several towering figures instantly appeared on the distant battlefield, exuding a terrifying and formidable aura. That is. Meanwhile, everyone on the battlefield instinctively turned their heads, watching several shadowy figures gradually solidify. They were colossal beasts, comparable in size to three-story buildings with lion-shaped bodies and golden wings on their backs. They were none other than the mythical creature from Egyptian myth, known as the Sphinx. So, they summoned Pharaoh Ramesses II, Ozymandias. Upon seeing these beasts, Gobta quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that the rider summoned by the Red faction was not Achilles but the greatest pharaoh of ancient Egypt, Ramesses II, also known as Ozymandias. With a pincer-like formation, the sphinxes surrounded Gobta, sealing off any escape routes. These beasts, ancient guardians from Egyptian mythology, were embodiments of the sky god Horus. Even in modern Egypt, they were known as the father of fear due to their association with raging flames and devastating storms. They were divine beasts on par with dragons, possessing high intelligence to strategize and capable of challenging powerful servants. Moreover, they could continue fighting even if their heads were shattered, demonstrating unparalleled endurance. Sending out aid at once, you really think highly of me. Gobta tightened his grip on Abyss Flower's handle, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Chapter 305. Sending out aid at once, you really think highly of me. Gobta tightened his grip on Abyss Flower's handle, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Dealing with 8 sphinxes, coupled with the ever-watchful Karna nearby, posed a considerable challenge even for him. Furthermore, they were currently in a city with a population of tens of thousands, making it easy for things to go awry. At times like these, he couldn't help but reminisce about the French saint. With her, no matter the threat, it would be effortlessly thwarted, with no concern for collateral damage. Considering the commotion they had caused, he wondered why she hadn't shown up yet. Was she taking a leisurely approach to this? Little did Gobta know that the saint he thought of was devoutly praying in a church she had just arrived at this moment. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby building, Nidhogg, observing Gobta in dire straits, couldn't help but show signs of anxiety in her beautiful eyes. Due to her true form's massive size and hard-to-control attack power, Gobta had kept her out of the battle. But watching her beloved trapped, could she really remain silent? Just as she was contemplating using her true form to support him, a sudden change occurred. Swish! 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 Sharp whistling sounds resonated through the night sky as if thunder had pierced the clouds. Dozens of arrows sped from a distance at a speed surpassing sound. In their trajectory, these arrows rapidly transformed into peculiar bronze birds, emitting piercing screeches as they collided with the sphinxes. Every part of these bronze birds possessed terrifying sharpness, and their speed made it challenging for even the sphinxes to keep up. Boom! 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 Flying recklessly, they weaved between the 8 beasts, leaving deep wounds on their colossal bodies. Before long, accompanied by the sphinx's agonized cries, these divine beasts couldn't hold on any longer, one after another dissipating into light particles. Seeing this sudden occurrence, everyone instinctively turned their heads toward a tall building in the distance. At its top, a figure draped in crudely stitched lion skins, holding a longbow crafted from obsidian, stood tall under the moonlight. Is that, Archer of Black? Looking at the figure on the crystal ball, Shiro muttered with astonishment and a sense of gravity appeared in his eyes. Archer of Black had effortlessly wiped out all 8 sphinxes of Ozymandias, clearly indicating that this archer was no ordinary servant. The lineup of the Black faction is truly extravagant, Shiro sighed inwardly. So far, the 3 servants from the Black faction that had appeared were powerful. Not to mention Ryder and this new archer, who were clearly top-tier servants. In comparison, their side, despite having Ryder and Lancer who were also top-tier servants, seemed slightly inferior in terms of power. Now, they could only hope that the remaining servants in the Black faction were not of a top-tier level, otherwise, the situation would be greatly unfavorable for them. But now is not the time to think about all this. Shiro refocused his attention on the battlefield. With the addition of Archer of Black and the loss of their caster, the battle had completely shifted in favor of the Black faction. Lancer alone could never be a match for two opponents. Aside from Ryder, Lancer was one of the two top-tier servants of the Red faction. With the loss of caster, they couldn't afford any more mishaps with Lancer. Shiro took a deep breath before giving an order. "Come back, Lancer." "Understood." Karna, upon receiving the retreat order, nodded and glanced at Gobta, then looked at the distant Heracles. His figure gradually dissipated into light particles before vanished completely. Seeing the dire situation, Archer of Red also decisively left. She never revealed her identity throughout and only used ordinary magical arrows. With her androgynous voice, Gobta couldn't even discern her gender. However, what Gobta could confirm was that Archer of Red was definitely not the Greek huntress Atlanta, who was originally supposed to be summoned. So far, among the Red faction's summoned servants, except for Saber of Red, who remained as Mordred-like in the original work, the other classes had changed. Gobta speculated Assassin of Red was unlikely to change, probably still the wise queen of Assyria. Semiramis. After all, she was the servant that Shiro had always wanted to summon. He even spent 60 years in the Middle East just to gather the materials needed to summon this queen. "Damn it, they got away fast," Mordred grumbled, resting her sword on her shoulder. Suppressed constantly by Archer of Red, she remained unable to locate Archer of Red's position till the end, filling her with frustration. If this were not a city full of people, she would have unleashed her noble phantasm long ago. However, at this moment, a chill suddenly rose within her heart. A sense of danger, as if being stared at by a giant dragon, instantly filled every corner of her body. Without hesitation, Mordred immediately covered her head with her helmet, gripped her sword with both hands and turned to look at the building behind her. What met her eyes was a towering figure of a man, a longbow crafted from obsidian, ancient and heavy, with bronze arrows gleaming with a sharp cold light, much like his cold eyes. Archer of Black. Shit, when did he get so close? Mordred's nerves tightened to the extreme. The scene of the bronze bird slaughtering the 8 sphinxes still lingered in her mind. This man was undoubtedly a powerful servant. A strong intuition quickly surged from her heart. If she relaxed for a moment, that bronze arrow would instantly pierce through her head. Even her helmet would definitely not withstand the attack from this man. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, fully taking on the heavy pressure from the towering figure. "Archer, this kid and I have a special relationship, can you, for the sake of my face, let her go this time?" Gobta looked up at Heracles above. "She is our enemy," Heracles calmly stated and didn't lower his longbow. "But she has already broken ties with the Red faction," Gobta argued. "Breaking ties doesn't make her our ally," Heracles replied evenly. "Keeping her is a never-ending threat." Hearing that, Gobta squinted his eyes slightly. "Don't forget the condition you agreed to." "I did agree to become your ally, but sparing her is not included," Heracles gazed indifferently at him. "I am Archer of Black, bringing victory to my master is my duty. I'd like to see if you have the guts for that." Nidhogg suddenly emerged from the shadows and yelled with anger as her pitch-black vertical pupils coldly fixed on Heracles. "Archer, if you dare lay a finger on Momo today, I swear we're sworn enemies." Though she was strong, Heracles remained unmoved. As a hero of Greece, backing down due to this kind of threat would be a disgrace. Chapter 306. Gobta first pacified the gradually enraged Nidhogg, then turned to Heracles. "Speak, Archer, what do you want for you to spare this kid?" Hearing that question, a slight curve immediately appeared on Heracles' lips. "Free all the homunculi of the Igmalenia." Hearing that ridiculous demand, Gobta's mouth twitched. "Are you trying to force me to break ties with the Igmalenia?" The importance of homunculi to the Igmalenia was self-evident. Releasing them all would be madness unless Darnik lost his mind. "With me behind you, that won't happen," Heracles calmly assured. "I'll say it again, even if you free those homunculi, have you considered their future? In their current state, do you think they can live a normal life in this society?" Heracles fell silent for a moment, then responded. "Still better than being treated as expendables by those around you." Hearing his persistent answer, Gobta massaged his ached forehead. He could tell Heracles was determined to save those homunculi no matter what, likely influenced by the self-aware homunculus who awakened before. "Ha, all right, I'll do my best," Gobta sighed. But you have to promise me, no matter what happens in the future, unless this kid attacks you first, you can't attack her on your own. After contemplating for a moment, Heracles nodded. Agreed. After saying that, he lowered the longbow in his hands. Mordred removed her helmet, looking at Gobta with a complex expression. Why are you helping me? Didn't you help me stop Lancer earlier? Gobta turned and smiled at her. TCH, that was just because I couldn't stand his actions and wanted to teach him a lesson. Mordred averted her eyes, somewhat guiltily. Besides, you said you're King Arthur, right? That's why, you can only die by my hands. Hearing her bizarre statement, Nidhogg on the side looked utterly confused. What nonsense was this child talking about? Why would she want to kill her own father? Ah, whatever, let's just leave it at that. Gobta chuckled and spoke nonchalantly, instinctively reaching out to pat Mordred's head. However, under the wary gaze of the latter, he sheepishly withdrew his hand, coughing lightly as if nothing happened. So, what's your plan next? Want to join me and head to the Igmillenia? Upon hearing Gobta's offer, Kyrie, who stood nearby, awkwardly scratched his nose. He represented the Mages Association in the task of taking down the Igmillenia, and he had even taken a deposit. Turning around and joining his target would permanently tarnish his reputation as a freelance bounty hunter. Humph, don't wanna. Mordred sneered, humming lightly. Now I understand there's not a single trustworthy guy in this Holy Grail war at all. Instead of teaming up with shady people like you, it's easier to go alone. When you two sides beat each other to a pulp, I'll step in and clean up the mess, and then the Holy Grail will be mine. Confident much, you brat, Gobta thought tiredly and shook his head. Alright, if that's how you want it, then I won't force you, just be careful out there. TCH, what a worrywart, Mordred mumbled under her breath, turning away and following Kyrie into the distance. Watching Mordred's gradually disappearing figure, Nidhogg sighed somewhat wistfully. I wonder when I'll see that child again. Don't worry, there will be a lot of opportunities, Gobta reassured, squeezing her hand. Are you close with that servant? Heracles, who had descended from the rooftop at some point, approached and asked. Well, not that close, it's a bit of a complicated relationship, Gobta chuckled. Heracles nodded slightly, not pressing further, and inquired about another matter instead. What about Assassin? She managed to slip away by accident, Gobta sighed in frustration. Dealing with Medea and Karna's attacks one after another, plus the interruption from Ozymandias had drained him too much. In a moment of respite, he unconsciously loosened his control on Jack, inadvertently allowing her to escape. Are you here for Assassin as well? Gobta asked. Not entirely, my master was just a bit concerned since you're deep behind enemy lines, so who knows what could happen. That's why my master sent me to lend a hand. Gobta nodded. Thanks to you, it wasn't much trouble. Just a small thing, besides, even if I hadn't intervened, those sphinxes wouldn't have been a match for you at all, Heracles casually remarked. Hearing that, Gobta smiled, not responding, but then remembered something else. Oh, by the way, did you see the true identity of Archer of Red? Before, Heracles had been stationed at one of the highest vantage points in Cygassora, offering an excellent view. Especially with Archer class's long-range vision akin to a sniper scope, he could practically see every corner of the city. However, to Gobta's surprise, Heracles shook his head. I didn't spot Archer of Red's location, they seem to have some special disguise ability. I couldn't sense their presence at all. Archer with a unique disguise ability, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. In his memory, the only archer with a similar ability was Robin Hood with his No Face May King. Though, when Archer of Red launched the attack, I sensed another familiar power, Heracles continued. If I'm not mistaken, it should be divinity, and judging from my feelings, it seems to belong to a goddess. A goddess's divinity? Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly. From what he knew, while there were many archer-class servants with divinity, if restricted to goddesses alone, only the second sister of the three Greek sisters, Euryale, and the Mesopotamian goddess of beauty, Ishtar, met the criteria. However, both goddesses differed significantly in personality and abilities from Archer of Red who had attacked earlier. Euryale wasn't skilled in combat, and Ishtar had no interest in hiding her presence. Could it be a heroic spirit I am not knowledgeable about? Gobta furrowed his brow slightly. It wasn't impossible, considering the plethora of myths in this world. Perhaps, one day, a goddess he'd never seen before might suddenly appear. Maybe it was best to check this world's historical records and myths after returning. A goddess, an archer, possessing unique disguise abilities. Heroic spirits meeting these criteria should be scarce. Meanwhile, as Gobta contemplated the identity of the Archer of Red, Shiro inside the church also pondered the true identity of Archer of Black. Logically, as someone who once held the position of ruler. He should be able to directly perceive the true names of all the present servants. However, due to not being on site and the opponent's unusually high luck, he failed to unveil Archer of Black's true name. A huge body like a berserker, an obsidian longbow, a bronze strange bird. Bang! As Shiro silently contemplated, a thunderous sound suddenly echoed in his ears. Why is Berserker causing trouble again? Didn't she? His voice abruptly stopped as he seemed to suddenly realize something, his eyes filled with a moment of enlightenment. I see, the true identity of Archer of Black is him. Chapter 307. Mother, we're back. Jack cautiously pushed open a weathered wooden door. Her smile and cautious demeanor resembling a mischievous child sneaking out to play in the middle of the night, completely different from the decisiveness and fierceness she displayed on the battlefield. Welcome home, Jack, I've prepared some late-night snacks, your favorite hamburger steak. Rikudo Reika, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen, carrying a hamburger steak still steaming with warmth, and gently waved at Jack. Come and eat. Sure, mother. Jack shouted joyfully and rushed into the house. How was it, Jack? Tonight's harvest? Reika placed the hamburger steak on the table, took off her apron, and looked at Jack with a face full of tender love. Meh, not much of a haul, we fell for a trick that Mage is a master and we can't beat his servant. Jack poked at the hamburger steak on her plate with a knife, expressing her frustration. On top of that, another powerful servant suddenly intervened and bound me with some chains. Is that so? Reika frowned slightly. Any injuries, Jack? Just a close call, he almost caught us, but he got so caught up in his intense fight with other servants that he forgot about us, so we managed to escape. Jack picked up a piece of hamburger steak and mumbled with her mouth full. But that servant is really strong, if we encounter him again, we might not be able to run away. Sorry, Jack, it's all because of me, Reika looked guilty. After all, she was just an ordinary person, unable to sustain Jack's magical energy needs. If not for that, Jack wouldn't have to take such risks hunting outside. Don't say that, mother, you're our favorite mother, and we love you the most. Jack, like a little cat, nuzzled into Reika's arms with an affectionate expression. Reika gently stroked Jack's slightly disheveled white hair, her eyes filled with overflowing affection and tenderness. She had lost everything, now just a walking corpse in the mortal world, and this child was the only thing worth caring about. That was why, no matter the cost, she had to fulfill this child's wishes. By the way, mother, there's something else, Jack's small face turned serious. This place is no longer safe, those guys have already discovered our trail. Upon hearing her words, Reika didn't appear too alarmed. The experiences of this period had already tempered her willpower enough. So, Jack, where do you think we should go next? Reika asked softly while caressing Jack's little head. Jack pondered for a moment before answering. Let's go to Trifaz, we can feel there's a lot of decent food there. But aren't there many beings similar to Jack over there? Is it safe? Reika looked a bit worried. Don't worry, mother, as long as we're careful, it'll be fine, besides, we're pretty strong, Jack proudly lifted her little head. Alright, mother believes in you, once you finish your hamburger steak, devour the last heart tonight, and we set off for Trifaz tomorrow morning, Reika nodded, grabbing a heart from a nearby plate. Rest assured, Jack, mother will undoubtedly fulfill your wish. Yes, mother is the best. If it weren't for the heart in Reika's hand, this would have been such a warm and harmonious scene of motherly love and filial piety. Pine. Kyrie skillfully used his shotguns but to shatter a car's window, then reached in and pulled open the door. Hey, master, why are you so skillful in this kind of thing? Mordred, who had shed her armor and was back in the red jacket and fringed hot pants, tilted her head. Well, these things aren't important. Kyrie casually smoked while skillfully connecting wires to start the car. The whole process took less than a minute, showcasing the skills of a seasoned pro. Are you really not worried about missing the Holy Grail war due to getting caught by the cops? Mordred raised an eyebrow. No worries, I've been to the police station before, I know how to slip away, Kyrie proudly gave her a thumbs up. Trust me, Saber, your master is a reliable man. Reliable my ass. This isn't something to boast about, right? What can we do? We can't just walk on foot to Trifaz, it's a dangerous place, my knightly friend. Kyrie sighed, but in the next moment, a sudden revelation hit him, and excitement quickly lit up his face. Wait a sec, Saber, since you're also a knight of the round table, do you have a mount like Ryder? If so, you should have told me earlier, I wouldn't have risked stealing a car. Hearing that, Mordred's mouth twitched slightly. Did something hit your head just now, master? I've told you, that guy is King Arthur from another world, and we have no connection whatsoever, stop associating me with him, you hear me? But, Kyrie tilted his head. You seem pretty interested in him, Saber. That I assented normal. He's King Arthur, and I'm Mordred, the Knight of Treachery. Is there a problem with me being interested? Seeing her threatening expression, Kyrie wisely chose to stay silent. Mordred took a deep breath and began to calm down. Alright, let's go, Master, we're heading to Triphos. That's the Black Faction's turf, and the final battle will probably take place there, so, Kyrie cautiously warned. Are you sure you want to go, Saber? What he really wanted to say was if you go there, you'll definitely encounter Rider of Black again. What the heck are you talking about, Master? Our goal is the Holy Grail obviously, we have to participate in the war. Besides, we've already fallen out with the Red Faction, staying here is too dangerous, I don't need to explain that, right? Fair enough, Kyrie nodded. Alright, let's go. He was about to get into the driver's seat when Mordred suddenly jumped from the side and hopped in first. Oi, what are you doing? Kyrie raised an eyebrow. You don't have a driver's license. Huh? Driver's license? Who the fuck needs that? I have riding skills. Unless it's a phantasmal species, there's no ride I, Mordred, can't handle, even if I've never driven this car before, you know. Kyrie couldn't help but feel doubtful even if she confidently claimed like that. What are you still standing there for, Master? Get your ass here and get in the car already. Kyrie sighed, walked around the car, and settled into the passenger seat. For safety's sake, he had already buckled his seatbelt. Before we start, let me remind you the left is the brake, and the right is the accelerator, don't forget. As he intended to give a reminder, his sentence stopped halfway as Mordred, full of excitement, slammed her foot on the accelerator, and the car shot out like an untamed wild horse. Let's go. Holy shit. Slow down, Saber. You haven't even buckled your seatbelt. We're inside the city for fuck's sake. Meh, this seatbelt thing is just useless. Mordred grinned, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Crimson thunder quickly erupted and swiftly covered the surface of the car, causing the car's speed to skyrocket once again. Damn. This is way more fun than riding a horse. Let's go. Woohoo. Are you fucking kidding me? This brat actually used magical energy to enhance the car. Kyrie thought in fear inside his mind before yelling with all his might. Why am I so unlucky? Chapter 308. Church. Shiro stood in front of a ritual altar, silently standing for a while, and shortly after, he pulled out a square piece of cloth from his pocket. It was an ordinary fabric adorned with images of a golden holy grail, crosses, and two angels wearing red and blue clothes, as well as blue and white wings. He gently stroked the images on the cloth. It was a remnant of his past battles, where 37,000 people rallied under his banner, resisting the reign of a tyrant beneath this very flag. But they ultimately failed. The miracle the people cheered for was just an illusion, and they lost everything. All hope shattered under the ruthless force of reality. It was expected. One couldn't defeat those who control reality by entrusting everything to miracles. God's grace blinded him, and today's victory led them into tomorrow's despair. He wasn't the child of miracles who brought victory, he was a sinner leading people into an abyss. In the end, no one received redemption. Humans were always like this, despicable, cruel, and vile. They strived to become stronger by any means necessary, sacrificing everything for their interests, whether they were foreigners with different skin colors, cultures, or neighbors from the same roots. At long last, he understood. Redemption didn't exist. The only way to save the world was to offer happiness to all of humanity. This time, he wouldn't fail. Is everything ready? Shiro asked as he turned around, looking at the empty air behind him. The radiance of light particles gathered, and Semiramis's figure soon emerged. I've completed Castor's temple, it should be fine, Semiramis nodded slightly. For the Red Faction, Medea's value lay not only in her combat strength but also in her rich experience as a mage, surpassing all modern mages. To ensure victory, Shiro arranged for Medea to assist Semiramis in completing the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. The plan was to place Medea's temple on top to significantly enhance the Hanging Gardens of Babylon's power and elevate Medea's power to rival even the Saber-class servants. Yet plans were useless in front of unforeseen events. Who could have anticipated the ambush plan, once foolproof, would encounter such variables? Instead of subduing the target, they ended up sacrificing Medea. With the loss of Medea, the temple initially placed in the Hanging Gardens of Babylon had to be completed by Semiramis alone. But that was far from an easy task. Seeing the fatigue on Semiramis's face that she couldn't hide, Shiro fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. You've worked hard. This is just for my own sake, Semiramis crossed her arms. You promised me, remember? To make me the queen of the new world. Of course, that's my promise to you, Shiro smiled. Go inform Lancer and Rider, the final battle is up next. What about Archer? Semiramis tilted her head. Hearing her question, Shiro hesitated. With Castor out and Saber taking a different path, Archer was a valuable asset for them. Moreover, from their previous encounters, it seemed Archer could be persuaded. Might as well give it a try. However, just as this thought crossed Shiro's mind, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Are you looking for us? Creak. The church doors creaked open slowly as a tall nun walked in from outside. With a face as charming as Semiramis's, she wore a serene and gentle smile, as if she were a saint descended to earth. The newcomer was Archer of Red's master, Seshuan Kiera. Semiramis eyed her with a hint of caution and hostility. Without a trace, she moved forward, standing side by side with Shiro. However, these subtle movements did not escape the eyes of the nun. Era? No need to be so tense, after all, we're comrades fighting together, no? Or, are you worried I might snatch away your master, assassin? Semiramis's expression darkened instantly, revealing a spike in the palm of her hand. Are you trying to experience the sensation of having poisoned wine burn through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys? Calm down, assassin, Miss Seshuan is just making a joke. Shiro raised his hand and comforted Semiramis, then turned to Kiera with a gentle smile. Your timing is perfect, Miss Seshuan, we're planning to launch a final attack on the Black Faction, would you like to join us? Of course, that's why we're participating in this Holy Grail war in the first place, right? Kiera's lips curved with a playful smile. But Father Kotomine, are you sure your plan will succeed? I'm just doing my best. If this doesn't work, it means the Lord isn't on my side, Shiro said with a hint of helplessness. Well, in that case, do you want to hear my suggestion? Kiera's eyes were mysterious and profound, like an endless abyss. I might be able to offer a little assistance. Welcome back, Rider. Wearing the usual black suit and looking unnaturally pale, Vlad sat high on the throne. Beside him was Darnik, the head of the Ig Millennia, who served him as usual. How was the task? Did you take care of Assassin? Sorry, no, Gobta shook his head. Really? Vlad stroked his chin thoughtfully. Escaping from someone like you implies Assassin's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Not exactly, I just let her slip away when I was surrounded by the servants of Red Faction, Gobta replied casually. Oh. Did you encounter them? Did you gather any useful intel? Vlad asked with interest, and Darnik's gaze immediately focused on Gobta. Compared to the already out-of-control assassin, the Red Faction was their true headache. There's something worth noting, the rider summoned by the Red Faction is likely the ancient pharaoh of Egypt, Ozymandias, also known as Ramesses II, Gobta explained calmly. Hearing that famous name, Darnik's pupils suddenly contracted, and shock instantly filled his heart. Ramesses II, the 19th dynasty pharaoh of ancient Egypt, was the most famous pharaoh in history. Legend even had it that gods personally blessed him. His reign brought Egypt to an unprecedented zenith in terms of culture and military power. The renowned poet Shelley even directly referred to him as the King of Kings. Adding to this was the numerous temples and monuments left by Ramesses II, he maintained high recognition even in the modern era. Considering all these factors, even with a conservative estimate, the power of this ancient pharaoh was undoubtedly terrifying. Even if one were to be conservative, his power would definitely not be weaker than the son of sun god Surya, Karna. Darnik couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. He originally thought their preparations were more than sufficient, but he didn't expect the opponent to summon such powerful and terrifying servants. Indeed, the Millennia-Old Mages Association truly lived up to its reputation, with such profound resources. Truly formidable. Fortunately, their side was not to be underestimated either. After all, their side also had extraordinary servants, Archer and Rider. As well as Lancer with the regional advantage. Although Saber had a fatal weakness, his strength was still top-notch. Additionally, with Castor's Noble Phantasm as their trump card, their odds of winning were still significant. Furthermore, the Castor they summoned is the Witch of Ancient Greece, Medea, Gobta added. Darnik's expression instantly became more serious. As a mage, he knew well the significance of Medea in the world of magecraft. As the disciple of Hecate, the Greek goddess of witchcraft, necromancy, and the moon, her arrival was almost a dimensional shock to all modern mages. This is not good news, we need to find a way to deal with this. Which first, Darnik pondered silently. In a normal Holy Grail war with 7 servants fighting each other, Medea wouldn't be too troublesome of an enemy. After all, despite her exceptional magecraft skills, her physical body fragility remained a fatal flaw. Moreover, Saber, Lancer, and Archer, the three strongest servant classes, all had magic resistance. With a bit of sacrifice, she could be dealt with. However, in this dual-faction Great Holy Grail war, with fellow servants protecting her, a mage of such outstanding skill would have too much room to unleash her power. Don't worry about her, Caster of Red won't pose a threat to us. Gobta also sensed Darnik's concern and calmly reassured him. Huh? Why not? Because, I've already killed her. Gobta casually stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Chapter 309. Don't worry about her, Caster of Red won't pose a threat to us. Gobta also sensed Darnik's concern and calmly reassured him. Huh? Why not? Because, I've already killed her. Gobta casually stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Hearing that unexpected statement, a gleam flashed in Vlad's eyes, while Darnik widened his eyes in disbelief. Managed to kill Caster of Red while being surrounded by several servants of Red Rider's power was truly formidable. It seemed that in the previous battle with Lancer, Rider hadn't revealed all of his power. There's one more thing, it seems Saber of Red has defected the Red faction, that's a significant advantage for us, Gobta added. Hearing another unexpected statement, Darnik was momentarily surprised, but then a hard-to-hide joy appeared on his face. Saber of Red had defected? This was fantastic news. Losing such a powerful servant undoubtedly gave them an absolute advantage in terms of sheer power. Huh, it seems luck is on our side this time, Vlad chuckled. Get ready, Darnik, it's time for the final showdown with the Red faction. As an experienced military strategist, Vlad knew how rare such an opportunity was. Now or never, they had to act as soon as possible. Yes, my king. Even with Darnik's calm disposition, excitement couldn't be concealed from his face. The long-standing wish of the Ig millennia was about to be fulfilled. Vlad turned to Gobta. You've worked hard, Rider, take a good rest, the final battle is just around the corner. I understand, Gobta calmly nodded and walked out of the room. Watching the closing doors, Darnik suddenly became puzzled. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Selenik in a long time. While Selenik's personality was somewhat eccentric due to her early studies in black magic, it was rare for her not to appear for several days. In the past, if something important required her attention, she would inform him in advance to avoid problems. However, this time, he hadn't received any messages from her at all. Darnik, the most crucial thing before us now is winning the Holy Grail War, some minor matters don't need such deep scrutiny, Vlad said meaningfully. Darnik seemed to grasp the hidden meaning in Vlad's words and nodded slightly. Yes, I understand, my king. After leaving the room, Gobta first went to the kitchen to prepare some food. However, as soon as he stepped through the kitchen door, he saw two familiar figures standing inside. Rider? Gord stuttered, unsure why, but a hint of guilt flashed across his face. How did you, servants don't need to eat, right? Indeed, however, I find the cuisine of this era quite intriguing, so I thought I'd try as much as possible, Gobta smiled. Well, that's interesting, hahaha, then you're in luck, our Ig millennia chefs are top-notch, not inferior to those Michelin 3-star chefs outside, Gord's managed a forced smile. Anyway, I won't disturb you, enjoy your meal. As Gord's and Siegfried were about to bypass Gobta and leave, Gord's was suddenly halted by a pat on his shoulder. By the way, why so much food? Gobta glanced at Siegfried carrying a sack on his shoulder. Judging by the size, it could easily sustain a normal family of 3 for a week. Well, you know, the current situation is a bit special, I'm just being cautious. Cold sweat started to bead on Gord's forehead as he explained. Gobta silently stared at him until the cold sweat almost soaked through his back. Without warning, Gobta laughed. Ha, I see, I didn't expect you to be so careful. Ahaha, you're overestimating me, Gord's forced a smile. But you can't finish all this food alone, right? It would be a waste, so, if you need help, feel free to ask me anytime. I'd be happy to assist you. Gord's looked at Gobta in surprise, and after a moment, he nodded slightly. I will remember that. Gobta smiled and walked toward the kitchen, leaving Gord's behind. Gord's turned to glance at Gobta's departing figure. After a moment of silence, he turned back and left the kitchen with Siegfried. Saber, what do you think Ryder meant with all that? On the way back to his room, Gord's was puzzled and asked his servant. He wasn't a fool. From Ryder's expression and words, he was certain that Ryder had discovered what he was up to. However, if that were the case, why would Ryder say such things? Wasn't he supposed to be on Castor's side? Asked by his master, Siegfried stayed silent for a moment before shaking his head. I'm sorry, master, I don't know his intentions in saying that, but I'm sure he wasn't saying it with any ulterior motive, he genuinely wants to help you. Huh? Why are you so sure? Because of his eyes, Siegfried spoke earnestly. Words spoken by someone might not be true, but the eyes never lie. Upon hearing that, Gord suddenly remembered that Saber standing in front of him was a hero known for helping people. Could it be that Saber sensed a certain resonance with Ryder? Until he returned to his room, Gord still hadn't decided whether to trust Ryder, but for now, he had to keep this matter to himself. He took out a key from his pocket and unlocked his room door. Come out, Sieg, I'm back. With Gord's call, a homunculus wearing an oversized t-shirt cautiously peeked out from the wardrobe. Welcome back, Mr. Gords. While I was out, no one came, right? Gords asked as he handed a can to Sieg from his pocket. Sieg's name was chosen by Gords, and as for the significance behind it, only he knew. Castor's master came looking for you, but left when he didn't find you, Sieg answered, taking the can and thanking Gords softly. Geez, that brat, Gords scoffed. It wasn't the first time Roche came looking for him, it was always about Sieg's matter. That kid is almost brainwashed by Castor, obsessed with helping Castor complete his noble phantasm to the point of losing his mind. Gord sighed inwardly but then noticed Sieg struggling to open the can. He furrowed his brows slightly, opened another can, and handed it to Sieg. Sorry, I'm just so useless, Sieg apologized, embarrassed. No, it's not your fault, Gords turned his head away slightly, a hint of complexity in his eyes. As a homunculus, Sieg's body was frail. Despite Gords trying everything to improve it, the effects were minimal. The only option now was to seek help from the Einsburn family, only they could assist Sieg. However, the Holy Grail War was still underway, making it challenging to secretly send Sieg away amidst so many servants. Regardless, Sieg couldn't stay here, it was too dangerous for him. The food Gords brought was intended for Sieg's provisions for the journey, but with Sieg's current condition, just walking out of Triphos alone posed a daunting task. What to do? Gords rubbed his temples in frustration, but suddenly, a sentence flashed in his mind. If you need help, feel free to ask me anytime. I'd be happy to assist you. It seems I have no choice but to turn to that guy for help, Gords sighed and stood up. Saber, stay in the room, don't open the door for anyone, I'll be right back. Understood, leave it to me, master, Siegfried nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gopta returned to his room with food. He manipulated Selenike with Feng Huang down, ensuring she consumed the food he brought. After she finished it, he had her recline back into the wardrobe. Even with such a gorgeous woman, you're so ruthless, you're quite a cold-hearted man, you know, Nidhogg teased from nearby. Don't joke around, this woman is crazier and more ruthless than you can imagine, Gopta rolled his eyes. Geez, I don't believe there's a woman crazier than Hela in this world, Nidhogg scoffed. By the way, how's your plan coming along? Very smooth, they've started preparing to launch a full attack on the Red faction, Gopta answered with a smile. He intentionally leaked the news of Castor of Red's death and Saber of Red's betrayal to Vlad and Darnik, urging them to act against the Red faction sooner. The reason behind this action was his suspicion that the factor causing this world's crisis might be hidden in the Red faction. Chapter 310. From the moment Gopta arrived in this world until now, he had pretty much figured out the situation in the Black faction. Although there were some changes in certain aspects, the overall direction of this faction remained largely unchanged from the original work's development. As a result, he could reasonably conclude that the factor leading to the crisis of this world wasn't likely in the Black faction. On the other hand, the changes in the Red faction could be described as earth-shattering. Up to now, he still didn't know the true identities of Berserker of Red and Archer of Red. Adding Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, who was an extremist, it was hard to say if he was up to something behind the scenes. To uncover what was really going on with the Red faction, he decided to use the information of Castor of Red's death and Saber of Red's defection to instigate Vlad and Darnik to launch a full-scale attack on the Red faction. This was a straightforward plan. Even if Vlad and Darnik knew his intentions, they would still jump in without hesitation. Such opportunities were rare and hard to come by, so they wouldn't easily let it slip away. However, the Red faction wouldn't just surrender easily either. It was bound to be a tough battle. Looks like our leisurely vacation is about to end, Nidhogg lazily stretched. Too bad I haven't had the chance to fully experience the scenery of this era. Don't worry, there will be another chance next time, Gopta chuckled. It's a deal then, if you happen to forget, I won't let you off the hook, okay? She playfully smiled, adding a hint of girlish charm. But Nidhogg suddenly approached and gently hugged Gopta, resting her head against his broad chest, and whispered. What I truly like isn't this era, but the feeling of having you by my side. Gobta cradled Nidhogg's soft body with one hand, the other gently stroking her silky black hair as a hint of tenderness appeared in his eyes. Don't worry, when this journey ends, we will reunite, I'll be by your side, even if you try to chase me away, I won't leave. Stop talking nonsense, how could I bear to chase you away? Nidhogg lifted her head, gazing at his face with a dreamy look. Really, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. Looking at those eyes filled with deep affection, an indescribable emotion welled up in Gobta's heart. Instinctively, he followed his own instincts and slowly lowered his head. Nidhogg's delicate face blushed with a rosy hue, but she didn't evade. She just gently closed her beautiful eyes, presenting a fragile appearance. Their lips met, but unlike the previous gentleness, this was an intensely passionate kiss. Both sides seemed to be demanding from each other eagerly, fervent and fiery. It wasn't until a full 10 minutes later that the two finally parted ways. Huff, Nidhogg's hot breath exhaled with a scorching fragrance. She seemed as if she had drunk too much, her dazzling starry eyes were hazy, and her beautiful face was completely covered with intoxicating blush, making her even more enchanting than usual. Wanna do it? Nidhogg smiled at him, using a tone filled with irresistible temptation. You've been dying to see me in those lewd clothes, haven't you? Well, now's your chance. Gobta was slightly surprised she had never been this bold before. But it's still daytime. What's the problem? Nidhogg's delicate hand gently rested on his broad chest. Who knows when the next time will be after this one? With a sudden push, he was caught off guard and found himself lying on the bed. So, I've decided to leave you with some unforgettable memories, Nidhogg triumphantly declared, leaning over him. This time, I'm taking the lead. Knock. 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 The sudden knocking on the door instantly froze Nidhogg's smile. Who's the bastard knocking? Can't they see we're busy? She angrily rolled off the bed, ready to confront the intruder, but Gobta grabbed her arm. Let me handle it, Gobta chuckled helplessly. In Nidhogg's current state, whoever was outside would likely get a beating. Gobta quickly straightened his clothes, walked to the door, and opened it to find Siegfried's master, Gords. Need something? Gobta asked curiously. Well, Gords hesitated. Ryder, are you free now? There's something I need your help with. It must be about that homunculus, Gobta thought, narrowing his eyes slightly, then nodded. Sure. After comforting Nidhogg, he followed Gords to his room. When he arrived, he unsurprisingly saw the homunculus. Compared to their first meeting, the homunculus looked much better now. His complexion was healthier, and his body seemed a bit more robust, but Gobta could still sense the faint, almost firefly-like vitality emanating from him. Although Gords had taken care of him, the fundamental issue remained unresolved. This was probably why Gords came seeking his help. Seeing Gobta, Sieg instinctively shrank back, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He vividly remembered that day when this man stood with Castor. Glancing at the cans piled nearby, Gobta raised an eyebrow and turned to Gords. Is this all you prepared for him? Gords nodded. Leaving Sieg here is too dangerous, I plan to find a chance to send him off to the Einsburn family. They should have a solution to his body issues. However, he's too weak right now and probably won't even make it out of Triphos. That's why, I'm hoping you can come up with something. Gords was always decisive. Since he had already decided to seek Ryder's help, there was no need to keep anything from him. Sieg. Gobta's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Is that the name you gave him? Yes, any problem? Gords asked, puzzled. Ahem, no, nothing, Gobta cleared his throat, skimming over that topic. But even if you've sent him out of this place, can you guarantee he'll make it to the Einsburns? Hearing that, Gords hesitated for a moment. You should also know, including your Sieg, every homunculus in this place is different from modern people, they can't adapt to modern society on their own, someone needs to guide them. Wait, what do you mean by guide them? You want me to free all the homunculus? Isn't that the natural thing to do? You can't just ignore the other homunculi, right? After all, you're their true creator. Who else can do it but you? Stop joking, just for him, I'm taking such a huge risk. If I were to release all those homunculi, Darnik would tear me apart, Gords said, trembling with fear. It's okay, Darnik has put everything on the line for the Holy Grail now. If he achieves his goal, he won't care about these minor things, and if he fails, do you think you still need to fear him? Gobta said meaningfully. Gords hesitated. Although Ryder's words seemed reasonable at first, something felt subtly off. Are you sure that after seeing Sieg, you can keep using those homunculi as expendables without feeling any psychological burden? Gobta continued. Hearing that, Gords became even more hesitant, then turned to look at Sieg. In those eyes, he saw the same desire for survival as any ordinary human. Even so, we can discuss it after the Holy Grail War is over, Gord said softly. Don't worry, with Archer and me around, Castor can't touch him at all. Gobta said with satisfaction, patting Gords on the shoulder. In doing so, he felt he fulfilled his promise to Heracles. He turned towards Sieg, and soon, black and white lights intertwined in his hand, forming a massive lance. Seeing the sharp tip of the lance, Sieg instinctively took a step back, a hint of fear in his eyes. Gords was startled too, but then he remembered that Day Rider seemed to use this lance to recover Sieg's vitality. Because of this, he chose to remain silent. Don't worry, it won't hurt, Gobta smiled, thrusting Abyss Flower's tip into Sieg's shoulder. The piercing sensation made Sieg's face contort slightly, but soon, accompanied by the faint glow of lily patterns on the lance, immensely pure life energy surged into his body. After 2 or 3 minutes, Gobta withdrew Abyss Flower. How do you feel now? Sieg clenched his fist, feeling unprecedented strength flowing through his body, his face revealing clear astonishment and joy. It's unbelievable, I've never felt so strong in my life. Sieg excitedly bowed to Gobta. Thank you, Mr. Rider. Is the effect really that good? Gords, with a hint of doubt, squeezed Sieg's shoulder, feeling the solid touch, his eyes showing some surprise. No need to thank me, I'm just doing someone a favor, Gobta waved his hand. Now your body is hardly different from a normal adult's, it should give you at least another 15 years, if you want further improvement, go find the Einsburn family. After all, Abyss Flower in his hands was just a noble phantasm, nowhere near the original's effect. Improving Sieg's body to this extent was already quite good. Chapter 311. At the border of Triphos, there was an unknown small village with a population of around 100 people. It was so obscure that anyone wouldn't even find it on the map. Despite its size, the village was well equipped with facilities like a school, a store, a church, and an inn. The villagers were easygoing, and for someone accustomed to city life, a visit to this village might bring a long-lost sense of relaxation and comfort. As dusk settled, the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, casting a dazzling golden edge across the land. The clear lake reflected shimmering ripples as a gentle breeze swept by, creating a serene and comfortable atmosphere. On the loft of the church, the French saint who had just finished praying stood up. It should be starting soon, Jean murmured softly as she gazed outside at the darkening sky. Due to the principle of keeping the Holy Grail War a secret from the public, it could only occur at night, a custom that was well established by now. I can't make the same mistake as yesterday. Recalling the event of yesterday, Jean couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment on her face. After leaving the fortress of Millennia yesterday, it took her a whole day to find this small village and settle down. After a brief rest, she began her daily prayers. However, just as she finished her prayers yesterday, a notice from the ruler's authority suddenly came. Castor of Red had been defeated. The abrupt news startled her. She quickly utilized her ruler's authority to search for the positions of servants of both factions, nearly giving herself a heart attack in the process. Her ruler's authority clearly indicated that the 3 servants of Black were in Saigasora, and most of the servants of Red were also present. Their movements made it evident that they were in the midst of battle. Saigasora was a city with over 10,000 inhabitants, and fighting in such a place, with the destructive power of servants, could easily result in an unpredictable tragedy. In her desperation, she didn't think twice and directly used her ruler's skill to command a driver to take her to Saigasora. However, midway, she noticed that the servants of both factions had already separated, indicating that the battle had concluded. Yet, she couldn't ease her mind until she reached the battlefield in Saigasora and confirmed there were no innocent casualties. Only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for the chaotic and destroyed area around her, she automatically ignored them. After all, it was none of her concern. In brief, this perilous experience served as a wake-up call for her. As a result, today, she finished her prayers early, determined not to let a repeat of yesterday's incident happen. Estimating that it was about time, Jean took out the holy water she obtained from a nun and casually sprinkled it on the ground. As she observed the pattern forming on the ground, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. What is this? Fortress of Millennia. After settling matters with Sieg, Gobta left Gordz's room. However, as he was halfway down the corridor, a deep and commanding voice of Vlad suddenly echoed in his ears. Everyone, gather at the throne room, now. Gobta raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and then contacted Nidhogg through their connection. After a while, he changed direction and headed toward the throne room. In the spacious throne room, Heracles, Avisbrin, Frankenstein, and their respective masters had already arrived. However, no one spoke loudly. The atmosphere exuded an obvious seriousness and gravity. Vlad sat high on the throne, his pale face tense, his aura as a ruler emanating and causing the surrounding homunculi to tremble slightly. Everyone could see that Vlad had entered a serious mood. What's happening? Nidhogg, who had just arrived, leaned against Gobta and asked in a low voice. Not sure, but it probably has something to do with the Red faction, Gobta replied calmly. Besides the Holy Grail War, he couldn't think of any other reason that would prompt Vlad to gather everyone like this. Shortly afterward, with the arrival of Siegfried and Gords, all masters and servants of the Black faction were finally gathered. I won't waste any unnecessary words, Vlad stood up, his stern gaze sweeping across everyone. See for yourselves. Darnik stepped forward, casually gesturing, and the radiance of magecraft flowed and converged, presenting an image before everyone. Under the night sky, glowing like glass with a mysterious blue light, two colossal forms were speeding through. One was a golden ship radiating a sun-like brilliance, and the other was a massive floating fortress comparable in size to a city-state. That is. Except for Gobta, everyone's pupils contracted at the sight, their faces revealing evident astonishment. Even Heracles, his expression became slightly more serious. Surely you must have already guessed, these two objects are noble phantasms of the Red faction, Vlad said with an unchanged tone. This is their declaration of war against us. But isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Gords whispered. Is this really okay? Coles pushed his glasses up. Even though it's nighttime, aren't they too conspicuous? Aren't they worried about interference from Ruler? Even if that's the case, they probably mean it this way, Fiore tightened her grip on her wheelchair's armrest. With noble phantasms like those, even Ruler might not be able to handle them. After saying that, she turned to her servant. Archer, if it were you, could you bring down those two noble phantasms? Staring at the images of the golden ship and the floating fortress for a while, Heracles soon answered. If it's that golden ship, there might be some hope. Are you saying you can't deal with the fortress? Fiore caught the meaning in his words. That fortress is the noble phantasm of Assassin of Red, Semiramis, called the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, an EX-ranked anti-world noble phantasm, almost equivalent to a small country. Gobta suddenly explained the origin of the floating fortress. Unless it's a noble phantasm of the same rank, the only way to destroy it is to infiltrate inside it and deal with Assassin of Red directly. I see, Semiramis, the wise queen of Assyria, Gords nodded at first, then widened his eyes suddenly. Wait, did you say she's an assassin? That's right, Gobta nodded. A sense of indescribable absurdity surged in everyone's hearts. Shouldn't assassin-class servants specialize in assassination? Since when could they pull off something grand like this? Semiramis is a rather special one, she possesses a personal skill called Double Summon, allowing her to possess class skills from both assassin and caster classes. Gobta continued to explain. As for that golden ship, it is the noble phantasm of Rider of Red, Ozymandias, known as Mesektet, with power rivaling that of an anti-army noble phantasm. This is too much. An anti-world noble phantasm and an anti-army noble phantasm, I feel like the Red faction is better prepared than us. Duh, it's obvious that Shiro Guy had prepared for this for a full 60 years, Gobta sighed inwardly. Even he had to admit, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada was indeed a resolute man. All of this doesn't matter, since this is my territory and they chose to invade, the only fate awaiting them is defeat, Vlad opened his hands wide. Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your strength, and let us win this war. Leave Rider of Red to me, Heracles said with an unchanged tone. In that case, I'll take care of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Gobta smiled. I'm probably the only one here who can threaten it. Glancing at Nidhogg by Gobta's side, Vlad nodded slightly. I'll leave them to both of you then. With a determined wave of his hand, he loudly declared. Ladies and gentlemen, follow me into battle. Chapter 312. Slow down, Saber. There's a hill up ahead. Huh. What's the big deal? Just blast through it in one go. With a wild grin, Mordred slammed the car's accelerator, and the car soared over the hill, tracing a vivid arc in the air before crashing thunderously onto the ground. If she hadn't used magical energy to enhance the car beforehand, this impact alone would have been enough to completely total the vehicle. Nevertheless, even with the enhancement, the car was now in no condition for normal driving. Cough. 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 Kyrie coughed and staggered down from the passenger seat, his legs trembling. He had thought he was a goner just now. He silently made up his mind in his heart that he would never let this brat drive again. However, considering the gap in their powers, he quietly adjusted his resolution would absolutely not ride in a car driven by this brat again. Oh, those two things are quite impressive, Mordred said in amazement as she looked at the approaching golden ship and floating fortress in the distance. So, the Holy Grail War is starting, huh? With all this commotion, Kyrie also raised his head. Aren't they afraid of attracting ruler? Meh, who cares? It's not our problem anyway. Right now, all I want is a good fight. The previous battle with Archer of Red had left her with a lot of pent-up frustration. Now, she just wanted to have a proper showdown with a powerful opponent. What a coincidence, it looks like your opponent has arrived, Saber. Kyrie turned his head, observing a brown-haired youth, a girl in a white dress, and a silver-haired man slowly approaching from not far away. Saber of Red, please leave this place, we don't want to be enemies with you, Calls urged, pushing his glasses up. Before setting off, Vlad had informed him that Saber of Red had already defected and left the Red faction. If possible, they should avoid conflict. The hell? What are you talking about? It's war, see? What's the point if we don't fight? Mordred retorted and smirked defiantly, a silver armor with red patterns manifested on her body, with a magical sword surrounded by crimson lightning in her hand. A powerful magical energy fluctuation soon erupted from her body. Frankenstein, armed with a giant round hammer, immediately stood in front of Calls but was still forced to take 2 steps back by the overwhelming magical energy from Mordred. Just leave this to me, Siegfried removed a long sword from his back and approached Mordred. You two go elsewhere. Understood, please take care, Saber. Calls nodded. From the recent situation, it was evident that Frankenstein was not a match for Saber of Red. Staying here wouldn't serve any purpose, and they might even distract Saber of Black. Mordred showed no reaction to the departure of Berserker of Black and her master. She had come here to fight. Not to bully the weak. Moreover, letting go of the two of them wouldn't hurt since it might cause some trouble for the priest and his people. Hey, so you're Saber of Black, huh? Mordred eyed Siegfried, a fervent fighting spirit burning in her eyes. You seem like a decent opponent, make this fight a bit more fun, will ya? Siegfried did not answer and simply observed Mordred silently, not because Gords forbade him to speak, but because it was simply his nature. Communication for him only required the sword in his hand. Hey, at least throw in a couple of lines, will ya? Are you mute or something? How should I respond? Well, maybe not responding is better, Siegfried thought for a while and decided to continue with his irritating silence. However, the single-minded Mordred clearly couldn't grasp the meaning behind it. To her, Siegfried's silence seemed like a clear expression of disdain, instantly triggering her frustration. Watch me knock your teeth out all over the floor, you damn mute. After exclaiming that, red lightning instantly converged beneath Mordred's feet, colossal magical energy propelling her body like a projectile towards Siegfried. Kyrie quickly distanced himself with his human body, staying on the battlefield of 2 sabers would be suicidal. Seeing this, Siegfried's eyes gleamed. Instead of stepping back, he took a step forward. His sword, Ba Mung, once used to slay dragons, clashed with Mordred's magical sword, Clarent, which had ended Arthur's reign. A violent magical energy swept through, whipping up a storm and leaving deep furrows in the ground. Boom! Intense sparks illuminated the scene, the harsh clash echoing through the sky. Ha! Mordred roared, red lightning dancing on her arms, and the power infused into Clarent quickly skyrocketing. Boom! She sent Siegfried flying, leaving 2 deep furrows behind. As the dust settled, his figure reappeared unscathed. Not bad, Saber of Black, Mordred casually slung her sword over her shoulder. Sure enough, fighting you is more interesting than I thought. You're strong, Siegfried said earnestly. Man, come on. You can talk after all. Sorry, I'm not great at communication. Well, that's pretty boring, but it doesn't matter anyway. Mordred's eyes, a vibrant emerald, burned with an unyielding fighting spirit. As long as there's a sword and blood, it's enough. As the battle between Siegfried and Mordred unfolded, the confrontation between the Red faction and the Black faction finally unveiled on the vast grassy plains. Countless menacing skeleton monsters, known as dragon-tooth warriors, brandished bone swords as they charged forward, while stout and imposing golems stood on the ground like walls, blocking their path. At the moment of contact, a myriad of white bones flew through the air. And the forces on both sides rapidly dwindled, resembling a meat grinder in action. Though devoid of blood and roars, the intensity of the scene rivaled any war in human history. Evidently, neither the Red faction nor the Black faction had any intention of holding back. This war had entered a state of white-hot intensity from the very beginning. Vlad calmly surveyed the battlefield, guiding his horse-like puppet forward. With a low hum, the ground beneath him trembled as if a dormant giant beast was slowly awakening. The dragon-tooth warriors soon charged toward him, sensing the immense and weighty power emanating from the man. However, they were devoid of the concept of fear, as annihilating the enemy in front of them was their sole purpose of existence. Ants who dare to tread upon my territory, are you ready to pay the price for your insolence? Vlad raised his palm and clenched it lightly. Thud. 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 Countless black iron stakes, reflecting a metallic sheen, erupted from the ground like roaring angry dragons. In an instant, they pierced through all the dragon-toothed warriors, rendering these monsters, which could easily kill an ordinary adult, as fragile as sheets of paper punctured at the slightest touch. Let your bodies become my banners, and experience the fear I bring. Vlad didn't even bother to glance at them, directing his gaze instead to the two massive objects in the sky, raising the black spear in his hand.